Is it like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so collectibles, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. When you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately. And so if those companies are foregone, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game. Right. It was a lot of fun. And so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so
what are the parallels between esports and gaming and the Army?
I've been in the Army for 17 years. I've been a nerd and a gamer my entire life, even when we had dial-up internet back in the late 90s. And I was very excited when we finally got cable in the early 2000s. And I was able to play, StarCraft on BattleNet. So gaming has always been a huge aspect of my life. And being in the Army, funny story, I'm surrounded by fellow nerds and gamers. So every location that I've been sent to, I've known WoW groups. I can play World of Warcraft with people that are literally living down the hall from where the Army puts me to live. You're in a community of like-minded individuals from all across the country. Having that ability, whatever your hobby is, so like I play Warhammer, which is a tabletop game, outside of every Army installation across the entire country, there's a Warhammer store where I can play my game. Wherever the Army was moving me to throughout the course of my career, my hobby went with me. My love went with me. It was kind of one of those really cool things. And then with the video game aspect, I remember 2006 seeing LAN parties in a barracks room. Like you're seeing Ethernet cords outside of dudes' rooms linking up and playing various video games on a Thursday night after they're done work for the day, because you're surrounded by people of equal age. Video games are a big aspect of everyone's life nowadays.
So you're saying the connection, not so much like, there's games that are parallel to maybe how you operate in the military, but you're saying the ability to function as a unit or with friends, you're brought even closer together through gaming, it sounds like.
100%. You're going to meet fellow gamers. And, when a good gamer meets another gamer, they're going to become best friends online. When they're living down the hall, you already have that immediate hobby that draws you guys together. You're going to make lifelong friends, and you're going to be meeting fellow nerds from all over the country. Because when you're stationed on a military installation, you're going to be in a barracks, which is like a really nice hotel room. You're going to have your own room and everything. Your neighbors are also going to be fellow gamers. So it's kind of cool to be able to be like, hey, let's get a raid in.
Okay, so you mentioned WoW, you mentioned raiding. I'm a big WoWer myself since 2004. You said LAN parties. Were you talking LAN parties like Halo, or what are we talking LAN parties?
Oh, back in the day? Oh, Halo? Definitely. I joined in 2006. Mm-hmm. So Halo 2, LAN parties, money in the bank, having great nights. Some of my fondest memories growing up where you go over to a buddy's house, you got 9 TVs there, and everyone's connected to a router. And, you're all trying, hey, don't look at my screen, man. Don't look at my screen. You got 4 people to a TV and you're playing, Halo 1, Halo 2. So being able to still experience that and get paid and having your job and, you're getting your skill training, it's awesome. One of those really cool experiences.
Yeah, plenty of fights with me and my college roommate in Halo 2 and sticky bombs and holes in doors. Yes, I totally remember.
Stop looking at my screen. That's all.
Okay, so this is great. So I really feel this is good information for students thinking about what they want to do before college, after college. They're gamers. And look, you don't just go to boot camp and eat and run and stuff like that. You're actually spending time with people and playing video games. I think it's a good recruiting tool.
You are still going to run. You're going to be in really good shape. You're still going to do your job. You're still going to be, we have over 150 jobs to choose from in the United States Army. Everything from electrician to plumbing to construction to HVAC to infantry to, everything. Satellite communications, which is a really good field to get into if you want to go into telecommunications for like AT&T, Verizon, whatever, T-Mobile. So you're going to get your skill training. You're going to get your job. You're still going to be in the Army, but it's a 9-to-5 job. When you're off work, you could go do whatever you want to do. If you want to do a LAN party with your buddies down the hall, hell yeah, go get that done. It gives you that option that don't think because you joined the Army, you're just going to wear this uniform 24 hours a day. You're obviously going to get your WoW raiding parties in sweatpants at, 8 o'clock at night on a Tuesday, because that's when your group can meet up. So you're still going to be able to get that accomplished. You're still going to have weekends off in the Army. It's not a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week gigs, really 9 to 5, 40 hours, give or take.
Is there something in the recruits that you're looking for that maybe have characteristics around their teamwork or collaboration or communication when it comes to them in team-based games or FPS or rating? What are you looking for from, let's just say, gamers as recruits? How can those characteristics feed into a job in the Army?
The Army, we like to get people that have no real training experience because we want to teach you. We want to teach you how to be a leader. We want to teach you how to follow directions. We want to teach you to also be a self-starter. Obviously, having those skills prior to is obviously encouraged and liked, but we don't need someone that is an inherent leader right off the bat. A lot of people learn who they are growing throughout life. But if you're in charge of like a fire team playing, Call of Duty, you know how to work the maneuver elements. Like we need the flank. We have infantry, which is combat arms, which is Call of Duty, where you're going to do a lot of the same maneuvers. You're going to do a lot of the same communication. The Call of Duty, when they're making those games, they embedded their programmers with the military to kind of learn lingo, to kind of learn how stuff moves, how to certain weapons sound. Having those skills is important, but we're going to teach you. We want to also be able to teach you. There's always a thing I've heard that if you know how to shoot a gun prior to joining the Army, that's good. But you're going to have bad fundamentals. We're going to teach you the right way to properly shoot a gun. Not saying every way is bad, but for us, we like a blank slate because we want to teach you the right way of doing everything. So, don't think that you have to have prior knowledge and experience coming into us. Like, there's a reason why we have basic training. It's basically teaching you the fundamentals of the Army. It's kind of like one of those little word plays. It matters, but we'll take anyone. We want people that want to serve their country. If they have a family coming into it, they want to give their family a good life because we have a lot of benefits, like 30 days paid vacation a year, which you cannot find in the civilian sector. Like, good luck. I mean, if I want to go to an esports event in Vegas, funny story, I can just go do it every year. Being on the Army esports team is pretty cool because I'm a full-time recruiter, but my esports thing is also part of my job. So I get to go do these really cool events and travel. I was in DC last weekend for a Warhammer event for the Nova Open, which is the major East Coast event. So, I mean, people have a lot of common misconceptions of like what the Army is and what we can offer. And that's why I kind of tell people, just talk to a recruiter. We just talk to people. If you don't like it, you don't like it. No big deal. No sweat off my back. I get my 30 days a year, but we can answer a lot of your questions and give you information.
How are recruits being challenged mentally, given the ability to learn? Is there, I guess there's bigger roles and jobs that can stretch you mentally within the Army?
Yeah, I'll get right back to basic training. Basic training. So we get a lot of, as a recruiter, that's my job. I meet America's youth and kind of talk to them about stuff. Is basic training is kind of like we're getting you away from your parents for a lot of kids the first time in their lives. A lot of kids that join are coming right from, their bedroom that they grew up in their entire life. So with basic training, it's your first real experience being on your own and being able to discover and work on those self-resilient skills. We want you to thrive. No one wants you to fail in life. So the Army is going to give you every single tool we can to make you physically tough and mentally tough. So that's why you guys have probably seen videos at basic training where you see drill sergeants yell at you. Yeah, they're going to yell at you a little bit because a lot of kids haven't been yelled at in their entire life. And that's going to show you a different way to thrive in that environment is, when you're put into a stressful environment, being able to be like, okay, I now know how to handle this because I've never really had that situation appear in front of me before. But it's never going to be pushed too far to too many limits. We want to make sure that everyone just kind of understands that, you're joining the Army. You're not, your mom and dad are really far away, thousands of miles in some cases. And we want you to be able to thrive on yourself. The person you are when you leave for basic is not going to be the person you are when you graduate basic training. I got a thing in my office where we always take a photo of you before you leave and we put it on my wall. And when you come back from basic, you come to visit us, is we always hand you that photo and you have to go into our bathroom and look in the mirror and see how much you've changed just in 3 to 4 months. Because you'd be surprised what comes out of this training. And these are stronger mentally, physically, socially. They're put into these, pressure-filled environments where you're gonna swim. You're not gonna sink. We're gonna make sure that you know how to thrive. Listen, do it. Gaming is going to be a big aspect for the next 20, 30 years. Twitch has grown exponentially every year for people that are creating their own content. YouTube is also the same way. Whatever your hobby is, do it. Be excited with it, but also remember, you can always fall back on us, the Army, get yourself some money, get yourself some skill training just in case. Life is long. Always make sure we always use the term, always have tools in your toolkit. If you want to play video games, do it. Play video games for the Army, but also learn HVAC. It's a good skill to have if something goes bad. God forbid something happens to your wrist and you can't play, Call of Duty competitive anymore. Guess what? You're going to make six figures learning how to, fix air conditioning units, or whatever your desire is. 150 different jobs. All you got to do is come in, talk to us, and see what you qualify for. The Army, we will literally let you decide what job you want to do with us. We're not going to force you to do anything. If you don't want to be a truck driver, guess what? You're not going to be a truck driver. But if you want to learn a skill, learn a trade, maybe go see the world and have some excitement, if that's your thing, we're here for you, and you can still video game. Living proof right here.
Awesome. Thank you, Sergeant Burns. Appreciate it, sir.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do,
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street, and New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports U Gaming East Online Qualifier. We have so many. My name is Paulie Hype, and I'm so excited for another quality, amazing day of college esports here for the East Online Qualifier. And today is sponsored by not only Collegiate Sport Management Group and Esports U, but also the U.S. Army and Army ROTC. Thank you all so much for being a part of growing and developing collegiate esports. We have such an amazing day of action across 4 different game titles for you all today, like usual. To start things off, we have some amazing talent as well. We have for Valorant, Septulence and Gompers. We have Rocket League is Hail Monkey Man and Danger Taco, 2 big notables there. Overwatch, we've got Clutch Key, a new battle into the arena here, new person in the arena, and Dividing. And SSBU, we have Kilamiles and Darmgar. So I'm so excited today to just get it started and get right into the action. I do want to make a little note, though, for everyone that's tuning in. Don't forget, we are also running 3 different streams today. 3 streams today. So Valorant will be on Esports U, the premier head channel right here, the channel we're on. We'll have Rocket League on Esports U2, and that'll be followed up by Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, also on Esports U2 later on in the day. And then we have our Overwatch portion of the competition. We'll be competing over on our partner conference, ECAC Twitch channel, and we'll have that dropped in the chat as well, and everywhere to be able to be found too. And that'll be not only, keep in mind, remember, we delayed our online competition from Overwatch from the South region, and we're going to be doing the East and South regions today on Overwatch 2, baby. The brand new Overwatch 2 drop finally October 4th. We've had some days to stabilize the servers. Blizzard's getting it done there, but amazing stuff here. I'm so excited for today's collegiate action, not only because we're here, we're talking college, we're talking esports, but we're also talking the East region, which I have to say I'm somewhat biased to, being here in New York. So a lot of my favorite schools are competing in this one. But without further ado, I'd love to talk here all day long, but I want to throw it to our amazing talent to just get these games underway. But before we do, you already know what the deal is. Let's start the morning with the 10 seconds of hype. We're just getting started, baby. The East Online Regional Qualifier is here, presented by U.S. Army and Army ROTC. I'm Paulie Hype, and the hype's just getting started. Choke me with this thing. Woo! College esports is here. It's time. Get it out of here. I'm so excited for all the competitors. Good luck today. You guys are going to do amazing. Welcome. But before we do it, let's throw it over to Septilence and Gompers for Valorant, Monkey Man and Taco on Esports U2 for Rocket League, and over to Clutch Key and Dividing on ECAC for Overwatch. Good luck to everyone. I'm so excited for today. It is going to be amazing. Over to you. Let's get it started.
In here 5 days ago, Overwatch 1, the era came to an end, but just a day later, 27 hours later, Overwatch 2 comes in, and today we get a chance to see some collegiate action inside of Overwatch 2. We got a great lineup for you all day long between East and the South region here, and get ready and get strapped in because it's going to go all day from morning right now on the East Coast all the way to prime time. Clutch Key and Dividing here with you all throughout the entire day long. And we've got a good showdown here to start. First of all, 3 groups to start. Group A, Group B, Group C, obviously. But in this bracket, Harrisburg, you've got the NJIT Wigglers and Arcadia University. The Wigglers, one of 3 teams for the New Jersey Institute of Technology. So a lot of teams from NJIT. You'll see one of each team in each of the groups here. But for you, Dividing, you've seen some of these teams competing. Harrisburg inside of this playoffs as well. What do you see from this entire group stage coming up in a little while?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this group as a whole, you really see 2 juggernauts in esports, right? You got Harrisburg, which I believe is in this group, and then you've also got Fisher. These are 2 collegiate programs that I would say, at least in Overwatch, are top 5 in the entire country. These guys have been around for a long time. Their rosters are very established, and they have every tool available to them to just roll through to the finals and end up facing off in one massive clash of titans at the end of the weekend. But, maybe it won't be that easy. I think there are definitely some teams are in here. Penn State, SUNY Poly, everyone who's around here are really looking to try and knock off one of these 2 teams and prove themselves as a top team in this region.
And we'll see what these teams bring to the table. 10 teams in here, but we got to get to the first 2. NJIT Wigglers taking on Arcadia University. Let's take a look at your lineups real quick here. For the side of the Wigglers, a couple of names in here to start: Nishinoya, Casey Duran, and you've got Ziftry, known as Jack Kelly, Bunker Horse, Joe Muzinski, Zubu, Matthew Sinclair, and Stormson, known as Brennan Lush. That'll line up your Wigglers team. And there's an interesting thing. Only one senior here for the side of the NJIT Wigglers, and that is Casey Duran, a.k.a. Nishinoya. Take it on over to the side of the Knights of Arcadia University. Here you've got the starting lineup, known as Pluterman, Paul Brocardi, Crusher 99, Michael Giordano, Jelly 4, Cobal, Chong, which is known as Anthony Goins, and Latrick, known as Patrick McCool. And for this one as well, one senior, and that is Latrick here. Otherwise, a pretty young roster, sophomore, juniors as well. And for the side of, on the same side of NJIT, sophomore, juniors, mainly lining up that roster as well. So plenty of experience here, and a lot of, if you're talking about a lot of different information for these teams as well. Masters, Grandmasters in here as well throughout the day that you're going to see. In fact, for one of these teams, you're looking at Ziftry, the highest ranked here in this game, Grandmaster. Also, Nishinoya, known as Casey Durant, peaked 44.52. So it's going to be a lot of high peaking Overwatch rankings, if you will, throughout the entire day here, especially on the NJIT Wiggler side. If you can field 3 teams, you got a lot of interest, and I'm assuming you're going to have a lot of high ranking players as well.
Yeah, it's huge to have that many players. It obviously is a thriving Overwatch scene over there at NJIT, which we love to see over here. Super happy that 3 NJIT teams were able to come by, and this is actually the highest ranked team on NJIT. As far as the overall seeding, I believe NJIT is coming in as the 6th seed, Arcadia as the 7th seed, so both teams have been ranked about the same. They're very much in the middle of the pack. So as we start going into this first game, it is going to be very important for both of these teams to start the weekend off on a high note, establish themselves very early on as a team to be reckoned with throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, and let's take a look at ourselves here for the match, and Ilios is going to be our very first matchup here. And Ilios, nothing's really changed about this one, but no new control maps obviously added in since the set of Overwatch 2. But I kind of like the time change. I kind of like the sunset or sundown or sunrise kind of feature of Ilios. It's very nice here. And first map's going to be the well, so everyone's favorite if you have a environmental kill possibility. And with that being said, Crusher 99 and Bunker is going to go on the Lucio combinations. But an interesting setup here, the Somber Reaper combination going on for NJIT.
I'm more looking at the Junker Queen coming out from Chwengo. This is kind of a comp that we saw a lot in Overwatch League last month, but Junker Queen's gotten a lot of nerfs since then, and yeah, I mean, that's going to get taken down almost immediately. You really have to be, really good at taking advantage of all of Junker Queen's abilities. She has the ability to do a lot of damage, but some of that sustainability has kind of gone away, so you gotta be really masterful of Junker Queen in order to make her work in this current meta, especially in the face of a bunch of high mobility heroes like the D.Va, the Sombra, even the Reaper in some ways coming out from NJIT. So first fight goes over their direction.
Yeah, so 10% enrolling here. You've got the Genji, or you've got the Sojourner and the Genji already halfway to ultimate. The Reaper and the Sombra, though, just about 4/10 or 2/5 away there, while 30% for the Sombra. Nishinoya, though, the highest so far on for the ultimate of the self-destruct, which is good for them. And Wiggler's looking for a backline hack here from Dubu, and really does find a hack, but it's not going to land up with anything as the immortality field is there, but taken out by the distortion shot from Pluderman. So no immortality field coming in for NJIT, but Latrick's just going to dive right in, has the blade available, maybe chooses not to use it, almost gets knocked off the map, and a self-destruct kill coming out from Nishinoya to take down Latrick, so stops that track there, and they're just gonna go ahead and maybe keep this 4v4 going, but not much else to do when your Junker Queen is hacked for a little while. Gets the shout out, or gets the commanding shout out, and now the sound barrier there just gonna push them all the way back, and the Wigglers look to be in command right now. There's really no push coming out here. At the same time, you got the Dragon Blade coming out maybe to do some damage. Latrick does so, gets 2 kills on the dash, slash, and hack away here, and it will get flipped on over to the Knights of Arcadia.
It took so long, though, for Arcadia to finally make enough of a push to take the point there. It took just about everything that they had in their ult bank at the time. The 3 ultimates used on the side of Arcadia. They will be having that Rampage coming up, as well as the beat from Crusher. But you are playing into what's going to be about 3 ultimates, including that EMP from Dubu coming up very, very soon. Sombra has been identified early on as a hero to fear. The fact that she can hack out of invisibility now makes her such a good assassin character.
The fact that she does so much damage too at the same time when you're hacked is ridiculous. There's the Death Blossom at the same time, but really not going to find anything, honestly. But it doesn't really matter when the rest of your team's just going to follow up and follow you alongside. Their D.Va's super low, but it's not even going to matter here. This is going to be a fight win for the Wigglers of NJIT here, as Tarawa taking care of business on the Reaper.
Yeah. And you see a big difference between the two teams early on. NJIT are just so much more decisive. That one fight that Arcadia won, it took them a long time. They kind of hung around and choked for a while. They tried to set up their ultimates. It took them a couple of tries to finally get a good enough push. And when that happened, you gave 15 to 20 extra % of point progress over to NJIT. So now 90% and counting, and they're one fight away, one EMP away from a good start here in the East Invitational. My bad.
98% and rolling here. Overtime clock will start to run. Self-destruct out for the start of it. EMP there as well. Gets 4 people inside of the EMP, and Arcadia just waits for death to arrive. It is a big EMP from Dubu, and the overtime clock will bleed out on the team kill. 100 to 40%. The Wigglers are off and running.
The power of Sombra is on display early on in this series. Being able to hack and basically disable the abilities from the other team has always been super, super good in this game. Ever since Overwatch 1, ever since Sombra was released back in Overwatch 1. But I think there is a little bit more to it now that the hacks have kind of been refigured so that you don't lose your abilities as much, but you do reveal the location of the hacked character to your entire team, as well as Sombra doing some extra damage to that team. I believe it's 40% increased damage to a character she's hacked. Again, such a good assassin character, also really good at setting up dives. I mean, if you aren't as good at communicating in chat, voice chat, it's really easy to just say, okay, just attack the glowing character.
All right, so here we go. Left side, running on to Ruins now. Second map here of Helios. 10 seconds left to go until the point unlocks, keeping the Reaper and the Sombra combination. You're talking about how dangerous this Sombra is, but no hack available so far, and we're going down very early on in the Immortality field, having to be invested early as well. I think Bunker Horse knocks Pluderman off the map. Could be huge for them, but again, trades just happening. And right now for Arcadia, that's good news when Latrix in the back line. And so with the Sombra now gone, Arcadia is going to get the first flip here on the Ruins.
Yeah, Tarawa goes in a little bit too far. You really do want your Reaper to kind of be the frontliner on this comp. You would think it's D.Va, but D.Va with her defense matrix can do a lot of damage mitigation for that Reaper, and Reaper has the opportunity with that passive healing to really take a lot of damage, but you can't get out of range of your D.Va like Tarawa did right there. So early fight win for Arcadia.
So let's see if they can keep the early fight win, but we're starting off on the right foot with the kill onto the Baptiste. That's a lot of big healing down. Latrix going to pull out the blade, but to no avail as that Immortality field holds on to that D.Va Max for so long here. NGIT on the point, they could flip this, and they absolutely do. And in fact, they're just going to dive the rest, so a quick flip for them. And it's only 31% for the Knights.
And that was a successful dive from NJIT. Saw it beautifully. Tarawa, Nishinoya, and Dubu all converged onto the one member from Arcadia. Took them out early and used it from there. Twango is just now going to get the ult out, and you actually force the Dragon Blade out from Latrick as well as you tried to use it to try and try and even the fight. That is huge because now you can use your support ultimates without fear.
And there they go with the sound barrier and without fear whatsoever on that ultimate. As Terrar gets 2 already on the backline pick. Thank you very much to the sound barrier that's allowing them to stay alive back there. And this Reaper just running rampant. Already has the Death Blossom available as well. So this is looking like all NGIT. Oh no, don't do this. The Twingo. Oh, can't get back in. Unlucky.
The fact that you do that with just the beat is so huge for NJIT because you're going to have all 4 of your other ultimates available coming up for this next site. Dubu's a little bit away from the EMP, but with the bomb, with the Death Blossom, with the Ant Matrix, you for sure will have the ultimates to sustain yourself until that happens. Arcadia just working off the D.Va bomb right now. I doubt it's going to be enough.
Well, it's not going to be enough. It's not even going to be a fight start here. Terrar with a triple kill on the Death Blossom. Good night for this fight right away. It's only 1 fight left.
And a beautiful from Tarawa and also Nishinoya there. You saw the D.Va push forward with the Reaper, cover him with the defense matrix to make sure there was no shot of Arcadia getting a shot in on that Reaper. Easy 3K. And again, 1 ult, 1 win. You have 3 ultimates to try and close out this map.
Let's see if Dubu needs to use the EMP here. 94%. Somebody's got to find a way to touch the point here, which they will. So see if the overtime clock will run on here, but Terrara's just taking care of business while they're trying to touch the point. 2 kills already, does go down, but that should not matter. NGIT is going to win this cleanly, 2-0, 140 on the well, 131 on the ruins, and it's all Wigglers in the first map.
Beautifully done from NGIT. I think they have really practiced this Diva Sombra Reaper composition, and they are playing it very well so far. They're doing a really good job of, other than like that one little mess up there on Ruins, there was definitely, they were doing a very good job at diving with the Reaper, with the Diva, going in on the Sombra hacked targets. I think this is a composition that NJIT is very comfortable on, and early on in the series, they have set the tone with Arcadia to try and figure out how to stop it.
Yeah, and it seems like for Arcadia right now, I mean, you take a look at the ultimate advantage that NGIT had all throughout that whole thing. EMP didn't really need to be invested anyways because you have 3 ultimates there right at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
And even Terrar was just going inside of the back line and just absolutely dominating the fact. And that Death Blossom putting on a statement, putting on a period right there, an exclamation mark, if you will, as well. But NGIT leading the series 1-0 right now. A couple of notes here for you for the day. It's open qualifiers, so 10 teams going to be inside of this tournament. In the group stages right now, double elimination. Harrisburg is in this 3-team group that you see with NJIT Wigglers and Arcadia Knights. They'll play later on. They'll actually play the winner of this match. And then, of course, with the win for Harrisburg, you move on, or everybody moves on into the bracket, but a higher seeding awaits them should they win. So everybody's going to make it out. It's just the top 8 in the end, making it out to the invite to the LAN. So we'll see who moves on to the LAN later on. South Division going to work out similarly as well when we get there. But for the East Division, Rutgers LAN happening for Overwatch at the very least, if you're interested, November 5th and 6th at Rutgers University. So right there in New Jersey as well. So pretty much a home for NJIT if they were to make the LAN competition as well. So it'll be pretty interesting to see where they land up inside of the seedings at that point. But again, for the Arcadia Knights, not really showing up in that map. Sure, they've had a couple of highlights, getting that 40%, getting that 31%. So not completely clean. But for the Knights, what do they have to do to try to figure this one out going into map number 2?
Yeah, I feel like they just got to try and figure out a comp that works for them. I think the big difference between Arcadia and NJIT in that first map, again, I'm making a lot of judgments off of one map that I watched, but NJIT seem to really have this one composition that they have practiced, that they understand how to play, and they executed it very well, the Diva, Reaper, Sombra composition. Meanwhile, Arcadia doesn't seem quite as solid on that. You saw them playing the Sombra Genji try and use the Dragon Blade as a win condition, but the Dragon Blade's only up in maybe 1 out of every 3 fights. That's not enough to win a map. And then we saw them try the Junker Queen on Well, and that didn't end up working out super well for them as well. So I think right now, at least, the difference has been, because again, I think we have an interesting stage here because Overwatch 2 has only been out for a few days at this point. A lot of those days, the servers haven't been in the most stable place. So the amount of time these teams have had to practice in a 5v5 environment has actually been very limited. So the teams that seem to come out more comfortable in a 5v5 environment, that, like NJIT, seems to have really focused in on one comp and made sure they know that, I think that might be the strategy that prevails throughout this weekend. The first map definitely supports that theory.
Yeah, and it's going to get a little bit of used to for the teams to get into that 5v5 situation. Remember, the beta only lasted a couple of days, and you've only had 4 days since we've only had 4 days since the opening of the servers as well, albeit kind of shaky, and we know that's the truth there. But next map coming up is going to be a new map that was introduced back in the early betas, is inside of the Overwatch League, and now you're going to see that right here inside of our 5v5 situation. Circuit Royale is going to be the next map coming up here. The escort map is going to be very, very interesting here. Again, a new map, and one of the most fun things, or I should say, if you're the defending side, one of the fun things is that drop down between point 1 and 2, that huge cliff, I should say, that overlook that kind of hangs above you.
I love to see that out of Arcadia, who, as the losers, got to pick the map. I really like this because of those long sight lines, of those sniper alleyways you can take advantage of in Circuit Royale. We saw them playing the Sojourn a lot in that first map, so that seems to be a direction that they want to go in. Meanwhile, the other team playing Sombra Reaper, obviously two very short-range DPS characters. You're kind of trying to force the Wigglers to try and switch up their comp a little bit, force them in a situation where maybe they aren't quite as comfortable. But we did get notification that there is a substitution here, Clutchkey. It is going to be Stormson coming in on the, I believe, is going to be playing on support for NJIT. So I'm interested to see what that means for this upcoming comp here for the side of NJIT. And Stormson immediately on the Zenyatta. So we could be seeing a bit of a bloodthirsty support kind of situation coming out from this squad.
Yeah, so you're going to see the substitution Storm Snow in for Bunker Horse. So the support switch, like you were saying, NJIT's gotten one light up on the board already. 15 seconds left to go. Arcadia did pick the map as they did lose, but because of sides, Arcadia will attack first, and this is a long sideline map as well, so we've seen Widowmakers here, we've seen Hanzo's here, but instead Arcadia looking to maybe opt for the comfort pick on the Genji. I mean, Latrix just going back and forth with the Japanese brothers, but well, we'll find out what they pick, and obviously sticking on with the Genji here. Pluterman's hitting some shots though, already at 17% for the ultimate, so not so bad thus far for the start. They're backing him up.
But while you don't have a direct Widowmaker on the other side from NJIT, you do have two hit scan characters, Tarawa on the Soldier, Jubu on the Ashe, both of which are going to be looking to get some shots in on the Widowmaker if she puts herself out there. So Pluterman is going to have to be careful to make sure you stay out of the sight lines of those opposing hit scans.
Here comes Latrix, just going to dive right in so low, but finally, and actually gets picked off, but Terraris traded off thanks to Pluterman on the headshot. So in favor for the spawn rooms, it's in favor of this attacking team of Arcadia. But this is Sigma just holding this corner oh so well in the immortality field there, just to prove a point right now, not really making any space. This team from Arcadia 60 seconds in and just not finding anything. A good Bionate in from Nishinoya, but that forces them back just a little bit and now gets them off the corner.
Pluterman's about to get walls.
Yeah, about to get...
That Infrasight's right, almost there. He's been hitting a lot of shots, but has not quite been able to find any kills off of it. Nice purple coming out from Chong there, but again, it seems like Arcadia are putting themselves in decent positions to get themselves ahead in this fight, but have not quite been able to find those finishing blows.
Zarya is usually a good pick here, but just to push in, and Zarya in general have been very powerful, but Duba with the first pick on to Chong, and that's going to be a trade-off though, because Pluterman's got one support and one DPS of their own. It's looking pretty good in a 3v3 situation here, but again, just Arcadia finding the picks, NJIT just making sure that they can't do anything with them.
And Latrix going to swap on over to the Hanzo. We got a double sniper composition out for Arcadia, trying to... that Genji has not had much success so far. I like the plan here from Arcadia to try and keep things sort of long range. Twango on this Zarya is good in a lot of situations, not quite as sure on this map when you really... The Sigma on this map is super good, being able to use that very flexible shield to move around the map and give a safe place for your snipers. So, I don't know. You got the grab up though, so you have a really good opportunity here.
Well, Gravitic fluxes up, that forces out the sound barrier though. Pluterman does get the kill onto Dubu, but it's traded out immediately by Stormson. The grabs on Surges in, gets a few people in, but a great throwdown of the immortality field by Wiwu. A shoot should not matter though, only 2 people left to go on this point, as it's just a Sigma and a Baptiste. And it's just a sleeping Sigma right now, just snoozing away, and this should be first point capped by the side of Arcadia.
It should be first point capped, and it will, in fact, be first point capped as long as you don't get picked off here from this Ashe up top, and you do not, so add 2 minutes 30 seconds to the time bank for Arcadia, which they sorely needed. Only about a minute left on the clock when they cross the line. But it is a little concerning, Clutchkey, that it took so many ultimates from Arcadia to finally get that really good victory. Latric on that on that Hanzo immediately pays off, by the way. Gets nanoed up, gets a 2K, has that Dragon Strike available for this next fight, but you are playing into Transcendence and Bob.
That's an interesting angle for a Dragon Strike from down below to up top. And Latrick still finds a way to get 1 kill on Ferrara, and no mercy, so no res is available here, but immediately straights out the tank, and that's not good. And you got to ready back up already, and that bomb's just going to make sure that they do so already. So one fight in, just because you get 1 pick for the side of Arcadia doesn't mean that NJIT is not going to come right back at you. That's been the story this entire round.
Yeah, and it's just so tough to break this high ground positioning from NJIT at this point. They don't even have the Transcendence they're still hanging on to from Stormson, so if he's feeling under any particular pressure, you got a huge support ultimate to use there, and Arcadia swaps over onto the Reinhardt now. This is the first time we've seen Reinhardt today, and he's going to be trying... I don't know how I feel about this, because you really want everyone to be with you right behind your shield as Reinhardt. That's where everyone is the safest, but you are playing with 2 DPS who really want to be very spread out, so you're really depending on that Ryan to do a lot of damage pretty much by himself.
Goes so low here, and no sound barrier available to him either. Crusher's still 10% away from that, and like you were saying, so far away, can't really help out unless you hit shots there, and that's immediately the point that's made out by NJIT. So some time wasted off the clock. They're just going to stagger out this Widowmaker, so 1.5 minutes left to go. I mean, there's just no answers right now right around this corner, so Latrick going to move on over from the Hanzo into the Genji, but with the, and also changing on over the Sojourn as well, so maybe a little bit more upfront damage.
Yeah, I do like this DPS swaps here when you're playing with the Reinhardt. Now the Genji can move in with the Reinhardt. You can try and do some up-close damage as well as a Sojourn, but not when you're lifted up like that. Nicely done from Nishinoya very early on, setting the tone for the fight. Fluterman already down.
Yeah, you only really need 1 pick here to win this fight, especially in a 5v5 situation. And right now, that is all Nishinoya's doing with that Gravitic Flux, taking down that Sojourn. So less than a minute left to go. They've wasted a lot of time on the clock and only 50 seconds left to get not only up the hill, but 1 more turn as well. So, I mean, there's plenty of time. There's not a lot of time left for a lot of space.
Silver lining here, though, Arcadia does have the ultimate advantage in this fight. Both support ultimates up. The Coalescence and the Beat can both be used aggressively to try and get an early pick and try and counter the Blade coming out from Tarawa. You also have the Shatter from Twango coming up in just a moment. So if there's any time for Arcadia to do it, it's now.
Well, let's see if it is now. The Earth Shatter does come out. That's 2 people down, and Chunk's going to take advantage of it right away. And so this team from Arcadia is going to sweep the floor for the rest of the team, and they should be able to cap point number 2 here, adding another 90 to the clock. We'll see if they make it.
I believe Twango actually got stunned out of the Shatter by Nishinoya there in the accretion. So beautiful individual play from the Sigma, but you really do love to see how much of a good aggressive ultimate that Coalescence was from Chong. Even with the Shatter not going down, it did not matter. They used the Coalescence, they pushed forward, and they got all the kills they needed. And Crusher still has this beat that I'm sure he's waiting for that Blade to come out from Tarawa.
Oh, here's the Blade. We get stunned out of it immediately. Oh no, Latrick just goes down and gets melted right away. Dynamite rock from the accretion, immortality field, making sure that nothing's there. And oh, you just gotta feel bad for that Blade from Latrick as well. Terrara's gonna get 2 on the dash, and right away, 50 seconds left to go already. 1 fight territory.
And when you're getting kills like that with the dash resets, I mean, why even use the Blade here if you're Tarawa? You're getting the kills anyways, and you're basically forcing Crusher to hold on to the speed for so incredibly long. It's actually really tough here if you're Crusher, because you know the second you use that beat aggressively, potentially, you know that Tarawa's going to be thinking, okay, now I can get a Blade off for free. It's a weird sort of standoff we've got going on right now.
Oh, got canceled! 99 tries to use the beat, but he gets killed before it even happens! Oh no!
He hung on to it so long, too. Oh, that is brutal.
That is unfortunate. 10 seconds left to go. Trades happening somehow, some way. NJIT looking to end this one. Lucio does get onto the point, which will force the overtime clock. And Twango switching on over to the Wrecking Ball, which kills Ferrara right away, so it's still a trade fight happening down here on the overtime clock, and the spawn room also close there to the spawn room as well, or rather spawn room is also close to the payload right now, so they're just going to keep on fighting with Tubu, getting a good headshot with the or with the shot onto the Genji here, and now it's just all but bleeding clock away. The blade used for insurance, and they will not complete the map. 42.36 meters, 2 points for Arcadia Knights, but they are walled off by NGIT.
And the concerning thing, if you're an Arcadia fan, is what they had to do in order to get a fight win there. They had to take multiple fights to build up their ult bank and get a significant advantage over NJIT, and then once they had used 3+ ultimates at once in one fight, that's when they were able to get those convincing fight wins. It was flashy, it was nice when it worked, but it's just not enough. You gotta be able to win a couple of those fights in the neutral to try and finish, especially a defensively favored map like Circuit Royale. So while you do get 2 points, you will have plenty of opportunities on this defense, and you definitely want to play this double sniper composition if you are Arcadia. You're definitely betting that NJIT are more positioned to play these close range DPS. You have Tarwa and Dubu matching the Widowmaker Hanzo right now. You're really hoping that your sniper players on Arcadia are going to be able to outdo NJIT in a position where maybe they're not quite as comfortable.
Yeah, and it's going to be a mirror match here. Pretty much the first, I think it might just be the first mirror match we've seen all game long here, where both sides pretty much playing that Widowmaker Hanzo, and like you were saying, long sight lines there for both of those characters. So Zen and the Baptiste out as well. Baptiste for the App Matrix, and Nishinoya out, as well as Twingo out with the Sigma. So here we go, 4 minutes on the clock. Arcadia got to put up the fence here to tie up the series. If not, it is NGIT Wiggler's going to be on match point in a 1-to-3 situation. Team Pluderman hitting some early shots on, and that's pretty good for building up an infra site here, but around the corner, holding it closer than NGIT was earlier.
Yeah, a little bit closer, but we do see the same kind of situation. Both teams really just kind of poking at each other, and it is Pluderman who draws first blood in that Widow 1v1. Again, you want to see that if you're Arcadia. You want to see your snipers winning those duels, because most likely that will be what determines the pace of the map.
Yeah, and Pluderman's been hitting a lot of shots, so don't expect anything less from them right now. 65%, and just keeps rolling the headshots onto Nishinoya, which if you're the support player for NGIT ain't bad, because that's going to help you get some ult points. But on the other hand, it's doing a lot of damage to your team. Pluderman hits another one onto Weewood too, and that's another backup here. Oh my gosh, Pluderman, stop it. Stop it. It's just a massacre. They're just holding off for right now. They can't. They're just watching their death.
There is not much you can do when Pluderman is holding down this angle and hitting these shots like that. NJIT now has to completely rethink their strategy, and they are going to do just that. They're going to try and go back to those close-range DPS, the Genji, the Sojourn, try and close the distance on that Widowmaker instead. That's huge, that NJIT have basically conceded the sniper duel, say, okay, Arcadia has us on this one. That is great that Arcadia now knows they have a situation where they have a significant advantage.
So they're going to use the Lucio speed boost to get up top and force the team from force the team from Arcadia down. So NGIT trying to make a quick play, as you see again the switches to the Genji as well as the Sojourn, having to release a little bit of the ultimate percentage though at 40 and 42%. It's the Trick's turn to hit a headshot here onto Dubu, forcing back this team once again. When you give them the sight lines, it's looking like Arcadia's got the advantage just to hit shots. And right now, it's all the team from Arcadia. The Knights are in command.
And you're gonna try and use this Dragon Strike to at least try and get a couple picks here, but you're not going to get that. You might have wanted that for next fight here, but you're not hurting on ult if you're Arcadia. You got the Gravitic Flux, which is coming out now. I think did he get canceled out of it?
Yeah,
I didn't see the Flux come out.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I think it got canceled out, but for Nishinoya holds on to it and does get the Gravitic Flux up, and that's going to help themselves out here because that's a lot of the backline team gone. Your Hanzo, your Widowmaker are now gone, and that's just going to be first point cap. But yeah, I think Twango got stunned out of it from the accretion.
Wow. Yeah, and I think Arcadia got a little bit greedy there, using that Dragon Strike early, trying to use the Gravitic Flux early as well. But NJIT, when you're playing with these close-range compositions, you're in a much better position to go aggressive, especially with that Lucio giving you the speed boost. Now NJIT are building up an ult bank of their own. You've got the P coming up in a second. Tarawa does have the Blade, but you're going to have to play through the Transcendence from Chong, who again, we're in a standoff situation here. I'm sure Chong doesn't want to use that Transcendence until the Blade is out.
Your Torara right there, you're breathing a sigh of relief because that bullet was right next to your ear. 3 minutes on the clock here, trying to push up. They've given up a lot of space, though. They're already going to give up this uphill for just a little while. Like you were saying, Chong does have the Transcendence available for this Blade. Blade is used right away, and so that Transcendence popped at the same time, so Torara's not going to find anything here. Application Matrix also used at the same token, but pushing right through the window is Dubu, who's going to take down Latrick, and now it's just the domino effect here for the NJIT Wigglers team, and it's going to be a lot of time on the clock here, just under 4 minutes to push it 42 meters in the Golden Box victory.
Yep, and that now you see the snowball potential for NJIT. It only took one fight. The second that they got that first fight win, Arcadia has been pushed back and back and back, and now all of a sudden they are one fight loss away from going down 0-2 in this first of 3. It's going to be a really tough hole to dig out of if they don't find a way to turn the tides here.
Another Dragon Strike being used above Latrick, which really doesn't find anything, finds a little bit of damage, but Latrick in so much trouble, and both of the DPS is down so early on, and this is just gonna domino snowball down into a loss here for Arcadia. NJIT is gonna be on match point after winning this game on Circuit Royale 3-2 with convincing fashion.
Convincing indeed, and all it took was a well-timed swap from NJIT. Arcadia, they were looking strong when it was the sniper battles on both sides, but as soon as NJIT swapped over to the Genji composition, to the Sojourn compositions, my goodness, it was pretty much over as soon as that happened. And again, you see the situation where it just seems like NJIT has more of a mastery over the compositions that they're playing. As soon as Arcadia couldn't rely on their snipers to basically just win the fights with headshots, they just collapsed.
Yeah, and just absolutely, like you say, collapse, and just, it was a snowball effect too, right? As soon as, for NJIT, they can get the trade fights win one for them as well, but as soon as it snowballs for Arcadia, it's just gone. They can't really find the trades off, except unless your name is Pluterman on that first point, and just absolutely getting the headshots that they needed. But as soon as those sight lines went, it just automatically just goes down to NJIT Wigglers, and then right now they're up 2-0 in the series. If you're just joining us, Ilios went their way, 140 on the Well, 131 on the Ruins for NJIT Wigglers. You just saw Circuit Royale 3-2 as well. NJIT Wigglers on match point to advance on and in the group and play Harrisburg coming up in a little while as well. So that's going to be a tall task for whoever wins this. We'll see if Wigglers can win their last map here against Arcadia, or if Arcadia can pull out the broom somehow and make a reverse sweep happen. For right now, Wigglers in the driver's seat. But you talk about the way that the Wigglers were playing. Look, there were a couple highlights there, especially when you're talking about Pluterman and Latrick on the Hanzo and the Widowmaker on the first point. I mean, they were hitting shots and keeping that time bank down. Unfortunately, just the Wigglers finally decided to push through.
Yeah, and I think, if you are Arcadia, I think you have found a potential win condition, right? You were kind of searching for that after the first map. You realized, okay, if we can force NJIT in a situation where they have to play a long-range sniper comp, I think we can beat them in that situation. Unfortunately, that's not really a situation that you can force NJIT into super easily. We saw Circuit Royale right there. That was like the map in Overwatch right now where those kinds of compositions are really, really strong. And even so, NJIT were able to switch off of it and take the win. So I guess I believe it's going to be Push up next. As far as the map type, it's going to be tough when you're looking at Coliseo, when you're looking at New Queen Street. Of the two, I feel like Coliseo plays itself better towards the long-range comps, but either way, you can definitely get away with playing something more close range, as NJIT will. You're basically going to be forced to try and play NJIT in a composition that they are very they're very strong in. It is going to be New Queen Street coming out from Arcadia, so maybe just a map that they are more comfortable on in general. We'll see, because their match lives are on the line here in this map.
Yeah, another substitution as well before we head on into New Queen Street. Bunker Horse, excuse me, back in for Stormson as well. So probably bringing out the Baptiste again for Bunker House. We'll see how that, or Bunker Horse, excuse me. We'll see how that lands up for the side of Arcadia. But again, Arcadia down 2-0 or 0-2 against the Wigglers right now. So Wigglers on match point here to advance on and take on Harrisburg. If Arcadia loses this, they'll drop down to the 0-1 situation. And we'll take on the loser, might have a rematch against the Wigglers, or we'll take on Harrisburg in that situation. But for right now, morning time situation right now for the Arcadia Knights, maybe just waking up a little bit here for their side. It'd be right around 11 a.m. here for the East Coast side. So it's very interesting situation here, just playing morning all the way to the prime time. And we hope you stick around with us for all the action here as we take on the CECC East and CECC South qualifiers as well. NJIT Arcadia going into the New Queen Street, newest maps, of course. Push maps, always the newest ones. Esperanza got released earlier today, or rather earlier in the week, with the release of Overwatch 2 in full. And you also have, of course, Coliseo and New Queen Street, which we saw back in the beta. Paraiso, also another map in the rotation. But we head up to Canada, where it is New Queen Street. And like you were saying, maybe Arcadia would have taken the advantage on Coliseo with the long sightlines, but instead it's going to be New Queen Street coming up.
Yeah, and you see Arcadia going with, honestly, what felt like, at least in the first map, the NJIT comp. You got the Sombra Reaper coming up with the Zarya. So again, you're going to want to use that Reaper kind of as your frontliner with the Zarya bubbles to help keep that Reaper of Darkness up and ready. Well, NJIT is going to be moving more towards kind of a mid-range-ish composition with the Soldier and the Genji. Can they keep these close-range characters from Arcadia at bay, especially with Laytrick surely is going to be lurking in the back.
So we'll see here. The Zarya's coming out. A little bit of a different DPS situation, like you were saying. Laytrick on that Sombra, hacking out the Lucio to start. Having to back off already, and they're playing this left side, or rather the statue side here for this fight. But right now, as it stands, I mean, it looking like NJIT is just getting pushed back a little bit. But the application matrix also almost in, but it doesn't matter. Crusher 99 with the very nice sound wave onto Bunker Horse, but that is traded out immediately onto Pluderman. And like we were saying, the trade fights usually go the way of NJIT, and that's exactly what it is right now for this team of the Wigglers. They'll push on, and the robot goes back their way.
Yeah, I mean, even with a nice boop there from Crusher to get the opening kill, it just wasn't quite enough. We did get a couple early meters here from Arcadia as they took control of the bot while the fight went on elsewhere, but that is quickly going to be taken over. NJIT is going to take the lead and try and push on this advantage as much as possible, especially with the 3 ultimates they're going to have coming up in just a moment. So they're going to have Tac Visor through the Amp Matrix. This is deadly.
Yeah, they respect the window, but not in time to let Crusher die. Twango goes down with it as well. And now it's just run for your life on this Mora. Just trying to get back to the rest of his team, but not going to escape either. So 23 meters and rolling here, and Zeraro's making sure that this team is kept in check for Arcadia. They want the sweep.
Oh yeah, they absolutely want to get this first match over with, move on to the second as quickly as possible. Really establish yourselves as a true player in this East Invitational, and they're doing that so far. They do still have the grab to use, but Twango has one of their own.
Let's see if the Graviton Surge makes the biggest difference here. Laytrick also having that EMP available. The Graviton Surge is out for Twango, but no kills, no follow-up there. The EMP now from NJIT along with the Graviton Surge. Is this going to be a follow-up win for them? There's the Death Blossom out from Pluderman, which does find Bunker Horse, but traded out immediately, and another trade fight happening. But Arcadia is trying to shut this down, and right now, Dubu does make that, or Twango makes that happen with that final blow, and so the robot goes their way. Arcadia is going to get some distance here.
They do get the fight win, but it took absolutely everything from Arcadia. All 5 of their ultimates were used in that fight. NJIT used, I want to say 2, looking at the ult charges there. So, again, you see how many ult Arcadia University has to use to get a fight win over NJIT. And now, before they even get 10 meters on this cart, you're gonna push into Tac Visor and Blade.
Yep, there's the Tac Visor out. Aurora got 2 with this last time. And Nishinoya is going to start off with some good kills onto the tank of Twango as well as Latrick. And right now, NGIT running them down with 6.5 left to go. That checkpoint, oh so close for the forward spawn.
And again, I mean, I'm going to keep hitting on this because this is just what I'm seeing. In order to win a fight, Arcadia had to use all 5 of their ultimates. In order to win a fight, NJIT had to use just one. Just the Tac Visor, but enough pressure onto Arcadia for the rest of the team to push back onto the point. So, huge difference here from the two sides and how much they have to commit to win a fight.
Well, TW1 does go into butt scratch mode, but in the meantime, Twango does get that kill onto Dubu, which a big pick, and see if they want to push up on this. But right now, they're staying inside of the sniper room. Immortality Field having to be invested there in the meantime for NJIT. So they'll back off knowing that they don't have another Immortality Field for another couple seconds. However, Dubu trying to make a difference with the Dragon Blade. Gets Crusher, gets the trick, and more distance coming up for NJIT. Dubu flipping the switch there.
So good from NJIT. Dubu actually went down early in that fight, but because those forward spawns were available, was able to get back in time to get 2 kills in that fight. But Arcadia should be able to push back into this one. They will have the grab. Nishinoya very close to one of their own and will get it up, but the aggression from Twango on this fight should be enough.
Yeah, so Twango gets the Graviton Surge kills that they want, chasing him down. And Chong making sure that that soldier knows that he can't get away running, so they'll switch the bot back and should be able to force back the forward spawns as well, but not going to get in time before the rest of the team gets grouped up. But for right now, I mean, Arcadia's has 4 ultimates online to NGIT's 3, unless it's going to be 4 soon, sure enough. But
yeah, it will be 4 soon. And it's just tough because you see the snowball effect of push coming through right now. Even though they won this fight, they're going to have to win 2 or 3 more to get enough push on this cart to try and challenge NJIT's progress.
Oh, the Deadeye though gets Weewoo Chu, and then Torara with the Coalescence follow-up as well. And that's a lot of damage done from this team. So the Tac Visor being pulled on both sides, and plenty of ultimates, if you will. Sound Barrier, Coalescence, Deadeye, Tac Visor for Arcadia. NGIT pulls out 2 ults of their own, and yeah, it was just a plethora of ultimates, but Arcadia able to win the ult fight.
They do win the ult fight, but again, we gotta see them win a couple of these neutral fights. Now we see both teams with very few ultimates on the board. Weewoo Chu is gonna have the Ant Matrix up. Dubu is kind of close to the Blade, but really that's it. If Arcadia wants to take a map off of NJIT, they have to win a fight like this where neither team has many ultimates to work with.
Well, Arcadia's got a highlight though. They've got themselves the first checkpoint, so they've got themselves forward spawn. The question is, can they push it into the lead? 3:45 remaining on the clock until this game ends. Still plenty of time for Arcadia to try to make a move here as TW1 going into blood scratch mode and now finally moving up just a little bit, but they're holding around this corner fairly well. But the application matrix ready to go here for Weewoo Chu, see if they want to use it here in this fight. Dubu also having a Dragon Blade coming up in just a little while, but Arcadia giving some space just a little bit, and now that allows that application matrix to round the corner and give up a lot more space right on the bot.
Yeah, that is what you hate to see if you're Arcadia. 1 ultimate use from NJIT, and they are forced to give up so much space. With 3 minutes left on the clock, you're able to get a lot of progress on that bot, but the further away it moves from that barrier to push, the more work it's going to be from Arcadia.
Yeah, well, no sound barrier for the Graviton first shot. However, Dubu trying to make a difference. Boomerman versus Dubu. It's Dubu that wins with a Dragon Blade. 3 on the Dragon Blade, 2 only for the Tac Visor. And Dubu making the difference. 2 ultimates used to 1 ultimate, and NGIT advances on.
Ooh, nice 1v1 there from Dubu to take out Latrick as well. And now NJIT, you're going to have 3 ultimates here, including that grab. Twango used his in the last fight, so Nishinoya is going to be uncontested here. You will have to go through the beat from Crusher, but that should be able to get through that anyways with how much damage you are putting out here. And more cart progress here for NJIT, now over 90 meters.
93 meters to 71 on a lot of distance for Arcadia to get it back here. Sound barrier is invested on both sides of the Graviton Surge used by Nishinoya, only to get Twango caught up inside of it, so Twango's just going to stay alive there and keep pushing along with the team. Immortality Field invested here from Weewu, Achu, and Dubu. Now just dashing right into the team, taking down Latrick in the back line. And this Genji is so far into this team of Arcadia right now, trying to take down Pluderman, and it's going to go down immediately. And now it's more cart room for NJIT to push it.
Yeah, now we're starting to get to the situation where NJIT could actually finish this map here. We got a minute 30 on the clock, so they're in a very strong situation anyways. Arcadia has to win so many fights in a row to even get the bot back to start making progress again. But NJIT, they want to try and finish this a little early, go home maybe a minute early to try and prepare for their next matchup. They could try and push through with the amplification matrix from Weewu Achu. That might be the ultimate that finishes this.
Yeah, over 100 meters now. See if they want to finish this off early. Nishinoya gets the kill onto Latrick, so it's 4v5. Welcome to the stagger mode. It's desperation time for Arcadia, pulling out the application matrix earlier on. Pluderman's in their back line, or Pluderman's in the back, I should say, of their team, using the attack visor to get rid of the Immortality Field, and the rest of the team just hiding behind TW1 right now. Latrick just dives right in, and now it's in a situation where if you're the side of NJIT, again, trade fight's going their way, and Torara's making sure that they can complete the map. The only person left here is this Zarya, who does go down. It's stagger situation, 3 meters left. The Moira on will die right away. Just the Lucio left to go. No one's going to be able to get there, and right now it's looking very good for a full cap situation here for the side of NJIT. That's exactly what will happen. They complete the map with 20 seconds left to go, and the Wigglers bring out the broom out of the closet, advancing on to take on Harrisburg in the group.
And GG's in chat from both sides. A fantastic match to start the weekend off here in the CECC Open Qualifiers. And NJIT, I said at the start of this broadcast, Clutch Key, these are two teams that are sitting around the middle of the pack that really want to establish themselves as true players here. Because these aren't just the teams you're playing in this qualifiers. These are the teams that you're going to be playing against in Rutgers next month. So you want these teams to fear you going into that LAN event. And NJIT, the Wigglers, they are proving themselves as a player in this region. They showed a really good coordination, really good mastery of the comps they played. Very impressed with this squad coming out the gates.
And out of the gates, they are running and they are rolling. The Wigglers out with a 3-0 sweep. Win on Elios, win on Circuit Royale, and win on New Queen Street. Their next date is with Harrisburg in the next round of the in the next round of the CECC Group A stage here for the East region. We'll take a short break, come up with our next match, and we will see you on the other side of that break. You're watching the CECC East Qualifiers on ECAC.
Of all of Junker Queen's abilities, she has the ability to do a lot of damage, but some of that sustainability has kind of gone away. So face of a bunch of high mobility heroes like the Diva, the Song.
Back, and the Wigglers look to be in command right now. There's really no push coming out here. At the same time, you got the Dragon Blade coming out maybe to do some damage. Latrick does so, gets 2 kills on the dash, slash, and hack away here, and it will get flipped on over to the Knights of Arcadia.
It took here in the East Invitational, my bad.
98% and rolling here. Overtime clock will start to run. Self-destruct out for the start of it. EMP there as well. Gets 4 people inside of the EMP, and Arcadia just waits for death to arrive. It is a big EMP from Dubu, and the overtime clock will bleed out on the team kill. 100 to 40%. The Wigglers are off. Could be huge for them, but again, trades just happening. And right now for Arcadia, that's good news when Latrick's in the back line. And so with the Sombra now gone, Arcadia's going to get the first flip here on the Ruins. Rampant already has the Death Blossom available as well, so this is looking like all NGIT. Oh no, don't do this. The Twingo. Oh.
Just working off the Diva Bomb right now. I doubt it's going to be enough.
Well, it's not going to be enough. It's not even going to be a fight start here. Tarara with a triple kill on the Death Blossom. Good night for this fight right away. It's only 1 fight left.
And
NGIT is going to win this cleanly, 2-0, 100-40 on the well, 100-31 on the ruins, and it's all Wiggler. Usually a good pick here, but just to push in, and Zarya in general been very powerful, but Dubu with the first pick on to Chong, and that's going to be a trade-off though, because Pluderman's got one support and one DPS of their own. It's looking pretty good in a 3v3 situation here, but...
So you have a really good opportunity here.
Well, Gravitic fucks this up. That forces out the sound barrier, though. Pluderman does get the kill onto Dubu, but it's traded out immediately by Stormton. The grabs on Surges in, gets a few people in, but a great throwdown of the Immortality field by Weewu. A shoot should not matter, though. Only 2 people left to go on this point, as it's just a Sigma and a Baptiste. And it's just a sleeping Sigma right now, just snoozing away. And this should be first point capped on the side of Arcadia.
Gun from Nishinoya very early on, setting the tone for the fight. Pluderman already down.
Yeah, you only really need one pick here to win.
From Tarawa, you also have the Shatter from Twango coming up in just a moment. So if there's any time for Arcadia to do it, it's now.
Well, let's see if it is now. The Earth Shatter does come out. That's 2 people down, and Chunk's going to take advantage of it right away. And so this team from Arcadia...
Okay, now I can get a blade off for free. It's a weird sort of standoff we've got going on right now.
Oh, got canceled! 99 tries to use the beat, but he gets killed before it even happens. Oh, no! Walk away the blade used for insurance, and they will not complete the map. 42.36 meters, 2 points. Some alt points, but on the other hand, it's doing a lot of damage to your team. Pluderman hits another one onto Weewu too, and that's another backup here. Oh my gosh, Pluderman, stop it, stop it. It's just a massacre. They're just holding off for right now. They can't, they're just watching their death. It's gonna be on match point after winning this game on Circuit Royale 32 with convincing fashion.
Going to take the lead and try and push on this advantage as much as possible. Especially with the 3 ultimates they're going to have coming up in just a moment. So they're going to have Tac Visor through the Amp Matrix. This is deadly.
Yeah, they respect the window, but not in the biggest difference here. Leclerc also having that EMP available. The Graviton Surge is out for Twango, but no kills, no follow-up there. The EMP now from NGIT along with the Graviton Surge. Is this going to be a follow-up win for them? There's the Death Blossom out from Pluderman, which does find Bunker Horse, but traded out immediately, and another trade fight happening. But Arcadia is trying to shut this down, and right now, Dubu does make that, or Twango makes that happen with that final blow, and so the robot goes their way. Arcadia is going to, in the meantime, for NJIT, so they'll back off knowing that they don't have another Immortality field for another couple seconds. However, Dubu trying to make a difference with the Dragon Blade, gets Crusher, gets the trick, and more distance coming up for NJIT. Dubu flipping the switch there.
So good from NJIT. Dubu actually went down early, very close to one of their own, and will get it up, but the aggression from Twango on this fight should be enough.
Yeah, so Twango. Oh, the Deadeye though gets Weewu Chu, and then Torara with the Coalescence follow-up as well. And that's a lot of damage done from this team, so the Tac Visor being pulled on both sides, and plenty of ultimates, if you will. Sound Barrier, Coalescence, Deadeye, Tac Visor for Arcadia. And
a lot of progress on that bot, but the further away it moves from that barrier to push, the more work it's going to be from Arcadia.
Yeah, well, no sound barrier for the Graviton Push. However, Dubu trying to make a difference. Boomerman versus Dubu. It's Dubu that wins with a Dragon Blade. Just the Lucio left to go. No one's going to be able to get there, and right now it's looking very good for a full cap situation here for the side of NGIT. That's exactly what will happen. They complete the map with 20 seconds left to go, and the Wiggler.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff,
Ring that's still maybe solo style play or just high mechanics play, but in just immediate response to one another's actions. I feel like that's something that could be used, and Alvernia maybe could do the same here.
Oh, they certainly did find the pass, and honestly, the dunk might as well be the shot. Tab able to chase this one down. Poor JK Fachizzle. They seem like they have everything covered, but that is not the deflection they anticipated.
And that's something, hey, get single tap after, get a challenge, win the challenge game. Alvernia, they did that in game number 1. They are trying to do it here in our next odd numbered game here in this series. Appreciate everyone that's here today as we're witnessing the CECC East Open Qualifiers. Trying to see who will be able to make it to the top bracket after group stage play. Bozy, good control off the tip of the nose in the open minute, has been able to find the Golden Wolves with 1 on the scoreboard. Aoka, this one drops down. You're talking about team play. Well, get faster, Alvernia. You can be able to cut those off. You just have to read that much more perfectly. But perfect is pressure. That's what they're going to have to put themselves through. And they're able to do the exact same thing. Tav with a put back in. And that is 2.
And Tav's saying, I got you, buddy. Don't worry about it, because this shot from Thrift, they have a tough angle, and they're trying to get it in, but as soon as their head drops from the shame, missing that close angle of the shot, it picks right back up, because that is why your teammates are there. They got you when you're down, and Lackawanna, now they're going to focus on. They're very much down, barely a minute in, and they are already behind by 2. So all that success from the previous game has just simply eroded, and now they need to figure out some way back in. That infield pass might be the way, but maybe not that time.
Ooh. Oh, what?
Okay, well, as I say that, everything parted like the Red Sea from the Golden Wolves. This pass came middle, and I guess Bozy might be as surprised as anyone that this finds its way through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, defender just kind of stuck to the corners. Like a little bit of extra Gorilla Tape was stuck on the bottom of his wheels and couldn't quite move. And then just looking forward to get rid of Thrift, who otherwise was the final challenger, but he was rotating into his box. Thrift actually climbing the ladder, looking to dunk it, but they double commit. Bozy gets credit on the clear and save, but it's all 3. Now in the corner, Lackawanna could be quickly punished for this one, but they do elevate the ball. So you have to go a little bit more vertical. And so far, Lackawanna has been able to find these drifts, these moments, these just tiny bits of space to work around Alvernia, who are consistently just challenging. I mean, it's not exactly full demo play, but they're just going in and taking away the easy feed and pass rotations out of Lackawanna.
And looks like we will be able to see decent continuation of pressure from Lackawanna. So despite giving up that goal, those goals, it seems like they're right back in the hunt, and you can't place it any better than that. JK for Shizzle into the top right. The defense just staring at it.
That's because Thrift went up, kind of did that little hover dance you do. You take that single hop, and you're like, yeah, and then they boost back to the ground. And though it was found by, I guess, a late communicated save. I think that was Tav that initially put it back. But since the second offender that was on the ground was already elevated, they're unable to get back to it in time. And JK for Shizzle will put this into a 2-2 tie ball game. We're tied in game number 3, the midway mark of our best of 5 here in our upper winners round 2 for Group D. That's a big demo through the fire and the flames. JK for Shizzle does press forward, and all of a margin of 1 is all you need for either of these teams. Take that lead and maybe start working towards match point.
I'm starting to really enjoy Lackawanna's defensive structure in that even when the counter does come in, they're not trying to clear it. They just hold it up just slightly to make sure Alvernia has to kind of sigh, say, oh, that's an annoying touch. And then they slow down. Then they have to get back on defense. And then it seems like Lackawanna, with that delay, can move forward, build something organic, much like this shot on target, forcing an awkward commit. And you're not going to have an easier finish all day if you're Aoka.
That's the second time that's happened. But you know, it's kind of that no man's land right between. You have the ground defender at the post, and then you have the backboard defender. Tav has been kind of at that mark. A little bit ball chasey, a little bit kind of that has that extra speed and the must go fast style about him, but that has to be communicated, and you must immediately honor, say, hey, mine, yours, whichever that comms is going to be. I'm not going to fake it like I have it, but that's going to be a bouncing shot. JK for Shizzle finds a nice ground pinch. This one hops right over the backline defender, and that'll be another one to extend their lead. What a great touch.
And I think so much about defense, thinking about what happens afterwards. The problem is you usually think of plays as isolated events, in that you see JK Shizzle go for that aerial, and then I'm sure the defender's thinking, all right, he's done. I have to get the ball now. That first challenge came through, but little does he know that was only the beginning. Nice touch, and speaking of, it's only the beginning of this game. It feels like as we enter the final 90 seconds, it is far from over. Vernie answers right back off a kickoff. Valence picking out Tav on a dime of a pass to bring it back within 1.
We had 5 goals shared in the first game, and all of a few for Lackawanna that just shut down Alvernia. Now we got 7 from the kickoff. Another, they will. Thrift with a great double tap read off of the post. That one's such a tight angle, and all of a sudden, we think it's some sort of lead that can be held for long, but nope, kickoffs say otherwise.
Honestly, as I look at that one, this might have actually been calmed from Alvernia. This is something that is a high risk, high reward strategy, but you saw Thrift actually take that on the cheetah, but the player on kickoff going forward and then deliberately slowing down at the last second, taking the side of their car and flipping into it instead of the front, which then kills the ball, keeps it in place, pretty much tees it up for their opponent, or rather for their following player. So really well worked from Alvernia, and you see the coordination happening at all levels. I wanted to see more teamwork. I didn't expect for it to happen in that fashion, and now with everything to play for, they're hunting for the lead. Nearly goal number 5 for the lead. Not going to be getting that off. The back pass might keep it active for now, but Lackawanna structure remaining firm. They do not want to have this game fall from their grasp.
It's so much momentum to carry into game number 4, especially when you have that match point. Someone will fall short. You know what? They heard your coaching from the booth. They said, you know what? Passing plays, or at least something relative to them, be them those high-risk styles, or being able to just find each other in lateral space. 4-4, the 9th goal. This game could be the last one we need, be it an OT or regulation. Alvernia on the press. Have a double commit. Tab will stay low. No one's there. It's on target. Oh, that one will be skipped around the perimeter. We will hear the clang. Not quite on the bang. Double tap, and that goes high and out. That one should have been in, but couldn't squeeze past their car, and now Bozy in a difficult position.
And so much so that he's going to be sent into the Shadow Realm with that demo. Now Aoka with a 50, or what he thought could have been one. It's going to skip to the corner. He will pinch that middle. Tab actually forced out Bozy and JK to get the read. Neither of them touch it, and they are fortunate that we had no time on the clock in regulation. OT required to tear these two teams apart. What a series this is turning into with match point to play for.
I didn't think that we'd get this much offense all the time, and especially after Lackawanna really was able to contain the beast that is this pack of Golden Wolves. Wolves have been able to showcase that they have comeback mentality. Oh, able to just elevate it enough. Aoka, they have to get back to it, and that is a great touch by Bozy, screaming into their net. The undercut shovel touch. This goes to the crossbar. Overrunning it is Thrift. They find actually themselves demoed by JK for Shizzle. Didn't realize they had that much momentum from the opposite side. So, a whirlwind of action here, Taco, in the first half minute of play and more, but it feels like Alvernia is just trying to go and sledgehammer that door down.
Yeah, but they got to make sure they're precise. That touch is not going to be it. JK off the backboard, no double, leaving it for Aoka, who actually I think might have double committed earlier on just off camera, so they're only able to tap to the sideline, which gives way potentially for Thrip and Taff to do some damage. They were looking for the pinch. They're not going to find it. Even on the counter, Aoka might have picked out that back post. He has done it before. He's going to do it again, this time for a Game 3 victory.
Oh, you got to feel for the mid lineman. That was just too much, and it was ended up being a giveaway. I think that was Valence that allowed for Aoka to just spin off the wall, have enough velocity to put it at the furthest point of attack possible from that backside rotation on defense. So it will now be Lackawanna on match point, but I mean, these two teams, it's a thin razor margin of error and difference between them. It was Alvernia that had to come back to even sort out this situation in the first place, but it was just high velocity for the final, 3 minutes of play, maybe the entire time.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes from just quick bouts of goals, and I think a lot of things can be said when you have a high-scoring game. You're saying, wow, the offense is playing great, they're doing fine, but then my question is always saying, why are there so many goals going through? And I start to look deeper into that, and I got to say, Alvernia's goals, they work them well, but on the defensive structure, there's too many goals where they're just caught out, cheating a little bit too far on the near post, or on that last one, everybody rotating to the same side. They're doing a half rotation to get a dunk, and instead, they suffer the dunk. Goes all the way through. These are preventable. You don't have to press that in the midfield. You can use your numbers advantage to slow down the play, then get a slower clear. And I'm not necessarily saying the impulsivity is their downfall here in that game, but it's certainly not helping things, particularly because now in this next 5 minutes, that might be the last 5 minutes you get in this series. If you'll Alvernia, you got to force a game 5 and keep your chances alive.
Lackawanna, will they have the method to beat Alvernia's madness? It really has felt like Alvernia is just an untamed beast, ready to pounce whenever they can. Lackawanna, they've got that flight pattern as the Falcons have been able to really kind of see the field for what it is. Who will have that better measure? Valence, nice over the top cut. Tav though, from the top rope, trying to put it through. That one will fall short. I gotta think that was calculated because it allows for a second advance. No dice, as that one just finds all the defenders immediately responding. Aoka to the backboard. No one on that defense yet. They're able to find a deflection. First minute of play has had a lot of shots on both sides.
Yeah, but I really like this approach from Lackawanna, and this is not the first time that I've seen Aoka take a backboard play or go for the double or go for an air dribble, and even though it's not going in, it forces the defense to take it as seriously as possible, and in that, it forces them to use a lot of their boost to get up for it. It forces a potential double commit, and also, if they don't get that 50, it can get put in a real dangerous position, much like that pass. Aoka off of the post, luckily. Bozy says, don't worry, lads, I'm in the support role, and I got this goal for you.
I'm the trash man, and I'm taking out the garbage you left behind. But guess what? It turns into goal, and that'll be one man's trash becoming their treasure. Lackawanna one up right now in game number 4. Again, they can be able to take this series in this game if they are able to win it out. Alvernia, they have had the comeback mentality to really get back into the pace of play as long as they don't allow themselves to be under the thumb of these Falcons, which I don't think Falcons have thumbs, but if they grew them, I'm sure they would be there on top of the Wolves' heads. Either way, Tav is trying to work it into the corner as Bozy is tumbling around.
Tumbling around indeed, and so too are the defense from Alvernia, trying to make sure all these mixtures of movements are going to work out in their favor. So far, it is certainly using Lackawanna as they're not able to get forward onto attack, and now they have to double commit on defense. Long ball into the air for Valence to just tap back on. Does force a save, but where is the follow through? There it is. Thrift onto the backboard again. Gets saved last second from Aoka. And even though it seems a bit scattered at times, Lackawanna getting the touches that they need. Defense will hold, and apparently so too will the lead for now. And I don't think we'd expect anything else from this series. Still a very tense 1-goal affair 2 minutes in.
I feel like Tav lives more on the wall than he does on the ground. It's a game of the floor is lava, and he kind of just lives on that perimeter, which is consistently getting really clean, at least consistent challenge touches for Alvernia to really kind of progress from, be it defensively or offensively. But it's also presented a couple of communication issues if they're not talking as fast. I feel like Tav is trying to outpace us when it comes to the amount of words that comes away from him. But it's going to be JK Fashizzle. Goes out to the top of the box, and look at that tackle. That happened all the way in the opposite corner. That opens up some space, but it's Tab from the opposite end. Working against Bozy. Look at the 50-50 ball, man. It will be put off target. Bozy finds just enough to put it into the corner.
And that's a great way to be able to use your individual skill to be able to make your team play shine. As we saw that pass go into the middle. It's not an immediate shot, but then it goes off the sidewall. They get a 50 in near the goal, and they crash. It didn't work out for Alvernia, but I think that is the seed. They need to make sure they plant in their minds, make sure they use their strengths to the highest efficacy possible. Another direct shot they're taking, and it will not work out. And now, a little bit of double commit. Is that an open net? Indeed, it is. JK, he's not missing from there.
I was starting to feel like this was a double-edged sword that Alvernia was living by. They go fast. They basically have taken the leash off of Tav and said, go. Just go. Get out there. Play. And in so doing, the rotations were starting to be a little bit suspect, as he's kind of on top of both the second and third man at times, and that created a gap as that shot came from outside going in. So 2-0 right now, but we've seen the likes of Alvernia be able to get back into the thick of things. Sub 100 seconds to go. That one will be off target. A great second effort and attempt to be able to find at least their first goal. They've got to do even more now here in the last 90 seconds.
We will see a long roller down, and this is, well, where I'm always the most interested in the psychological state of the players, because you're down by 2. You have about 100 seconds on the clock, and you're thinking to yourself, all right, well, I can press up. I can be really aggressive, but how aggressive do I need to be without giving up an easy counterattack goal? Apparently, Alvernia has found at least the initial balance they're going to go with. And the shot is going to leave a lot to be desired. I like the back pass, but maybe not the distance the player had to travel for it. Bozy cuts that one out into the ceiling. Well worked from Aoka, because that's another clear to waste out even more precious time off this clock.
Lackawanna is just making more clean and consistent and precise successive touches. That one goes to the crossbar and out. Looking for the pancake to slow it down. Look at the rotation, though. Everyone's escaping. They are so desperate for boost. They're just trolling around the perimeter for only 100s. No one going for the small pass to just stay in the zone and keep the offense rolling. Jacob Fashizzle is basically by himself. Has so much time to clear this out, and it's forcing the payment 4 seconds, and the premium is too high for Alvernia to really afford if they want to stay in the series with only a quarter of a minute to go.
And unfortunately, we will be seeing another clear go through, and they're trying to chase it down, but they need to score before 0 seconds. That miss might keep things alive as they're diving at it. Same with 2 players from Lackawanna. A clanger to the backboard, a shot follow-up, but the clock has expired, and so too will the series for Alvernia. A valiant effort, but Lackawanna Falcons just too strong in the end.
Falcons taking it 3-1 in series play, and the Golden Wolves will have to try again. We're still in group stages, and Group D has a couple of really good.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And you know, us as well as all of our brand partners that we work with really recognize this. And I think that's really, you know, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, you know, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team.
Welcome back, everybody, in here for the CECC East Qualifiers. Clutch Key alongside, dividing with you. And we're actually going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to go back into Group A here, where the last winners, the NJIT Wigglers, sweeping the side of the Arcadia, NJIT Wigglers now taking on Harrisburg inside of their next match. So Harrisburg, a top team, and dividing, you know about them.
Yeah, I know a little bit about them. Harrisburg has been a pillar of the collegiate Overwatch community for years now, hosting their HOE Fests every year at the beginning of the year, and they are constantly at the top teams in the entire country. Of course, headlined by Elk, who is a former Overwatch League player, is on this squad, as well as several contenders tier 2 caliber teams. So NJIT, we did just see them take out Arcadia, but my goodness, taking on Harrisburg is going to be another challenge entirely for the squad. It's going to be a massive test for NJIT to see if honestly, even if they can hold up to this level of talent.
Yeah, so we'll see. Harrisburg wins this. They're inside of the bracket as a top 8 contender. But for the side of the Wigglers of NJIT, needed to win this, of course, to advance. If not, they drop down for a rematch inside of the group against the team from Arcadia. The Knights will have a rematch with them if the Wigglers lose. Taking a look at the lineup here, both sides, Nishinoya, Dubu, Torara, Wiwu, Chu, and Bunker Horse on the side for the NJIT Wigglers. For the side of the for Harrisburg, Elk, like you were saying, on the squad, as well as Chef Big Dog, Akawa, Noxious, and Divio. So there's going to be a lots of things going on here for Harrisburg. We'll see how they show up. And like you're saying, number 2, or rather one of the top teams in the nation here, and they've held so many things. And we know how big of a team this is inside of the community of Overwatch. Of course, featured on a lot of things as well, former Overwatch League player as well. So advantage-wise, yeah, pretty much Harrisburg should have the advantage in this matchup, no?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I would love to see NJIT come out here and really take it to Harrisburg. My job as an analyst is to set up the games realistically before they happen. Harrisburg, 19 times out of 20, they 3-0 this game. I'm being totally honest, and that's not a diss on NJIT. We did just see them play very well in the match before this. This is just so much higher of competition coming out from Harrisburg. It's going to be so tough for NJIT to go up against this. But hey, this is a fantastic challenge for this squad. They've earned the opportunity to face Harrisburg by beating Arcadia here. You get a nice gauge going into the bracket rounds of how you stack up compared to this team. And who knows, maybe NJIT, they'll surprise us a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if Harrisburg comes out swinging, and if NJIT can handle the swings that Harrisburg is coming out. By the way, as a heads up for those, we'll get back to Group B with Fisher and the winner of that one in a little while. They are in Mount 4 right now. We'll get to those as soon as we can. But Akawa coming out very early on with Doomfist that gets reworked here for the tank position, and already gets an early pick off here. So Akawa looking very good on this Doomfist. Doomfist, not so much of a popular pick that we've seen so far in these games, but starting off on the right foot there. They'll trade off Akawa, though. Wiwu does get the final blow in this case, but for the team of Harrisburg, staying up top, and it is NJIT that gets first split point, although not really going to help you out when Terrara does go down. Terrara pretty much the one of the stars of that last game, especially back on Elios on this map, playing that Reaper. But for right now, it's looking like Harrisburg back in control. Doomfist just slamming right back on in. Devo out of mech, and right now NJIT just scrambling all over to see if they can control the point. It just won't happen.
You do see the high risk, high reward of Doomfist to start off that fight. Akawa was able to slam and immediately get the first kill, but if you don't have a good escape plan, it's very easy for you to get caught out here on this Doomfist. So gets taken out early, so that is why we see NJIT is able to get first point capture, get 23% and counting on the point, but now Harrisburg does have control. They do have the EMP from Divio coming up in a second, and everyone else on the side of Harrisburg is 60 to 70 to even 80% of the way to their own ults.
Oh, there's the EMP coming out from Divio, and that's going to help them out immensely with Noxious on the disruptor shot with a big picks. Huge there for Harrisburg and a quick win.
That was just instant. They used the EMP, and then everyone from NJIT was dead. That is actually wild. And now Divio feeling himself a little bit, going to be going basically into the spawn, trying to get an assassination kill. Like we said, Sombra gets 40% more healing on a character that she has hacked, so her assassination ability is really, really good right now. Wasn't able to get it done quite then, but Divio's going to be trying for it more and more.
Yeah, pair that up with the shots coming out from Noxious. Now 4 ultimates up for Harrisburg. NJIT coming up on 2 of their own, or maybe 3 in fact, with the sound barrier coming up as well, but really no answers thus far. Just trying to find a way to maybe push in, trying to find a way to push this Doomfist right now. This Doomfist is going to dive right in. Dubu deflects the shot! Oh no! Noxious just gets capped by the deflection there. The Transcendence now invested by Chef Big Dog to help the team out. Now the sound barrier coinciding with that for NJIT. Elk in a lot of trouble, down to 50 health, somehow stays alive for a little while. And they are fighting pigs still. Harrisburg, despite the start against Noxious, now Noxious having to be overclocked, up and ready, takes down Weewood 2, and now that's in Lucio and Diva in so much trouble. They're not going to be able to win this fight out. 95% and rolling, not really going to be able to find a touch, and that will be point cap on the Lighthouse for Harrisburg.
You know, it was a really nice overclock there from Noxious to bring it back. You did just get clipped, though. Like, you're going to end up on Dubu's highlight montage, and, you know, so who's the real winner here? I feel like being put on Twitter and saying, ha, I just reflected a railgun shot onto one of the top teams in the country. Hey, Dubu, you got that going for you, but overall it was a pretty easy win for Harrisburg there. Even after losing characters early, they were able to stay around in the fight. This is something we see from a lot of really top teams. Even when they seem to be on the ropes, they find a way to stay alive and keep on making opportunities for themselves until they're eventually able to take the point anyways. That is exactly what we saw from them that time around. And we're going to be seeing pretty much the same stuff from Harrisburg. It's still that Doomfist. We do see Elk move on to the Ana this time around, so maybe some nano-boosted Doomfist might be in our near future.
Hey, I don't think we've seen the Ana the entire time we've been here thus far. I mean, through 3 maps, through the 4th map as well. I don't think we've seen an Ana all this time, but now the Ana finally gets pulled out, and Nishinoya out of mech very early on. And just going to be forced back just a little bit inside of the spawn room. But if you're a Kawa right now, you're really liking this positioning. You get the slam down on 3 people. Also a hacked Lucio. They do flip the point, and this Lucio also bionated too, in so much trouble in the side room. And Elk getting that sleep dart as well. Very nice sleep dart onto Toraro. But once again, it's another fight here for Harrisburg that's in their favor.
Yeah, Harrisburg are looking very strong now. Noxious and Divio on the Tracer Sombra, respectively, is going to be such a problem for NJIT. They're going to be getting around to the back so often, peppering in damage onto those support characters. It is so much that NJIT have to deal with at once, especially when Akawa is being so aggressive in this Doomfist. You got pressure from the front, pressure from the back, pressure from the sides. It is just so difficult to hold up against this onslaught coming up from Harrisburg.
Give me this to our production. Might want to give me the replay code because I want to see how this Doomfist is played. I love playing tank on Overwatch too. So the Doomfist coming out, and it's kind of impressive to watch, especially with one of the top teams in the nation, Hirakawa, with a rocket punch on right away here with 52% and rolling. Another quick fight win here for Harrisburg, showing off why they're one of the top in the nation.
Yeah, doesn't get much better than that from Harrisburg. 1 EMP, 1 fight win coming out from them, and they are going to have all 4 of their other ultimates available to try and really just shut the door on this Ilios map. NJIT only has a Coalescence to work with, and uh-oh, here comes Divio again. Has I think gotten for the nice reaction timing there from Weewood actually able to fade out of the way before the hack came out, so nicely done from them. Avoids the assassination yet again from the Sombra.
Here's Akawa, back line. Doomfist tries to get over the roof and just hiding for right now. Transcendence being used by Chef Big Dog, maybe to pull away some of the attention or to save Elk, whichever one it was. But 97%. Somebody from NJIT's got a touch here. I don't think anybody is. They were all in the side room and nobody touches at all. So Harrisburg with a clean well and a 123 Lighthouse, and gives them the first map win here in this round.
Play of the game.
Yeah, and that is about how you expect it to go when you've got a team as good as Harrisburg. This is a top 5, I would say a lot of people say top 3 collegiate program in the entire country, and they made it look easy right there. Playing a comp that I think honestly isn't very meta. I think it was everyone playing the heroes that they wanted to play. Not throwing by any means. They were clearly trying very hard on the heroes they were playing. They just weren't really playing the meta, and they still made it look easy because that's just the caliber of team we have here in Harrisburg.
Yeah, and Harrisburg, again, one of the, like you were saying, we keep mentioning one of the top teams in the nation, proving it right there again. 123 in the Lighthouse, 100 to nothing on the well. So
man,
a great match there from Harrisburg, only giving up 23%. But hey, if you're NGIT playing against the top team, you've got 2 highlights. One, you got 23% off of Harrisburg, and number 2, you got that deflect on to Noxious as well from Dubu. So hey, one for the highlight reel. And we are getting word right now that we are going to actually switch on over from this game, and we go back to our regular scheduled match. When we come back, we'll take a short break, but NCJIT Shy Guys winning their match. They will take on Fisher on the other side of the break. You're watching the CECC East Qualifiers right here on ECAC.
You're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before, and that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning, comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, keep, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on.
Welcome back, everybody, inside here for the CECC East qualifiers. We jump from Group A into Group B now, where we have the winners matchup between Fisher College, who had the first round bye in the Group B, taking on side the NJIT team of Shy Guys. Remember, there's 3 teams here, one in each group for NJIT. You have the Wigglers, which we saw in Group A. Shy Guys going to come up here in Group B, and I believe it's the Troopas that's in Group C as well. So 3 very interesting team names. Not of the Blizzard Activision world, of the more of the Super Mario world, if you will. But
hey, we just got the Mario movie trailer coming out. Maybe that's where the inspiration came from.
Truly the inspiration, and maybe Chris Pratt also, if you're watching this. No, I'm just joking. But anyways, yeah. So coming up next, Shy Guys taking on Fisher College, and for Fisher, team that gets the bye here, of course, we had 3 teams in Group A and Group B, and then Group C has the 4 teams. But for the 2 teams of Group A and Group B, has the first round bye, and for obvious reasons, they are one of the top seeds that we know of.
Yeah, I mean, everything that I said about Harrisburg going into the last match that we were in, the same goes for Fisher. This is a team that's been around. They're kind of the spiritual successor to Bay State, if you remember that team from last year. That was a top 5 collegiate program. They've just kind of got, I don't know the exact logistics of it, but they are all under a new name now in Fisher Esports, and this is a squad that has really proven themselves to be some of the best in the business. The Bay State squad, I believe, came in like top 4, top 3 in the Atlanta LAN last year. So this is like a squad that is really, really, really good. I think, do we have the rosters up? Do we have the rosters ready to go? Because I mean, there are some players on these squads that are really, really good and are really established in the tier 3, even tier 2 communities.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rosters real quick for both sides. We'll start off with Fisher here. Neb, Carter Enos for the start. Abs, Abid Shudri. Also there, Faded, Adam Bramwell, Avani Ramatar, and Forgotten Angelo Armijo. So 5 names, some of them recognizable to you, dividing here for Fisher.
Oh, yeah. Abs is in specific someone that has been playing in Contenders Europe a lot, along with Team I believe was the team he played for a while. So crazy Contenders experience coming out from them. Forgotten is someone that has had some Contenders experience. Neb has really been rising throughout the ranks throughout the last little bit, has been playing, I believe played with ISU for their Contenders run recently, back now with Fisher College. By the way, shout out to Neb's mom, Neb's family. They're very active on Twitter and supporting their son throughout the esports endeavor. So love to see supportive esports parents out there.
Yeah, you'd love to see a lot of the support there for esports, especially with family. Other players, by the way, for Fisher, Depresso, Kabe, Mikan, and Keller also on this list. Going on over now to the other side, the NJIT Shy Guys team. Here's your starters for this second team from NJIT that we've seen. Mary Meg from Ryan Tomback, Anthony Caruso, known as ANSI 3519, Benjamin Tang, Tetris, different game, but Hey, we like the reference there. Colin Jones, Ash Greninja 1, and Iman Mangukia, Monkey Balls for NJIT. So good starting lineup here as well for NJIT, and a lot of good players as well. If you can feel, like we were saying earlier, if you can field 3 teams for this tournament, you got a lot of good players on your hands.
And this is a team that actually, like we said, they're coming off a win in their initial match. They, I believe, won 3-1 against SUNY Polytechnic. So, you know, kind of the varsity team for that group ends up going down to the second team from NJIT. So there's a lot to be said about a team that is able to field at least two quality rosters to get to these winners finals group matches. So shout out to NJIT. This is a program that I didn't really know much about going into this weekend, but they are proving themselves as a school to watch.
Yep, Wigglers get their win 3-0 earlier on against Arcadia. Now the Shy Guys, it's up for them their turn to come up here in just a little while, taking on, like you were saying, one of the best coming up in Fisher, one of the top programs earlier on, like you said, from Bay State, moving on over to Fisher now. And so we will see how this game lines up for them. And in the meantime, though, again, you were saying SUNY Poly with the loss to the Shy Guys 3-1, so they will now play the loser of this match in the decider match coming up in a little while as well. But after this, we will take you guys to Group C in their decider match as well. But going into map here in just a couple of moments, it'll be Fisher in NJIT Shy Guys. And why not run it back on Ilios here? We start off with the Ruins.
I believe we're going to be starting off on Ilios throughout the day here, at least for the East qualifier. It's just going to be a nice constant to start the series off, see how these teams play under the same circumstances. And you know what? Everything that I was saying for the last match, the Harrisburg match, it all applies right here once again. Different teams, same story. NJIT Shy Guys, a fantastic opportunity to play against one of the top teams in the country right here, right now. And it is going to be just another level of competition that they're going to have to go up against here. It's going to be tough, but this squad is up for the challenge. And just like Harrisburg, I think they watched the Harrisburg stream here, Clutch, because Avani says, hey, you know what? I'll give the Doomfist a try as well.
Yeah, I like the Doomfist pick. Doomfist feels a lot more fun, and hey, that's just because I like to play tank now in Overwatch 2. But by the way, Kabe in starting lineup now for Fisher on their end, so we'll see Kabe on the Tracer. Bionate, great Bionate coming from Worse Than You, who is on the Ana here. Also another change in that lineup as well. For right now, though, Fisher does take first chalk at the point so far, and really just a quick cleanup from everybody on the team. In fact, that might be a team cleanup here for the side of Fisher College. That is, in fact, the case. The team kills to start for Fisher.
Yeah, nicely done there from Fisher. Really just wrapping around the NJIT squad with the Genji and the Tracer, two very maneuverable DPS players. It should be mentioned the new DPS passive, every elimination that these DPS gets, they get a slight speed and reload boost from both for a couple of seconds. Both Tracer and Genji benefit massively from that passive.
All right, we'll see what they want to do. I mean, we'll see if the NJIT team can make anything out of this, but right now, without an Ana, you're not going to get much heals other than Lucio coming in, and right now, Fisher just pushing NJIT to their limit, and they are not doing much of anything else. Avani with 2 kills on the Rocket Punch, and that serves to be a period for this team, if you will, for Fisher right now, because they're just making a statement, and they're just holding them right here in, wow, right underneath here.
Yeah, I mean, Forgotten has been such an insane assassin so far. These combos with the right clicks, going into the dash, going into the melee. This is someone who has mastered the Genji.
So there's a pulse bomb already, and again, this Ana just not having the greatest time at all. Not even building an ult. In fact, NJIT has not had a single ult this game. Not able to build it up at all. And look, Avani's playing touch the spawn room doors right now with this team of NJIT. The Shy Guys just have no response whatsoever.
Yeah, this is about what I was expecting when I saw this matchup. Fisher College touching the spawn doors right now. NJIT has the nano coming up from Worse Than You, but there's just so much they have to get through. Okay, there's a kill coming up from Tetris. A nice stick from that new grenade from Tetris is going to take the Genji out of the fight, but you still got to get a couple more kills, and you got to get to the point. 95% for Fisher.
Yeah, the funniest thing there was, and they are pretty much going to win this point here, no contest whatsoever. To get that kill, though, Forgotten does get stuck by Tetris, but then forgot to dash just right into Tetris to cost the kill on the trade. So that was a pretty good highlight in itself. But Falcons off to a fast start, a clean 100-0 to them in the ruins, and not a great map, if you will, for the Shy Guys, but like you were saying, kind of expected, if you will.
Yeah, and again, I really don't want to make it sound like I'm being tough on these NJIT squads in these matchups, because they seem like perfectly fine Overwatch teams. Fisher College and Harrisburg are just another level of competition, another level of skill from these teams. These guys have years of experience at very high tier Overwatch competition. They know how these characters work. They know how to get every ounce of value out of them. And because of that, you see these teams like Fisher and Harrisburg able to take these wins with seemingly very little effort.
Well, let's see how much effort NGIT puts in. This time they get Avani right away, so that's a huge pick for you. Angie switching on over to the Junker Queen right away. Cave able to take down Tetris, though, with that new grenade. And like we were saying, like, really, I mean, the flashbang is gone, but there's still a deadly grenade that does a lot of damage anyways. And now it's just Fisher College winning the trade fight right away, getting the Junker Queen down, getting both of the supports down, and Fisher College off to the right start again.
Yep, once again, Avani goes in a little bit too far. We saw that in the last match as well. The Doomfist is very easy to get caught out there if you go in a little bit too far like you did there, but the DPS from Fisher College are able to pull up the slack. Cave already 60% and counting on that Riptire. That could be massive going into this one. I am expecting that one to get at least one pick, probably more than that. As NJIT, they really want to try and push in behind the damage of this Junker Queen, but it's going to be really tough for ANC to get in that position.
Oh boy, that Warner just did not have a good time right there. And I don't think the person known as worse than you right now is just having a great time at all. Hasn't built up an ultimate yet this game, I should say. So 34% enrolling here. Another team kill for Fisher College, and it's not looking great for them, but they are, it's not to say that they are very close to breaking through. In fact, with, again, this Lucio taking down Avani, and that's a good start for them, and you take down the Genji that was Dragon Blading at the same time. So the advantage now in the hands of the Shy Guys as they try to push up as fast as possible before this Doomfist comes back into play. Junkrat, oh boy, that Junkrat just sitting all alone with the Riptire. Can they get in with it? Yep, gets two, and that will be the double kill. And that blade, or rather that dash for Astro Ninja will not matter anyways. They hold on.
Yeah, you do get the point flip there for NJIT, so you do manage to get something out of it. That's something that we see a lot from these high-tier squads. You know, they get to start spawn camping, and maybe they bite off a little more than they can chew. NJIT Shy Guy saying, hey man, you can spawn camp us a little bit, but maybe not for the entire map.
Oh, is that, oh my god, that's the Lucio off the map. Tetris also goes down as well. Avani's getting every kill possible, and it's another team kill for Fisher. Avani's just going to stay here at the spawn doors. It's another touch the spawn door challenge here for Fisher. It's not looking great for NJIT. Now switching on over to the Orisa, maybe to get a little more shield in. And Neb is going to sound barrier right by the spawn door. I believe catches 3 people in it for the team. And that sound barrier proves useful. Nobody's going to be able to touch the point. Anyways, it's a 100-0 on the Ruins, 100-11 on the Lighthouse. A nearly clean game, but Fisher taking the map 2-0.
And it goes pretty much as you expect it to if you were looking at the analytics going into this one. Fisher College are just so incredibly good. Doesn't matter what they play, they're able to make it work. And they should be able to cruise to a top seed here in the bracket. I believe this is the only match they have to play in the group stage. If they win this one, that is, they'll just be into the bracket stage in that top 3 seed. Basically guaranteeing themselves a top 8 slot and a spot in the Rutgers land. So really got to make sure that, you know, you don't get too ahead of yourself. We saw that one fight lost there from Fisher where they got a little bit too cocky, got into those spawn doors a little bit too hard. You got to make sure, you know, you still got to win this game in order to secure that spot for yourself. So, you know, don't take too much from the NJIT Shy Guys, because it's been shown that, you know, if you give too much to them, they will take advantage.
Yeah, and it's not too bad either. Again, you're already, if you're the Shy Guys in this group as well, just because you're taking on Fisher doesn't mean the tournament's over for you. You still got the group seeds to get through as well. And even if they do fall here to the side of Fisher, you still got to get through. You still play SUNY Poly. All these teams, all 10 teams in these groups get in to the knockout rounds. It's just a matter of which two teams from the 10 teams are going to be out of that top 8 land, heading on over to Rutgers later on November 5th and 6th. But for right now, if you're Fisher, you're sitting pretty. For the Shy Guys, you really got not much to worry about except for that rematch against SUNY Poly, who's probably watching this matchup right now, taking notes on how to defeat this team to get a seed that is going to clinch a spot inside of Rutgers University in November. But for right now, again, if you're just joining us, Fisher taking on NGIT. Fisher up 1-0, winning on the Ruins 100-0, and on the Lighthouse 100-11 as well. And we talk about the next map coming up here, which is going to be Escort. And if you're the NGIT Shy Guys, map pick is important, but against a team like Fisher, I mean, from what you see, even if it's just one map, is there a map that Shy Guys can pick to maybe give themselves a little bit more of a highlight reel?
Oh man, it is going to be kind of tough just because no matter what Fisher plays, they will probably have the advantage, at least just like an SR and an overall skill. We're looking into what is it next? It's Escort, right?
Yes, Escort will be in the next map.
Yeah. In that case, we saw the Circuit Royale. Maybe if you get yourself in an opportunity to get the sight lines, all you need to do is hit one shot with the Widowmaker to get a kill on one of the best players in Collegiate. So there's the highlight reel moment for them. Dorado, Route 66 give them the opportunity as well. If you want to play more of a divey composition against this team, you could go for a Gibraltar as well. I've just named all the maps, so you could pick any of them. That's my answer.
Yeah, it really could be any of them just to find an advantage onto it. And we'll find out in just a couple of moments what the matchup will be here for this team from NGIT Shy Guys. And like we were saying, it could be really just any map, honestly. And you named all of them. Circuit Royale, of course, the newest map to join the pool here for Overwatch 2. We saw it back in the betas, and the first 2 betas especially. So teams may have had a little bit more experience, not like Paraíso, even though that's a hybrid map, which we'll see later on. But it's not like these maps that have just come out, unlike, Esperanza that's been out, or Paraíso as well that's been out only for maybe one beta as well. But Circuit Royale, kind of a known thing, and we know what Overwatch League has brought out on that as well, and more of a defensive-sided map, if you will. So really could be for Shy Guys, it's just pick one at random, if you will, really. And it will be Circuit Royale that we go to. So we will see the newest map of the Escort pool coming out for this match. So NGIT Shy Guys, maybe looking to play those long sidelines. Maybe Pluterman is subbing in somehow. We don't know. But
I think he's a little busy with Harrisburg right now. So.
Well, maybe in between matches. I mean, we don't know, but we'll give you an update as we go along here throughout the rest of the time as well. And it's, of course, we are in the Group B winners matchup right now. We'll get to the Group C decider match later on as well in the day. But for right now, we'll see where everybody lands up, and especially going down into bracket C. This is going to be a good one when we get to that decider match. Group C, we do have an update though. Penn State does defeat St. Rose in that Group C 3-0 in that sweep. So Pace drops down. Pace did lose to the College of St. Rose though. So coming up will be between College of St. Rose taking on the winner of Pace and the Koopa Troopa. So this will be an interesting matchup when we get down there into Group C in that decider match for that seed. In the meantime, though, heading into Circuit Royale, what do you like about this map?
I mean, we saw it last time around. We saw how good it is for those sniper characters, the Widowmakers, the Hanzos. But if you're able to close the distance on them effectively, you do a very good job of being able to limit the amount of damage that they can do. So I think that there is definitely a shot here for maybe, like you said, some highlight reel plays coming out from the Shy Guys. If they have a solid Widowmaker player on this roster, I think they could definitely get a couple of shots. I'm also curious to see if maybe Fisher wants to maybe put in a swap. Generally, when I've watched this team in the past, they have put in Depresso on a lot of sniper maps. Tends to be a really good Widowmaker player for the team. Forgotten is definitely no slouch himself, but definitely an option for the squad if you want to give another team a couple of reps going into this one. Haven't heard anything about a swap yet, but that is just what I have seen in the past from this team.
Yeah, and no substitutions to take of note. So the same lineup that we've had last time. We'll come back in for this one. Avani and Cape. Avani, you're going to have the Doomfist. There is a sub, in fact, actually, now that I'm being told. And that I believe is going to be Mirimeg is in for the Sigma here for NJIT Shy Guys. So a little bit of a switch up, if you will, on the tank end. So that is your only sub. Fisher going to stick with the same thing. Avani and Cape, Forgotten, Abs, and Neb will stay the same. Although a little bit of a different lineup, if you will, if Fisher does keep this defensive side, which it looks like they will. Abs and Neb on the Ana and the Mercy instead.
Yeah, you do see a Sojourn battle going on in this one. Last map we saw Widows coming out from both sides. This time around will be Sojourns with those railguns trying to get those one-shots on both sides. But the difference here is that Fisher is also going to have more long-range help from Forgotten on the Ashe. Astra Ninja is going to have a lot of trouble getting in close with both those characters on the field.
Oh, Bonnie got stunned really early on by that accretion. Went very high up. Those did have the lift up, but isn't going to find into the space. And they were trying to push them around the corner here, but Avani's right into this team. Avani's just right in their faces, and Mirimeg has to turn around and basically play for this team. Gets knocked away for a little while, but Avani's just being kept in check right now. Has a Bionade on him, and if you want to push this, now would be the time, but Avani somehow gets away. And right now, just holding this corner, not really so much of a push from this team of NJIT Shy Guys right now. They're going to stay up top, and now here's the push in right onto Avani. They stay up on top for right now, and Avani's just being pushed back all over the place. He's so low.
I really do like this playstyle coming up from NJIT right now. Mirimeg coming in as the Sigma specialist, perhaps, has been doing a really good job at playing very aggressively, trying to buy space for his DPS line to get into position to win fights. It has been buying a lot of space, a lot of cart progress for NJIT. Does go down eventually, and now that without that shield, it's going to be a lot more difficult for NJIT. But again, that's the kind of attitude you got to come out with if you want to go up against Fisher College and have a chance at winning. You've got to try and match their aggression.
Oh, and Avani goes down in the hands of a nano boost as well. Cave gets the shot off of the Tetris. Now the overclock is just on. Just trying to hit the headshots. Just trying to let heads roll here, and right now it is Fisher College in command. All that's left is just Ana and the Bob out there, the sixth man out there for security.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Fisher College seems to have things clamped down. Now they're pushing up very forward. They're going to have so many opportunities. Cave and Forgotten are going to be set up very close here with these sniper rifles, trying to just keep NJIT in spawn for as long as possible.
Oh my god, this is, I mean, they're trying the backline take up on the roof right here, and this Ashe is getting so much value up top, right behind this team, and already Cave again getting 2 shots, getting the kills, and it's a minute and a half left to go, 2.5, and they're not even halfway to point number 1.
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's really tough, you know, throwing some highs to each other while they wait for NJIT to push themselves out of spawn. There is a decent opportunity here from NJIT. You do have 3 ultimates available, including both support ults, Mirimeg having that Gravitic Flux. A lot of tools from this squad to try and push out of spawn here.
We'll see if they can get something going here.
Oh, I think it got
uses
canceled.
the Gravitic Flux and got canceled. Nothing doing there for the Gravitic Flux, so that's a big ultimate gone, and really the only thing left to go here is a sound barrier or both support ultimate, and Lucio's gonna come right up on top. It's nano boosted the Ashe, and the Ashe somehow still staying alive at 50 health, 20 health, and finally goes down. But right now, trade fights happening. If you're the attacking side, though, for the Shy Guys, you're liking this push because you finally get some trade. Unfortunately, Avani's right there to say, no, wait 1 second, I'm still here.
Yeah, Avani is still here. That being said, NJIT really likes this next push. They got the feet and the nano blade coming out here. 30 seconds left on the clock to try and get around both corners, the U-turn to try and get to the point. But this nano blade should do a lot to try and open up some space for NJIT here, especially with the support from Fisher College. There really isn't much they can do about this defensively.
10 seconds left to go. Here's the overclock being used by Fisher, and not really going to find anything else. Sound barrier now invested. The nano boosted. Here comes the blade. Swings away. Cape can't get away. Looking for another dash. Hack away. Can they get another kill before the Dragon Blade ends? No, it's slept, but already put away the blade anyways, and then Genji's going to go down right away. Great sleep dart and a great Bionade from Ab. They finally get the progress that they want, and Lucio knocking two off the map. The Sombra able to get away though, and so now it's just a last fight standing here for this team from NJIT, and it's looking good for them to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that Fisher is just trying to stagger onto this point, keep this up for as long as possible, there's an opportunity. That being said, Forgotten is able to use that assassin ability, take out Worse Than You. Tetris goes down as well, and it's looking like it was a decent opportunity here for NJIT, but Fisher, this is like I said, the mark of a great team, the ability to turn a losing situation into a winning one. So, love to see it from Fisher College. They're going to be able to pretty much, they just need to hit one or two really good fight wins to go up 2-0.
Yeah, that was a great knockoff there from Cute there to try and get the Abs off the map. Unfortunately, though, Avani came right back in, was super low at this point in time, and like you can see how low Avani is, and somehow finds a way to get out with the Meteor Strike. Somehow finds a way to stay alive with 32 health left to go, and that's just credit to the supports there for Fisher. Even though really nothing, I mean, there was not that much healing left to go, especially with Abs gone. But now it was pretty much a full hold for Fisher or for the Falcons, so now it's up to NJIT to hold the line here. Not a lot of meteorage to give, though.
No, not much at all, which is why we see NJIT going for a bit of a interesting close range composition here. You got the Orisa coming out, first Orisa gameplay we've seen today, and we've got two pretty close range compositions. You're going to be able to use the Symmetric Teleport from Tetris to get in and out of the point really quickly. Ash Greninja is going to be the main... Oh, wait, 1 second.
Oh, didn't complete the song. You didn't complete it.
Well, someone was interrupting. Someone was smashing the keyboard over there and really messing up Cape's style. That was really, or sorry, was that Forgotten? I don't even remember if it was Cape or Forgotten, but
I think
really
I think it was pretty much
really
Cape,
really messing up the groove of Mary Had a Little Lamb or whatever it was. But my goodness.
I mean, it's much to do like with the Violet from the San Francisco Shock, right? When Violet plays that piano as well, everybody just stops talking, just listens to the piano tune being played. But not messing up too much of a groove for Fisher right away, as they do get early picks, and Neb able to res up the only kill that NJIT had that round, which was Cape. So he's rested up right away, and down to the final 20 meters left to go. Just trying to find anything and everything. NJIT's got to dig deep here, but they're giving up a lot of space, and a Bionated, which is huge, hits 3 people, and Tetris goes down also low. This Pharmacy combination just cannot be stopped right now, as well as the Ana already having a rocket barrage. There's the house that's being cleaned up. Ash Greninja, and we've seen, that's the second time we've seen Genji deflect the shot from the Sojourn. It will not matter. The golden box of victory reached within the first minute of play, and that is going to be Fisher going on to match point.
And there was a big change in mentality there from NJIT, it felt like. I really liked their aggression to open up their attack. Even though it didn't work out that well for them, they opened up the map by saying, hey, we're not scared of you, Fisher. We're going to get right up into your face, and we are going to force you to take us down. We're going to get as much space as humanly possible that we can. I really liked that from the squad. But then when it came to their defense, it felt like it was the opposite. It was like, oh, you're coming at us? Okay, we'll back up. Oh, you want to take this space as well? Okay, we'll keep backing up. And then it got to the point where they were backed up behind their golden box of victory, and they had to stay and fight. They weren't able to stay on it. They took what could have been 2 to 3 fights if they were aggressive with it and made it a 1-fight affair. So really tough defensive hold from NJIT, regardless of if they played aggressively or not, having to fuller hold there. But I really felt like it could have been done a little bit better.
Yeah, and Fisher obviously showing again why they're one of the top teams. But for NJIT, you were saying they were backing off. Obviously, we saw that with the entire team just backing up, giving up so much space, especially, and the way they were playing as well. I mean, for Fisher, I mean, you can't really blame Shy Guys for backing up that much, especially with so much pressure, as well as on the Pharah, Avani on the Doomfist there too. I mean, there was just a lot of too much pressure. Shy Guys having to back up just so much, and of course, we have to talk about the Bionades there from I believe it was Abs that was
Yeah.
throwing the Bionades just all over the place into that team of Shy Guys, which was just making that so impressive for this team. Fisher up again, 2-0 here if you're just joining us. This is the CECC East qualifiers. Top 8 teams out of these 10 will move on to the LAN in Rutgers University in New Jersey on November 5th and 6th. For right now, we are in Group B. This is the winners matchup between Fisher and NJIT Shy Guys. Fisher up 2-0, winning Ilios 100-0 on the Ruins, 100-11 on the Lighthouse. And of course, you just saw Circuit Royale, a 1-0 affair in hands of Fisher, and a quick attack as well, just about a minute to win Circuit Royale. Next up, though, we get the new map mode. It is Push coming up, and it is New Queen Street that is coming up in the hands of NJIT Shy Guys with their pick.
Very interesting pick. You do like to see the fact that we get to see some new push maps coming in. We do also see some swaps for Fisher. We're going to see Keller coming in for Abs and Meekan for Abs, Keller for Forgotten. So it's going to be a support sub and also a DPS sub in for both sides. This is actually a new player. We've seen Meekan in for Fisher a couple of times, kind of the third player on the support lineup. Keller, this is the first time we're seeing him in for Fisher College, so a new person in on this team, on this squad. Very excited to see how they fit in with the rest of this team. As far as NJIT, there are no subs on that side. That being said, I mean, your backs are up against the wall here. You're really just trying to get yourself off. I mean, honestly, I hate sounding so pessimistic, but I feel like at this point, you're really just looking to have some optimism going up into your rematch in the decider match with SUNY Poly here. It's going to be really tough for this squad. We do see some pauses coming in. I noticed Meg has not picked a hero yet, so we might have an AFK tank player here on the side of the Shy Guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think it's just we know that in the first couple of days there have been a little bit of a problem, so maybe running back into that. Well, hopefully not. But Meg, again, we were saying Meg not picking there. So again, heading into New Queen Street in just a couple of moments when we get back. The tank player roster's already set, so we'll see if we can get Meg back in just a couple of moments. But for right now, we'll give you an update as we go along here for the rest of the sides. As we've been saying all day long here, some of these teams going to be competing in the LAN for the CECC East, and going to be at Rutgers. And if you want to join us here again, that's going to be at Rutgers University November 5th and 6th for their side. We have not seen who was won between Pace and NJIT Koopa Troopas just yet. That's in Group C. We will take here on stream the winner of that game versus College of St. Rose, who did lose against Penn State 3-0. So Penn State guaranteed in into the top 8 LAN there is already, as they've won both of their games in their group stage into the playoffs now for so they'll be invited out to Rutgers. Back into Group A we go here, and for that game, NJIT Wigglers taking on the Arcadia Knights. We saw Harrisburg did sweep NJIT Wigglers. We saw their first game back on Ilios as they won 2-0 there on Ilios, but the Wigglers do go down in a sweep to Harrisburg 3-0. So it will be a rematch of our very first game as Wigglers will take on Arcadia Knights down there. And of course, Group C is the one, or Group B is the one we're watching right now. Obviously, we're seeing the Fisher College taking on Shy Guys, but the loser of this match takes on SUNY Poly for the decider match in Group B to determine that last seeding there before we head down into the knockout top 10 playoff bracket. Looks like we are set up for the replay here. This looks like the pause is out, 20 seconds on the clock, and let's take a look at the lineup. Says it looks like it's actually a little bit of a change here. Ansi is in for Meg in the meantime.
Yeah, it looks like Meg is, for whatever reason, was not able to get into the game. I'm not sure if it was a disconnect or maybe was just AFK on his side, but we do see Ansi coming back in for the side of NJIT. We saw them in the game on that first matchup, and because of that, we do see the Zarya coming back out from this NJIT squad. We'll see if you're able to use those bubbles effectively to protect your DPS players, and we see the Bastion coming out from Cave, first Bastion of the day. This is really interesting. Bastion got a major rework in Overwatch 2, if you don't remember. Is now actually mobile in that tank configuration. You are slower, but still mobile and able to do a lot of damage over a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and Bastion's changes were pretty interesting, right? Instead of healing yourself, right, instead you've got the burn mode, now you've got the mobile turret, I should say, the mobile gunner as well as the sticky grenader, and it's kind of interesting when you look at the new kit for Bastion, but we get to see it for the first time being played here. And so far, so good. If you're Cave right now with a little bit more mobile and gets 2 kills, but right away back at them. Shy Guys are right back, and Cave does get rezzed up. So more turret mode, and in fact, can't get away from the mercy kill that is Neb, and so some distance coming up for Fisher.
And something you don't think about when you think of Bastion is just how good his sentry mode is. He does a surprising amount of damage when not in that tank mode, and unlike Soldier 76, there is no spread to those shots, there is no recoil, it is perfect accuracy every time. So if you're able to hit those shots, you're able to do a surprising amount of damage like Gabe was able to do right there. Already almost 80% to that ultimate, as you got a bit of an assassin Bastion around here. Went around to the back, got a 2K, gonna follow it up with Ant C as well. Already the forward spawns have been activated for Fisher, and they might be looking to end this in only a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so they get butt scratch mode for TW1 as they'll push right on along, and more distance, in fact, here for Fisher College. And now we get to see the ultimate. Here comes the artillery out from Cave. Where's he going to place this, though? I mean, they're all spread out. Places it just in a straight line here for everybody to see, and not much else to do with that. However, it does spread out the team to the point where this Genji is almost off the map and more distance to them. This is looking pretty clean. NJIT can't get anything really going, and now the Blade being brought up for the last 2 kills. And this is going to be one fight territory here now for NJIT with 7.5 on the clock.
You really got to think of that ultimate more of a zoning ultimate. You look at that, it's very difficult to get kills with it because the other team has so much opportunity to get out of the way. But by getting out of the way, they are forced in a situation where maybe in a positioning that isn't ideal for them. As now we are touching the spawn doors here for Fisher, 120 and counting. This Blade is the last chance for NJIT. Ash Greninja is going to get a couple here, and they are in fact going to stop, I think, this full cap from happening, at least right now, for the side of NJIT. So really nicely done from Ash Greninja, kind of saving that with the Blade.
Yeah, saves that with a Blade, and you like to see like NJIT getting a little bit of fight. Forward progress isn't going to be stopped though, so they will. It looks like they're going to contest them right at the midway point. Tetris on this Tracer, just staying on the side for right now. Keller switching on over to a Widowmaker here, maybe to get long sight lines, and but Ash Greninja in the meantime, showing up here.
This Genji is really popping off here. Gets traded out by Cave, but has really been the star on this Shy Guy squad.
Yeah, here comes the Graviton Surge, just going to get a few in. Cave is bionated too, but no damage on the Cave whatsoever. But they finally get it in, and now so they'll looks like they're actually going to push the bot here a little bit, and in fact, they will get distance out of this fight. So a good fight win there for Ansi as well, using that Graviton Surge. And yep, NJIT is going to get some distance on the board.
And I really like how this squad is playing right now at a significant SR disadvantage when it comes to that. So I'm not expecting this team to win, but they seem well disciplined. They're not using all of their ultimates at once. They are using them effectively in situations where they can make sure they can confirm kills off of it. Really nice look there from the Shy Guys, as you know, they're kind of putting their resumes out there for the rest of the teams that are watching the stream right now. Like, this is a team you can't take lightly.
Yeah, well, they do get 10 meters out of it. Unfortunately, though, for early picks on from the Shy Guys, including Cade, they're on to Tetris. Tetris does hold on to the pulse bomb, however. Rally also now used from Worse Than You. Here comes another artillery shot just to zone them out, and this is splitting them up a lot. In fact, that Genji is way out there for this team. Pulse bomb does land, but it's not going to do enough damage. They're not low enough. Mikonis is going to now hit shots using this Zenyatta onto Ansi. And again, one fight territory as the spot will just move up inch by inch. The Meteor straight down there onto the Ana, who's in so much trouble right now. But this Brigida pick trying to help out this Ana, zone out the Doomfist for right now, and Ash Greninja does go down with the Blade though. So we were talking about ultimates, trying to confirm kills for right now. That's not going to happen. And now Cave going down, that's a good sign for them, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a push back.
Yeah, Fisher College just isn't quite able to do enough here to finish the map. They really want to get this done quickly, move on to the bracket stage, but NJIT are using this spawn advantage they have near the end of the map very well, and Fisher College, they just play so spread out. Avani goes in very deep with the Doomfist, doesn't have the healing necessarily from the Zenyatta and the Mercy to be able to sustain by himself like that, so gets taken out pretty early. This might be it, though. This might be the death knell here for Fisher College, as we are 1.3 meters away from finishing this map.
Yeah, nobody's touching the point, though. I mean, you could finish the map right here, and that's exactly what they do. In the final few meters, Fisher College completing the map. It is completing the map, completing the sweep, and completing their seed into the LAN, into the top 8 in Rutgers in November. And what a win for Fisher College. A very clean game, if you will. A complete map. Again, 2-0 on Alias, 1-0 on Circuit Royale, and a win, a complete map win for the team of Fisher. So the Falcons advance on into the top 8, guaranteeing themselves a slot inside as one of the top seeds for the top 8 Rutgers Invitational, or rather for the Rutgers East competition for the CECC November 5th and 6th. And for right now, we will see NJIT Shy Guys drop down into the bracket, into SUNY Poly, where they will have another rematch. They'll drop in for that matchup and see if they can survive one more game to make sure that they stay up in the top 8. But for right now, hey, Fisher College looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, they look very, very strong, looking like that top 5 team in the country that they have been rated by so many people. But that being said, NJIT Shy Guys, I was actually pretty impressed with them, despite coming in as the heavy disadvantage when it comes to SR and when it comes to team experience. Whoever is coaching this team seems to be doing a pretty dang good job. They have some really nice mechanics. They understand how to communicate with each other. They understand how to ration out their ultimates in order to give themselves a good spot. NJIT could very easily have 2 really good squads going into the LAN if it goes like this.
Yeah, and we'll see where their third squad lands up here in a little while. And in fact, we're going to go down to Group C, the decider matches. We'll see if the third team from NGIT takes on the College of St. Rose, or if it'll be Pace taking on them as well. Decider match for Group C coming up next. It's the CECC East Qualifiers. We'll be right back. GIT team can make anything out of this, but right now, without an Ana, you're not going to get much heals other than Lucio coming in. And right now, Fisher just pushing NJIT to their limit, and they are not doing much of anything else. Avani with 2 kills on the Rocket Punch, and that...
They really want to try and push in behind the damage of this Junker Queen, but it's going to be really tough for ANC to get in that position.
Oh boy, that Mora just did not have a good time right there, and I don't think the person known as worse than you right now is just having a great time. Get in with it. Yep, gets 2, and that will be the double kill. And that blade, or rather that dash for Astro Ninja will not matter. Anyways, they hold on.
Yeah, you do get the point flip there for NJIT, so you do manage to get something.
And Neva's gonna sound barrier right by the spawn door. I believe catches 3 people in it for the team. And that sound barrier proves useful. Nobody's going to be able to touch the point. Anyways, it's a 100-0 on the Ruins, 100-11 on the Lighthouse. A nearly... Oh, and Avani goes down in the hands of a nano boost as well. Cave gets the shot off of the Tetris. Now the overclock is just on. Just trying to hit the headshots. Just trying to let heads roll here, and right now it is Fisher College in command. Great sleep dart and a great bionate from Abs. They finally get the progress that they want, and Lucio knocking 2 off the map. The
range compositions, you're going to be able to use the symmetric teleport from Tetris to get in and out of the point really quickly. Astro Ninja is going to be the main. Oh wait, 1 second.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, did it complete the song? Great line here for everybody to see, and not much else to do with that. However, it does spread out the teams to the point where this Genji is almost off the map and more distance to them. This is looking pretty clean. NJIT can't get anything really going, and now the blade being brought up into the meteor straight down there onto the Ana, who's in so much trouble right now. But this Brigida pick trying to help out this Ana, zone out the Doomfist for right now, and Astro Ninja does go down with the blade though, so we were talking about ultimates, trying to confirm kills for right now. Nobody's touching the point though. I mean, you could finish the map right here, and that's exactly what they do. In the final few meters, Fisher College completing the map.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
But they have to be careful here. That kick not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from J-Neil's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire...
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series.
Good read there by Chalk, because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shatter, but again, a massive gravitic flux comes out from Mount St. Mary's, stops them in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the tac vines are gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
No. I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it, because right now Talo is feeding into it 59% before they have been touched for even a point of a percent in this counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
Is all the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself. That an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control. Takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Going to try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a third. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One is there. He's going to hear them both. He has a head in front of him. 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is just to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The second
another
headshot.
one.
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The third.
Wait, he finds 3. Big J, he's looking for a 4th. Oh my God, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question.
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner eSportsU and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E-United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E-United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E-United?
Yeah, E-United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E-United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E-United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So, what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's
I was
all over.
just
It's all
wondering.
over the place.
So, how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. It's you don't do it.
Mhm.
Not everyone has it, and it's
Mhm.
something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball. Through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports. Let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game? And do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, what time to hop on. Even if I don't, not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's
Right.
kind of what I've been doing recently. There are
Nice.
people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the
How
storm.
does you
Community 0.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective, that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level, though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one, because people watch esports to see people do.
Welcome back, everybody, in here for the CECC East qualifiers. The last game we'll see of the group stage coming up. Here is Group C, the decider matchup, and it is between 2 teams from New York. The College of St. Rose, then known as the Golden Knights out of Albany, New York, playing against Pace, the team from New York City, known as Setter. And it's going to be a great matchup here because, Dividing, you know this team from Pace, and earlier on, I guess we were saying that Pace did lose earlier on in the brackets. So
Yeah.
sort of kind of like an upset, if you will.
Yeah, I know. When we did the initial rankings for this team, I believe Pace was the 4th seeded team, and St. Rose was something like 9 out of 10. So when we saw that St. Rose actually 3-0'd Pace in the first round matches of the day in Group C, we were all very surprised in the booth here. We thought for sure that Pace would be going on to play Penn State in the winners finals. That is not what ended up happening. Kind of threw a wrench into that bracket as St. Rose went up against Penn State. They got 3-0'd by the top seed in the group. No surprise there. And then Pace University actually had a pretty decent challenge from the NJIT Koopa Troopas team. The one NJI team we haven't seen yet, not going to see them in this one as they end up going down last in this group. So it is going to be a rematch between Pace University and the College of St. Rose here. Now, though, there is a little bit of momentum under Pace University's feet. You know, they have their first win. They've gotten that under their belts. They can take a little bit of deep breath. They know they're not winless in this series. So now they can refocus on this rematch against St. Rose, trying to prove themselves as the number 2 seed in the group.
Yeah, and trying to play to see if they can get out and maybe get into the top 8 seed without having to play an extra game as well. Again, top 10, all 10 teams will make it out to the bracket, but it's just a matter of 8 teams getting invited into the LAN at Rutgers in November. So again, it's just a matter of seeding for this point. So this match becomes an also important game for either side. And you talk about that first game, when we saw that scoreline, very surprising when St. Rose did defeat Pace 3-0 in that sweep. But now here's your revenge game that could potentially happen for the college or for Pace University here. Setter looking for a chance at this line. We'll take a look at your starting lineups here in just a couple of moments. In fact, we'll get to them right now as we take a look at the College of St. Rose here. Otis in there, Bortfan 2, Clutch, Halfcraft, and Autumn lining up for the College of St. Rose. And for these guys on this lineup, 2 seniors in Borfan 2 and Clutch. And otherwise some sophomores in there as well in the mix. But for College of St. Rose, good mix of years, but looking good to start after their 3-0 against Pace.
Yeah, I really like this squad, honestly. They're not like a team that's at the very top. This is a team, though, that has played in ECAC in past years. I believe they have been a top 16, top 8 team in ECAC in past seasons. So by no means are these guys pushovers. They have competitive experience. They've played in these leagues. They know what to expect out of teams like Pace. And I think that experience has really served them well, getting themselves in this decider match position.
And that's the team from Albany. Now we take a look at the team from New York City. This is Pace, and we take a look at their lineup, some notable names as well. Giants, Tinfoil, Last Miss, Lofi, and Sapphire lining it up for Pace University. And this one, a little bit of a younger team. In fact, Tinfoil for this team is a freshman, the only freshman that we can see of in this lineup. Also, Asta on the side as well, one of the substitutes, but they are freshmen. So a pretty young team. No seniors from we can see on this roster.
Yeah, no seniors at all. I think, again, going back to St. Rose, there's a bit of inexperience on this Pace University roster. They probably haven't been together as a team for too long, but there are some really standout players on this squad, especially Last Miss, according to the sheet that I have over to my right here. This is a Grandmaster player, has peaked 4,600 in Overwatch 1. That is a crazy peak. Only, I would say, a few hundred players have ever made it to that point. That's like you're getting into the point where like that you're playing with contenders players, you're playing with pro players at that point if you get that high up on the ladder. So really excited to see what Last Miss is going to be able to do with this team. You also have a couple of Masters players in this lineup to be supplementing them, which is why, of course, we had this team ranked so highly. So we'll see if now that they maybe have their nerves under them, they'll be able to live up to those rankings.
And of course, it's also like important as well when you take a look at the rankings as well, right? With the entire SR just going out of the window, and now you have the skill tiers that you've got instead. And some people are actually dropping out. I know personally for me, I've went from diamond in support on Overwatch 1 into basically a gold player in support. But hey, things change.
I haven't even placed. I'm scared. I'm scared of what it'll tell me.
It might look a little bad to start, but it gets better over time. Trust me, hopefully it does get better over time. Hey, that's what we all hope at this point. But here we go into the map. And again, first map, of course, is going to be Elios, pretty much the staple here for all the teams that we've seen thus far. And College of St. Rose on the blue side, Pace University in the red side.
I gotta say this going in. I gotta say this going in. Moopy was not on our roster list. I was interested to see where he was. This changes things a lot for the College of St. Rose. Lucy is actually a very experienced player. Has been in contenders before on that tank role, has been at that high tier of play, has been probably the in-fight leader for this College of St. Rose squad. Now I see exactly why they were able to take down Pace now that he's in the lineup.
Yep, so if Moopy is the player that we're looking out for so far, and we'll see if College of St. Rose can pull this one off. Right now, going for that mega health pack just to keep themselves up right now, because looking like that Ana and Lucio having a little bit of trouble. Ana's already 31% on the way to an ultimate. Maybe Battle Pass just trying to find something along the lines of a pick, but does get out of mech immediately. And Pace University starting off on the right foot here with the picks that they want, including the Diva, including the Sombra, and they will get first strike on the point. And actually, no, College of St. Rose gets the first 7%, but Pace University flips it back to them.
They flip it right back over, and I think they're much better set up for these up-close engagements. You've got Clutch on the College of St. Rose going for the Ash plays, which is great if you're hitting those shots, but if you're not, I mean, Lofi and Last Miss are going to get so much more value in the close to mid-range on the Sombra Genji, respectively.
Luffy having a backup already. 61% to an ultimate, Otis on to 60%, so the Sombra's pretty much matching up. The only thing that's not matching right now, College of St. Rose, Moopy not matching up on the ultimate. Well, now they finally catch up here. Hacked is the Sombra, Hacked is the Diva, one on each side. Now they're just trying to go ahead and play right in. Pace University, though, staying all together right on this point. Immortality Field having to be invested, but it comes in just a little too late. Tinfoil knocked out of neck for Pace thus far, but it doesn't matter. Last Miss isn't missing any of these slashes and dashes right away. EMP does come out, does find a few people, and in fact, College of St. Rose is able to turn this right back on its heels, and so they will be able to get the point flipped back in their favor.
That was a gutsy EMP play from Odos there, using it when College of St. Rose was down a couple of players. You might have ended up wasting that very valuable ultimate, but you managed to get the point flip for College of St. Rose. Really nice target prioritization from that squad, and now you're playing into a Pace University squad that's going to have all 5 of their ultimates available here, so you got to be very careful.
Luffy does have that EMP available. Last Miss, like you're saying, has a Dragon Blade as well. Doesn't need to use it, though, to start, because already gets a dash kill on Clutch. There's the EMP, catches 3 inside of it, and now all Last Miss has to do is swing away and gets every single kill possible with 3 kills on the board for Last Miss. It's Pace University back in command.
It really is just as easy as that, ladies and gentlemen. EMP Blade combo. College of St. Rose could do absolutely nothing about it, and Pace University find themselves in a situation where now they have 3 ultimates still available on the board, getting up to 70% on the clock. This could be St. Rose's last real shot to take Ruins here. If they take too long here, it could be 90% by the time this fight is over, and that's no time to get in a good fight.
So we'll see if Pace University can bring this one home, or College of St. Rose can bring it back to them and keep their hopes alive here on the Ruins as they switch off supports. Halfcraft and Sapphire both going down in the meantime, but Last Miss still making impact. Although again, it's traded out, but now both of the supports for Pace University basically out of this fight so far. So now College of St. Rose trying to take any advantage whatsoever. The self-destruct having to be invested because knocked out of mech, it doesn't matter. Movie still out of mech, trying to get any kills that they can back in. And now it's going to be a survival mode, and somehow, someway, College of St. Rose stays alive.
That was some beautiful stall plays from College of St. Rose, but really Moopy specifically was such a presence on that point there. Even when you were forced out of the mech, was able to get the kill on the Lucio, got a ton of damage done to the opposing Diva with the remech, so really did a great job being kind of a one-man army there, keeping College of St. Rose into this one. And now 99% for Pace, but College of St. Rose are now in a much better position. They have the EMP from Odos ready. Battle Pants is going to have the beat to try and counter this blade coming up from Last Miss. They're not out of this.
Not out of it quite yet, but 72%. This is looking like one-fight territory. EMP catches 4. Oh boy, Pace University in a whole lot of trouble. College of St. Rose, Otis bringing up a big EMP, and it's a quick fight win. Are they going to be able to get back in time? It's a question.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. At 88% in count, they're going to be able to get back, and if they can get a good fight here, they do have the ultimate to try and turn this around. EMP Blade was so good for them last time around, but Lofi is under pressure from Moopy. Has to make sure you get this EMP off.
Tries to touch the point as well. The Lucio is there. EMP is out, catches 2 inside of it, and Last Miss again swings away. The EMP Blade just too powerful. Again, another triple kill for Last Miss. This is going to go back the way of Pace University. This Sombra can only run away as the point flips. The overtime clock starts to bleed, though. Will the Sombra touch in time for maybe the team to get back? It ain't going to happen at all. Otis does go down earlier on. And Pace University, the EMP Blade clutching up for them in a 199 victory to take point 1 on Helios.
And Battle Pants was just a moment too slow with that beat. Saw the translocator coming in, knew the EMP was coming, but got canceled out of that beat mid-ultimate. If Battle Pants was able to hit the ground and get that overshield onto the entire team, who knows what could have happened there, but just an instant too slow there on that Lucio, and that is what makes the difference here for Pace University. So, again, this is a team that lost to St. Rose 0-3 last time they played earlier today. Now, though, we're at 1 p.m. Eastern time. This team looks awake and ready to go.
Yeah, it was early on in the day for them, a 10 a.m. Eastern time start for their first match. 3 hours later, though, starting to wake up just a little bit. It's It's past noon, so hey, looking like a more awake Pace University here to start. Lofi already going down oh so low, but able to back up just in time with that translocator. Unfortunately, the other Somber can't get away from the hands of Last Miss, and there's your star of the game so far with this Genji. And already College of St. Rose having a backup, so this is going to be a first fight win here for the Pace University team. As I say that, though, Asta does go down by the hands of Odos on this Sojourn. But again, Last Miss just making so much trouble for this team, and Pace University starting off on the right foot.
It is so tough for St. Rose, especially when you always have one player wanting to play those kind of long-range heroes. Last time it was Clutch on the Ashe, this time Odos is on the Sojourn. And it's really good when you're hitting those shots, but you really kind of want to, when you have a Genji doing this much damage to you up front, you kind of want to have as much upfront damage to try and counter that Genji as possible. The one up-close damage dealer alone just hasn't been enough so far, and Last Miss 75% to a blade already just shows how much damage this Genji's been doing.
Oh, there's a shot onto Lofi already, so you're not going to have a chance to build up an EMP in time for Last Miss's blade in this upcoming fight. So if you're Pace University, maybe backing off a little bit, maybe this isn't such a bad idea in order to get this EMP blade running again. In fact, Last Miss is just going to invest the blade here, and why not take a swing already? Because Lofi's won the battle. Unfortunately, the overclock takes the fight there in the battle of the DPS. Is self-destruct down the middle of the lane, one on each end. One Baby Diva goes down, and one Warrior goes down on each end, and it's not going to matter. College of St. Rose able to bring it back.
And we needed that from Odos there. You saw Last Miss was not threatened by the Sojourn at all. Went right into Odos' face, getting ready to slash and slice that, slice him back to spawn. But Odos was able to get the overclock shot out on the Genji, which means Last Miss is going to have to play with a little more reservations here. That Sojourn can be a big threat to you.
The EMP Translocator just bounces off the wall, but able to get Lofi out of the fight. EMP is available for them. Odos again with another great shot onto Last Miss, and trying to make sure that Last Miss doesn't get any value whatsoever, and it's working out for them thus far because now Odos is just going off already halfway to another overclock.
Yeah, and this is looking really good now for St. Rose. One more fight will be able to basically equalize the percentage here, and you've got that EMP from Clutch. You've got both support ultimates. This is going to be interesting here going into this next fight because you've got both EMPs available, but also both beats. So, will Clutch and Lofi be able to get the EMP onto Battle Pants and Asta in order to make sure that there will be no overshield going onto either of these teams, and then it'll be easy to go up. That should be the difference in this fight.
College of St. Rose coming out here, taking advantage on the lead. Meanwhile, EMP is big from Lofi. Clutch does not use the EMP, though. So this is going to be a fight win here for Pace unless this EMP comes up big. It's not going to. Clutch holds onto it. But Battle Pants, big note here. Both Lucio's holding onto the sound barrier too.
Yeah, I mean, Battle Pants got caught in the EMP, so couldn't use the sound barrier even if he wanted to. So College of St. Rose end up being forced to just concede that one. They do have the lead on percentages at the moment, and you do know that there's no EMP on the other side. And whoa, Odos gets the kill on the Last Miss to start off. Now he's gonna pop the overclock, try maybe get this done without the EMP.
Yeah, well, the sound barrier is starting off for Battle Pants already, and that's Baptiste. Sapphire just cannot get away. Moopy there to drag it away for the final kill, or for the final blow, I should say, and 91%. They're going to be able to hold on to this for about 95%, but right now it is Pace University that it has the lead. College of St. Rose holding on to the EMP. That's big for them.
Absolutely massive. You see Pace University, they really only have the beat available from Asta at the moment. Last Miss kind of close to the blade and will probably have it, but you've got opportunities for St. Rose. You can try and cancel that out very quickly with the EMP. You've also got the Diva Bomb that'll be really good at zoning that Genji away. Asta can only block one of those. Canceled! Oh my gosh, that was so good from Clutch.
Yeah, that was a huge EMP. Clutch comes up big there with a huge EMP, and now 3 people down. This is all but over. The Dragon Blade can only swing away in desperation, and we are going to map 3, 100-97 for the College of St. Rose. Deciding map is the Well.
I mean, Clutch living up to his name right there. My goodness, absolutely read Asta like a book. Knew that the Lucio was going to want to use the beat early in that fight to try and give Pace University an early advantage. It was a 99-99 situation, so it all came down to that one fight. or it was like 99-97 technically, but basically the same circumstances, and was positioned perfectly to make sure that that Lucio could not hit the ground. That is the second canceled beat of the map for both these teams. So these Lucios, I tell you, Clutchkey, they're getting outplayed by these Sombras right now.
Yeah, the Sombras are just making so many big plays right now. And hey, don't fix what's not broken, right? They're going to go back into the Sombra here. Odos going back into the Sojourn here for College of St. Rose, and that's what's been working for them so far. By the way, for our stream, if you've been keeping up here with this entire stream from the start of this at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 hours in, this is our first map 3 on Elios. 4 games in, and this is map number 3. This is how close this decider match is going to be. Already, though, Clutch able to take down Last Miss, and your win con really for College of St. Rose, take down Last Miss, because right now, that EMP building up for Clutch is so big, and Odos just cannot miss right now. And so they're just pushing on in for the College of St. Rose, and right now the only person left on this point right now is this Diva, maybe a Lucio right there. Disruptor shot's just going to make sure that this Ana can't get on point. In fact, this Ana's in so much trouble already, down to half. Odos somehow gets away. I don't know how you get away there with 3 people on you. That's impressive in itself. They're just holding on, and right now, already out of that tinfoil is gone. And now Last Miss getting the dash away. It's just a trade fight right now. There's no clear winner here.
Yeah, no one's actually taken the point quite yet. There it is. Pace has managed to push St. Rose back. Last Miss went down early, but St. Rose could not finish the fight. They had to... Pace University did a really good job, again, staying in this fight, keeping themselves in it, not letting College of St. Rose get back into this one. And once Last Miss came back, it was basically all over. And it's just like nothing happened. Look at those ultimates from Pace. They're going to have all 5 available in this next fight.
Let's see if the EMP cancels out any of that. So, like you were saying, 5 ultimates up for Pace, including a big sound barrier, including a big EMP here. We'll see if Clutch is going to throw up. The Translocator throws the EMP on both ends. 3 caught for Pace, 2 caught for College of St. Rose. Who's going to win the battle of the EMP here? Looking like Pace to start, only having to invest the EMP. Self-destruct is out there for Tinfoil. Isn't going to find anything. Odo's still hitting shots, though, with the railgun. And Odo's just going off here. Watch out for this Soldier in the side run, because Odos is just putting a mark on. And College of St. Rose able to flip it in their situation.
Yeah, beautifully played from St. Rose, able to take the aggression from the EMP just a little bit better than Pace was back then, but they were forced to use a lot more ultimates. There were 4 ultimates used from the side of St. Rose, only 2 from Pace, which means you are going to have to play into this Blade from Last Miss. It's going to be a Nano Blade, actually, from Last Miss and Sapphire. The only support ultimate you have is the Coalescence from Halfcraft. Is that going to be enough?
We'll see. The Dragon Blade is out. The Sound Barrier also to help this as well. Odos in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have a slide away to get through. And now the Coalescence out, maybe to take down Last Miss here. It's such a close battle between this one right now, but the Coalescence doesn't last long enough for Halfcraft, so Last Miss takes advantage of it. And right now, Pace University looking to be on base to flip this one back, and indeed they do.
They'll be able to flip it back easily. Nicely done. Well played with the ultimates they had from Pace, but now we're back into this neutral situation, right? You got both teams really with no ultimates on the board. The closest is Tinfoil to that Diva Bomb, but that's still 20% away. And I still think these neutral fights where neither team has many ultimates to work with, this is when we really see who is the most skilled, who is able to get these fight wins when you really have no ultimates to fall back on.
The dry run battle, the neutral fight battle is on. The Sombra in the backline getting the hack. Well, it gets the hack onto Last Miss, but with the rest of the team there, really doesn't find anything with it. The self-destruct is out. That's going to be able to find Boopy's mech. So in other words, this is a good fight win for Pace University, and right now, it's one fight territory.
Yeah, what a great opening there from Pace University. First, it was the anti-nade from Sapphire onto both of the supports of St. Rose, and then Lofi was able to get in the back and get the hack onto Battle Pants, and Lucio had no chance of surviving from that point forward. College of St. Rose, we got to get another great overclock here from Odos, and that's exactly what we're going to get. 2 railgun shots, 2 headshots. Lofi and Sapphire are down. The College of St. Rose are not done just yet. With how close this Ilios map has been, it couldn't go any other way.
Yeah, really, I mean, this Odos, we were I was shocked just to see the headshot right there on the Sombra. I mean,
I know.
How do you hit that?
There's definitely, Sombra got changed. There's a little more radius to her getting discovered, so it's a little easier than before, but still a fantastic shot.
EMP is big, though, gets 3 on the board. College of St. Rose looking to bring this all the way back from 50% to a win, and that EMP only needing to invest it to win that fight. And Pace University now on one fight territory. You wanted it close, this is as close as you're gonna get it.
But here it comes again for Pace University. You have the Nano Blade and the EMP for for Pace. St. Rose, on the other hand, they're very close to their support ultimates. They're not quite there yet. Battle Pad's still 15% away. It's not going to be in time.
Lofi has, or rather, Last Miss does get hacked, so Lofi's EMP really goes for nothing except now Last Miss does get that kill onto Odos, which is big. That's a lot of the damage down, and now Last Miss with the EMP and the Blade doesn't even need to invest the Nano into the Blade, invest it into Lofi on the Sombra, and now it's just the Sombra running for their life. Pace gets the win fight for them, and now the overtime clock starts to bleed. This is where it gets close. Odos on the Soldier takes down Last Miss. Glutch gets the final blow credit there, but right now with the Sojourn back, it is Odos time to try and bring this all the way back home. The self-destruct is out, takes down Battle Path, trying to get back into play here. This is super close, and somehow, someway, Tim Foyle is still on this point. But right now, the Moira and the team are the only 2 on point. Odos finally goes down here for Pace. Right now, Glutch just trying to be the last man standing with the impact of that Sombra, but it's not going to matter much. Movie doesn't have a support player there to help them, and it's just all but over, ladies and gentlemen. The closest match you're going to see here is between these two, but in the end, it is the team from Pace that wins on Helios 2-1.
What a huge win for them as well. Again, this is the I'm gonna repeat myself, but that's because this was the bug yet. It's still playing backwards. Anyways, this was the story going into this match. Was Pace got 3-0'd by St. Rose earlier. This is their revenge game, and in a very close first map, they do manage to get the first win on St. Rose. So now they know for certain they can win maps against this team. They can win a series against this team. And they did a very good job. I got to say, very impressed with their ability to set up these ultimate combos in a way that I really don't think we've seen from any team so far, even from Harrisburg Fisher. They are just kind of getting ultimates and using them at their leisure. You saw the fight planning coming in for Pace, though. You saw how they wanted to use their ultimates in combination with each other to secure victories, and it worked out very, very well for them.
And you want to talk about how important a map 1 victory is as well. I mean, that was as close as you're going to get it. 2 more percentage, and we would have gone the entire distance of a map, and that was back on Lighthouse when St. Rose won that 100-97. Other than that, the other 2 maps, Pace won it 100-99, as close as you want to get this map in general. And right now, if this is the way that it's looking right now in the revenge game, hey, Map 5 is a possibility. I'm going to say right now, Map 5 is a possibility the way this is going.
So much of a possibility. My goodness. Every single one of those submaps from Ilios were right there, so close to each other. I want to say both teams were within like the 1 fight territory. It went back and forth all the way. We might be in for a long one here, Clutchkey. And honestly, after a bunch of games that didn't seem super close, I'm super excited that we get to see these 2 teams really putting it all on the table today.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting thing as well because, again, you're playing for a seed. This is the decider match where if you lose this, you're going to be playing an extra match, essentially, to get that invite into the top 8 and to play at Rutgers in November automatically. But if you win this game, you don't have to do that again. You're in top 8. You don't have to worry about getting that invite. You're going to be at the LAN in Rutgers in November. So this match becomes so important not to have that pressure on you to be in that last 2 eliminated, last 2 out. So you don't want to have that on your shoulders. Coming up next, though, is the escort map sign. And for right now, I mean, as close as it was for St. Rose, this is going to be an interesting pick for them in terms of map because it can go all over the place. We've seen Circuit Royale for both of the games that we watched go on to escort here. We didn't get to see the third match we did get to was Wigglers versus Harrisburg, but that only went 1 map for us as we got to the Group B winners bracket in general. But for the 2 matches that we did see, Circuit Royale was the popular pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see us go 3 for 3 either, because we saw Odos go on that Sojourn and have a lot of success, right? We have established a Circuit Royale is a really good sniper map. Odos seems to really like those snipers, and St. Rose has gotten a decent amount of success with those snipers. It has been shown that if you're able to keep Last Miss kind of at arm's reach, and you're able to make sure that you're not able to get Genji comboed by that very good Genji player. It seems like, by the way, at least based off this first map, Last Miss seems to be kind of a Genji player, right? Didn't really end up swapping onto any other hero throughout that first map. So as far as right now, it seems like Last Miss is a Genji, and you got to try and counter that Genji, because Last Miss will take over the game if you let him. Good way to do that is to make sure Last Miss doesn't get close enough to do damage.
Yeah, and we're actually going to get a switch up here. It's not really a sub, but the next map is going to be Gibraltar. That's Circuit Royale, not much of a surprise. Here's a surprise for you, though. They're going to switch roles. It's not a sub, it's a switch role. Last Miss will go on to tank instead, and Tinfoil will be on the DPS. So it's a little bit of a switch up, if you will, in terms of positioning for the side of Pace. But hey, they're changing it up a little bit, maybe to give St. Rose a little bit of a run for their money here, for maybe just to confuse them in the long run, maybe for position-wise, or maybe it's just because of the map, but Gibraltar is the next one coming up.
I mean, maybe Last Miss is just the best Winston player on the team. We see a lot of Winston play going in on Gibraltar because of all the high grounds that are on it. You really need a tank player that can quickly get from low ground to high ground. Winston is that character. Or maybe you're just if you're Pace University, you think that Moopy is the #1 threat on the side of St. Rose, and you want your best character to be directly countering Moopy to try and keep yourself the advantage. So it's gonna be really interesting here for the side of Pace, going for a switch on the roles. It's gonna be a significant shakeup to their team comps. And here's a significant shakeup to this team comp. Tinfoil is out on the Torbjorn.
Yeah. I mean, that Torbjorn, we haven't seen one of the characters we haven't seen, again, in all 4 games that we have gone through so far. There's a lot of new characters that we've been seeing. Doomfist in the last one was the first time we saw a Doomfist being pulled out in that 3rd game we saw. And now for this one, we haven't seen a Torbjorn yet at all. People mainly been favoring the Sojourn, the Genji, the Sombra. Now we get to see the Torbjorn instead, and maybe that's just to counter out the Sombra that could be available in their back line. But for right now, they're just going to dive right in. No Winstons. In fact, it's just going to be a D.Va v D.Va battle. Movie sticks on to D.Va here and just trying to push the long for right now. But it's so hard just trying to get on top of that and trying to get any damage without really any dives going on right now. But Odo's still doing a good job at getting a lot of damage. In fact, already 30% to it all.
Yeah, I think you got it right on. I think Tinfoil is there as a Sombra counter. The second that Clutch tries to get into the back, you're going to get targeted by that Torbjorn turret. It's going to do a surprising amount of damage and hits every single time. So I do like the idea here for Pace, but it really is the aggression from the College of St. Rose that seems to be doing a lot of damage. Really is Odos taking the lead right now, doubling the DPS counterpart.
So College of St. Rose trying to figure out what to do here against the team, and already with Odos hitting shots on the railgun. Odos, I don't think his shooting percentage must be at least 50%. I don't think I've seen him miss a railgun shot thus far, unless there's something that's teleporting away. I don't think I've seen him miss here so far. There's the self-destruct out, but again, takes the D.Va out right beforehand anyways, does get the self-destruct kill on the Mercy, but it's not going to matter much when the rest of your team is gone anyways.
Yeah. When a Sojourn is hitting railgun shots like this, there is very little you can do about it. Sojourn is so good at just deleting those squishier members from the map, and then you will also have a decent amount of mobility there with the slide and jump, and oh my goodness, Odos just continues to wreak havoc on this Pace University squad. College of St. Rose maybe thinking, hey, we are due for a map win here. This was our map pick. We are comfortable on this. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, and right now, College of St. Rose want to extend this game further than just 3. And right now, Tinfoil having to switch it over from the Torbjorn after using Molten Core into the Reaper. Now, self-destruct's going to go in the back line for Moopy. Does not find a thing. It doesn't matter. That splits them up, in fact. And Lofi just cannot find a hack right now. Just can't buy a hack. And already, I mean, Lofi is almost close to an EMP. Clutch at the same pace as well, trying to find that EMP. Sapphire with the Transcendence to hold. So this is just Really just going to be an interesting fight with both EMPs coming in. Here's the EMP, catches everybody inside of it. That EMP is big, and this is going to be a fight win for Pace, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and this is the big difference between these two comps right now. Sapphire has the Transcendence ready, so that is a fantastic defensive ultimate to use in counter to that EMP. If Sapphire is able to avoid the EMP, you can basically nullify that ult from Clutch. What is College of St. Rose going to do to an EMP from Lofi? Absolutely nothing. The Valkyrie can only do so much healing. It will not be enough for the follow-up. It's going to be a really tough situation. You've kind of traded that offense and pocketing of Odos for that defense there, and Pace University taking full advantage.
Yeah, and the Mercy going down very early on, and pocketing Odos is a big play for them as well. In fact, even if Tinfoil does go down, they still got a long way to get to the card, plus the spawn room's in favor of this team in Pace University. A very aggressive bomb here, trying to make sure that this Diva doesn't get any value whatsoever, and does get the sit-down kill as well. He is squished. And so Pace University want to make sure that College of St. Rose can't get any momentum coming back.
That was just asserting dominance from Last Miss on and Moopy right there. Just saying, hey, I can play Diva just as well as you, perhaps even better. That being said, St. Rose, though, I mean, they have the advantage in this fight. Clutch now has no Transcendence to worry about from Sapphire, so this should be a pretty easy EMP to fight win here, as long as you're able to get a couple with that shot. Oh, you missed that! Oh, how did you miss that?
Shot. Nobody gets it back. He does redeem himself when he's moving. So Tinfoil not moving missed the shot. Tinfoil when he is moving, Odos hits the shot. This is how insane the game is, apparently, because the TPI must be just insane for Odos right now, just trying to figure out the shot. With 2 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock, the overclock does work out in their favor. And so halfway through the time bank now, just trying to find a way back.
And because Pace has been pushing so aggressively, they had to use those ultimates just to get back to the cart, and that has allowed Pace University to get their ultimates back up. Like Tinfoil right there with the Death Blossom gets 2 before getting taken out themselves.
I wish we could see the stats on this Sojourn right now, because again, the railgun shot, the secondary fire has to be at least 50%. There's no doubt about Odos just hitting every single shot possible, and Odos is going on a tear. Another overclock shot, another overclock kill, and Asta just can only weep as he sees his life fade away, and another successful overclock kill from Odos is going to allow College of St. Rose to push this one in.
Yeah, Odos has been fantastic over these last 2 maps. For St. Rose has been, I mean, I really did question the Sojourn play, right? Staying super long range could be a detriment to the close range of Pace if you're not hitting your shots. Odos is hitting a shot, so really doesn't matter.
Yeah, and so they're going to try to contest this right now with 1 minute left to go on the clock. Odos actually has to back up a little while with another headshot. Odos just does not miss. And they're going to add another 90 seconds to the bank. This is just insane. Even our observer is just like, we're staying on Odos the rest of the game. This is
our
ridiculous.
observer is going to go AFK for a second, but that's okay. We got some Sojourn gameplay all the time. Just getting multiple kills per fight here. Though, College of St. Rose now, they do have Diva Bomb from Moopy to try and keep people away. Oh my gosh. I mean, you can't even peek out on this Sojourn right now. Odos is just owning this corner here. Pace does have the nano boost though. Could use that on the Last Miss or Lofi to try and get a good assassination onto the Sojourn. You've got to stop this momentum from Odos, no matter how.
Here's another overclock. Here, how many want to bet he gets at least 2 with this? Asta gonna go down with that first one, gets another shot and turns around onto Lofi, finally goes down in the hands of Last Miss, but that's not before this card is all the way in the home stretch. We'll keep it here as the Reaper just fades away into nothingness. If they can get 3 on cart, they probably get this one over with, and within the final 5 meters, the only person left is this Summer on point. Lucio there, Ana there as well, just to do anything that they can, but the EMP there just to certify that they can get in, but Lofi did get Odos. That's huge for them.
That was the win condition.
And then back off. Yeah, the win condition is making sure that they get rid of, oh no, Moopy squishes Lofi in the meantime, but already College of St. Rose has to back off just because Odos goes down.
I mean, that's big for Pace University. Just stopping Odos there, finally getting a chance to breathe after it felt like he took over the map for like a solid 3 minutes. So you get a chance to breathe. Oh my gosh. How do you get Asta from across the map like that with the railgun? I was gonna say you're looking good with the EMP Death Blossom combo, but again, Odos, the momentum is absolutely not over, continuing to get picks, but this is the last fight here. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's gotta happen here for Pace University.
Yeah, who else do you nano boost here in this situation? However, it doesn't matter. The Graviton Surge is big, the Death Blossom invested as well, with 15 seconds left to go. It's a quick cleanup here, and the only person left to go on this point is the Somber, and Clutch they know where Clutch is. I don't know if they get back to the point in time.
Oh, it's going to be really tough. Clutch has 2 health. So low, trying to get that touch. Does get it, but gets taken out immediately by Tinfoil. This should be Pace University able to hold at the end here. A really good play here from Odos to try and push them to this point. That being said, Pace University did do a great job. They delayed them on point A. They delayed them on point B. They're going to deny the full point capture here on point C.
Somehow, some way they do this as well. The last person left to go is the Mercy, as well as the Sojourn here. And Odos somehow still finding a kill on the Sapphire, which is the more impressive thing here. Last person left to go is the Tracer on the point. The overtime block immediately bleeds out. And somehow, some way, Pace University able to hold the wall onto the College of St. Rose. But my, oh my, what a push.
You gotta somehow get Odos' scorecard here. Like, how many final blows do this two have? Because is this a Fleta deadlift we're looking at right now? We might be looking at a Fleta deadlift with how many final blows this Odos has been getting.
It's just ridiculous the way that Odos has been playing. And if we could see the scorecard just for Odos alone, we need to know like final blows. We need to know railgun shot, like secondary fire accuracy, overclock kills. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
And the way, or rather I should say, how fast he gets that overclock is ridiculous because he's saving every single shot possible.
But with how much we are raving about Odos' individual gameplay, and we definitely deserves the raving, they didn't finish the map, right?
No,
they weren't able to finish the overall objective of the map, and that is because Pace University, I mean, they bent to Odos and the rest of St. Rose, but they did not break. Throughout point A, they won a couple of fights. They squeezed some time off the clock. Point B, they won a couple of fights. They spawn held for a little bit. You saw Last Miss really giving it to Moopy with the remat kill. They took it out a little bit. They used their ultimates well to try and limit the effectiveness of St. Rose. They took advantage of the fact that this Mercy Ana deep support duo really doesn't have that many team-wide defensive tools. So I think really good overall play from Pace University, getting themselves in position here to go up 2-0 if they're able to outdo St. Rose on this attack.
Yeah, and it's not like they didn't have a highlight reel either during that defensive hold. It was just a lot of Odos, but at the same point, too, Pace did put up the wall. And here we go again. Odos with a kill onto Asta, Tinfoil as well. This is what happens when you give Odos a lot of room and a lot of sight lines. Yeah. It's just going to be a rampage of kills. And so far, so good for College of St. Rose, right around the first turn on defense.
I mean, Odos has the most ult charge of the lobby right now, 44%, immediately making his presence known. And when you're playing a Sombra Reaper on the other side, you're basically just giving Odos so much room to get these shots off and get these. I mean, look, Tinfoil was 20 feet away trying to close the distance. Odos said, nope, not happening. You're going back to spawn. And
Odos playing aggressively now right in here. This Baptiste in a whole lot of trouble. And again, it is the College of St. Rose just putting on the show right now. A minute gone, but you can already feel like it feels like it's been 2 minutes gone. The fact that Odos already has an ultimate coming up.
Look at these ultimates. Tinfoil and Asta are basically charging their ulta passively right now. They have not had the opportunity to do anything on this map so far. They just haven't been able to get close enough.
And Lofi's translocator gets picked off by Clutch in the backline, so Lofi doesn't really have anything to escape if they were to. However, Tinfoil getting a kill on the battle path is a big pig. That's a Mercy down, and the only person you have left to heal is an Ana if they can get anything going. Odos does invest the overclock. However, they finally get close enough to him where Odos can't hit as many shots as they want to. Self-destruct is used now, but it's going to get away from them, and now Pace University finally can say they got a win fight here on the first turn.
Took a couple of tries to Pace University as soon as they were able to close the distance on St. Rose. As soon as Odos wasn't at that effective range, be able to pretty easily take him out. Here's an EMP from Clutch, but like, where's the follow-up? There's no follow-up here on Pace.
He did get 4, and Odos does get a kill out of it. However, it wasn't enough time for anybody else to contest it because he backed away right off, and that adds 2.5 to the clock. The doors open up, and now it's all advantage for Pace here on their attacking side. The Death Blossom is there, but gets slapped. The defense matrix just a half second too late there to save the Reaper of Tinfoil from anything else. The self-destruct is out. That's going to catch Halfcraft in the back line as well. And now with the Diva and the Ana out, this is basically a fight win here for College of St. Rose, or rather for Pace. College of St. Rose trying to defy that expectation though, but right now they're getting pushed all the way back. Odo still hitting shots. What's new? As, yep, I mean, they're just so close to him at this point that they're winning, but Odo's trying to self-carry the team here, self-sustaining on this soldier, and you can't get away. You can only run away for your life as far as you possibly can, and Odo saves the fight yet again.
Not only is Odo's hitting the railgun shots, but he's hitting a surprising amount of those primary projectile shots too. That is a lot of aim skill on the side of Odos to go from projectile aim to hit scan aim back and forth consistently and be just as good on either side. I really love that. Because Sojourn, to get as much value as Odos is getting out of it, you really need to be good at both parts of the DPS aiming conventions.
EMP is out, entire team in it. St. Rose only probably needing to invest one all, nothing else. The EMP is the deciding factor, and there goes the team, and Odos, another overclock available.
I mean, this is such a strong position here for Sojourn, and snipers in general. You're able to sit up here on top on either of the high grounds or maybe on the spaceship if you'd like, and you're able to just get free pot shots in. And again, there's Odos right there. The second that Lofi has the EMP available, nope, you're back at spawn.
Yeah, and there goes the sound barrier as well, invested by Asta. This could be a fight win here for Pace because they are pushing up on Odos just a little bit more, but with Moopy just defending their Sojourn and making sure that they're pushed all the way back, that sound barrier goes wasted.
Something that's been interesting to me is the fact that, okay, there it is. Pace, I was going to say, Pace has been very unwilling to try and challenge Odos directly and go for a long-range hit scan of their own. Lofi is finally going to take up the challenge, going to swap to a Sojourn of his own. So we'll see how this 1v1 develops here, as we really only have one support on either side. Tinfoil very close to the Death Blossom, though, so a Nano Blossom could be on the table.
Yeah, but doesn't have a Wraith form to get away from Odos there, so Odos does take down Tinfoil. Here's a Nano boosted Diva, but Valkyrie clutch coming up from Battle Pass to get Battle Pass away from that fight, and that's going to help them out because now Sapphire and Lofi going down on the side of Pace means that really no healing coming up for Pace, as Asta is the only healer left to go on that point of self-destruct having to be invested just to get back into mech. Death Blossom is there as well, and Tinfoil somehow gets two. Finds two, able to get a fight advantage here for Pace because of the spawner being in their favor, and now Pace gets a push.
Yeah, you get a push, but look at those ultimates from Pace. You have absolutely nothing coming up. And you got to get another fight win here with a minute on the clock and still a significant amount of room before you take point B. You got to win one more fight. And Odos opens up again on the Tinfoil. Oh my goodness, this dude can do it all, and St. Rose is going to have 4 ults here.
But Last Miss pushes right back up on the Odos, so it's a 1v1 trade on both of the DPSs. And now for the College of St. Rose, you still have 45 seconds to defend this last point. He's going to come out, catches 3, including both of the supports. And Sapphire, again, going down super early on self-destruct coming out from Moopy. He's going to get back into mech very safely, very calmly. Odos with another overclock being used here, and this is just going to find every shot. And right now, I mean, Tinfoil just in so much trouble trying to push up onto the soldier, but with no luck whatsoever. The College of St. Rose looking good here in the final 15 seconds of play.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock. Pace is going to have the beat available from Asta. Lofi's kind of close to an overclock of his own, but the question is if they're even going to be able to get onto the point here. Usually you'd have your Sombra to be able to do it, but Lofi swapped off. Asta's still coming out of spawn, and no one is going to get there. No one is fast enough to get back onto that point, and St. Rose ties up the series 1-1. It's the first non-3-0 of the day for us, Clutchkey. It feels good.
It feels good to be able to say we are headed to at least 4 maps. NJIT Wigglers beat Arcadia Knights 3-0 in our first game. Fisher beats NJIT Shy Guys 3-0 in our third game. And in the 4th game that we have here for the East, it's going to be at least 4 maps to play. And you can thank Odos for that one, because Odos absolutely putting on a show on Gibraltar, no doubt about it. Again, winning on their map of Gibraltar 2-1, a 2-1 win on Ilios for Pace, and we got a good one, ladies and gentlemen. You want to stick around for this matchup because this is close as it's going to get. We go to push now. This one usually can't tie either, but the way it's looking, hey, I have a feeling a tie possibility is potential.
I think there isn't it technically possible to draw on push. Like it has to be so incredibly specific. Yeah, you got to hit both the checkpoints
and just
not
stop
get,
it there.
And not get a single like millimeter after that. Both sides have to get that, and then it's a draw.
Yeah, I mean it could be possible, but in our fact.
What's wrong, production? What problem do you have with this?
Production in our backline is saying, please stop mentioning that there's a possibility of a tie. But we know that the next two maps can tie. Push can tie, Hybrid can tie. Those are our next two maps coming up here in a little while. So we will see what Pace has in store for this next map. Again, the maps that are in there, New Queen Street, we've seen twice already, and that was back again. Fisher taking on NGIT Shy Guys, and the Wigglers taking on Arcadia Knights. In fact, I believe both of those games, a complete map finish in both of those, so we may or may not see that again. In fact, I'm going to bet on the fact that we're not going to see that again as a complete map the way these two teams are playing right now. But we haven't seen Coliseo yet. We haven't seen Paraíso, I believe, is also on the comp list as well. We haven't seen that map either. Is this the time we see this?
I think there's a pretty good shot here, especially because, I mean, now it's Pace's map pick, so you really want to be looking for this map pick to try and limit Odos's impact on that series as much as possible. I think no matter what, Odos is probably going to pick that Sojourn, obviously has great mastery over that character. Which of the three push maps makes it the most difficult for Sojourn to succeed? I want to say Coliseo. Personally, I think you got some long sight lines at the beginning of the map that you could take advantage of on a Sojourn. You also have a high ground as you kind of go around that U-turn up. But compared to the other maps, I think it is the least open of the three. I think push maps in general in Overwatch, I think they have tried specifically to make them more open than some of the other hybrid maps to try and make them feel a little different. So I think Coliseo is the best bet, but we are going to be seeing New Queen Street again. It is the map pick. I think this is just the map that it might be the King's Row of push maps. It turns out teams are just the most comfortable on it.
It feels like it, yeah. I mean, it's just everybody picking. I mean, Ilios was the map pick again for Control. Ilios probably the King's Row of map picks for Control at this point, and then same thing, New Queen Street, Circuit Royale. You could say the King's Row pick of that, but we saw Gibraltar earlier, so maybe not there. But hey, Circuit Royale looking very popular amongst some of the players. So hey, that's good map design if you're Blizzard for right there. But now we're heading on over to New Queen Street. And this is where it gets a little bit dicey because we saw that both of the teams that we saw earlier, again, that was both the Fisher College, the Falcons there, and the NJIT Wigglers, both completing their map against the opponents that we've seen. However, with as close as it is, like we were saying, it's probably not going to happen here.
I mean, I feel like you're just going to be looking at the same thing. Odos immediately locks in that Sojourn. It's been such a force. We've said this dude's name like 50 times. We're probably going to be saying it more. Will Pace University be able to close the distance on the Sojourn player, force them into a close-range battle where Sojourn is a lot less effective? Last Miss is going to be on the Zarya this time around, so that will help a lot, being able to maybe put a bubble onto those divers, onto that Sombra, that Reaper, try and put some extra pressure onto the Sojourn player.
The hack already onto Tinfoil and the Battle Pans. Which one will go down first? Question, meeting up here. Statue side, Tinfoil goes down off the map from what the kill feed says of his own volition. And I don't know if that was, I mean, if that might have been a Lucio or not, but that's going to show that the College of St. Rose is going to get first picks here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be first point hold for St. Rose, and who other than Odos to get 3 final blows in that fight, I believe, is going to be able to get this started. And look at how far up they're pushing, too. They're going basically up to Pace University's spawn right now, trying to put as much pressure on the team as possible and make them as uncomfortable as possible. Neither team has many ults up right now because it was so quick, but Mupi is more than halfway to the bomb.
Yeah, and Odos halfway already to the overclock as well, but Lofi keeping up with that EMP as well, the same as Clutch. Tinfoil the only one not over halfway to an ultimate, and Tinfoil is really not having much fun against this Soldier. And in fact, when Odos is not missing any shots, nobody's having fun on the side of Pace. And right now, this Disruptor shot, just making sure that this Lucio can't get away. They are fighting to make sure that that first checkpoint can be received. However, College of St. Rose gets that first checkpoint, and if they push it forward, no tie possibility either. And with the amount of space they're creating, there's the first pushes, there's the first meterage beyond the first checkpoint, and no tie possibility. Here we go.
Yep, our production manager is wiping his brow right now, wiping his brow, sweat, done. We tormented him long enough. It's no longer a possibility. And look at St. Rose, again, how aggressive they're being. This is a team that is confident in their play right now, especially with the overclock and the EMP available. Lastness goes down right before the grab comes online. You have the nano as well for St. Rose. This is a team that's looking to potentially end this right now. If they can get through this grab, that could be game.
Oh, the EMP catches Odos, but not before the overclock comes online anyways. I was talking about this not being a possibility of completing the map, but this could be the cleanest map pull we see here, because we know back against NGIT Shy Guys, Fisher had a complete map, but NGIT still got a few meters on. This is looking like a complete sweep right now if you're St. Rose. 3 in the EMP, but where's the follow-up? Lofi uses it, but nobody dies. Mubi does get out of mech though finally, and Tinfoil finally going onto that Soldier, and that Graviton Surge gets everybody inside of it. And finally here, a couple minutes in, and Pace finally gets a fight win.
Yeah, there was no beat from Battle Pants up yet. It just seems like St. Rose hadn't been taking that much damage for him to heal, so didn't have that beat available to try and counter the EMP, try and counter the grab. So 111 meters flat is where College of St. Rose's progress ends for now. That is quite the mountain to climb for Pace University, who's just now starting to get the progress going. But you do have a nano-boosted last miss, I believe, I think. I don't see who actually got it off.
Yeah, I don't know who got that one, but we'll see. Maybe he got canceled out. Either way,
maybe
15 meters to go here for the side of Pace, and 15 meters and rolling now. But the overclock used, and the overclock really not finding anything there. Tinfoil does get the Sojourn 1v1 kill onto Odos, so hey, that's a good fight win for you. If you can kill Odos, you've got your win con, and right now that's what they're doing. They can push it up to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, they should probably be able to get it up there. St. Rose, though, they can come back into this one with several ultimates in their bank. You got Halfcraft already with the nano boost available. 80% and above for Moopy, Odos, and Clutch. So you're looking solid for St. Rose. Pace University, though, has that grab EMP combo that got them that fight win in the first part.
Halfcraft's attack can't use the nano right away, but now the nano boost is invested. And this is going to go right on to Clutch here, who's going to make sure that that advantage is being taken care of. And now the rest of the team falling for Pace, so it's back to College of St. Rose in command.
Silver lining, though, for Pace University, you didn't use any of your ultimates. As soon as Clutch went in with that nano boost, got 2 kills, Pace University cut their losses right there, decided, okay, we're going to save our ultimates for the next fight here. So you're still in a very solid situation here for Pace. You have 3 ultimates available to try and take this one back. Oh, but you can't lose Tinfoil. You lost Tinfoil. Oh, that's tough.
That's tough for them, and now it's just the domino effect here. The snowball will roll down the hill, in fact, or I should say up the hill, because that's where TW1 is right now. Just coming back up the hill, walking his way back to that wall that he's got to push, and now Clutch with an EMP, Odos with a railgun, or with an overclock. It decides to invest it, takes down Tinfoil, takes down Asta. It's a team kill. Can they get the final meters? It's 127 meters there. Can they get it all the way up? The EMP is up, gets 3 inside of it, but it's still Odos and Moopy with everything possible. The follow-up not there. Self-destruct is out. Graviton Surge gets 3 people inside of it, and that does kill Battle Pants, but is this investment going to be enough for Pace University to flip this one back? It's going to look like it, as Odos is not going to be able to play since he's dead, and now Pace University by a hair holds on.
Not quite enough. College of St. Rose really wanted to send it off the map for us super quickly, but with some nice clutch ultimates from Pace University coming up just in time, they managed to keep this one alive. But man, that bot was so close to the end of the map there. Pace University still has quite the hole to dig out of, and currently no ultimates to do it with.
Now it's Tinfoil, now on the Soldier, tries to pick off the Sombra there. The Sombra gets right in the back line there, but that's such a huge pick when your tank goes down, especially in Overwatch 2. Is Movie nano boosted? I think Movie's nano boosted outside of mech, and in fact, that's the case. And so Halfcraft's investing in keeping the Diva, baby Diva up, but it works out because everybody else is focusing on that. Odos and Movie in the back line getting kills.
And we get right back into where we were before, with College of St. Rose knocking on the door of the end of the map here, but unlike last time, you really only have one ultimate here. Battle Pants with the beat, and you really want to use that defensively with the grab from Last Miss, the blade from Lofi. So yeah, you're gonna try and back up a little bit. Now here it comes.
Now here it comes. In fact, and again, another Railgun secondary fire shot onto Sapphire, even though Sapphire was really low thanks to the hands of Clutch there. But it's going to work out again in the College of St. Rose's favor. They want to take the map lead here in the match lead. And now the overclock invested. Here comes more shots from Odos. There's one, there's two. How about a third? No, just misses off to the right on the overclock shot. But it's still a great investment here. And in fact, that's going to bring the robot all the way up to the final meter.
And you've got the EMP.
But is it going to matter here because they're in the final meter? They contest just in time with less than half a meter left to go. They're going to contest, but is it going to matter? Somebody's got to keep touching it the rest of the way here. And with the tank and the healers down, it's not going to be even a fight coming up here. The self-destruct over and over, and that is a complete map win for the College of St. Rose, who goes up in the series 2-1.
3 new Queen Street matches, and 3 times the winning team has finished the entirety of the map. Shout out to St. Rose for being able to really take it to Pace University there. They won the first match with this Pace University squad. They are not looking to lose this one now that they're on stream, now that there's a little bit more of an audience for this map. College of St. Rose are looking strong, and this Sojourn from Odo still has yet to be denied. This dude is getting at least one final blow for every fight, usually more than one. It's been so impressive, and it really feels like, I don't know, Pace just doesn't have the firepower to be able to hold up to it. You know, maybe when you had Last Miss over on the DPS, you could try and hold up to it. But as soon as Last Miss swapped over onto the tank and maybe tried to counter Moopy, Odos became the number one priority and the number one threat for this team. And the DPS side from Pace just hasn't been able to hold up so far.
Yeah, and it's just been an insane role here from Odos on the side of St. Rose. St. Rose now on match point. Pace needing to win this next map, especially on hybrid, where again possibilities go galore here, and we're not going to mention it to make our prod angry, but again, high possibility here for them. But
yeah.
St. Rose, we won't overextend the mention of that. But again, St. Rose on match point here, and we'll give you an update real quick as we get into our next map picks in a little while. The only other map the only other match that we know of in their decider match that was in Group A, where NJIT Shy Guys take down SUNY Poly 3-0 in a sweep. So NJIT Shy Guys and Fisher College securing their spots in the top 8 LAN, and it'll be SUNY Poly playing for that extra spot in the eliminator match for the LAN spot. We do not know Group B's decider match just yet. We're waiting the score for that, but that decider match, that was actually, NJIT Shy Guys, that was in Group B. Group A, the decider match we're waiting on is Wigglers versus Arcadia Knights, although the update right now is that NJIT Wigglers is up 1-0 over Arcadia Knights in that rematch. Harrisburg already securing their top 8 position in the LAN. Winner of Wigglers and Knights will secure their position in the top 8 LAN. And same thing here for Group C between Pace and St. Rose. St. Rose on match point to secure themselves a spot in the LAN without having to play an extra match. Pace still trying to find that second map win, forcing a second control. And so now we head on over to hybrid. And again, Pace's map pick here becomes oh so important, especially on match point.
No, I'm just kidding. Oh man, no, I don't actually want to tie that much. I understand. Like, we do want to move on to it a little bit. We do want to move on, get to the bracket stage as soon as possible. But I was saying that with hybrid map, this is the first hybrid map that we're seeing throughout this series. I think that there is something to be said for maybe going back to the old faithful, going back to King's Row here for pace. You have that sort of, it really does lend itself more to those close range styles that I think pace is much more comfortable with. Odos is going to have to play around these very tight corners that and thin hallways that King's Row has. It offers itself a lot less sight lines, so I think there is a lot to be said for King's Row as a map pick here.
Yeah, and I love if you didn't see it, folks, the graphic at the bottom says casters that want ties get muted. Unfortunately, Dividing got muted for just a couple of moments here. And of course, Dividing, Mr. Big Brain himself, calls it. In fact, we are back into the classic. We're back into King's Row coming up here in a little while, and that is Pace's map pick. So the team out of New York City trying to take over the team in Albany, trying to force St. Rose into the lower bracket. Unfortunately, though, St. Rose is up 2-1 on them, so Pace needing to win the next two in order to give themselves an automatic berth into the Rutgers University LAN. And so let's head on over to King's Row. And in fact, King's Row gets a little bit of a touch-up as well. Not a nighttime map anymore. In fact, maybe more of a sun-up map.
Yeah, so weird, honestly, seeing this map in the daytime. I'm so used to it, to battles here going on at night. But hey, does really nice on that Mondada statue to try to really... sunlight going off of, I think it's bronze, but I don't really know for sure. And, well, while we do have St. Rose on the defense, Odos, even with all of the difficulties that King's Row comes with for the Sojourn pick, is going to stick right on it. Hey, it's gotten you 2 map wins. If you're confident you're going to still be able to hit those shots, I think you go for it.
I mean, hey, we've seen him hit close-up shots before. This is no different from what we've seen in the last 2 maps, especially on Gibraltar when they were trying to get close up to Odos. In fact, Odos was hitting a majority of those close-up shots anyway. So hey, not a bad pick here if you're Odos. Pick with what you're comfortable with. But for Pace on their side, going with the May, and again, the first time we're seeing a lot of characters for the first time here in this side, and May gets a rework, no freezes except for the Blizzard ultimate, and the May does get pulled out in this case.
It does get pulled out. It's really interesting to see the May in Overwatch 2 no longer freezes with the primary fire, just slows down. So a lot of the value from May is going to come out of those walls and out of hitting those secondary fire projectiles. If you can hit headshots with that, you do a lot of damage.
And look how aggressive this team from Pace is trying to play right underneath the archway already. They're ignoring the point, and in fact, they get battle pads inside of that storm that they were bringing. Unfortunately, though, in the back line, with Moopy going down, that's a lot of your tank damage down for the College of St. Rose, but Odos still doing
Odos has things. Overclock already.
Yeah, Odos has already, this is insane. Odos already has overclock, and now Clutch is just going to clean up the rest, and this is going to be a fight win for College of St. Rose. However, Pace does have the opportunity to come right back in because of the spawn room advantage here, but Odos can slide just right back in anyways.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to use even the threat of that overclock from Odos is going to force Pace University back, and that is going to give the rest of St. Rose a chance to get back into this point, make this a clean 5v5 fight. We do have the Blizzard coming up from Last Miss, by the way. I don't think we mentioned this. Last Miss is back on the DPS.
Yeah, so Last Miss and Last Miss and Tinfoil now on the tank. However, Odos, hello, with 3 kills on the overclock. Clutch cleaning up the rest, and that is a quick team fight. Oh my goodness, Odos cannot miss.
This dude's unstoppable. Oh my goodness. It's been 3 maps in a row where it feels like this dude has been playing completely uncontested, but it's not true. Odos is contested. Pace University is throwing everything they can at this Sojourn to try and disrupt his rhythm. It's just not happening.
And the EMP catches everybody. Clutch gets everybody down with that EMP, and that armor from Tinfoil not even going to come back up for just a little while, meaning they're forced to back off just a little while longer. And you're taking a look at this team from College of St. Rose. They're trying anything and everything they can. Moopy eats the Blizzard. That's huge for them. That means there's no freezes coming up here. And in fact, that's going to be advantage College of St. Rose with Odos gone. Or rather, not with Odos gone, excuse me. With the eating of the Blizzard, Pace just has no answers whatsoever.
I mean, that had to have been Pace's win condition there, yeah. And as soon as Last Miss loses the Blizzard, it's going to swap over onto the Genji. It's going to be able to more directly contest Odos here, get onto the high ground, get into the back line. So I like the swap here. Just really tough there, and a nice hero play there from Moopy.
Well, they're finally starting to get some ticks here for pace. They finally clear off the point. They're making sure they're backed off for right now. The Sombra still here on this point and can't translocate out. Clutch is actually caught out. And so now they get the first free tick. The second tick, maybe not just yet, or they do. So with the self-destruct, is anybody going to contest this, really? There's the Earth Shatter down. That's the D.Va down with it. And this Auto also caught in the back line, too. So really the only person left to go on this point is this Mercy trying to contest. And at the same time, Moopy and maybe trying to hold on for Otis' overclock. Otis does invest the overclock. Will it hit anything? The sound barrier also out to save any possibility they can. And finally, the DPS is showing up here for Pace University as they will be able to get the third tick to add 2.5 to the bank.
And they needed that badly. They invested everything that they had into that fight. 30 seconds left on the clock. If Faith University didn't get that point there, it was going to be a full hold. But Faith University, they get a new lease on life. They get to continue through this map, and they have a blade from Last Miss available to try and push past this archway. That being said, Clutch is almost ready, 10% away from the EMP to try and counter that out. I mean, those instant dashes mean nothing if you're hacked out of them. You can't do them at all.
And now they see where Clutch is. He's just going to back up for right now. It does have the EMP available, like you were saying. Also, the Dragon Blade available for Last Miss. But really, other than that, no other ultimates. Here comes the Dragon Blade. Slash dash away. Is bionated, but it doesn't matter. Last Miss's target right away was Odos. Just to know that Odos was the win-kill condition there. And Moopy out of mech catches the Last Miss. That's still not going to matter here as the supports just healing up each other, which means Moopy probably goes down in this situation. And there it is. So another few meters going to come up here for Pace.
And here we see the snowball potential for this Pace University comp, right? The second they get a kill and they throw Odos off his rhythm, they throw College of St. Rose off of their kind of mid-range game and force things up close, they have a massive advantage here with the Sombra Genji combo. That is a lot of close-range damage. That is a lot of pressure on the backline. Battle Pants and Halfcraft can only do so much. They don't have that many movement abilities, that many healing abilities. They kind of just have to peel for each other. It's tough for St. Rose to hold up to this.
Oh, Tinfoil was going to charge right in with the self-destruct, but he gets hacked. So that self-destruct doesn't find anything for right now. Now he throws out the self-destruct, secondary railgun fire. Gets there, but Tinfoil with a double kill on both of the supports. It's huge for Pace. This is the fight they want, and it's the fight that'll get them an extra 90.
Yep, and that is a very clean round 2 point B for Kings Row after being stuck on point A for a pretty long time. You couldn't ask for much better from Pace University in that situation. Give themselves 2 minutes and 30 seconds to try and complete this map. You definitely have a chance, especially with a nano boost from Sapphire available. You can put that on the Tinfoil or maybe onto Lofi if you're feeling kind of dangerous with it. St. Rose, though, onto 3 ultimates of their own, including the overclock from Odos.
Yeah, so here, maybe the overclock comes out, maybe not even needed. Moopy brings out the squish kill onto Sapphire. Both of the supports go down. And hey, not even needing to invest too many ultimates. Moopy maybe the self-destruct at most. But other than that, Pace has to back off immediately with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, self-destruct was it for St. Rose. So now they're in a fantastic position to hold here. They have everything I said before, but they also have the EMP from Clutch now ready. So it's pretty even when it comes to ults, 3 on each side, as now Clutch gets it up and now gets nanoed up.
And here comes Odos with the overclock, which takes down Tinfoil out of mech. And now it's just Odos and Clutch just cleaning up house here for the rest of the College of St. Rose as Pace has to back up and search for answers again.
A super expensive fight, though. They got the win, but Pace University used no ultimates of their own, so there are no ultimates on the side of St. Rose anymore. Pace University is about to have 4 once Last Miss gets the last 10% to this blade. They should be able to take this fight and get the cart rolling again.
So 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go on the clock. There needs to be a push here by Pace. EMP available, the Dragon Blade also available as well. EMP catches for everybody but Clutch inside of it, and now they play the run up the kill game. However, it decides to turn into a trade fight with Moopy and Clutch getting the kills in the back line onto Loki as well. It's turning out to be a trade fight, but in fact, Pace University actually going to get some distance here, and Payload will probably go into the home stretch.
Yeah, it ends up being a little bit iffier than you'd want it to be, but still Pace managed to get the cart moving while only using the 1 ultimate. You still have the blade from Last Miss, you have a bomb from Tinfoil. It's really just Battle Pants is probably going to be saving that beat for win. Nope, never mind. Not saving it for the blade at all. It's going to be trying to use it aggressively.
Yeah, trying to both sides are going to use a sound barrier right away. Now would be the time for Last Miss to swing away. There's number 1. There's number 2. How about a third? Can he get the third? No, won't find the third. Is actually caught in the disruptor shot from Otis, and Otis is there to take care of business. And Moopy actually uses the remech to take care of Tinfoil's mech. And so Otis once again taking care of the Dragon Blade, taking care of the Sombra, and right now College of St. Rose, can't get Diva, but it's not going to matter anyways. Diva's the only person left to go on that point. And the overtime clock is just going to bleed out here with only one person left to contest it. It's probably going to be a Tracer or a Baby Diva just holding on, and that will do it for the overtime clock. So no time left to go. Pace cannot complete the map, and all College of St. Rose needs to do to advance on with an automatic seed in the top 8 is 2 points and a couple of meters into the home stretch.
Switching sides.
Yeah, but you saw how the map pick really changed things up for St. Rose. Odos wasn't quite able to get as many of the sight lines that he was looking for. There's definitely a presence in that map, not quite like the singular presence for the St. Rose as it was before. Odos had to get some support from Moopy, from Clutch, from Halfcraft, from Battle Pans. The entirety of the St. Rose squad really rose up to meet the occasion when Odos wasn't able to be quite as effective as before. Pace University, once they had the momentum, they were able to get quite a bit of progress. I do think that this configuration with Last Miss on DPS is much stronger for them than having Last Miss on tank, at least in this particular matchup, because Last Miss is able to more easily go up against Odos and make sure that Sojourn doesn't get quite as much value.
You're right, and you're talking about Sojourn trying to get any value right there. I mean, and the map pick as well, just because of it being a little bit more closed than we saw in Gibraltar or that we saw in New Queen Street when you have a little bit longer sightlines, not by much though. But Odos, man, you got the win con right now, as we've been saying all game long since Gibraltar. It's been stop Odos on this Sojourn, and again, Pace had a couple of highlights where they did stop him. In fact, Tinfoil and Last Miss did get a couple of swings on him, so that's good news if you're Pace. Now the question is, can you hold on? You got to hold on 2 points, 53.95 meters to make sure that this will go the distance in order to get to game 5. We have a pause in the action for right now. Maybe somebody calling for a pause. Not too sure why. That might have been an automatic pause from the system itself. But we will get back into the game as soon as we can figure out where the pause or why the pause happened or when we can get out of the pause. Meantime, though, we'll give you some updates here from all the other games, as all the other brackets. We are in Group C right now for the decider match, and this is the teams between Pace and St. Rose. Winner will move on into the top 8. Meanwhile, again, Fisher College and the IT Shy Guys beating SUNY Poly 3-0, which means SUNY Poly drops down to the 10 seeds, or in other words, we'll have to play an extra one to get into the LAN. Meanwhile, Fisher College and NJIT, your 2 teams out of Group B that will make it out into the LAN at Rutgers University. Meanwhile, NJIT Wigglers and Arcadia Knights, that game does go final in Group A. NJIT Wigglers able to defeat the Arcadia Knights 3-1 there. So it'll be Harrisburg and NJIT getting their automatic spots in as well. So Group A is set. Group B is set. Group C, not quite yet. We're not finished just yet. 3.5 minutes on the clock as the pause does come back out, and already a couple of seconds in, and there, Pace University is being forced all the way back. In fact, with Clutch taking down Last Miss, that's a huge chunk of damage gone. The only person left gotten with major damage is maybe Lofi at that, and this Diva running around almost out of mech, and there's the out of mech, which means it's probably a signal for College of St. Rose winning this fight.
Very quick early fight there from from College of St. Rose. Pace University, I think they're playing a very interesting, almost OG dive composition with the Genji Tracer. They want to play aggressive with this and go and use the mobility from your tank and your DPS to try and take the fight to St. Rose before they can take it to you. But St. Rose, I've been playing extremely aggressively, surprisingly aggressively, considering they do have a Sojourn that needs to get set up in the back. And I think took Pace University off guard.
Yeah, and Sojourn, look at the ultimate percentage. Sojourn's already got an overclock here. Odos gets 1, and Odos gets a 2nd. How about a 3rd? Not quite on the overclock kills, but
so close.
Hit the Lucio. That was super close. If that's a headshot, that's over. But look how far. Look where the card is in comparison to where this team from Pace is all the way backed up. The pressure from St. Rose just all too much, and now Odos and Clutch again with the help of Moopy just cleaning up everything.
This comp just isn't working for Pace. They really need to play fast, play aggressive with this comp. They are not getting the opportunity to do so. You either need to bump up the tempo, or you need to swap to something more defensive, or else this series is going to be over super fast for Pace. That being said, they do have enough ultimates available now that you may want to stick with it just to see how that works out. You're going to have all 5 coming up in just a moment.
Well, let's see what Pace does here. Self-destruct goes into the back line. EMP is there. Moopy can't get out, and Moopy in the Baby Diva mode goes down with the self-destruct. There's the self-destruct out from Tinfoil. Doesn't find anything either. But in the meantime, for right now, with Blasphemous hitting that pulse bomb, this is going to be College of St. Rose backing off for right now. And there's the Lucio just trying to get out, and it's a Boostio, in fact. You called it, yeah, it's a Boostio out there, and this is College of St. Rose bringing it all the way back.
Oh my gosh. I know it's Odos getting the kills. I'm going to give the MVP of the fight to Battle Pants. With the nano boosted Lucio, and basically I isolated Tinfoil, and with the help of another member of the team was able to take the Diva out of the fight. So beautiful stuff from St. Rose. It was looking rough for them for a second, but they might just be able to take point B.
And it looks like they will be able to. Nobody's going to be able to touch, and now they've got 5 minutes to end this series at 53.96 meters. They can complete this. They've got their seed into Rutgers University, the LAN, in November. Will they be able to is the question. They have the Dragon Blade available to them right now. They're just trying to test the waters. College of St. Rose does have that sound barrier up from Battle Pants. Are they going to invest it is the question. Right now they're just backing off and making sure that they have a trade. However, with Halfcraft taking down last bit, a huge pick. Honest got 2. How about this
Halfcraft?
From Halfcraft? And the rest of the team of College of St. Rose want to end it right here. The Lucio goes down, the Diva out of mech, the Diva goes down, golden box of victory is right in sight. Is there going to be anyone able to touch it, or is this it? Is this it?
It might be. Last Miss gets taken down while going for a pulse bomb. Lofi with the blade, though, is going to take down 2. Is probably going to mean that we are going to keep going for at least a little bit longer if they can finish this off.
Yeah, the Dragon Blade does get 2 there, and he's hacked in the meantime. Lofi's so low, though, but with the Moopy getting out of mech, this is probably going to be a stall out here. No, they're just going to let Moopy go out with 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, and then payload 6 meters out. This is close.
It's one more fight for St. Rose. You just got to pull off one more fight win in order to basically, I don't want to say 100% secure your spot in the top 8, but you're pretty much securing your spot in the top 8 with this one. And Clutch has the EMP that might just end it.
Here comes the EMP, gets 4 people inside of it, including Tinfoil, including Lofi, and Asta so low, but with Odos hitting the secondary shot of the railgun, might not even matter all too much. Sapphire having to use the sound barrier, or actually, yes, use the sound barrier. It doesn't happen though. Sapphire used the sound barrier, but it gets canceled out. Last Miss does hit a few shots though, into the final few meters. It is being contested right now as we speak. It's going to inch ever so closely, but Last Miss is contested right away. Odos using the overclock to take care of the Baby Diva. Lilfi in the background, though, getting 2 kills of their own. 3.61 meters left to go, and that will be a defensive hold yet again for Pace University, holding on by just the skin of their teeth.
The Widowmaker hero play from Last Miss. St. Rose wasn't expecting it at all, and before you could blink, took out 2 members of St. Rose while it looked like they were on their way, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the long-range hit scan that we needed to contest. Odos says Last Miss takes him out of the fight very quickly. This is a new feeling for Odos right now.
Yeah, Odos having to contest into this Widowmaker. Remember, Widowmaker can one-shot you. For Odos, you got to build up for maybe a railgun to get that shot and hit a few. In fact, has the info site available to him, but it's going to get dove right away. And just getting barely out of there from Moopy, excuse me. And now it's just the old fight coming up. Moopy's going to have the self-destruct available. Odos gets the railgun shot onto Asta, which is a big pick for College of St. Rose. That's a big healer down, but it's rezzed up immediately here by Sapphire. Tinfoil out of mech. And now it's a lot of that defense matrix gone, and now Clutch trying to be the hero to bring this team to the brink. Last Miss, though, gets rid of Battle Pass. There's the self-destruct. Not going to find a single thing. Last Miss in such a dangerous position, though, in this back. And nobody else touches. They are forced all the way back. And ladies and gentlemen, College of St. Rose will win this fight 3-1 in Kings Row, winning 3-2. completes the map on New Queen Street, and brings it all the way back from a loss on Ilios. And it's going to be the College of St. Rose, as well as Penn State, getting their seat into the land.
My goodness. And this man right here, the focal point of it all, Odos' Sojourn, was so impressive throughout the series. I set this up to be a tank carry game with Moopy, but holy crap. Odos just took over the game at so many points. With the overclock or not, dude was so consistent with his railgun shots every single time, was able to at least hit a body and put someone in a very uncomfortable situation. I want to say it felt like he was hitting more than 50% of his railgun shots. It might have been over 60%. It was, and when your Sojourn is hitting shots like that, you are in such a good position. And hey, St. Rose, you know, we were talking about whether or not that upset in the first round was a fluke. It absolutely was not. College of St. Rose are here to play. They will be here to play in Rutgers in all likelihood.
Yeah, in all likelihood, they'll be headed off to Rutgers November 5th and 6th. We should see them there. And the way they're playing right now, especially with Odos and Clutch in their hands, right now, it's looking like St. Rose could be the dark horse to make a run at some of these other teams that are headed there. So St. Rose secures their spot into the LAN, as well as Penn State, as Penn State makes it out after beating College of St. Rose 3-0 earlier and getting their first match win over NJIT Koopa Troopa. So their seed is secured as well. But right now, we will try to and we'll see if we can get the rest of the field set up as well. And in fact, we're going to the bracket rounds soon enough. But we will take a short break. And when we come back, we'll see if we get the bracket rounds, or maybe we'll move to the South as well. South also coming up later on today as well. Stick around for that. Plenty of Overwatch action left to go. Plenty of Overwatch 2 collegiate action left to go here today as well as tomorrow. But Saturday, we still got a little bit of time left to go. So stick around. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. You're watching the CECC East Qualifiers. A little bit of trouble. Anna's already 31% on the way to an ultimate. Maybe Battle Pass just trying to find something along the lines of a pick, but does get out of mech immediately. And Pace University starting off on the right foot here with the picks that they want, including the Diva, including the Sovereign. EMP available. Last miss, like you're saying, has a Dragon the blade as well. Doesn't need to use it though to start, because already gets a dash kill on Clutch. There's the EMP, catches 3 inside of it, and now all Last Miss has to do is swing away and gets every single kill possible on the Ruins as they switch off supports. Halfcraft and Sapphire both going down in the meantime, but Last Miss still making impact. Although again, it's traded out, but now both of the supports for Banner. Movie still out of mech, trying to get any kills that they can back in. And now it's going to be a survival mode, and somehow get back. It ain't going to happen at all. Otis does go down earlier on. And Pace University, the EMP blade clutching up for them. Pace, including a big sound barrier, including a big EMP here. We'll see if Clutch is going to throw up the translocator, throws the EMP on both ends. 3 caught for Pace, 2 caught for College of St. Rose. Who's going to win the battle of the EMP here? Looking like Pace to start, only having to invest the EMP. Self-destruct is out there.
Halfcraft, is that going to be enough?
We'll see, the Dragon Blade is out, the sound barrier also to help this as well. Otis in a lot of trouble, doesn't have a slide away to get through, and now the Coalescence out, maybe to take down Last Miss here. It's such a close battle between this one right now, but the Coalescence doesn't.
We got to get another great overclock here from Odos, and that's exactly what we're going to get. 2 railgun shots, 2 headshots. Lofi and Sapphire are down. And the College of St. Rose are not done just yet without close to Zilio's snap.
But right now with a Sojourn back, it is Odo's time to try and bring this all the way back home. The self-destruct is out, takes down Battle Path, trying to get back into play here. This is super close, and somehow, someway, Tim Foyle is still on this point. But right now,
there is very little you can do about it. Sojourn is so good at just deleting those squishier members from the map, and then you will also have a decent amount of mobility there with the slide and jump, and oh my goodness, Odos just continues to wreak havoc on
just everybody inside of it. That EMP is big, and this is going to be a fight win for Pace, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
back. Odo still hitting shots. What's new? As I mean, they're just so close to him at this point that they're winning. But Odo's trying to self-carry the team here, self-sustaining on the Soldier, and you can't get away. You can only run away for your life as far as you possibly can.
Able to get onto the point here. Usually you'd have your Sombra to be able to do it, but Lofi swapped off. Asta's still coming out of spawn, and no one is going to get there. No one is fast enough to get back onto that point, and St. Rose ties up the series 1-1.
Tinfoil and the battle pans, which one will go down first? Question, meeting up here, statue side. Tinfoil goes down off the map from what the kill feed says of his own volition. And I don't know if that was, I mean, if that might have been a Lucio or not, but that's going to show that the college is like a complete sweep right now if you're St. Rose. 3 in the EMP, but where's the follow-up? Lofi uses it, but nobody dies. Mubi does get out of mech though, finally, and Tinfoil finally going onto that soldier, and that Graviton Surge gets everybody inside of it and push. And now Clutch with an EMP, Odos with a railgun, or with an overclock. It decides to invest it, takes down Tin, less than half a meter left to go. They're gonna contest, but is it gonna matter? Somebody's gotta keep touching it the rest of the way here. And with the tank and the healers down, it's not gonna be even a fight coming up here. The self-destruct and over, and that is a complete map win for the College of St. Rose.
You have the Blizzard coming up from Last Miss, by the way. I don't think we mentioned this. Last Miss is back on the DPS.
Yeah, so Last Miss and Last Miss and Tinfoil now on the tank. However, Odos, hello, with 3 kills on the overclock. Clutch cleaning up. Oh, Tinfoil was going to charge right in with the self-destruct, but he gets hacked. So that self-destruct doesn't find anything for right now. Now he throws out the self-destruct, secondary railgun fire. Gets there, but Tinfoil with a double kill on both of the supports. It's huge for Pace. This is the fight they want, and it's the fight that'll get them an extra 90.
Yep, and that is a very clean round 2 point B for Kings Row after being
with the overclock, which takes down Tinfoil out of mech, and now it's just Odos and Clutch just cleaning up house here for the rest. Will do it for the overtime clock, so no time left to go. Pace cannot complete the map, and all College of St. Rose needs to do to look at the ultimate percentage. Soldier's already got an overclock here. Odos gets 1, and Odos gets a 2nd. How about a 3rd? Not quite on the overclock kills, but
so close.
Hit the Lucio. That was super close, but that's a headshot. That's over. But look, I mean, look how far. Look where the card is in comparison to where this team from Pace is all the way backed up. The pressure from St. Rose just all too much. Ben's Matrix gone, and now Clutch trying to be the hero to bring this team to the brink. Last Miss though gets rid of Battle Pass. There's the self-destruct. Not gonna find a single thing. Last Miss in such a dangerous position though in this pack, and nobody else touches. They are forced all the way back and.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one, kicked back off stage though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Talk is able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection and go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Iranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
It's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's time to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Top of the goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it. Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds maybe, what was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm gonna start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm gonna go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content. Hello
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017. And the day after, we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams in esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And you know, that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new, and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And you know, before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself, it's so important. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer, to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
https://twitter.com/septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to like hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down to the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers? No. Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them? No. Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place.
Third
That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place. That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. Tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. Both I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill about in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Could those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for Xset versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports U. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the side of
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here, as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
Don't get turned around here, as his Spaniard pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
This is a very dangerous opportunity here.
Yeah, looking for the guard, a beautiful sky smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one sock, and we've seen what his
In our top half, it's Mr. Nene as he whips and does the dance with 3 different members of LIU to clutch up the round.
He's the last alive, granted. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does heaven, he might understand that he's hell. First shock dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shot's coming out. He still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC.
You can never count out James Madison so long as Impulse is lurking in the wings with this crazy Death Blossom.
Going to deny the Deadeye. Unfortunately, they just missed the timing on that defense matrix. And now Georgia State once again in control here. Oh, but Impulse comes in
Beautiful
with
ultimate
the Death
from Reaper,
Blossom.
including the hack from Sombra to get a wrist.
In our runner-up, Bryce, in a disadvantage, finds a way to just dunk on pace to take St. Joseph's to the final series.
What a play there. Great usage of that corridor. We've seen it be so effective thus far. Weiss really wants to take this to game number 3. Great roll. Oh, great usage.
You know, I can't even believe that we were not believing in this DDD.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, I take it all back.
This is exactly the pick they needed.
Oh man, huge. Oh my goodness, this is massive.
He could win this right here.
Oh,
He spikes him!
Oh, Rice!
And at number 1, it's Captain Insano off the top rope to suplex Grand Valley onto the mat.
Barely been able to get out of their third. Finally, Captain Insano can give themselves, oh my word, more than just a chance. They're going to give themselves a goal. Monstrous 50-50 in the air. Wayne State will be the first to strike.
I lost track of the amount of times he.
All right, and that is it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the action this season is really heating up, and it has me super excited to see how these teams shape up come playoffs. Now, if you guys want to catch all of the action live, make sure to follow us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. We stream Monday through Wednesday, either on 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern. Or if you want to stay up to date with everything that's going on with collegiate esports, give us a follow on Twitter as well at ECAC_esports. Trust me, guys, we've been posting a lot more this season as to when we go live, what the matchup is, how we're looking, and all of that. You don't want to miss it. But if you also want to give our partner a shout out, if you want to show them some love, make sure to follow them on Twitch at twitch.tv/esportsu. As always, it's been a blast, but I'm sure we'll have even more to talk about next week with a new set of plays, a new host, and all of that that comes with these videos. But as I said, guys, I've been KTAD. Thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time.
Well, my name is Darian Wheeler. I'm a junior at Cornell College, and I play for the Overwatch and Smash Ultimate team there. I also play football, and I enjoy playing Ultimate Frisbee as well.
Wow, how do you have time for all that?
I have no idea.
Just gotta prioritize, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing Overwatch and Smash, you said?
Overwatch, I started playing the summer before I came to Cornell, which was in 2019. And since then, I've gone from bronze to master's ranking just by being on the team. And Smash, I started when the game first came out, but I haven't played the game competitively until around the end of last year.
And what made you want to start competing?
At the time, our esports coach, we just started getting into like big tournaments and stuff. And so we went to a tournament where one of the PGR, one of the top 50 players in the world, was appearing, and we played him, and it was not pretty. It was, we got stomped into the dirt. And so that I didn't like that. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna play better, and I'm gonna figure out how to beat someone like that, because that was not fun.
And what have you done to get better at the game? Like, what kind of strategies do you use?
We have weekly practices. We have Monday, Thursday, and Friday we practice.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CECC, but we move from the east and we go into the south region. Klutchkey alongside, dividing here with you, and we don't have 10 teams anymore from the east. We go to 16 teams down in the south region for you, and for this, all 16 teams in these 4 groups will make it out into the bracket, but the question is, where will they be placed? We start off in Group C, where we have the University of Texas at Arlington. The Mavericks will take on the University of Central Florida Knights. out of Orange County, Florida. These teams lining up right now as we get started here in the South. Had a little bit of a delay because we had the East Coast first up. That started at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was the morning games, but now we start heading into prime time position. It's 3 o'clock p.m. on the East Coast now, but we head down south for some of these games, and we start off with an interesting one between the Knights and the Mavericks here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting game, a very consequential game, because just like it was in the East qualifier, top 8 teams out of these 16 will be invited to the regional qualifier. The winner of that regional qualifier, of course, getting an invite to the national LAN at the end of the year. So that is huge. You want to get into that regional LAN, get a spot. Well, it's not a LAN. That regional event, unfortunately, couldn't get a LAN for the South, but it will be a regional event online. And this match between UCF and UTA, these are 2 teams that are really jostling for, I really want to say, that second position in their groups. This match could very well decide who ends up coming in second, who ends up coming in third, and getting that top 8 seed going into bracket gives you a much more favorable position in that top 16 matchup in the bracket to get yourself that top 8 slot.
Yeah, want to be in a great position in the Sweet 16 all the way to get it down all the way to the 8, to the 4, and even to the championship match should you get there. Let's take a look at your rosters here for the University of Central Florida. We'll start off with the Knights here on their roster. Unic, Tectonic, Benno Games, Pandemonium, and Tacor, all part of this lineup here for the Central Florida Knights. And some lineups as well, other players on this team, Admiral and Noctara also on this team. So 7 players on this University of Central Florida Knights team. We may see some substitutions here and there, as we've seen all throughout the day as well. But for right now, these are your starting 5 that we know of.
And this is the team that played in the South qualifier last year for CECC. I want to say came in 3rd place, coming up short against Kennesaw and University of South Florida at the time. So, losing to your cross-state rivals in USF is especially a tough one to swallow, I think, for these Knights. They're looking to really get their revenge this year, take it to not just the South Florida squad, but also to the rest of the South region. I think they feel a little bit disrespected by how much they've kind of been dismissed in Florida and in the South region as a whole.
And let's take a look now at your rosters here for the University of Texas at Arlington. The Mavericks look like this for your 5: Super Juice, Rain, Tomato Lord, Julian, and Shushi, all on your 5 other players here as well. On the back line, Soap Taste OK, Dez, Stank Badge, and Andrew, all part of this lineup here. And to talk about this lineup, more University of Texas teams, 2 of which are inside of this bracket. Arlington is just one of them. You also are going to have Austin in this bracket as well. So 2 UT teams inside of the South region.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how this UTA team stacks up. I remember a couple years ago when they were the top dogs in the EGF League. These guys were the team that nobody wanted to play against because of how strong they were, but quite a bit of graduations, quite a bit of roster turnover since then. Super Juice is the only name on this roster that I actually recognize as being on that same EGF lineup that really dominated that league back a couple years ago. So really interested to see how these players stack up, if UTA can get back to that past dominance, or if maybe the roster turnover has really affected them and they're not quite at their prior dominance from before. I think UCF will be a really good first test for them.
Yeah, so this will be an interesting game, like you were saying, a very close one to determine seeding as well. Trying to get that first win, it's super important as when we get into these group stage brackets to try and settle yourself, to try to establish yourself, especially in a new game that only came out 4 days ago in full, especially in a 5v5 situation. You lose the tank, more abilities, more characters in play. So this is going to be interesting to find where the teams are going to be settling. But let's head inside of the map right now as we get started with the CECC South qualifiers. And we are not on Ilios, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, if you were here from our very start of the CCC East region, all of our maps were Ilios. But guess what? We're no longer there. We start off on Oasis this time around, and it's the city center to get us started.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting first one. First of all, love the optics at night for this map. I think it's just real. I think it makes the lights of Oasis really pop in a really cool way. Love it, love it. Oasis City Center to start off is a really interesting first map because this map has that is more of like, it's not really a circle at the center of the map, it's more of a ring with that pillar in the center. Makes it really easy to stagger out this point for a very long time. So it's going to take a lot for both of these teams to clear the other team off of the point, as both sides are going with the Sombra Genji matchup, looks like, to start off.
Oh, looking like a little bit of a mirror matchup here as well, and you have the Ana already being hacked out. Superjuice in a lot of trouble. In fact, already down to a quarter of their health, but able to find a way back up, and now already an early pickoff as the tank of Tomato Lord goes down by the hands. On the other side, on a day course, the University of Central Florida, the Knights off to a running start here, getting some very early picks into their opponent's spawn hallway, I should say, and already UCF's going to get some percentages.
You can't be losing your Winston so early in this comp. That's kind of the anchor of this composition. Even though you have some survivable DPS, if your Winston goes down early, you don't have the bubble to play around anymore, it's going to be so difficult for the rest of your team to sustain. So, a little bit of a miscommunication. I think Tomato Lord cut off a little more than he could chew to start.
Tectonic, though, getting a kill onto Rain and mirroring the Sombra battle. That one won out by the Knights so far, but now it's another trade-off here with the dashes away, but one going onto the Brigida, which is a big healing composition. However, Julian on the side of the Mavericks looking fairly certain that they can get a few more kills. And now it's just a Genji trade fight here with 33% enrolling. However, should end early again because Tomato Lord did go down.
Yeah, this has been really dominant from Central Florida to start off. It seems like UTA just hasn't had the ability to get the setups with the Sombra that they've been looking for. The fact that they have a Brigitte instead of a Lucio means that they are not able to move quite as quickly as USCF has been so far, and that has shown UCF currently with 3 ultimates available.
See if they decide to use any of them, and this Sombra is just staying right put there for Tectonic as he backs off right now. In the meantime, those 63% enrolling. There's the dash up. There's the Nano Blade that's going to come out. And Benno Games is just going to have to swing away. Gets the dash reset. Gets the triple kill on the swing. And this is all Knights for right now as Benno gets 3. And it's last fight territory for the Mavericks.
My goodness, UCF. They are looking strong. They are looking hungry for a first map win here. And they still have the Primal Rage. They still have the EMP from Tectonic coming up. UTA, though, are going to have that Nano Blade combo. Julian's got to get something done.
There's the Nano Blade coming right in. And in fact, it does get Takor in the back line. However, not much else unless you can get this Lucio who's just going to find a way to escape. Now the Primal Rage being used, but the Lucio does go down, meaning both of the supports are out. So the Primal Rage here justifies any time, but really they're in overtime, so this really isn't going to matter any and all too much. So yeah, Central Florida's going to be content with just giving this away at 99%.
Yeah, you love to see it, though, from UCF. The fact that they saw the Nano Blade coming out and said, okay, there's no reason for us to invest too much in this fight. We'll just use the Primal Rage and get out. And that means you still do have the EMP. You still do have the beat to try and take this one back. One more fight win will be enough to take the first map of Oasis here. UTA, though, the fact that they only use the Nano Blade there, the other 3 are available. Both EMPs currently up.
Which EMP becomes a little bit more effective or whether or not they use it. Here's the EMP from UCF. They do get it. Superjuice and both of the supports caught inside of that EMP. So Tectonic using it first was big for them. Rain can't even use the EMP because he gets killed by Benno Games and the rest of the team immediately. So it's a good fight here for UCF. Sound barrier still available from Pandemonium if they wanted to use it. The Primal Rage is out, but really that Primal Rage is the only thing left to go on this point as Tomato Lord just trying to buy his team any and all time. The rally is there to save Tomato Lord for the very moment, and now the EMP is out from Rain to invest, and this is looking not too shabby if you're the side of UTA winning this fight so far. However, they get off the point. UCF flips it, and that is it for the round here as UCF able to take it 153%. And I don't want to say a letter number, but they did get off the point. So
I mean, they kind of, it's tough, but they kind of did, Glutchkey. I mean, they had an opportunity to get back on the point. The EMP was out from Rain, and there was an opportunity there, but the aggression from UCF forced them away. And that is a way to set the tone from the side of UCF. It was a mirror matchup from both sides, and seems like UCF right now has a better handle on how to use these on how to use these ultimates together. So we'll see if that stays here on Gardens, as we are seeing no swaps coming out from either side. It is still going to be the Brigitte versus the Lucio being the only difference. You're kind of using more sustainability from the Brigitte, but you lose the aggression you get from the speed boost.
So we'll see if they can go in aggressively. And here's a change of pace. Tomato Lord doesn't die first in this case. In fact, he actually gets Benno Games down early on. And Benno Games was such a huge threat in that very first round that if you can get rid of him, it seems like it's a win con. And Unic now slept, meaning that that's a Winston that's just not going to do anything for you, really. And Bionated, too, means that no healing, gotta back off. And for right now, it's Arlington in command at this point in time. But it's still being contested as we go along here, but it looks like they are going to get the flip, and Arlington's going to get the first chance at these points.
That was a beautiful dive from Tomato Lord to set the early tone in that fight, get the early pick off. That's what we really haven't seen UTA do so far in this map, was getting the initial dive, getting the initial setup, the initial pick, and because of that, they have a pretty significant ult advantage across the board so far.
Honest hacked in the back line, but the rest of the team there to help them out, but it doesn't matter. Takor does go down, and Rain gets away with his life, and now all Julian has to do is just dive right into the back line, get both of the supports down, and this is looking a lot better for the Mavericks. They are making sure that they can get their back line and making sure that this Sombra and Genji have nothing to do with it, so 35% enrolling for UTA.
UTA are shutting these USF attacks down at the moment, and they're going to be coming up on some ultimate soon, especially if they can pick off Takor here. It's hacked up, but oh, the backup comes in just in time, but will they be able to get through the Nano Blade?
Nano Boost is in there. Genji is hacked. Doesn't get a dash reset just yet. Does finally get it after slashing away at the Sombra. Does get one of the Dragon Blade, but that's going to be enough. It's going to be a touch. The spawn room differential here is UTA cleaning up a house for right now. And this is a completely different team from what we saw back against in first round at City Center.
So much different. Now that they actually have control of the point and they have the ability to set up these dives onto UCF, they look way more confident. Both teams do have the EMPs ready, and that is huge from Tectonic. Gets 3.
But where's the follow-up is the question. Tectonic does use the Bionade is there. EMP also not being used by UTA. Good discipline here if they want to hold on to it, especially when you've got 2 people down. But now they decide to use it just to secure the fight, especially when you're at 90% and rolling now, and that's huge for them because now you don't have a Lucio to get on point, and the only person you have now for UCF is this Sombra, but is this Sombra going to be able to get on point in time is the question. I don't think so. I think we're playing... Oh, no, there it is. I spoke a little bit too soon. The Tectonic was on point. I thought we were watching the perspective of Rain on. But it's been a good day so far here, but Benno Games now able to get away some swings, and the Primal Rage to counter here. Almost nice. Benno Games falls off the map due to the Primal Rage. Tomato Lord canceling out everything that Dragon Blade just did. Is it going to be enough, though? Is it going to be enough to keep this clean for the side of UTA? The Mavericks looking good on point so far as they clear out the point. The Lucio cannot touch. And a flip of the switch as the Mavericks clean up Gardens 100 0.
That was 2 wildly different maps there on Oasis. UTA looked much more decisive on Gardens. They were able to take first point control, and they snowballed the ult advantages that they had from that point to a complete point win. Man, that was looking... I was like, oh man, here comes another 3-0 for UCF after the first point, but we might be in for something a little bit more. As we head into University, there's some swaps coming in from both sides. Again, it's a more closed-in map on Oasis. There's a ceiling up top. There isn't as much room to maneuver around, which is why we see the tank swaps over. Unique onto the Zarya. Tomato Lord thought about the Rhine, but it's actually going to be no changes on the side of UTA. They're going to run for the same things. UCF, though, is going to run with the Zarya and Tectonic on the Reaper, which means they are playing much more close range.
Well, they're going to dive right in. Tomato Lord's going to go right into this Reaper, actually, and trying to see if they can get anything going. Rain, though, not finding a single hack there to start off that fight. Tomato Lord already a third of the way through an ultimate, though, and Tectonic in so much trouble. No Wraith form available to him either, but it's still going to be a trade-off, and that's both of the supports down now for UCF. So if you're liking a trade battle, you're liking the way UCF is playing right now, and they're going to be able to get first kicks on the point.
The Reaper adds a whole new dimension to this UCF composition. Even though Tectonic ends up getting taken down, just his presence on this point, emboldened by the Zarya bubble, makes it so that UTA has to back up. They have to respect it. They don't have a character that can do as much up-close damage as Tectonic can. And because of that, they get forced into a bad position that the rest of the team can follow up on.
Well, Samelo Lord dives right in, and that dive is going to work out for them. The Reaper, no more Wraith form available, and the Zarya probably only has one bubble left for themselves. That's not going to work out, though, as Tectonic does go down. And now look at this dive composition coming from UTA, bringing the heat, bringing the pack, and they've got it flipped at about 34%.
Perfectly done from UTA, going calmly, coolly, and collectively from one target to the next, getting a hack off, getting the kill off. And that's what you want to see from this team. You've got really good single target effectiveness, especially with the Sombra hacks, so you want to be seeing the rest of the team follow up on what Rain does for the team, and that is exactly what we see from them. Oh, what a sleep from Super Juice.
And the Bionade gets Pandemonium in the backline as well. That's a huge sleep dart for you. Even though if Tectonic wasn't really a threat there with a Death Blossom or anything, I mean, really just shows you great skill and great precision there from this Ana. However, Trauma Rage is being used by the Mandalore, trying to get it killed. Julian does win the mirror fight onto the Genji. Now the Dragon Blade being invested right away from Julian, who's going to try to swing away. Does not have a dash reset because he does not get killed with anything there. So, but the rest of the team is able to find a kill, so in fact, they hold on defensively.
They do hold on defensively, but they do use a couple ultimates to do it. UCF is going to be coming into this next fight with all 5 ultimates available or just about to become available. It's going to be massive. There's a lot of pressure on the Rain here with that EMP to try and cancel at least a few of these ultimates out.
See if it does. Rain's already been detected. There's the EMP. Catches 4 of 5. The Coalescence can still be used, though, in this case.
No
Pandemonium
beats.
dies with the sound barrier. Pandemonium tried to use it, but dies before it can be even
So
used.
did Takor.
Yeah, and so did Takor as well. Takor used the Coalescence, but dies right alongside with it. So instead of having 2 support ults for this last fight, UCF coming in with only a DPS and a tank.
Wow. This is huge. Actually, Pandemonium's going to swap off onto the Brigitte now, meaning that they have basically conceded the Lucio. They have decided the defense is better here.
Dragon Blade is going to come right in. No Nana Boost to go alongside it. A sleep dart. Oh my goodness. It's not even going to matter though. The sleep dart will not take care of business onto this Genji. In fact, it'll be even better for them because now, I mean, yes, they've invested every single ult possible knowing it's last fight territory. UTA is going to have a few ults available here, but in the end, UCF lives to see another fight.
I mean, I still can't get past that sleep from Super Juice. That looks like a 90-degree flick from that Ana to sleep the Dragon Blade. Crazy stuff, but yeah, like you said, UCF is able to continue. They get another fight to try and keep themselves in this, but this Nano from Super Juice could end it right. Okay, Julian goes down, so nicely done from Benno Games. It's actually going to force the entirety of UTA away. They want to take the fight as 5, and you know what? That is completely fair of them. They might be able to use a Nano Blade here. No, they're going to dive up top with Tomato Lord.
Yep, it's a Nano Monkey here, and no Sleep Dart there available for Takor either. Takor's in such a tough position. But right now, UCF is doing a pretty good job of staying close inside these corridors and staying alive. However, that's going to change right away as Julian does get a kill onto Benno Games, and now the domino effect starts to fall. UTA going to come back down from the break and just win it all here on Oasis, losing the first map of City Center 100-53. It's all Texas Arlington, and the Mavericks take map number 1.
And there we saw the slight change to control maps that actually came up huge in that scenario. In that situation, when UTA was at 99% and the other team had it, the second that they flipped the point back, they just won. There was no extra overtime period. I don't know if that's on purpose or if that's a bug in the game right now, but usually in that situation, there would be an overtime wick that would start. There would be a couple extra seconds for the other team to get onto the point, try and contest to take it back. In this case, though, UTA flip the point back and they win instantly. And I think that is a small but very noticeable change in control that UCF wasn't quite prepared for there. They end up taking the loss on the first map of Oasis, and UTA, they have had some roster turnover. They do not seem affected.
Yeah, and UTA again right now coming down from the brink, 153 against UCF, and then all of a sudden it just seemed like a flip had switched on going back to the Garden, 100 to nothing, and then finally, like you were saying, even if it is a bug, Texas or UTA showed off the dominance right in that small room, right in that small corridor. They had 4 people dead anyways. I don't know if that overtime clock would have mattered regardless the way that was playing out, but in the end, Texas Arlington able to take up 1 map to nothing over this team of UCF. So it's now UCF's turn to pick, and the next map coming up is going to be an escort map. So an interesting situation here because, I mean, there was a lot of mixes of dive potential, but you saw UCF pick the Zarya there in the last few seconds. I mean, what do you think the map is going to be here coming up for UCF?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough ask here when it comes to escort. We have seen all Circuit Royale all the time so far when it came to the East. Maybe the South region has a little bit more of a different opinion on the best escort maps. It is going to be UCF's map pick, and they seem to want to play more up close based on what we saw on the University. So I would think that Circuit Royale isn't quite as good on them. Okay. We got
been
the
told
map
by
pick.
production we are going to Dorado here. So this will be the first time we've seen Dorado back in the East. We'll give you some stats, if you will, because in the East when we played it, when we played those 4 matches, we only saw 3 escort maps. That's because our game with NGIT Wigglers and Harrisburg, we only saw the first map of. We only saw the first map of Elios. But in the case of NGIT Wigglers and Fisher NGIT Shy Guys, that match in the East, both games went to Circuit Royale. Head on over to St. Rose versus Pace, and they instead chose Gibraltar. So this will be the first time today that we will see Dorado in this case. And yeah, it's an interesting map here.
Very interesting map. I think that when it comes to Overwatch 1, we saw a lot of dive comps when it came to the attack. There are a lot of high grounds for the defense to take advantage of when it comes to Dorado, but when it came to, so it became very easy for dive comps to potentially get up to the top. And then there were usually double shield comps on the defense in order to take those defensive holds on the high ground, be as sturdy as possible, and try and do as much poke damage as possible from long range. But with only 1 tank, double shield is no more. It might just be the Sigma. It might be a counter dive. I'm excited to see this because this is the first time I think this is the first time I'm seeing Dorado in an Overwatch 2 5v5 environment.
Yeah, and so we get to see Dorado here in the 5v5 side. It's first time, or maybe one of the fewer times in collegiate as well, but immediately we go into a pause situation. Might be a disconnecting situation here, so we'll come back to us for a little while and maybe give you well, might be NA servers going on right now, so we will see NA production and a lot of reaction from our guys in the background. Meanwhile, going on, let's give you some updates while we're at it here, while we have a pause in the action. All these courtesy again of esports, UNC, CECC, and CSMG. Right now, taking a look at the bracket from Group A, it is University of Texas at Dallas esports taking on UWG, the Wolves out there, and right now Dallas has the lead up there 2-0 there in Group A. We have not seen Blinn versus JMU just yet. Group B has yet to report a score on their end, and Group D nothing to report yet, as well as we are in Group C. But yeah, right now 2-0 in favor of University of Texas Dallas Comets in the lead.
That's the top seed in this whole series, by the way. I think this is the team. When at UTD, I think is the team that we are like, they're gonna make top 8. They're probably the favorites to get, at least as of right now, to get that national land slot out of everyone here. They have the most overall experience as a team. They have the most high placements in the past years, and it's basically the exact same roster, maybe even a little better than it was last year. So I think UTD is kind of the top dog here that everyone's trying to take down.
Taking on West Georgia right now in progress 2-0. Blinn Esports taking on James Madison Dukes as the other side of that bracket in Group A. So we'll see how that one lands up. And again, teams are really just fighting for seeding right now. You never want to drop match number 1 here in the bracket, because otherwise you're forced to play elimination games the rest of the way through, and not elimination games per se, but lower seed games the rest of the way through as we get along here, because you don't want to be losing out on the top 8 seeds. So these teams really playing for something here in the first matches in the first round, I should say, between their 4 teams in their group. So again, in a little bit of a pause right now. If you're just joining us, this is the CECC South qualifiers going on right now. The East went on earlier on, and those brackets have been set. Top 10 or all 10 teams making it out into the bracket there, and we'll find out the seedings later on as well. Harrisburg and Pace, as well as Fisher, all lining up inside of there. But another dark horse as well, St. Rose. Watch out for the College of St. Rose in the East as well if you're paying attention there. Plenty of things to talk over, and we'll get to that later on. But for the South region, if you're looking at this whole thing, I mean, you were talking about the University of Texas at Dallas, one of the teams here. Are there any other teams that catch your eye in this bracket?
Yeah, you got to be looking at, when it comes to Okra, at least, the university, I'm going to plug my own project here, the Overwatch Collegiate Ranking Association, or Okra, is something that I've put together with a bunch of other people in the collegiate community to try and give the community consistent top 20 rankings in collegiate Overwatch every month. And we have 3 teams in that top 20 competing in the South qualifiers right here. I already mentioned UTD. They were number 5 in the ranking in the beginning of the month. We also have Converse, who were number 13, and Kennesaw, who were number 18. So both top seeds in their particular groups. And I think those are the 3 teams that I'm really looking at to establish themselves as front runners over the course of this weekend. But again, I mean, when you have that ranking on you, there is, I think, even more of a motivation from anyone you're facing to try and knock you off.
Converse also in this bracket as well. We're watching the second game of Group C right now between UCF and UTA. The other side of that bracket, you were talking about Converse. Converse taking on Old Dominion, the Monarchs over there taking on Converse right now. So we'll see what that scoreline is. And again, we'll bring you any and all scores as we update them alongside with the matches that we're bringing to you right now on stream. 20 seconds left to go. UCF on the attacking side. UTA is going to get their chance to defend first and is pretty much going to bring out the same thing that we saw earlier on back in Oasis.
I swear we can't quite get the teams matched up quite right. It feels like now we have Noctara up front, who's playing Brigitte, which I believe is a swap in. I don't think Noctara was in the game before, and Pandemonium is going to be on the Diva to start off. So it's kind of going to be a dive v dive here on Dorado, which I think is kind of what I was expecting. And both teams still running the Genji Sombra.
And they're going to dive right now. Normally here on this map, you see a lot of players maybe staying up on top there, but no, the Winston and the Genji automatically just decide to fall down real quick, just to take up some space, obviously, and maybe just to hold off the team for right now. Pandemonium's trying to get up top, but stuffed down for a little while, but already 30 seconds in, getting around the first turn, and Julian in the back line now taking care of business on the Brigitte as well as the Genji, and this Winston just will not die, will not go away, is UTA holding on right near spawn.
It is so aggressive from UTA, and that's exactly how you have to play into this USF comp. They want to set up these dives with the Sombra hack, but if you can get on top of them and take them out before Tectonic is in position, you have basically free reign to go in on the tank yourself, go in on the supports yourself. But now Tectonic has gotten a hack off onto a member, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both of the Brigittes go down, though, but because you lose your Ana here for UCF, it's looking good for UTA to bring this one back. However, UCF now looking to be on the side of the winning fight, and they will indeed win this fight and get a little more distance on this card. And with 2.5 minutes left to go, not a bad defensive hold, especially at the start.
Oh, absolutely not. Just before you even get under the bridge to get a minute and a half off the clock, that is super well done from UTA, and they have quite a bit more under their sleeves here. Julian already has that blade ready. You wait a little bit longer, you'll have a nano blade from Super Juice, the EMP from Reigns coming up in a second, but Tectonic coming up on the EMP of his own. So a lot of firepower on both sides that are about to get unleashed.
Well, let's see if the nano boost comes out and where that nano boost is going to go. That nano boost is going to go right on the blade. Julian in a lot of trouble. However, he slaps. Oh boy, what a turnaround there. And now the self-destruct is out. UCF's going to be able to take advantage of the self-destruct and the sleep dart. Beautifully done by Taycore to shut down that nano blade. And it's going to be an additional 2.5 to play for UCF.
I was saying Super Juice's name a lot in that first map, was doing a ton of work for UTA, but There's Takor doing the work for UCF to make sure that Nanoblade was completely nullified. And that's going to be a pretty quick first point take for UCF here. And they got to hang on to the Nanoblade and the EMP. They have the tools to just snowball through this entire point B if they want to.
Yeah, and you got rid of the people that caused the Nanoblade in the first place. Both the Ana and the Genji are gone super early, and that's a lot of damage gone from your dive, meaning you got to back off immediately. A lot of healing gone, a lot of damage gone. Back off just immediately. That's what they will do with 3.5 left to go. Like you said, holding on to the EMP, holding on to the rally, holding on to Primal Rage. This is looking awfully good for UTA right now, although UCF coming up with a bunch of their own, and this can be close.
It is going to be very close. It's going to be very flashy here. 3 ults on one side, 4 on the other, starting off with the rally from Noctara. And here comes the Nanoblade.
There it is. Nanoblade's going to come out. Benno Games does get the dash reset, so that's 2 kills on him already, and all Julian can do is run for the health pack as fast as possible, which he does get to. But with 2 players already gone from the side of UCF, or rather from UTA, the Knights of UCF looking to push this one even further. So despite what they had from the start, it wasn't looking all so great, but they finally flipped a switch, and now it's all UCF running the board.
Yeah, like I said, they were able to snowball all the way through point B because of how good they were at conserving their ultimates in point A. That's the snowball that you love to see here. Now, we do see a bit of a recontest here. The rally from Shushi is going to keep UTA in this fight for a little bit longer, but it really should be UCF able to take point B here pretty quickly. If they can do so without using the EMP from Tectonic, that is ideal for the Knights, and it's looking like, okay, there we go, they got it.
And it's looking very ideal for them. They do not waste the EMP, so both of the Summers going to have an EMP Pandemonium jumping off the map to get the fast reset for right now. But I mean, if you're UTA, I mean, for 3.5 minutes, what do you have to do to respond to this? Because this is a lot of time to play.
I mean, you just got to change the momentum here. You have the tools to be able to do it. An EMP from Rain, a Nanoblade from Julian, and Super Juice. It got denied the first time around. Julian's really got to pop off here, try and reset the pace here, try and make sure, hey, I am a Genji to fear as well.
Well, Julian takes care of Benno Games without needing to use the Nanoblade, or rather the Dragon Blade, to start. Even the Nano Boost gets held on to right now, so that's a little bit more time gone. So 30 seconds wasted off the bank for right now. We'll see if UCF wants to contest this with their current corp. That is 4 players, although the 5th one coming back here from Benno Games in just a couple of moments. But yeah, this is seeming a little more passive. Like neither team really wants to charge right in. There's the EMP though that gets 1 for UTA, gets 2 for UCF. The question is who's going to follow. Benno Games gets 2 to start, which is good for them. And now the Zenyatta in a lot of trouble trying to get hacked. Julian now in just a little bit of a corner, and UCF is going to be able to win this fight.
The EMP from UCF, I felt, was much better positioned. It was perfectly done to catch both Shushi and Super Juice. They were able, oh man, got a little bit of a Sombra fight here at the moment, but they were able to get the supports, and then Benno Games was right there with the follow-up to take both supports out of the fight. With no supports, I mean, there was nothing to do.
Nanoblade is out, but is this going to find anything? It didn't find anything last time on a sleep dart. This time, it doesn't find anything either. Denied access from Benno Games entirely, and a great help to the Ana. Julian was targeting the Ana right away, not going to find a single thing. Now the Nanoblade from Benno Games. This one finds one, but his hack cannot get the dash off for right now. It's going to aim for the Zarya, who gets a second on from Benno Games, and that's Tomato Lord going down right away. 1:40 left to go, but it's in the final 5 meters. No one's go. Oh, whoa, hold on a minute. 100th of a meter for the touch. It should not matter, though. The rest of the team starts to fall, and that final 100th of a meter melts away as UCF will go uno, dos, adios with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
And that's exactly what you got to do for UCF. You counter the Nanoblade on the side of UTA, you get value from your own Nanoblade, and that was the cider for that final map. And man, you really want to see at least one of those Nanoblades finding a decent amount of value for UTA. You're putting in 2 ultimates to try and get a fight win, and both times it happens. First, it was a well-placed sleep, and the second time it was a bubble that completely blocked all of the Genji slashes while giving free energy to the Zarya player. Man, that is rough from Julian. Can't quite get it done then, but on this attack, we'll have an opportunity to do it once again. Locking in that Genji immediately, you know, you're not getting dissuaded by it.
Yeah, and for UT, I mean, it was just unfortunate. You had the matching the blades with the nano boost, but unfortunately enough, I mean, one gets slept, the other one you just cannot kill the Ana for the reset, and in the end, it just becomes just an unfortunate situation for UTA. But like you were saying, here comes the revenge play for the Mavericks of UTA, as they're going to have a chance to attack in a little while. But for UCF, not much changing in terms of lineup here. Still going to have the Brigitte, Ana, Sombra, Genji, and Diva setup. Meanwhile, for UTA, is this Symmetra going to hold?
It might be. I think it's gonna. Yeah, I've seen this a couple of times, using the Symmetra teleport to get up on the high ground immediately. If UCF aren't taking advantage of this, this is some really good initial positioning from UTA to get up to the high ground immediately. Gotta make sure Julian doesn't go down, though. Got caught out. I think was meant to take the teleporter, didn't end up doing it.
Yeah, and actually that Bionate hit Super Juice and Shushi, which means they're in so much trouble right now. They can't get away, and actually, I think someone gets knocked off the map. Yep, Pandemonium knocks Shushi off the map, so this is just a complete loss here for the UTA Mavericks. I mean, they tried something, but the cheese doesn't work out in the end.
I'm not sure if Julian was meant to take the TP with everyone else, or if he was supposed to stay on the cart and get some mileage on it, but it just didn't end up working out, because as soon as UTA recognized, hey, look, the Genji's alone on point, let's just go for him, the entire plan for UTA just completely fell apart.
Well, let's see if they regroup here. Not going to use the Symmetra this time again. Tectonic trying to get a hack off, but I don't think does so. And in fact, gets spotted out immediately when it gets detected. But Pandemonium, again, going to go right on for the tank. Tomato Lord, and a switch off to Tectonic, though. Both of the Sombras now going down. Unfortunately for UTA, they don't have a tank to play up with this, and so right now Pandemonium's just going to go right on this Brigitte, just trying to bully him just a little bit here, and that Brigitte does go down. It's going to be another reset here for UTA, unless that Bionate is really nice as well. Somehow Pandemonium does get out with their mech still intact. And a self-destruct is available. Pandemonium does get nano boosted. In the meantime, it's just going to dive right into the rest of this team. And the Sombra has nowhere to go and does get slept in the meantime for right now. But as it stands, I mean, this is a UCF hold. So, and as I say that, though, Tomato Lord, excuse me, Super Juice getting fixed their own. And it's back and forth here, but it looks like UTA is finally going to get an answer.
Yeah, UTA gets through. There is potentially an opportunity for one more rushed fight if UCF wants to take it. They do have the Blade from Benno Games to try and get themselves back into this one, as well as the Rally. Tectonic down, though, means you're already down a member, but they're going to try it.
They're going to try. Self-destruct is out. The Blade is out as well, and the Blade finds one. It's a trade fight, 3-2 in favor of the team from UTA. He's going to try to push this in its last minute 30 left to go. Noctara is so low, even with the rally up, can only hold on for so long, and it will be Julian taking away Noctara's life, although it's traded away right away, and the tank's back into the game now for both Tomato Lord, as the Tomato Lord actually goes down, and now the EMP is out to try to help out, but now the Sombra so far away, and that's a reset for UTA. What a recontest there from UCF.
That was such a high-risk, high-reward play, too, because if UCF ends up losing that fight, they are forced back. UTA gets into point B, and they have no ultimates to their name. The fact that now they're able to keep holding on to this means the full hold is very possible for UCF.
Let's see, I mean, they've only got maybe one more fight left. That EMP gets 3, including the 2 supports on the back line, but Super Juice able to use the nano boost before anything else, and that's going to be a nano blade for Julian, and this time Julian's going to find a lot with it. That's 3 kills for the Mavericks, Julian, and this is going to be a fight win, and they add 2.5 to the bank.
That is exactly why you put Shushi on the Brigitte, is able to stay in that small room with Super Juice and effectively play defense against Benno Games. And there is a no pick onto the Ana from UCF. They needed that pick in order to keep themselves in that fight, especially with Julian wreaking havoc on the other side with the Nano Blade. Did not end up happening, so UTA do manage to get a time extension, but it was significantly slower than UCF was to this point. There's still a lot of time pressure on them to get through point B quickly.
Yeah, they're going to have to be basically perfect to get through this and to somewhat match the time bank of UCF. This is going to be a tall task for them. We'll see if they can get it. Go right away, a good Bionade into this front line of UTA. That's coming out from Takor. That forces them back just a little bit. Doesn't get any picks though, but it does make UTA make decisions a little bit slower here, because now they've got 214. They are giving up a lot of room on this cart, giving up a lot of the street already, but for right now, I mean, UTA is in complete command. Here's the Nano Blade that's going to come out. Great Bionade out as well from Takor, who's going to be able to take down this Ana battle. And right now, Battle Games in the back line, 18 health, also low, but another great support play there, keeping the Genji up. And this is all but a fight one for UCF.
Takor has really been stepping up in this fight. I think was kind of identified as the weak link by UTA to start off the series on Oasis, was taken down early quite a few times. This time around, though, very much stepping up for themselves to make sure that UTA knows you can't just get to the back and take the Ana down. And now UCF, a minute 30 on the clock, could potentially end it right here, right now. If you can get a good blade here and try and avoid the grab from Tomato Lord, I mean, that might be the last gas here for UTA. If you can't get that, you've got the blade and the EMP coming up soon.
Oh, here comes the blade out for Battle Games. Is this going to find anything? It does not. It does find one on the Super Juice. You take that because it's an Ana down, and that's also a Graviton Surge gone from UTA as well. So UCF, maybe okay with that in the end. And now the Dragon Blade also out for Julian, but a Transcendence is there to keep your Ana up, and a Bionade makes sure that that blade does all but nothing. And now an EMP out from Takor to make sure that Rain does go down, and it's another hold for UCF.
That was so well played from Benno Games. You get the grab out and you kill the Ana before getting taken out yourself. In that situation, that is about as good as it could have gotten with that blade. And now UTA has just an EMP and a Nano Boost and one fight remaining to get themselves even a chance at point C here. UCF don't have many ults of their own, though.
That EMP gets nothing. That EMP was...
it's a 0 EMP.
And it's a nothing EMP. That EMP gets absolutely no value whatsoever, and UCF's going to take absolute advantage of that. And in the meantime, just throwing down Bionades all over the place and to make sure that they've got this fight win. 6 seconds left to go. It's not even going to matter. No one's going to be able to touch. And that is it for this map. 3-1 in favor of UCF. And we are tied at 1 apiece.
I mean, it's really easy to look back at that play and just go, ha, oh my gosh, UTA Sombra got no one with the EMP. What a terrible player. But I think it was more the fantastic positioning from UCF, because in that position, Rain was basically going in blind. You throw up the translocator, and you assume that there's going to be a decent amount of people sitting up on the high ground who are going to be hit by that EMP. UCF knows this. They all back up into that little side room with the stairway, make sure that no one gets hit by the EMP at all, and then they flood back out, take the aggression, and take the fight win. That was such a well done microplay from UCF to make sure that the EMP got literally 0 value.
Yeah, and overall, it made... I mean, that EMP was big. That was their win condition as well. And if they didn't get anything on that, I mean, UCF just took right advantage of it. And they wouldn't even match the time back anyways, because UCF had 1 minute 32 seconds on the clock left to go on their attack. But I mean, really, UTA just could not find any answers, especially when your support line just would not die for UCF. I mean, Takor was up there staying alive with the Anas and the Zenyatta Transcendence to keep that alive, and the Dragon Blade as well. I mean, ultimately, the support lines making sure that UCF had the biggest advantage in that game.
Yeah, it really was. I feel like it has been the Anas who have dictated the pace of the game so far. And Oasis, it was Super Juice who came up with some huge plays and some huge situations to keep UTA on top. Second time around, it was Takor. And I do also have to give a shout out to the secondary supports as well. Both sides, we saw some nice plays from Noctara to keep Takor alive when the Ana was under a lot of pressure. Love to see the peel for your fellow support. Keep him alive when you're playing with a diva and your diva is trying to play up front. It really is kind of up to those two supports to keep each other alive, peel for each other. And Noctara did a fantastic job of doing just that.
That's tied up in 1 apiece here between UCF, the Knights, and the Mavericks of UTA. And we are headed onto a push map. And surprise, surprise, for the third time, or actually I should say for the 4th time today here on our games, we will see New Queen Street. Now the question is, will the streak be broken? Because in all 3 games that we have seen on New Queen Street, the winning team completed the map. But it's close. So
I feel like it's got to, right? This has been the closest game that we have seen so far. Well, yeah, it's so close. It's a pretty close game. I think you can argue that Pace versus St. Rose was pretty close as well, but we saw them go off to a blazing start. UTA and UCF, I feel like both of them have started off kind of slow in both of these maps. It's taken them a few minutes to ramp up, especially because both of the compositions they love to play the Sombra, they love to play the Genji. Both those heroes very ult dependent for those flashy plays with the EMP and with Dragon Blade respectively. So I think we might see a little bit of neutral on both sides, both teams kind of trading back and forth a lot, and because of that, I think, I'm going to call it right here, I think we're going to go the full 10 minutes this time around. I don't think we're going to get a completion.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. We haven't seen a complete 10 minutes thus far in 3 games that we've seen back on the East Coast. So now we'll get to see if the South can provide us a full 10 minutes here as we are about to go underway. And pretty much similar compositions. The only difference is the secondary, is the off healers, rather, I should say, the secondary healers, Pandemonium and Shushi, difference between that Zen and that Lucio here.
Yeah, you're trading the speed boost from Pandemonium for the Discord Orb for Shushi. Speed for extra damage.
Well, let's see which one's going to win this fight in the end already. That's Shushi already hacked down, and Julian also low. That Bionade was from Takor again. Huge for this team, but UTA is going to get the first 2 picks of this round. But traded out for Rain, and Takor now goes down. So this is UTA's fight to win, and it'll be UTA's bot to push up first.
Yeah, very nicely done from UTA, bending but not breaking to the Lucio speed boost aggression. If they're able to take that initial aggression and stay alive from it, they should have the overall advantage with the Discord Orbs. They're just going to be outputting more overall damage than UCF is going to be able to when it comes to the mid and the late fights. And look at the ult difference between Tomato Ward and Unique right now. Tomato Ward doing a fantastic job up front.
All right, here's the backline hack, and Unique already going to jump right in and take down both of the supports on that backline, and this is just going to be pretty much a quick fight win, especially when Tectonic gets a quick one. So 29 meters, and it's already going to be flipped back for some distance for UCF.
Yeah, nice assassination there from Tectonic, getting the hack off onto Zenyatta. When you have an Ana as your other support, we mentioned how important it was for these supports to be peeling for each other. There's only so much that an Ana can do to peel for a Zenyatta. Both these supports are pretty frail, pretty fragile, so it's going to be interesting to see if UCF is able to take advantage of that.
UCF takes control of the bot for right now. They stop him only at 18 meters and running. Takor is hacked. Tectonic and Venom Games falling also low, but it doesn't really matter if UCF can get rid of the threat immediately, and so they will get 4 picks, and they will take the lead on this. What a fight there from UCF also quickly.
Yeah, so quickly, especially because of the EMP that came out from Tectonic. Because of that second fight, was able to get the assassination onto Shushi, and because of that, had a significant advantage in EMP charge. There was no way Pandemonium was going to get there was no way that Shushi was going to be able to get the Transcendence up in time. Oh, but look at that assassination on the other side. Rain takes out Benno Games, and UTA is going to try and get back in this one.
Well, but both of the Genjis are now down, so really no advantage either side. UCF does have ultimates to use in the process, and there's a nano boosted Tomato Lord that's going to go right in. UCA is going to use pretty much the same thing. Takor does go down with the nano boost, so this is a fight that UTA wants, especially if Pandemonium's not going to use the sound barrier, and in fact does use the sound barrier, but I don't think it finds anything.
No, I really don't think it will. It's not going to find much value in it at all, and UCF end up getting pushed back here. After 52 meters, they don't even get the forward spawn. So this should be UTA is going to take it back across midfield, and they're going to have 4 ultimates available, everything other than the nano boost to try and keep this going, try and take the lead for themselves.
Oh, 32 meters, here we go. Seeing if they can push it anymore. Dragon Blade is out. Can't get the sleep dart this time around. Julian's gonna hit Takor for all it's worth, and now the Dragon Blade simultaneously out. So Benno Games and Julian getting 1 each, but the EMP now invested to make sure that UCF can win this fight right back and keep the lead in their favor, which they will. Even if Tomato Lord takes down Pandemonium, this Winston all alone by themselves. This is just gonna be a fight win here for UTA, unless...
No,
well,
I don't think it is. They use a lot of ultimates from UTA, but it's more reactionary than proactive, right? They were they were really just trying to react to the aggression from UCF, and that has forced them to use ults in less than optimal positions, and now they have absolutely nothing to try and keep this push going. UCF should win the neutral here, especially with the EMP available for Tectonic if they need to. I don't think they need to, though, with Julian going down.
Yeah, they don't need to at all right now. Tectonic holding off on that for right now. As you can see, the team spread out entirely. I mean, you have one player staying up middle, but for right now, it's just a fight in the back line. Maybe use the EMP here, but no. The Zenyatta is hacked, and this is just Shushi waiting for death at this point because he's taking so much damage, and that Ana can't really heal him for all that much. So this is going to be the lead kept for UCF, but at the same time, they might get extra distance. In fact, they might even get a checkpoint out of this.
There's a good shot. They get the checkpoint just a couple meters away, and it's looking like there is going to be nothing from UTA. They're going to give the forward spawns away to UCF, and they still got to hang on to the EMP.
Well, let's see if they use the EMP here. Not deciding not to use it just yet, but you really don't have to if Julian goes down super early on.
Oh,
and
not again.
Zenyatta's been hacked so many times, and in fact, it's going to get double hacked thanks to the EMP. That's both of the supports down. And how about some more distance for the Knights of UCF?
Shushi's just getting bullied by Tectonic right now, and there's just no real ability from the side of UTA to be able to peel for their Zenyatta. If your Zenyatta's getting picked off so early so many times, you're really not getting any value out of the Transcendence. You don't do enough healing as Zenyatta to really validate it. UTA, I think, are getting out-comped right now because Pandemonium's doing a much better job of healing for Takor and making sure that Rain isn't quite as big of a factor in this.
92 meters and rolling, 420 on the clock. As a complete map possibility in range, there is a sleep dart, but that's not hit. And now they trade out support, but mainly Shushi going down super early. Is that going to be enough for UTA to lose this fight? It won't be, as Julian gets 3 on the slash kills. And this is going to be a fight win as UTA finally picks one up.
Yeah, finally got it done. The spawn advantage was just enough for UTA to be able to pull themselves back into this one, but UCF really didn't commit any ultimates either. Like, they took the loss early and said, okay, we can take the loss here to try and get another map here at the middle. Benno Games goes down so incredibly low, though.
Well, EMP not used by Rain just yet. There is the Dragon Blade out, as well as the Nano Boost from Takeorn. Now, I mean, at this point, the EMP is used, but doesn't find anything. It does find one, but that's just Benno Games after the Dragon Blade. Now the Transcendence is there. Good Bionate onto the Winston. But for right now, he's just going to use the Primal Rage to hang on, and this is just a trade fight. And if you're a trade fight right now, I mean, even if 4 spawns aren't available, you're liking the way UCF is playing this because you still hold on to an EMP.
You hold on to an EMP, you hold on to a significant lead as well. UTA still with the bot hanging around the center of the map. They need to win another fight to even start getting more progress, and then it's going to be something like 2 or 3 more fights to try and match the 95 meters that UCF has here. They're finally going to start getting some progress, but UCF still has hung on to this EMP. Probably going to try and use it to counter Julian's Blade as much as they possibly can. The Nano Blade, I will say, from UTA coming up here. Should be enough to win a fight as long as it's not completely canceled out.
Well, but the EMP was used after the Nano Blade comes out, but is this dash going to be enough? Julian can't find a single thing, although doesn't even need a dash reset because they do already have 2 kills. So this is going to be more progress here for UT. In fact, they're even going to get the first checkpoint, and this is getting closer and closer as we inch along to the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're starting to sweat if you're UCF. That EMP was out just a little bit too late. I think tried to cancel out the Nano Boost from Super Juice. Got it out just in time, and now UTA is going to have the EMP available from Rain in just a moment.
The Winston is slept though, so that's advantage for the team of UTA tank, or UCF tank-wise. However, with an Ana down, with a Genji down, it's not looking all too great for UCF to try to hold on in this fight. They're trying to make do with what they can. But right now, with 2 people gone, I mean, if you're UCF, you take that with 1:45 left, especially with the spawn still being far away, even if it's forward spawn. And now, I mean, at this point, you're trying to contest for the lead with 1:30. Is it going to be enough? It might just be with that sleep dart.
Oh, but Tectonic comes up huge with an assassination kill on to Shushi, and with Julian going down as well. They get forced away at the last moment with 10 meters left to go before they take the lead. University of Central Florida is going to get the bot back down to midfield, and that is going to make things a lot more difficult for UTA. They've got to bring it back. They've got to get 10 more meters on the point in order to take this one. And the more distance this spot gets, the more work it is going to be for UTA to bring this one back.
We are 1 minute away from not seeing a complete map. It'll be the winner that takes the lead here. 55 seconds remaining. EMP is used by Rain. Gets 3 people inside of it, which includes Benno Game, who is hacked and who has just basically gotten everything on him, but somehow stays alive with a health pack nearby. And Daycore with a big Bionate onto Julian is huge for them, especially when that's a big chunk of damage gone to Julian. 80% to a Dragon Blade means they are forced to back for right now. And, well, with UCF falling down at the same time on a Brahma range from Tomato Lord, this is going to be close. This is really a fight down the middle. Coalescence is used and invested right away with the Lucio still on point from Pandemonium. Pandemonium's holding on longer than we thought, but right now it's UTA and going to hold on to the bot, which means we're going to probably see overtime coming up here soon.
UCF not being very aggressive with their ults, though. They know they only need one more fight win in order to secure themselves the new Queen Street and secure themselves a match point here. So they hung on to the EMP Blade. If they can get Shushi to use this beat early, try and pressure that Lucio, make him uncomfortable, that could just be game. Oh, he was caught!
Here we go.
He was caught by the EMP!
No, he was caught in the EMP. Doesn't get anything there. Slashes away. And now it's 2-for-1 straight in favor of UCF. Looking like they're going to be able to win this fight out. Only one person left is Raid. And that is a team wipe. And that is a team win for UCF, who takes the lead in this match 2-1.
Shushi needed to stay out of that EMP. Everything depended on him not getting caught for that blade, and he got caught. And that is going to be the deciding factor. UTA made it a game, though. They made it. They brought it back almost all the way to try and take the lead, but within 10 meters, but wasn't quite able to get that last fight that they needed. And UCF is going to take the lead here. Really good push map, and the first non-completion of the day for us. So
yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so we actually went the full 10 minutes without anybody going all 128 meters of new Queen Street. So, hey, some things are good that are new. But anyways, we take a look at some of the highlights so far. Oasis, for those of you just joining us, I know I saw some people from Esports U joining us on over here. If you're just joining us, this is the CECC South region for Overwatch. UCF and UT Arlington playing right now, with UCF the Knights taking the lead 2-1 over the Mavericks of UT Arlington. Oasis, won by Texas Arlington, actually took the first map, losing to City Center 100-53. Then all of a sudden a switch had flipped, and the Mavericks win that one. Garden 100-0, University 100-79. So Mavericks start off on the right foot, but then all of a sudden, Dorado makes the flip switch, and UCF would win Dorado 3-1. And on New Queen Street that you just saw, UCF wins on their meterage just by about 10 meters or so in their matchup. So now they're up 2-1 on match point. And again, oh so ever important that you win these matches, especially when you go into this first round bracket, trying to get a top 8 seed going into the regional later on. It seems like we will take a break, so we will take that short break as well. When we come back, it'll be map number 4, Hybrid, coming up next. You're watching the CECC South Qualifiers right here on ECAC.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Come on.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun. You know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from Collegiate Esports. Special thanks to our partners. Let's hop straight into it.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CECC South Qualifiers. Clutch game dividing here, taking you to map 4 between UCF and UTA. This has been a good one thus far as we go to our next town, or go to our next map, I should say, of Midtown. The first time we will see
our next town is, in fact,
today.
Midtown. Yeah.
We head to New York. So we head east for the South region, essentially, for this map. But yeah, new map inside of Overwatch, or I should say Overwatch 2. We've seen it before in some of the betas, but now we get it full released. And now Midtown is the choice of map here for the University of Texas Arlington. So an interesting pick here, to say the least. It's a new map.
It is a very new map. It's the first map that was made in Overwatch with the 5v5 philosophy in mind. Because of that, especially on point A, you'll find that it is very open. You kind of have a choke point that you could take inside the train car if you want to. Other than that, though, it's basically like one wide open field for you to try and take that first hybrid point from. After that, it does get a little more closed in. You've got the bridge that you have to get underneath quite like we see on Gibraltar on point B, and then point C, you head into Grand Central Station, and because of that, you're indoors. You don't have quite as much room to maneuver. So I think that the team did a great job when it came to Midtown of keeping the same kind of design philosophies that they've had for past hybrid maps, but also putting a new Overwatch 2 spin on it. And I mean, I love this map. As someone who has been to New York several times, it's super sick to see it in an Overwatch universe.
Yeah, especially when you see like they incorporate some of the city right into it. You got all the trains, you got the fire trucks in there, right? The staple of Grand Central Station. It's such a nice map. It's such a pretty map to look at and just to go all over the place. I'm sure our observer too was having fun going through this map. But University of Central Florida on match point against UTA. The Mavericks will need to win this map to force control map number 5 and force this series to extend all the way the distance. And meanwhile, UCF needing to win this one to take advantage of potentially getting a top seed, and will play, I believe, against Converse, who won their match of 3-0 in the bracket over over Old Dominion. So here's a potential matchup, as if Converse is watching this, potential matchup right here, 3:38 on the clock. And looking at the team compositions here, this is pretty much similar as to what we've seen, except we get to see Sojourn for the first time in this match.
Yeah, Julian's going to be pulling it out. Of course, we have seen a Sojourn dominate just earlier today. Will Julian be able to do the same that Odos did before for St. Rose University? We will see if that happens. As of right now, just trying to get a railgun shot off. And actually, Tomato Lord has been taken out very early, and it's UCF that have taken the early advantage here.
Yeah, so UCF going very early on with some of the picks there, as you see. And right now, I mean,
Look at Benno Games.
Yeah, Benno's so low, too. Oh, my gosh. The heals are a little far back, but finally you have the Ana and the Lucio bringing Benno out. And look at the ultimates as well. Takeore's almost to a nano boost as well as
you're gonna have Nanoblade after one fight. That is insanely good from both Benno Games and Takeore, putting in the damage and healing respectively, and that might just continue the snowball here for UCF, and after that fight, we'd have the other team ready to go. So if you can get a win with this Nanoblade, you're in a fantastic position.
Well, let's see if UTA can try to charge their way in or force their way in. Right now, Julian 68% to a overclock. In the meantime, a nano boost available for Super Juice, maybe holding on to that for right now. For UCF, the Nano Blade coming up in this fight alone. We will see if that proves to be the difference, or whether or not it could get slept. Again, I mean, we've seen some insane sleeps from these Anas thus far. They're all gathered up inside this room. This would be a perfect opportunity. They decide not to use it, though, as just holding on for right now. They're taking in a little bit of a higher angle, if you will. There's the Nano Blade. There's the slash. There's the dash. There's the hack away. The Nano Boost on the D.Va is just for desperation. Tomato Lord is there to get 2 kills, but he's out of mech already, and this is just not going to matter at this point. They're staggering out this D.Va entirely.
Yeah, Tomato Lord is going to get staggered out so hard. They're going to add an extra 5 or so seconds, and ooh, look at that juicy ult charge there from Takeore. You're going to get so much ults. They get from 3% to 20% on that nano boost already, so you absolutely take that. And like I said, you win with the Nano Blade, and now you got the Primal Rage, you got the beat, you got the EMP. Central Florida still with the advantage.
And yeah, taking complete advantage of that. That EMP was absolutely big, as Benno Games Tectonic getting 3 picks due to that EMP, and now it's down to the final minute on the clock, and UTA's got little to work with here. You're going to have an overclock, you're going to have a Transcendence, but more importantly, self-destruct that makes the difference here with, I mean, a Winston bubble only, but the Sound Mirror is there for UCF. I mean, there's not a lot to work with for UCF, but UTA's got last fight here.
The bad news is you got 35 seconds left on the clock for UTA. You got to get it done and avoid getting whole full health. The good news is you have the ult advantage for the first time on this entire attack. As long as you can get Pandemonium's beat out early, open things up for the overclock, for the D.Va Bomb, you should be in a pretty decent spot.
Look how low Tectonic was for a second. Benno Games goes super low as well, and the Disruptor shot is there. The overclock is used here for Julian, who doesn't find a shot thus far. He's going to find a few shots onto this Winston. 7 seconds left to go. Transcendence is used very early on. The Pulse Bomb used out by Rain is going to find Pandemonium, not on the Pulse Bomb. but does find some of the headshots. That's the first take gotten here for UTA. I think if you're UCF, you're pretty content with letting this go, actually, because you've already got them all the way down. But in fact, they're just going to dive right in. But that Benno game's going down again. Benno went for it. Takeor, though, how about 2 kills with the Ana? This could be a difference maker. Self-destruct is out. In the meantime, is that going to be enough for a tick? No, it's not. Takeor taking advantage of this play thus far. The only person left to go is this Tracer, and that will do it. What a recontest there from UCF, who is 82.1% away from heading on to the next round.
And that takes so much coordination from the side of UCF. The fact that they are able to stay cool and composed throughout that and say, hey, look, I've got the Nano. We've got enough people to try and go for a recontest here. It is a very iffy play. There are a lot of teams out there that would say, hey, you know what? We held them until overtime. We did a really good job on the defense. Let's just let it go. Not UCF. They're saying we are going to take the risk. We're going to go for the full hold. And I think it took UTA off guard. I think UTA were expecting UCF to back off until that point, until that fire truck was unlocked. It's looking like we might not even see the fire truck today, which I'm a little sad about, but there is quite a lot of props to be given for UCF for that recontest to give themselves this chance. Really, one good fight is all they need. If I'm UCF, I'm thinking, hey, let's just take a bunch of fights, a bunch of dry fights, build up our ult bank, and then once we have the Nano Boost EMP, just go for it. And once we have that, yeah, one fight, and that's just it.
Yeah, it might just be one dry fight, considering how fast Benno and Takeor got their ultimates in that first fight on their defensive hold. It might just be one fight and dry fight, honestly. But you take a look at UCF side. I mean, they've been good ever since that Oasis map, 3-1 at Dorado, basically getting a few meters over on New Queen Street, and now in Midtown. For not a full hold necessarily, but I mean, doesn't let the fire truck come out. But hey, I mean, we still got more games over the weekend here to see that fire truck come out if the teams decide to pick it. But here's a really fast option here from UCF. They used the speed boost in, and now it's all on the point. They're going to get a free tick out of this, and in fact, Battle Games does go down, so it's a 4v5 advantage, but that's already one free tick gotten, especially when you go underneath. Despite the man advantage, you'll take that any day if you're UCF. You're going to lose a few people, but I mean, ultimate's not really gained on either side. You get a free tick out of it, though.
You do get a free tick out of it, and that permanent progress puts so much pressure onto UTA. It means they can only give so much, only about 40% before they just lose this series outright. No ult really on either side yet, because that went so quickly, which is you're still in kind of this neutral territory.
UCF going to charge right in, same place underneath the train area. And now Tomato Lord being pressured a lot. In fact, is going to get shielded off for just a little while. And now there's already 2 picks, both of the supports down. It's looking dire here for UTA as the Mavericks in desperation mode right now. UCF's just going to make sure they mosey on to the point. Tracer's the last thing to play, but it will not matter. UCF in convincing fashion on the Midtown will win the last 3 maps and advance on, sending UTA down to the lower bracket of the groups.
And what a way to end it. What a statement by UCF. Even though they faced some adversity losing the first map of Oasis to UTA, they only got stronger as the series went on, capped off by this full hold on Midtown, really proving that they deserve to be in those top 2 seeds for this group. They deserve to be in that top 8. It's not quite fully determined if they're going to get that or not, but they put themselves in a fantastic position to do so with a 3-1 victory today.
Well, it's a good game for UCF as they will advance on into the group side. Meanwhile, UTA will drop down into the lower brackets and will take on the Old Dominion, the Old Dominion Monarchs down there. So 3-0 for Converse and 3-1 for UCF. So UCF, the Knights, now have a destiny with Converse in that upper bracket. But we will take a short break. When we come back, it'll be another group in the winners bracket side. You're watching the CEC South Qualifiers. We'll be right back. Pick off as the tank of Tomato Lord goes down by the hand of the other side on a Takeor to the University of Central Florida. The Knights off to a running start here, getting some very early picks into their opponent's spawn of Tectonic, and Steve backs off right now. In the meantime, those 63% and rolling. There's the dash up. There's the Nano Blade that's going to come out. And Benno Games is just going to have to swing away. Gets the dash reset. Gets the triple kill on the swing. And this is all Knights for Lord for the very moment. And now the EMP is out from range to invest. And this is looking not too shabby if you're the side of UTA winning this fight.
Oh, the backup comes in just in time. But will they be able to get through the Nano Blade?
Nano Boost is in there. Genji is hacked. Doesn't get a dash reset just yet. Does finally get it after slashing away at the Sombra. Does get one of the Dragon Blade, but that's going to be enough. It's going to be a touch the spot. Watching the perspective rain on, but it's been a good day so far here. But Benno Games now able to get away some swings and the Primal Rage to counter here. Almost Benno Games falls off the map due to the Primal Rage. Tomato Lord canceling out every detected. There's the EMP, catches 4 of 5. The Coalescence can still be used though in this case.
No
Pandemonium
beats.
dies with the sound barrier. Pandemonium tried to use it, but dies before it can be even
So
used.
did Takor.
Yeah, and so did Takor as well. Takor used the Coalescence, but dies right along. Dragon Blade is going to come right in. No Nano Boost to go alongside it. A sleep dart. Oh my goodness. It's not even going to. Domino effect starts to fall. UTA going to come back down from the brink and just win it all here on Oasis. Losing the first. It's going to go right on the blade. Julian in a lot of trouble. However, he slaps. Oh boy, what a turnaround there. And now the Cell Blade from Benno Games. This one finds one, but his hack cannot get the dash off for right now. Is going to aim for the Zarya, who gets a second on from Benno Games, and that's Tomato Lord going down right away. 1:40 left to go, but it's in the final 5 meters. No one's go. Oh, whoa, hold on a minute. 100th of a meter for the touch. Right now, Benno Games in the back line, 18 health, also low, but another great support play there, keeping the Genji up, and this is all but a... That EMP was...
it's a 0 EMP.
And it's a nothing EMP. That EMP gets absolutely no value whatsoever, and UCF's going to take absolute advantage of that. And in the meantime, just throwing down Bionades all over the place and to make sure that they've got this fight win.
UCF is able to take advantage of that.
UCF takes control of the bot for right now. They stop him only at 18 meters and running. Takor is hacked. Tectonic and Benno Games falling also low, but it doesn't really matter if UCF can get rid of the threat immediately, and so they in the process. And there's a Nano Boost to Tomato Lord that's going to go right in. UCA is going to use pretty much the same thing. Takor does go down with the Nano Boost, so this is a fight that UCA wants, especially if Pandemonium's not going to use the sound barrier, and in fact does use the sound barrier, but I don't think it finds anything.
No. Try and pressure that Lucio, make him uncomfortable. That could just be game. Oh, he was caught!
Here we go,
He was caught by the EMP!
No, he was caught in the EMP, doesn't get anything there, slashes away, and now it's 2 for 1 straight in favor of UCF, looking like they're going to be able to win this fight out. Only one person left is Raid, looking dire here for UTA as the Mavericks in desperation mode right now. UCF's just going to make sure they mosey on to the point. Tracer's the last thing to play, but it will not matter. UCF in convincing fashion on the mid-sound.
Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you got to mix up your timings, getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foil is going to be.
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio god, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean at this point in time you gotta expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astro main myself, Nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
Fine, there's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control. And a beautifully played round by FSE, capped off by a nice old...
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool inside, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. Oh! That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
It worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Push so far with the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. And unfortunately, he has not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Frosty to move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. I'm just saying, and I'm signing off.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in, I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place. That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
1st place. That's very doable.
1st place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You got one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, you know we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hive their spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Because they needed that victory, they needed to know that the reverse if it's going to take place. Passes are with the best.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go for the ledge, eating an up hit, and totally not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with you.
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now, the flick over him. Chance, oh, it's top of the box for MC Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered post plant here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and just save their weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again! Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrapped as all metal.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CECC South Qualifiers Clutch Game Dividing here, and we are moving on to Group D inside of the winner's bracket, and the bracket itself, the start was very interesting in dividing knows about a lot about the collegiate side and has a lot of rankings, but in the fact of this case here, apparently the brackets got a little bit skewed from what it was supposed to be, I guess, in terms of prediction. In this bracket alone was the University of Florida, Columbia International, and that was the first game, and then Texas A&M taking on Clemson. In this case, Florida goes down 3-0 to CIU, and Clemson beats Texas A&M 3-0 in a sweep as well. So in this winner's bracket, we've got CIU taking on Clemson. Was this something you expected?
Yeah, actually, I totally thought that the bottom 2 seeds would end up upending the 2 top seeds. Of course, I didn't expect this, Clutch Key. I am flabbergasted. I'm confused. I have no idea how we've gotten into this situation, but we have anyways. Florida and Texas A&M are 2 teams that I have heard quite a lot of good things about going into the season. I think they didn't end up in the top 20, but I think they got some honorable mentions from some people in the Okra rankings, and they were teams that I think people wanted to keep an eye out for. I was looking forward to seeing how they stacked up in the winners finals. That's not what we see here today. We get Clemson versus CIU. They obviously earned their way to this matchup. They got to the winners finals, and I mean, this is a huge upending of what I was expecting out of this group, and now all of a sudden, the 3 seed and the 4 seed are playing for the number 1 seed out of this group, which is absolutely wild to me. I'm super excited to see where it goes, though, because these are 2 teams that I genuinely know absolutely nothing about.
Well, welcome to Upset City. Let's take a look at our rosters here. First and foremost, we'll take a look at Columbia International University. The Rams Clemson out of Clemson, South Carolina. The Tigers here first. Oceans, Bugman 2, Toffee, Camel Killer 99, and Green Knight Olive here. And this is the first time I think we've seen a picture.
Shout out Bugman.
Shout out to Bugman. So shout out to Evan Chapman over there from Clemson. But yes, Clemson Tigers, this is the way they line up on their end. And we also have other players as well. But for right now, this is your lineup for the side of Clemson. You're also going to have Luck on the side of the substitutions. But 6 players on the side for Clemson. You're starting 5 right in front of you.
Yeah, and again, Clemson comes up with a 3-0 over Texas A&M. These are 2 pretty large universities. I think that, Texas A&M was expected to be good just because of how huge of a undergraduate class they have here. But Clemson is a pretty big school in their own right, and they obviously, taking that 3 over Texas A&M White was a huge win for this squad and a huge confidence booster going into this winner's bracket.
Now we take a look at the side that defeated Florida. This is Columbia International. The Rams out of Columbia, South Carolina here. And all the players have a picture this time around here for the side of Columbia International here. Mr. Winter, one of the players, Zest, Zelos, How's Your Day, and Benji lining up your 5 here for the side of CIU. Other players as well, Sabbatical and Oni as well as the other 2. So 7 players on the side of the Overwatch Columbia International University team. But for CIU, a team that defeated Florida, and Florida won again, like you said, the top seed here, but they got defeated by this team.
Yeah, I think Florida, after having experience last year in the Mayhem Invitationals, they got invited to that just because of their partnership with the Overwatch League team. I think people were expecting that this squad would be, with that experience, would be the top dogs. Not what ended up happening this time around. It is CIU who come away with the 4 seed over 1 seed upset. And man, I am super psyched, Clutch Key, to see how these 2 teams match up against each other. I want to see the talent out of these 2 squads that got them to this point. And man, this is crazy because we're going to be seeing a team that came in today as a number 3 seed or number 4 seed, securing themselves a top 4 seed in the overall bracket. That just goes to show you that these group stages do matter. They matter a lot, and anything can happen. One of these teams is going to put themselves in fantastic position to qualify for the regional with a win here.
Yeah, and this is going to be really good. A 4 versus 3 matchup and a battle for South Carolina as well. Both of these teams hailing from South Carolina. CIU, of course, from Columbia. Clemson from Clemson. So the Rams and the Tigers about to square off here. And the first map, again, is Oasis here for the South. And you remember, if you were watching the game between UCF versus UT Arlington, this went the distance. And the first map as well was City Center. But this time we go to the Gardens to start. And right now, again, we love the pretty aesthetic of the nighttime Oasis here.
Oh, Nighttime Oasis might be one of my favorite maps now, at least. And as far as pure aesthetics, it's so cool to see the nighttime and all the lights of the map really come out. Already. This is an interesting mini play here from CIU, using the symmetric teleport from both to get up early. But we got a For Mercy battle from both sides. First time we're seeing this today.
Yeah, Pharmacy, we've seen a lot. We've seen Sojourn battles, we've seen Somber battles. Don't think we've seen the Pharmacy composition. This is the first time we're going to see it here, and Zest able to take down the Mercy on the side of Clemson. So CIU starting off on the right end. This far is going to have to back off immediately to regroup with their healer, but for right now it is CIU starting off for the first attack and the first flip from the looks of it.
Beautifully done from Zest to start off. We didn't quite see the finishing blow on the Green Knight there, but in order to do that, it almost certainly had to have been a direct hit onto that Mercy, and that takes all of the fire off of that For Mercy. Now you see Toffee and Green Knight are back, but again, Green Knight gets taken out. This Mercy is having trouble staying alive, and without that, I mean, Zest and How's Your Day are going to have the advantage every single time.
Yeah, the target focusing is really good here for CIU, especially when you know that you can take out that Mercy super early on. And right now, the Pharmacy combo not really working out for Clemson as it is for CIU. For CIU, already 80% to a Nano Boost, 80% to a Rocket Barrage, and already 7/10 of the way there to a Self-Destruct as well. So all advantages in the hands of the CIU. Zest gets hit, though, and both of them get hit. The Pharmacy battle, though, won by Zest. And the Pharah v Pharah battle, Rocket Barrage is ready to go, see if they want to use that right away, decides not to, and now decides to as the rest of the team follows up, gets the Mercy down, and this is just going to be an immediate defensive hold courtesy of Zest.
I know Toffee is so close to that barrage, and you're like, oh, I'm so close to the ult, I want to try and get it up and use it, we can win the fight with it. I feel like you're at this point after losing the Pharah Mercy battle twice in a row. I think I would just cut my losses, honestly, if I was Toffee right now. Go for a hit scan play or a Cassidy, something like that, to try and more directly challenge Zest here. The For Mercy 1v1 is not working out too well for you yet.
And now the Tracer going down with it too, so well, for right now, I mean, they're sticking with it. They do take care of their Tracers, so that's good for them. Now you have the Nano Boosted Pharah out for Zest, who's already 2/3 of the way to another ult, and Zest takes care of Toffee again. So this is working out really well for CIU. Nothing can start this Pharmacy combo right now, and CIU's on last fight territory.
Yeah, I mean, Zest has been a force to be reckoned with throughout this so far. Has another barrage ready, even for CIU. So what a opening fight from the number 4 seed in the group. But Clemson University is about to have all 5 of their ultimates available. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen right here, right now.
Nano Boost is going to go on to the Genji. Here comes the Nano Boost available. Benji in the back line, trying to get that Pulse Bomb off to the Ana. Not going to find anything there. Dragonblade really doesn't find anything in the meantime. Yeah. It swings away just for absolutely nothing. And now you're back to a Rocket Barrage available for Zest. Here's the overtime clock starting to bleed now, as it will start to run. Self-Destruct up in the air, gets both of the Pharmacy combination for Oceans. The first picks there for the side of Clemson on this Pharmacy combo, and Clemson will live to see another fight.
So well done from Oceans, throwing that Diva Bomb up into the air. It's kind of more difficult than you'd think to get that to explode mid-air in a way that could take out both the Pharah and the Mercy, but you're not going to have that this time around to try and counter Zest here, who does have the barrage available once again. Toffee has it on the other side, but Zest has had more value out of it thus far.
Benji's also going to have a Pulse Bomb here too, so that finds something, that's even bigger. And Zest again taking down Green Knight. Green Knight has now died 3 times to Zest alone here, and Benji finding a kill on the Pulse Bomb signals everything is over for Columbia, or everything is over for Clemson here. That Rocket Barrage takes care of Oceans out of mech, like you were saying. That Diva Bomb does not happen here. And somebody's still on the point here, which is very impressive for Clemson.
They can't give it up, remember.
Yeah, they can't give it up at this point. So now the Rocket Barrage out for Toffee, which does take care of the Ana, but in this case, it's a full-on flip, a 100-47 in favor of CIU, who takes the first map of Gardens.
Score
That was really solid first point from CIU. Very impressed with their ability. Not just Zest specifically. Obviously did a lot of work on that Pharah. Did a really great job. But CIU also did a really good job of playing around their win condition of Zest on the Pharah. They all did a great job playing very spread out, making it very difficult for Clemson to target focus because everyone was playing so far apart. And Zest just won those Pharah duels with Toffee. I felt like that was the main difference in that one, as now we see Clemson University. It looks like they're going to make a couple of changes here. Toffee's going to swap over onto the Sojourn here. A well-placed railgun shot could take Zest and How's Your Day out of the sky. Columbia International, though, well, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got some open skies here on City Center, so you may as well keep the Pharah going.
Yeah, it's working out well for them thus far, and Zest got it ultimate so quickly in that first fight as well, taking down Green Knight very early on. There's a sleep onto the Tracer, but they're not able to finish him off. Have the recall available for Benji, but it still buys him enough time to take down the Ana in the back line. There goes Mr. Winter down. And for right now, it's looking pretty good for Clemson, but except for this Pharmacy combination, who's going to have the back right now also low. And really, they're just focusing that far, but at the same time, when you're not focusing that far, they're really target focusing very well, and there it is. There's the Pharmacy combo down.
Very good from Clemson overall. I think when you're playing against this Pharah, you want to play a little bit slower if you're CIU. So Clemson doing a pretty good job of playing a lot more aggressively, trying to get the picks off before Zest gets too much value out of those rockets. So I really like that out of Clemson University. They got to keep playing fast in order to make sure they get those picks. It's basically a race. It's like if Clemson can get the picks before Zest can.
Well, Zest has 80% to an ultimate. Maybe that Rocket Barrage makes a difference here. No nano moves for Mr. Winter, though, not even close to it. In fact, Clemson's Camel Killer is already doubling it for that fact. Pulse Bomb available for both of the Tracers here coming up in a little while. Good Pulse Bomb, or good Bionade, I should say, on the Oceans, but it's not going to find much else. And now this team from Clemson starting to wake up, starting to respond in their own fashion here, as this Diva's going to take down the Mercy, is going to take down the Pharah, and this Pharmacy combo now getting countered a little bit better.
Yeah, this is the question now for CIU. Now that Zest seems like he's getting countered, can the Rams find a new win condition here? Before, they were just able to play around Zest. Zest did his job, was able to take it very quickly. Right now, it's not working quite as well. Zest has the barrage available, has not been able to get into a good position to use it, though.
Well, it looks like they're going to be able to find something good here as the Pulse Bomb from Zest is eaten onto Bugman, but Bugman somehow finds a way to get a Pulse Bomb kill still in the process, so not too sure how that one works out in the meanwhile, but still looking good here for Clemson as trying with that overclock, but it's not going to work out in their favor. In fact, Zest uses the Rocket Barrage, doesn't use the overclock, didn't have it in the first place, but Zest does find value in the Rocket Barrage and is just going to bully this Ana and this Lucio to no end. Oceans is slept during the nano boost, which means that nano boost is going to go all for naught in this situation unless they use that self-destruct, but decides not to use the self-destruct. But they're pretty content with that. You get it all the way to 99%, and it's one fight territory now for them.
Clemson has put themselves in a fantastic situation to bring us to a map 3 of Oasis. The one problem, though, is still going to be Zest. Now that you have control of the point here, Zest is going to have a lot more space to work with. Is going to basically be able to pick and choose the Pharah positioning. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Toffee to be able to use those railgun shots to take him out.
That's one fight territory here. The IU's looking good. They have the overclock. They have the self-destruct available as well. There's no support ults for them to play alongside with anything. Here comes the nano boost, and Zest at the same time nano boosted too. Almost has a Rocket Barrage to play. This is just to get him up to that Rocket Barrage potentially at 94%, but the nano boost does run out. In the meantime, there's a chance by Bugman, who does get out just with his life barely low. Mr. Winter slept. That's a lot of big damage down, and now Bugman's going to take advantage of that. There's the self-destruct out from Zelos. Isn't going to find a single thing, and now Bugman taking care of business here. The Rocket Barrage in the back line. Toffee and Green Knight go down by the hands of Zest again with another Rocket Barrage, and this could be Zest's game to win here as he's got the win con in, and they're still going to be able to hold on.
Yeah. And Columbia International are playing a really great comp to just be playing around the point. You know, Clemson, you don't really have to completely take them off. In fact, it might even be better to just keep staggering them around, keeping them here, but keeping yourself in a really good advantage here. Columbia International now 73% and counting. This could be last fight with Oceans just now coming back up from spawn, and Benji could have the pulse bomb to end the map here if he can find a pick on the Camel Killer or Green Knight. That might just be it.
They're also going to have a nano boost and a Valkyrie on either side here if they can build that up fast enough, but 88%. There's another eat. Oceans eats up Benji's pulse
Where'd he
bomb,
come
which
from?
is big for them. But Zest is able to take down Toppy in the backline. So a 5v4 situation in favor of the Rams. There is a contest, so the overtime clock will start here. But will it bleed away is the question. CIU taking care of business. Both supports down, Bugman down. That self-destruct does not matter. And it is a clean win for CIU, able to reverse it all the way back from 99-0 and takes Oasis 2-0. They're up in the map pool 1-0.
And a really great map from CIU. It was a unique map, right? We haven't seen For Mercy getting played all day up to this point, but this is a team that seems very confident in their Pharah player, and Zest seems to have the skills to pull it off. So they understood their win condition, they played around it. Zest seemed to outdo the DPS players on the other side, especially when he had the room to work. So CIU take the first map victory here and look to be on their way to a complete upending of the seeding chart, which would be absolutely wild.
Yeah, 4 beating 1 seed and a 3 beating a 2 seed. And it comes down to a culmination of 4 versus 3 to land up for a top 4 seed. And it's the 4 seed that has the lead right now, 1-0 over on Oasis. We get to the next maps here in a couple of moments, but let's check in with the other groups as well. We are in Group D right now, but there's 3 other groups going on right now. You take a look at some of the brackets. UTD will secure a spot as the top seed in Group A as they defeat Blinn Esports 3-0. Blinn Esports does defeat JMU 3-0, so they drop down. UWG Wolves West Georgia will not play for a top seed as they drop down, but James Madison able to take them down. Blinn Esports and JMU are going to play for that 2-3 seeding position in bracket A. So UTD now, University of Texas team in the top seed for Group A. And for Group B now, 2 games already finished. Kennesaw State able to get the victory over UCF Academy team. They win their 3-0 there. And University of Houston Premier taking down USF Gold 3-0. So Kennesaw and UH Premier will be playing there for the top seed. And finally in Group C, we saw that earlier on where UCF defeated UTA. And then on the other side, Converse University Old Dominion Monarchs. Converse wins 3-0 on the sweep there. So Converse versus UCF. In the meanwhile, we'll play against each other. No scores to report in Group C. But yeah, there's a lot of brackets that are pretty much easier to predict. Yeah. This is not the bracket to predict here, folks, because if you had number 4 seed winning 1-0 right now on your bingo card in the winners final, in the winners bracket, or the upper bracket, I should say, then your bingo card's pretty unique, and you're probably winning big right now, because this is something none of us expected at this point in time. But next map coming up is going to be an escort map here. Clemson pick, what would you say here, especially when Clemson has to deal with a pharmacy combo that we saw back on Oasis?
I mean, if CIU is really committing to this Farm Mercy combo, you want an escort map that makes it as difficult as possible for that Farm Mercy to get value. You want to make sure that you have as little open space, open air as possible. So when I look at the 3, Circuit Royale, I don't really love. Dorado, I don't really love. Maybe Gibraltar might be the play. Gibraltar kind of closes up a little bit when you get to point B. Meanwhile, the other 3 don't really close up until point C. So Escort is kind of interesting in the fact that pretty consistently in Escort maps, you have 2 sections of the map with open air, and then you have one with that's sort of closed ceilings. And with Gibraltar, what I notice is that point B is the one with closed ceilings, and the other 3 it's point C. So maybe you put your money on being able to stop them on point B instead of point C, and go with Gibraltar, especially if you want to play that kind of dive maps. That being said, Circuit also does have some merit to it, just because it is so good for snipers. Being able to play into the natural enemy of Pharah, which is Widowmaker and Ashe and Hanzo, Sojourn even. I think there is a lot to be said for playing Circuit into this matchup.
Yeah, and so there's gonna be Circuit Royale that is our next map pick here. So like you were saying, it's gonna be the Widowmaker, maybe the hit scan, maybe a little bit more interesting composition to counter the Pharah. And we've seen before here too. I mean, the Sojourn's been working for some players, especially you saw Odos on that last match, even if it wasn't on Circuit Royale. But you've seen a lot of players playing the Sojourn on Circuit Royale as well. It's been working out for a lot of players here in our meantime when we get to that map. But we saw Circuit Royale in the first two maps that we played. That was against Fisher and NJIT Shy Guys, as well as the Wigglers of NJIT and Arcadia Knights. Haven't seen it since then, but now we get to see it for a third time today on this stream. And for Clemson, a very important map here, because you do not want to be down 2-0 against CIU.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, CIU, if they can continue to push this forward to get themselves the map advantage, that puts so much pressure on the Clemson, especially with Zest really feeling themselves right now, right? Like, this Pharah player has pretty much, other than a little bit on City Center, was pretty much just able to do whatever he wanted. And you really don't want a Pharah player that's feeling that confident going into map 3 up 2-0. They're just going to tear you apart. So I would say there's quite a bit of pressure onto Toffee right now as that Widowmaker. Gotta pick either Zest or How Is Your Day out of the air. Make sure that they have to play and respect that hit scan capability.
Well, Toffee does have the Widowmaker. See if they hit any shots. Bugman already falling down to half health, trying to play aggressively. And the Sigma too, not a bad idea here, especially while Zest going right into the fray. Not even afraid of anything heading their way, especially with the Mercy pocket on them as well. Toffee's trying to hit any shot, but just too quick with it is Zest up in this air right now. Just get a body shot, not the headshot you want, especially in that situation. Discord Orb will help with that, though, especially when you're up in the air like that and you have the Widowmaker just aiming right for your head. And they're giving up a lot of space, though, because of this bar, the way that they're playing. Toffee gets 2 quick shots onto Zest. That's huge for them, but it's probably going to get rezzed up in the meanwhile. And now Toffee's just got to run for their life. Here comes the Pharah yet again, and this is all CIU's map here.
That is so aggressive from Zest as well, using that concussive blast to put yourself in the middle of everyone. You close the distance between yourself and Toffee and make it so much more difficult for that Widowmaker to hit her shots, and Zest is picking up right where he left off. Already has a barrage ready after one fight. This should most likely be point 1 taken for CIU very quickly. That is exactly what happens, and Zest with that barrage is ready. Is also going to have a Zarya bubble when that does come out to keep him protected throughout the whole thing. So really good opportunity here to get a couple of picks.
At this point, you just put all your eggs in one basket onto Zest, because Zest is absolutely doing all the damage here. And probably your win con is as long as Zest gets 1, he'll probably get the rest. Rocket Barrage available here for CIU. Decides not to use it. In fact, falling super low here. Winter has the Nano Boost available, but here's How's Your Day using the Valkyrie immediately. There's the Nano Boost onto Zest. Throw everything into one basket, and here's your result. You get 2 kills onto Green Knight, onto Toffee. Discord Orb no longer a threat to you, as even if Benji does go down, it's still Zest that gets back up, and that's a lot of space being given up by this team of Clemson, especially with no healers intact.
I mean, when you say put all the eggs in the one basket, you really meant all the eggs. Zest was nano boosted, Zarya bubbled, Mercy pocketed, had literally every resource available to him to make sure that that barrage was successful. Huge play from CIU.
Yep, that's a big Bionade though, but it's not going to find much else other than that. I mean, Camel Killer had 2 in the Bionade, and that was good enough for them. So finally, after a couple of minutes of play, Clemson University can say they have an offensive hold and a team kill.
Yeah, you love to see that, especially now that Toffee can get really set up on this high ground, right? Toffee's been kind of on the back foot ever since that first fight one came in, but now look at how much room there is between himself and Zest. Can really take pot shots out this bar without feeling all too threatened, especially with the Sigma shield in front.
Right now, I mean, that Sigma shield holding on for dear life with all the damage that's going on to it. Now you're going to have, I mean, you're going to have a Dragon Blade available. Maybe you use this in the situation, but we'll see. Now you're going to have the Graviton start fighting. I don't think it finds anything, honestly. I think Grav's got nothing. It grabbed absolutely nothing. The Dragon Blade is out from Bugman. It's there to maybe just stave away this Pharah, but for right now, that also finds nothing. So it's just a nothing for nothing trade here for Ultimate, and it's more or less just feeling like a dry run for both sides.
Yeah, and, you know, it kind of forces CIU back a little bit. Zest is slept for the moment, so you can't get yourself back into this one, but CIU should have the advantage here when it comes to ultimates. They've got the Blade, they've got the Valkyrie, which is out now, and the Barrage.
Oh, Toffee with a headshot on the Benji, though Benji can't even deflect it. Does somehow Hosurde gets the res off, but it shouldn't even matter. CIU might want to just hold on to those ultimates for right now because it's all Bookman just slashing away at this team and using that Genji to the full advantage. Bookman gets 3 as they hold on again.
Benji, desperation modes, actually uses the Blade there when in a really bad situation, and here are the swaps from CIU. So you go for a Tracer Sombra, so very different from CIU. First non-far accompli seen out of them. We'll see how this works out. They're playing a lot faster this time around, going for the assassinations. I think Toffee should now be sweating. I think Toffee and Green Knight, I think, are the two biggest targets here for these two assassins on the side of CIU.
Benji and Zed, I mean, you give up a lot. You give up the rocket barrage. You make sure that happens.
Gosh.
What a sleep dart. Oh,
wow.
my goodness. Oh, boy. Camel Killer, that is disgusting. Gets the sleep dart onto the Tracer, and that fight wasn't even started to begin with.
It's so tough. You see why snipers are so good here on Circuit Royale. It is so tough for the attackers to be able to get up on top of this hill. CIU have literally such a mountain to climb in order to take point B at this point.
Oh, here we go. I mean, you have a nano boost up. That's going to be the Dragon Blade invested into it. It's bionated for the time being, though, so Bugman can't get any heals. Tries to dash away for his life. Doesn't happen anyways. But Oceans does take down Mr. Winter with the accretion. But now it's just Zelos just running right into this team. Benji doesn't have a recall for right now to cleanse. That bionate doesn't matter. Zelos taking care of business in the back line. And this is all CIU to push.
Very well done from CIU. They were able to completely counter the Nano Blade while really only using one ult of their own. It was the Nano of their own. I think it was on to Zelos, but I'm actually not 100% sure. And now they get to take point B. You have the grab from Zelos, maybe trying to get a little bit of revenge for the last one. And you have the Pulse Bomb and the EMP ready. CIU have so many ults. As long as they can get it past Transcendence of Green Knight.
How was Zelos still alive? There were so many people in that hallway, and somehow finds a way to live. I mean, that's just good healing from the side of CIU. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. They wasted away a good chunk of time, especially when you consider what was started from Clemson, from CIU. There's the Pulse Bomb onto the Graviton Surge, and that's going to find Camel Killer, but the Transcendence is also there to soak up a lot of the damage here from Clemson, and in fact, it's a 2-on-1 trade in favor of this blue team of Clemson so far. And now Ocean's trying to take care of the rest on his own. Takes care of the Lucio, takes care of the Zarya, and Oceans takes care of the Tracer. It's a 3K for Clemson, and it's a stop and a hold.
Sigma is so good in these situations. Those Hyperspheres do some decent area of effect damage. When they get to the end of their range, they explode. So you don't necessarily have to be the best aimer to be able to finish off those kills, and Oceans proves that exactly. With the Hyperspheres and the flexible shield, such a good thing. And Zest taking advantage of being able to hack out of invisibility there. Hacks one, kills the other. Support's in trouble.
Yeah, well, that's both of the supports in trouble now, and both of the supports are just going to go back to the spawn room in general here. So now the payload's going to make a turn here, especially when you consider what they have left. And for right now, again, this Sombra just becomes also important to look at the ultimates for both sides. This is going to be an insane last fight here.
It is going to be insane. 4 ultimates on the side of CIU. At least 2 for Clemson, possibly 4 if Bugman and Camel Killer can get up to it. It's just going to be who is going to be aggressive with it first, right? I think Zest wants to try and use EMP as quickly as possible. It's exactly what happens.
That's exactly what happens. Right on the money there, sir. 3 caught up in the EMP, and now the overclock having to be invested by Toffee. Toffee's got to hit a lot of shots to make something happen here in the final 23 seconds of play, but Benji will take care of that. The Sombra will take care of things, and in fact, the Lucio goes down. Benji with a 4K to end it, and CIU goes uno, dos, adios on all 3 points with 16 seconds left to play.
What a fantastic job from Zest there. Understood that Clemson was getting very close to a bunch of ultimates of their own. Knew the EMP had to be done quickly. They had to finish that fast, or else Clemson would be able to get the ultimates. They'd have the spawn advantage. They would be able to get back into that one and stop CIU from finishing the map. They only had 16 seconds when they finished. So they were able to finish the map very quickly, so they finish with time. Not that it matters that much on Escort, but the fact that they get to do it is a huge confidence booster, because I think CIU faced a lot of adversity in that last map, had to swap off of the FAR comp that did them so well in map 1, they still had a lot of success onto the Tracer Sombra compositions. And we'll see what they do on their attack. I wouldn't be shocked if they try and go back to the Pharah here, though. Try and push really aggressively in the air, trying to close the distance with the snipers, with Toffee, really quickly. Doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. Looks like they're probably going to stick with the Sombra, most likely. They have 20 seconds to change it, but I feel like that's the more conventional answer coming out from CIU.
Oh yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Zest was finding a lot of picks, especially on that Sombra on that back line, and you have that Zenyatta in so much trouble. If you can melt away that Zen so easily, that Discord orb becomes of no problem to you, especially when you're pushing. But now you're on the defensive side, and they're going to hold this super close in this room, and they're actually split up a little bit here. There's 3 in this room, and you've got another just split up. The only person left to go on anything, really, is this Ana, who's just looking at sightlines right now. I mean, now you're just going to fight right in. Here's a quick dash in for this team, and it's not even 15 seconds, and they've already got 2 picks, and CIU is off to the races.
That is so huge from CIU. I don't think I've seen a team do that today, go for that close hold. We've seen quite a bit of Circuit Royale. First time we've seen that close hold from the first push, and you get that first fight win. You get the confidence going, you get the ults going, you force Toffee off of Widowmaker, which is massive for your DPS. That is so huge overall for CIU, putting so much pressure on Clemson.
Yes, this is really just impressive from CIU so far. Green Knight, though, with a big pick, and now it's just going the other way. As soon as the switch is flipped, Clemson able to get 3 picks of their own, and full support's down, and that's a long way to run, especially when you're playing that, so that's a lot of free space given up by CIU.
Yeah, nicely done from Clemson. Nice recovery there once they kind of understood what was going on and they knew where CIU were coming from. They had the spawn advantage. They would have been able to break out of there eventually. A minute off the clock, though. Pretty decent close hold for CIU as long as they can take control back at some point here. They've got to be a little more aggressive because Clemson have kind of closed the distance here on the ults.
And now they're just pinching them all together with a Sombra intact, but Toffee able to find the Helix Rockets kill onto that Sombra before he makes any more damage. And yeah, this is just the team of Toffee just making sure that Toffee can go off right now, gets 2 picks in the meantime, and this is going to be the card pushing out the way up to point B. Should be an additional 2.5, but I mean, it's relatively close. I don't know if they're going to be able to recontest here with the Sombra.
They do. Want to. Yeah, they got it.
They got it. They do, in fact, recontest, but it's going to go all for naught there. At least you didn't waste an ult, which you didn't have anyways, but CIU pushed back in Clemson University, able to score 4:20 on the clock.
Yeah, I think Clemson University, once they kind of got through the spawn hole from CIU, they were able to snowball their way through. I think they are a little more familiar with these kind of close range rush compositions with the Genji, with the soldier from the top instead of the Sombra. Got a lot of damage coming out though, and Genji is in trouble.
Yeah, so much trouble, but had the nano boost, gets bionated, somehow is alive with 1 health.
Oh my gosh.
And somehow finds a way to get the team kill. I'm not too sure I understand this. Benji with 1 health and a dream stays alive and doesn't use the Dragon Blade either.
That is insane. I cannot for the life of me understand how Benji didn't die there. Just somehow avoided everything. As soon as he hit 1 health, went on a last stand. And yeah, the fact that you don't even use the Dragon Blade there, so huge for CIU.
Well, there's the EMP. Yeah, they might not need much more other than that. They're playing the 1 ult game. And so far, so good. The EMP big, and the CIU hold even bigger. It's 3 minutes left to go on the clock. Another team kill for them.
That's the ideal situation. Just use the EMP, nothing else for CIU, so you still have the Grav and the Dragon Blade to use for this next fight, as well as How's Your Day coming up very close on that beat. Clemson University, though, are about to have 4 ults of their own. They're going to be able to match the 2 ults on Clemson's side, but they are also going to have both support ultimates, the Nano and the Transcendence.
Here's a hack onto the back line. Doesn't have a Transcendence to play alongside with it. Dragon Blade is out for Bugman and a nano boost, but it does not matter. Another denial from CIU, and it's a big defensive hold as well. And again, Benji for the 3rd straight fight holds on to a Dragon Blade.
And they are so aggressive with it too, even though Clemson had the ultimate advantage. The fact that they were jumped on so quickly with the grab before they could really set up. Bugman was forced to use the blade, which meant that Camo Killer had to use the nano. It was 2 ults used for absolutely nothing on the side of Clemson.
How close do they want to play this team? They want to play them all the way to the spawn. They want to just choke them out of air, out of any breathing room whatsoever. That's both of the supports again. And now you've got a nano boost. Sure, Green Knight's going to have a Transcendence for it, but I mean, if you're playing the one-on game right now, it's looking pretty good for CIU.
It's looking fantastic for CIU. The cart has barely even moved from that first checkpoint. They still got to get all the way up the hill, and they have to play into this Dragon Blade, this Nano Blade now that Benji's been holding on to for so long. Oh, in a lot of trouble, actually. Went in a little bit too deep, gets taken out, so no Nano Blade yet. It's actually going to be Zelos who gets nanoed up here and is going to be large and in charge on this point.
Yeah, it's not too bad for you either, because again, Benji's still holding on to the Dragon Blade, and somehow they find a fight win there too, despite losing somebody very early on. And for CIU, again, they get it around the corner here with 1:20 left to go. Here comes the Dragon Blade. The Nano Boost is going to not go alongside with it. In fact, you didn't even have it in the first place. And the Transcendence there just to counter anything. But hey, you'll take bringing out the Transcendence when Zest takes down Bugman on the hack. In the meantime, in CIU, again, you look how low their health is for Benji and Zest, and yet they somehow still find a way to get picks, and this is CIU's defense again showing off.
It's so clutch from CIU. The fact that they're able to stay alive after so much damage being thrown their way, they're able to just avoid those last couple of bullets. And now all of a sudden, I mean, this was a pretty quick point A take for Clemson, but they are just down to one more really good fight here with 40 seconds on the clock. You've got grab, you've got tack visor, but again, the early grab from Zelos.
Yeah,
the aggression is so good.
Coffee dying with the attack visor as well. Probably going to have it back here in a little while, but only 25 seconds left. Not much to respond with anyways. CIU just holds on to an EMP, and Algerday holds on to a Soundbarrier. It's not looking grand here. If you're the side of Clemson, I mean, you're in desperation mode at this point, and you've got to win at least 2 fights here. And the Nano Boost is going to come in here onto the Zarya. Zelos is just going to walk right in. It's slept. Zelos is slept, and somebody is on the card, which means the overtime clock will start to run here. But with Zelos being slept, that allows so much damage being pushed forward here by Clemson, and now we're in final fight territory. But here's the thing for Clemson, or for CIU, they got to make it all the way back up the hill as well, and that's a big Graviton surge in. The Sound Barrier invested at the same time too. Is it going to be enough is the question. It will not be. 3 kills already lined up. Benji's got a 3K, and CIU's going to go to match point here after winning Circuit Royale 3-1.
Man, I thought I had this CIU team pegged after Oasis Clutch Key. I thought they were just a Pharah team, right? They had a player who was really good at Pharah. The Pharah was their win condition. When forced off of the Pharah, they would be significantly weaker. And CIU has proved me so wrong. After being forced off of the Pharah at the beginning of that map, they showed a really good mastery of playing around the Sombra instead, playing around those hacks, playing around those EMPs. And so clutch from these DPS. They played so aggressive throughout that entire map. Clemson was not able to set up the fights and the ult combinations that they were hoping for on their attack. And CIU now 1 map away from making it out of this group as the first seed.
Yeah, it's been convincing fashion really since Oasis. I mean, it was a 199 last map for City Center on Oasis, but you take a look at that first map, 100-47 in convincing fashion on Oasis, and then Circuit Royale 3-1. Despite having a really quick out on the offensive side for Clemson, they just couldn't find their way up the hill. CIU eventually finds their way up the hill, but it doesn't really matter when Clemson. I mean, they didn't really even need to cap that second point. It would have been CIU's win either way just to get up the hill in general. Clemson just got stuffed. But now you go on to a third map here, which is going to be Push. New Queen Street, we've seen more often than not. We haven't seen Coliseo yet. But for right now, I mean, anything goes at this point, especially with the push maps. Paraíso, you've got Coliseo, and you've got New Queen Street. Overall, I mean, this is just going to be a tough pick coming down 0-2 and having to bring out the reverse Brum Fear out for Clemson.
I think, it's just gonna be tough. I wish I could tell you that like one push map in particular would give Clemson an advantage. As of right now, they've just kind of been outclassed whatever they tried to throw at CIU. So it's just going to be what they're most comfortable with, and going with the trend that is going to be New Queen Street. I think if that's the one they're most comfortable with, that's probably their best shot at taking a map, trying to start a reverse sweep here. But CIU is looking so incredibly strong right now. I think a sweep is very, very possible here based on how this has been going so far. Clemson has to set the tone early. That's my challenge for them. They have to be aggressive. Right now, they are getting out-tempoed really hard by CIU. They're able to get on top of them before they're able to fully set up their engagements. They need to be moving faster. They need to jump onto CIU before CIU can jump on top of them. It's kind of a dive or be dove situation here for Clemson. If CIU controls the tempo again, we're going to be off to the next series very fast.
Well, let's head on into New Queen Street here, because if you had number 4 seed of the group as one map or 1 point away from taking the number 1 seed of the group on your bingo card, then yeah, like I said, you're winning big probably in any and all cases right now, because this is very interesting in a 4 versus 3 matchup. The stars have had to align, but they are aligned right now for CIU, up 2-0 against Clemson. Clemson needed a reverse sweep in order to bring this back. They have picked New Queen Street for the 5th time here on stream. We will see the push map go to Canada, and it will be an interesting start, but CIU pulling out Old Faithful with the pharmacy combination.
Yeah, we do see a bit of an interesting situation here with Green Knight on the Lucio. You're going to have the speed boost, and you're going to be able to more easily peel for Camo Killer, while How's Your Day is on that Mercy, going to be trying to give Zest all the opportunities necessary to win this map.
Yep, and well, there's Zest again, giving them the best chance to win, especially now against the Genji, who doesn't have a deflect any longer. And that's an Ana gone, that's a Genji gone, and for Clemson University, that's a fight gone. And CIU is going to get at least 20 meters out of this push. I mean, this is just an insane amount of push before. CIU, the way they're dominating right now, I mean, it could be another completed map that we see.
And it feels like it's all Zest, right? It feels like he's an unstoppable force in the sky right now. Clemson playing the Tracer Sombra. You really don't have a long-range DPS that can directly counter Zest. Yeah, again, you see Bugman doing a little bit of damage, but you're not going to be able to get that kind of one-shot that you're looking for out of that long-range DPS. And Zest is about to get Barrage already. It's just doing so much damage in the sky.
Sky, let's see if Justice rains from above. It rains from the ground if you're in Bugman's case, because right close to the ground, doesn't even need the Rocket Barrage to take care of the Tracer, has it available. Rocket Barrage will kill Oceans before Oceans can take cover. And this is just a runaway situation for Clemson, as CIU with no trouble at all. A minute and 35 seconds in, they've got the checkpoint.
And they really don't have much going for them right now, Clemson. The closest person to an ult right now is Bugman, who is actually going to swap off of that Tracer onto the Cassidy to try and more directly counter Zest. I think that is the right play. The question is, I hate to be saying it only 66 meters in, is it too little too late? Is the momentum too much to bear? Because CIU is about to come up on the Pulse Bomb and both support ultimates.
They back up for right now, not letting the robot just make the turn a little bit. Almost has the stick there, but Bugman not able to find it so far. There's the Pulse Bomb out, not going to find anything for Benji. He'll regroup with the rest of the team for right now. 81 meters though, the fight continues on, and the TW1 continues moving on with 7 minutes and 40 seconds. I mean, this is just an impressive push from them right now. We haven't seen a clean sweep of a map just yet, but Zest and CIU looking to be the first to do it here with 93 meters and a while to go. There's the Rocket Barrage. Zest doesn't kill himself thanks to the mech of Oceans holding on to that for right now. Oceans is nano boosted, and Zest will not get rest because that's such a dangerous position. But 100 meters in, Oceans is slept, but I mean, this would be a regroup point if you're CIU for right now. You haven't lost too much, and yeah, they'll back up for right now.
Such a huge hole for Clemson to try and pull out of, but if they gotta do it, they have the tools right now. If they can try and ration these ultimates, they can try and use this Diva Bomb, this EMP, this Beat, well, maybe only using 1 or 2 a fight, they might be able to claw themselves back into this one. Still plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, but they're giving up a lot of space to do this now. You have to self-destruct in the back line. Is this going to find anything? I don't think it does. And Toffee comes out of invisibility, but doesn't do anything. Benji, though, gets 2 in the back line with the Pulse Bomb. It's a 5v3 situation now. Desperation mode comes into play. If you are Clemson, the Tigers in dire straits here in the final push.
this could be the fastest push map we have seen so far. But Clemson still does have that EMP they're holding on to. I think Toffee, if this is well followed up on, Clemson should be able to hold on for now. In fact, I think Toffee might actually be able to hold on to the EMP even longer now that after that Diva Bomb got a kill. So Clemson is going to stop it for now, but again, the hole they have to dig themselves out of grows deeper and deeper now.
Oh, here's the Rocket Barrage. Put your eggs all in one basket, if you will, because Zest is being protected by every single thing possible. And Bugman going down in the process here. And this Pharah is just causing absolute havoc. And you could Rocket Barrage this D.Va here. Rocket Barrage is successful to take out the D.Va out of mech. And still no meterage for Clemson as they're running for their lives.
Wow, look at all, it's just direct hit after direct hit from Zest. Just completely tears apart the backline of Clemson. Camel Killer is almost up with the nano boost as they come back out of spawn here. But that's really all that Clemson University is working with right now.
So 120 meters, just a couple meters left to go, maybe 8 meters left before we see CIU sweep this entire series. Halfway gone on the time bank. And right now it is all CIU's game to win as they will push up the robot. They have control of it, and Bugman oh so close to dying there, but gets healed up right away. Halfway done with the game, and this is not even close. Deadeye is out. Will it find anything? No, Zest sends bumps Bugman out of any attempt there, and so had to reset him just a little bit. We'll get rezzed up, maybe. Yeah, Zest is back in, and now how the heck does Hauser Day get that? Benji gets the false bomb kill on the Camel Killer. In the meantime, they keep them in the spawn room. There's only one person left, and that is this D.Va trying to get out, trying to get anything going here, and now it's just desperation mode with the Lucio.
Oh,
Lucio uses the sound barrier, but he can't drop it in time. It's just all but over, ladies and gentlemen. It's a clean map for push. It is all Columbia International University shutting out Clemson inside of the push map, and they sweep the series 3-0.
This is by far the surprise of the weekend for me, and we're not even halfway through the weekend yet. Columbia International securing themselves a top 4 seed in bracket. This team, at least in my mind, has come out of nowhere to put themselves as a true contender in the South region. And it, you know, the win condition, the superstar DPS Zest on that Pharah, I mean, you saw it was very proficient with other heroes, but as soon as he had the opportunity on that Pharah, he took it. You can tell that is where he's the most comfortable, and that is when CIU is at their strongest.
Yeah, CIU coming out of nowhere, essentially a dark horse. You talk about College of St. Rose taking down Pace and taking down some of these teams earlier on. That was in the East Coast. Your dark horse for the South could very well be Columbia International and getting one of the top 4 seeds, in fact, out of Group D, going 2-0 here on the winner's side. And for now, Clemson will drop down and will play the winner of Texas A&M and Florida. And right now, we'll give you any updates that we can. In fact, we will give you that update right now. It is Florida that will be moving on into the decider match to take on Clemson. So Texas A&M falls down to the bottom 4 seeds inside of the group stage, going into the top 16 later on. But this Group D, I don't know if anybody could have predicted what would have went on in here, because a number 4 seed getting a number 1 is insane.
Yeah, and I think Florida is gonna be on a bit of a revenge tour up here against Clemson, trying to maybe yeah, Clemson, I think Florida's gonna be on a revenge tour here against Clemson, right? That isn't who they faced in round 1, but they want to prove that they are a top 2 squad in this group. They want to make sure that they at least get themselves a top 8 seed in the bracket. They can do that in this decider round against Clemson here. That's going to be coming up in a little bit.
And it will be, we'll see if we'll get that match here starting in just a couple of moments. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be another matchup here in the South qualifiers. A good one overall, but CIU, Columbia International, winning the Battle of South Carolina and getting themselves a top 4 seed inside of the CECC South qualifiers. We'll take a short break. Next match coming up in a little while. For CIU, already 80% to a nano boost, 80% to a rocket barrage, and already 7/10 of the way there to a self-destruct as well. So all advantages in the hands of the CIU. Zest gets hit though, and both of them get hit. The pharmacy battle though won by Dime. It swings away just for absolutely nothing. And now you're back to a Rocket Barrage available for Zest. Here's the overtime clock starting to bleed now, as it will start to run. Self-destruct up in the air, gets both of the pharmacy combination for Oceans. The first picks there for the side of Clemson, 47 in favor of CIU, who takes the first map of Gardens.
That was really solid. On the Camel Killer or Green Knight, that might just be it.
You're also going to have a Nano Boost and a Valkyrie on either side here if they can build that up fast enough, but 88%. There's another eat. Oceans eats up Benji's Pulse
Where'd he
Bomb,
come
which
from?
is big for them. But Zest is able to take down Toffee. Both supports down, Bugman down. That self-destruct does not matter, and it is a clean win for CIU, able to reverse it. They're playing. Toffee gets 2 quick shots onto Zest. That's huge for them, but it's probably going to get rezzed up in the meanwhile. And now Toffee's just got to run for their life. Here comes the Fara yet again, and this is all CIU's map here.
That is so aggressive from Zest as well, using that
up in the EMP, and now the overclock having to be invested by Toffee. Toffee's got to hit a lot of shots to make something happen here in the final 23 seconds of play, but Benji will take care of that. The Sombra will take care of things, and in fact, the Lucio goes down. Benji with the 4K to end it, and CIU.
Benji with the Soldier from the top instead of the Sombra. Got a lot of damage coming out though, and Benji is in trouble.
Yeah, so much trouble, but had the Nano Boost, gets bionated, somehow is alive with 1 health.
Oh my gosh.
And somehow finds a way. They gotta make it all the way back up the hill as well. And that's a big Graviton surge in. The sound barrier invested at the same time too. Is it gonna be enough is the question. It will not be. 3 kills already lined up. Benji's got a 3K, and CIU's gonna go to match point here after winning Circuit Royale. I don't think it does. And Toffee comes out of invisibility, but doesn't do anything. Benji, though, gets 2 in the back line with the Pulse Bomb. It's a 5v3 situation now. Desperation mode comes into play. If you are Clemson, the Tigers in dire thing going here, and now it's just desperation mode with the Lucio. The Lucio uses the sound barrier, but he can't drop it in time. It's just all but over, ladies and gentlemen. It's a clean map for Push. It is all Columbia International University shutting out Clemson.
Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're gonna have to fade out this immortality. First, we're gonna see that committed on the back of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kof. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fan Shui here and Not Leopard. What? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families! Stop it! They beat all 3 defenders!
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Pro, after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
A bit frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity, and once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes, Fisher Rowe got on the zip line. Wicked gets 2.
Another 4K for Wicked, who is playing out of their mind. The 500 IQ play. You knew that it was a weird angle to have that Viper spit. You knew that they were going to check everywhere inside. And
Alright, number 1, let me break this down for you. Series 3, last man standing. The anchor in Atata, as he somehow manages to bring Illinois Wesleyan back from being in a 1v3 for this series.
Big lead here for Wayne State, but we'll see. You know, Atata's not out of the count just yet, and they might be looking, I mean, they're definitely looking to take this away with the 3-stock, but they can't play too risky. Okay, we see the FPA flash there. They're going to make it back to ledge. We also saw a pretty Hail Mary forward smash there at low percent at that. The risk reward on that is a little skewed. Ooh, look at this jab reset into the forward smash. What a beautiful combo.
They just feel confident in their team, and there's nothing more that I love with that. But the Ness is already trying to make a statement saying that you should have brought the person who could take the stocks first.
That is amazing right there. We saw the PK fire, multi-hits goes for the downer. There's an off-stage air dodge. Suddenly, this is looking very bad for Younglink and potentially Wayne State as a whole.
Side, don't let them grab you. You still gotta be careful. Ness is a threat no matter where they are on the stage.
Nice rising fair to kind of even that out. Good blade beam to catch the PK fire. Maybe the PK fire is in reaction. There's a climb hazard. This is Ness's time. That forward tilt takes it. And IWU, Illinois Wesleyan Titans, takes it over Wayne State College 2-1 across the set. The final game going 2 stocks to Atata over Chef Louis 0 stocks. Oh my goodness, what a heart wrencher.
Well, there you have it. What a crazy week it was, and honestly, I know it's only going to get even crazier as we move on. Now, the competition is fierce not only just in Division A, but even some of these open division matches are going the distance and coming down to the wire. Now, as always, if you want to stay up to date on everything, give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you guys want to check out the matches live, we broadcast Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Once again, a special shout out to our partners at Esports U for providing additional coverage of our matches on their network. But I mean, that's it. That's all I've got for you guys this week. We're only 2 more weeks out after this, and I mean, I'm really curious to see how the playoffs shakes out this year. But don't go anywhere, guys. Come back right here every week, every time. Same day, same time. You guys know how it runs. And don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys next time.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my 3rd semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense, And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful. And that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and uh, I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now whenever I play a game without my team there. That toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and two teams in 2019. And now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students to date in 2021. Like that progress is there. And even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CECC South Qualifiers. Clutch Key and Dividing with you, and now we have the decider match. We've gone through the first round. We've gone through the winners round. Now we get to the deciding round, and this time we're going to head on over to Group B, where we have two teams up and ready to go, and we'll just get started right away here. Let's introduce our rosters right now, and we'll start off with Houston, as Houston's got a lot of players on their sheet. In fact, a total of 8 players for Houston for right now. In fact, and actually, sorry about that. We'll go to the rosters here in just a little while. But for Houston and for South Florida, both of these teams, we knew that South Florida coming in here, one of the good teams in this bracket.
Yeah.
And Houston, this is a run back match for both of these guys. In fact, Houston and USF go into this game with Houston winning against USF 3-0 before falling to Kennesaw State. So a run back match, if you will, and this to determine whether or not they're going to be in the top 8 or within the top 9 to 12.
Yeah, you did see Houston come up and beat USF last time, a 3-0, I believe, or was it a 3-1? I don't remember fully, but it was Houston who came out on top, which is a slight upset, I would say. It was the number 3 seed in the group, taking down the number 2 seed in the group. USF has a lot of experience in the CECC already from last year, so I think there was quite a bit of expectations for them to be able to repeat, at least get themselves into the regional. But if Houston is able to take a win on them again, I think that spot will be in some pretty serious jeopardy.
Yeah, and a lot of things, a lot of things lining up here, especially for the decider match. And all of our decider matches thus far, again, in the East, we had a decider match go 4 games. We haven't gone to 5 yet, but this could be a close one as well. Let's take a look at our rosters here for both of these teams, and we'll start off with the Houston Cougars. And this is a very interesting lineup here for both sides. Greetings, Deek Oo, Nograd, Dino Lobster, and Yodel on this side for the University of Houston, and a strong lineup for them thus far in this tournament.
Only 3-0s for this team so far. They did 3-0 USF in the first round. I have confirmed that. And then went up against Kennesaw, one of those top 20 teams that I mentioned before. Lost 3-0 to them, but can still put themselves in a really fantastic position at hitting that top 8 mark with a win here. They just have to repeat what they did before against USF.
And so the other players as well for the side of the University of Houston, Sharingand and Voran and Vu, all of them inside. So 8 players for the University of Houston. We switch it on over now to the University of South Florida, where the Bulls have themselves a 6-player roster, but for the 5 of them, Saki, Commander Huey, Bebop, Dirk the Turk, and Kinto, all on the side of University of South Florida. Curb rounding out that roster for the 6-man roster there. But USF, one of the teams that you were keeping your eye on.
Yeah, this is a very familiar roster to me. USF, like I mentioned, they were in the South qualifier last time around. I believe they came in 2nd place, and because of that, they did qualify for the national LAN in Atlanta. They came in, they competed in person. It was awesome to see a team that has gotten to that point, that national stage. They know what it's like. This is almost the entirety. It's the same team. I think Kinto is the only newcomer to this squad right now. Everyone else was on that team last year. So the fact that now all of a sudden they are 1 map away from potentially not even making it out of the open qualifier, I think a decent amount of expectations and pressure coming onto this team right now. They have to get the revenge game. They have to beat Houston here, or else it is going to be an unfavorable matchup in the round of 16.
And I would like to point out also credit to our production team, as well as credit to the league, or rather credit to the conference and the leagues itself. We have on our sheets here some fun facts between both of these teams, and I'm loving South Florida's one because for Saki, you see the first player there on your screen. For Saki, basically saying the fun fact, a streamer claimed that he was gold, and so they hit Masters just to spite them. So the Masters player in this game. And then another one, studied in Korea to play Overwatch. That is Commander Huey. And one more from Dirk the Turk. I can put both feet behind my head. You love these fun facts. And then on the other side of...
hopefully he is as flexible in game as he is in real life.
Yeah, well, flexibility can work in all different sorts of ways. But and then you look at the side side of University of Houston, one fun fact that will make one of our producers smile in the back line. I love anime and I enjoy creating anime content, so that is for our
Hey.
server there. So hey, anime's fun no matter where you go there. But yeah, so some good teams getting lined up here again. This is the decider match. This is between 2 and 3 here, between the Cougars and the Bulls of USF and Houston. So what we will see here is which team will land up getting a top 8 seed and which team will land up in the 9-12 spot. Obviously, you want to land up in the top 8 seeds because that is a more favorable position when we get to that round of 16.
Yep, so actually a lot comes into this match. You know, you go into these group stages and you're like, well, everyone makes it into groups, right? So everyone makes it in the bracket. So what's the point, right? But when we get to that bracket, it is single elimination. Once that bracket is seated up and ready to go, that is your match to secure top 8. You have to win that. That is a win or go home kind of situation. You want to make sure you are in the best position possible going into that game. And making sure that you are the top seed going into that round of 16 matchup is absolutely massive. So the winner of this game does a fantastic service for themselves, making sure that they can hit that top 8.
And this is the run it back match. If you go back to the first match, like we were talking about, of the runner of the first round of this game, it is Houston that won this game over the Bulls 3-0. So right now, going into Oasis in just a couple of moments here. But for right now, again, the team out of Tampa, Florida, looking for that revenge game after falling down. They did beat UCF Academy 3-1 on their way here to the decider match. And all 16 teams will play, but for UCF Academy, they fall down into the 13 through 16 seeded side, and for UHN, for the University of Houston and for the University of South Florida right now, again, a game you do not want to lose. And for those that are wondering about what's going on for the bracket wise, again, this is all open qualifiers, 16 teams in 4 groups here. Going 2-0 means you're done. 0-2 means you're done as well. But if you get to a 1-1 stage, it's a tiebreaker like we're playing right now. The decider match takes you to either a top 8 seed or a bottom 8 seed. In fact, it'll be anywhere between 9 through 12 in that case. But again, everybody making it out, and this is to play into the regional as well as to get to the top 8 seeds into the regional, and we'll be playing more tomorrow as well, coming up tomorrow for more games throughout the South region, some more in the East region as well. So stick around, plenty of games left to go, and check it out tomorrow starting at about 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll get started with the Eastern side, and then we'll bring it again back on over to the South division as well. So plenty of games left to play here.
Tons of games left to play.
Yeah, tons of games to play and a lot of brackets to go through. And you and I will get to see some championships, mainly for seeding, because in that top 8 side on the East side, a lot of interesting things. In fact, that one's playing for seeding inside of the Rutgers land that's coming up on November 5th and 6th. So plenty to go through here, and check it out all over the place as well on Esports U, on the Twitter, as well as CECC all over the place. Check it out for any and all information coming up for any of the lands. But talk about some of the exciting teams that we see here in the South, because I know we were talking about the Overwatch collegiate rankings that you are a part of, the Okra rankings that we see. Kennesaw, I believe, was one of the teams that you mentioned, and then Houston and South Florida, some of the teams that you had your eye on as well. South Florida mainly in this case, but the South has 16 teams, and you said 3 of them in the top 20 in this situation.
Yeah, like I mentioned, we do have UTD, Converse, and Kennesaw who are in that top 20 ranking, who I believe have all made it out as the top members in their groups. Hey, CIU trying to get themselves up in that conversation as well. I actually did a little bit of research going into it, because I was like, who is this Zest guy? This Zest guy is crazy. I think I found the dude's Twitter. Says it was a 4.4 peak Pharah player, says a top 5 Pharah player, at least on ladder. I believe it based off of what I saw there. So really awesome stuff. But then what's even more interesting is this situation that we're in right now with these teams that are in that kind of 2-3 situation. They aren't quite in that top 20 conversation, but they are trying to prove themselves as regional powerhouses here, because that's kind of what you're rooting for. If you are making it to the regional here, out of these 16 teams, you make it to the top 8, you are establishing yourself as a very strong team in the Southern region.
Yeah, and the South region can get a lot of good teams. And in fact, we saw a lot of good Team CIU coming out of nowhere. And you were talking about Zest being that 4,400 player. Zest, part of the team that was the number 4 seed going into this and facing off in what you would call a group of death, basically, for this for Group D. You had Florida, you had Clemson, you had CIU in there, and you also had Texas A&M. Basically a group of death, if you will, for the South region. But believe it or not, folks, it's the number 4 seed in Group D that gets the number 1 seed for that group. So we'll see how that lines up in the meantime. But yeah, Columbia International out of nowhere, out of left field, the dark horse in Group D that will move on. And of course, Texas A&M, I believe, gets the 4 seed in that group. Then it goes to Florida, and then it goes to Clemson in the meantime, unless the decider match. Decider match we haven't gone through yet, and we'll take a look at some of them as well in the other brackets as we go into game here in just a couple of moments. No update between Blinn Esports and JMU. That is the game that is the decider match right now. That's in Group A. Group B, in the meantime, this is the one we're watching right now, so nothing there. For Group C, we watched that earlier where we had Texas Arlington take on the UCF Knights. Texas Arlington did drop down. However, they are able to sweep the Old Dominion Monarchs 3-0. So UCF and UTA back in it for another decider match and the run it back. In Group D, we already know, like we said, Clemson and Florida playing their decider match as well. So everybody in the decider match moment, and we'll give you the updates as soon as we can to figure out who going where in what seeds. But now we get into the game itself as we get the Cougars taking on the Bulls, University of South Florida in the red, University of Houston in the blue. And for right now, as we see it, about 15 seconds left to go until we prepare to attack. Oh, please keep the Bastion. This will be fun.
I would love it. I would love it. I doubt it. I'll be honest. I doubt it. If you can get that Bastion set up on a high ground, maybe there's an opportunity there.
Wait,
that makes a lot more sense.
But they had a Torbjorn too at the same time, man. Everybody,
you can't be getting baited by these teams. Try and bait you, Clutchkey. They go to these crazy things. They try and get you to talk about them, and then they bait you and swap back to something normal in the last second. You can't get baited.
Well, one can dream. One can dream, man. I mean, one can hope that a Bastion gets pulled out on a control map. But hey, maybe soon, maybe they'll buff him and maybe he'll become meta. Maybe he'll move faster and through. Who knows? You just love to see something else other than Soldier and Genji. You know, maybe just a little bit of a change.
Nah, I get it.
No time as the point unlocks here, and a great railgun secondary shot from Nograd onto Saki right away. This is going to be a Houston take right away. But Greetings is out of mech, and this fight is turning the way of South Florida. In fact, with both of the supports gone, that one kill didn't really matter. It's all USF, and they're going to flip this right back into them. Only 13% in.
It was actually really smart positioning from South Florida. After losing Saki very early, they kind of retreated into that little side room. They took advantage of the health pack that was down there for some extra healing, and when Houston went after them to try and chase those kills, they were kind of funneling in through the stairway, and they got taken out as they were trying to... Because, you know, these comps, they really do thrive off of having room to maneuver. Houston didn't have much.
Well, it's 22%. We'll see if they can build up anything further. Kirito, though, with the kill on the shot, the railgun secondary shot onto Dino Lobster. Diego Wolf falls so low at 15 health. A slept guard, but somehow still finds a way to get out. USF still in control of this point. And now Bebop with 2 kills of their own. Kirito's going to find another one as well, and that's going to be USF holding on.
And the ultimates are so much in South Florida's favor right now. The Bulls have the overclock, they have the Diva Bomb, they have the Nano Boost, and they're probably going to have the other 2 ultimates up soon as well. In comparison, Houston's very close to the Blade, but really far behind on ultimates overall, especially on the support side of things. Dino Lobster and Yodel have not had as much opportunity to get those good healing numbers as I think they want to, and especially with already 60% for South Florida, you're expecting more.
And Kirito with another overclock with a shot onto Diego Wall, making him do absolutely nothing. They're stuck inside of this room. One shot is all they needed to win that fight, and they're just kept inside of this side room. They are not allowed to move whatsoever for this team right now.
Yeah, not allowed to move at all. They have to go back to try and pick up Diego from the rest of the team. You need that blade to try and take this one, and here we go, Nograd with an opener.
Yeah, that's a great opening pick there. Now the Dragon Blade out for Diego Wolf. Pretty much last fight territory, so use the ult if you got him. And Nograd with an overclock investment as well. And full of the DPS ult. Greetings say, hold on, we can hold off on the Diva Bomb for right now. We'll hold on to a Coalescence as well, and they live to see another fight.
They do, in fact, live, but South Florida are building up that ult bank once again. The Diva Bomb, the Pulse Bomb, the Nano Boost coming up very quickly for this team. You've got the Diva Bomb and the Coalescence coming up from University of Houston, as well as Dino Lobster almost having that beat.
All right, here we go. Coalescence already used to start, but that's a great Bionade onto Dino Lobster and Greenies. Greenies going to have to use this self-destruct super early on, thanks to that self-destruct and the Pulse Bomb, and the Bomb gets 3 simultaneous kills, 2 on the DPS, 1 on the support, and this fight is just all but over, ladies and gentlemen. There is no chance South Florida comes back from this, and an immediate 147 win for the side of the Bulls.
South Florida played that so well. They cornered University of Houston into the side room. They kind of did the opposite of what they did before. Instead of trying to chase University of Houston into the side room, they kept on poking in from the outside, making sure they couldn't move. And then once they had used a lot of their defensive abilities, that's when they went in with the Pulse Bomb. That's when they went in with the Diva Bomb. There was nowhere for Houston to run. And University of South Florida comes out strong on map 1, round 1 here. We move on to Gardens now. And it looks like both teams are going to be playing just about the same thing we saw from last time. It is still going to be the Tracer versus the Genji from Saki and Diego, respectively. I think these Symmetras will be swapping back over to their respective heroes. That's exactly what happens. And we're running it back. Same comps.
Same compositions, but for positioning-wise, Houston's going to take the upstairs advantage. Meanwhile, South Florida is just going to stay downstairs. Houston was so much faster, especially with the Lucio speed boosting right after the Smash teleporter, that it's going to work out for them. And that's a great Bionade again from Toast that takes down Greenies right away. As soon as they find the Bionade target, they take out the Diva, and the mech is gone. So this is a big disadvantage here for Houston. They're going to have to back up, but Kirito not going to allow them to do that, and the DPS is just absolutely unrelenting. No mercy whatsoever for Houston. South Florida is just going to run over like the Bulls usually do, and it will be a fight win here, and this is going to be looking like another 14% win here for USF. They can take care of this quickly, although a few more percentage points this time around as the Genji still stays on point, but really, it's all USF right now.
Yeah, USF looking really good right now. We do see 19% move over for Houston, but South Florida take the overall fight, and they have the ultimate advantage. Nothing's up quite yet, but I mean, look at Toast versus Yodel, for example. That is double the Nano Boost charge right now from the Anas. It is so huge how much healing the University of South Florida is getting there, doing a really good job of sustaining the onslaught of damage coming out from the University of Houston, and that's going to give them the advantage here in the second fight.
Quarter of the way down in the in percentage now. USF looking to keep this advantage going through. This Genji is trapped. Diego Wo can't get out. And so now it's a 5-on-4 man advantage still in favor of the Bulls. Bebop is Bionaded, but Bebop trying to get saved isn't going to get saved whatsoever. I don't think that Nano Boost goes for anything. It was used to save Bebop, but because Bebop was bioed, it really doesn't help out whatsoever there. Trying to run out of the timer, but it's still looking like a fight win here for USF. They are pushed back just a little bit. Overclock is invested. See if Kirito can hit anything. There's one onto Nograd, looking for another hit. Won't find it for right now, but in fact, they will have the supports just dialed up, and it's still USF in command.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. A bit of a misplay there from Toast on that Nano Boost, but doesn't end up mattering that much because the ultimates for South Florida, the rest of the ultimates did end up coming in, including that Overclock, including that Relic from South Florida, and so quickly, all of a sudden, University of South Florida is at 80% and counting. This is last fight territory for them if Houston can get in, and Greetings is out of mech still, only 30% to get that mech back. I don't think you have enough time to get all that up. You just got to go in with the 4 ults you have.
Well, Houston's got one last chance here. Isn't going to be able to get back mech in just a couple of moments here, but the Dragon Blade not used just yet. Great deflect on the Disruptor shot there, and that's going to be a free blade here for Diego Wo to hack away. And this is the Genji getting the 3K along with the Nano Boost, and it will live. Another Houston takeover at 99% to live to see another fight.
And they get that done with just a Nano Blade. which means you still have the overclock, you still have the Diva Bomb, you still have the beat, and South Florida has absolutely nothing as far as ultimates right now. They just got to take a dry fight this time around, try and build up a couple ultimates of their own while trying to force out a few from the University of Houston to give them a good chance to take it to the point after this one. I think 3 ults to 0. This should be University of Houston's fight to win.
This is looking better than their game on City Center, where they basically had nothing and used everything. This time around, they have more ultimates to use, and another great Bionade from Yodel keeps Kinto and Kirito out of play for a little while, just has to take cover. They're all spread out all over the place, but here's a Nano Boost onto the Diva for right now. Overclock is used, Sound Barrier used at the same time. Greetings holds on to the Diva Bomb for right now. Bebop using doing the same, just holding on to that invested self-destruct. But for right now, self-destruct out in the back line from USF. That finds Diego Woe. And now the fight that they want from USF is here. Ball spawn lands onto the Baby Diva before she can even get back into the mech after using the self-destruct. It's still a trade fight, technically speaking, but USF trying to run the tables here and clean out this map on a clean 2-0. Lucio, the last one, to try to get on point. They will go down. And really, I mean, the Wrecking Ball there, it's a stagger fight in general. Wrecking Ball's not going to be able to do much here anyways. I mean, this is just holding on for dear life. Diego will, I think, gets knocked off the map. Bebop goes off too. I mean, this is winnable here for Houston.
It is kind of winnable here, but you are playing stagger fights. You don't have any ultimates coming up at any point right now. It should be South Florida able to pull this off, but as longer they let University of Houston stay in this one, the more chances they give Houston to try and get back into this. You do see the pulse bombs coming up very soon from Nograd and Saki, and a kickoff of that might be the turning point.
Sound Barrier might just be the dagger there because they get the Sound Barrier up in time, and Kirito with the railgun shot onto the Mora would be huge. Pulse bomb landing just wide for Nograd, and this fight continues on for a very long time. I mean, you can put the timer on this and be way over 45 seconds already. Overtime clock will start to bleed, and finally, we see a winner in USF taking the victory 100-99 on the Guardians, 100-47 on City Center, and USF starting the run back on a good note.
Yeah, just like we saw earlier with Pace versus St. Rose, you know, the losing team in the first round do come out on control map and they win a map. So, again, it's a really great confidence booster from South Florida to know that, hey, we were able to win a map against Houston. I think they have a really good shot to win the series. But last time around, this is when St. Rose started to pull it around, right? They started pulling things out on the escort map that followed the control map, and they ended up winning that one 3-1. So I'm really curious to see if we are in for the same kind of situation, or if this is a true reversal from the side of South Florida.
Yeah, here's a note for you. Don't count out anybody after just the first map. After the first map, like you were saying, we saw 2 games that did this where the team that won control did not win in the end. In fact, it was the losing team on control that would win the rest of the maps on if you're St. Rose, you win on Gibraltar, New Queen Street, and Kings Row. If you're UCF, you lose Arlington on Oasis as well. But then you would go on to win Dorado, New Queen Street, and Midtown. So do not count your chickens before they hatch. In this case, because you may be down 1-0, but for Houston, this could be a turnaround point for them, and it has been a turning point certainly for 2 teams here that we've seen earlier today throughout the stream. But we'll see what they pick up coming up next. And this one being Escort, it was pretty much a mirror battle either way you look at it. Very close in terms. I mean, it wasn't really a Genji for the side of USF, but for Houston-wise, I mean, you kind of had both teams really have that dive potential. So, I mean, what map would you look to be at coming up here in Escort?
If they're really trying to go for the dive, I would say it's probably going to be Dorado. I think Dorado is the most dive-centric map of the escorts, but it really just depends on the direction that Houston wants to take it, right? Maybe they aren't feeling as good on dive. They want to go snipers. They could easily go for a Circuit Royale. They could try to run a more defensive setup on Gibraltar. Well, Gibraltar would lend itself toward dive as well, but Route 66 for sure. You would could potentially put on some kind of Sigma mid-range comp kind of deal. It really just depends on what Houston wants to go to. And it is going to be Dorado. Yeah, so, yeah, we get sorry, I took your thunder there. That's my bad. But it is Dorado, which means we are probably going to be seeing a lot more dive from both of these teams. I think this is kind of going to be the matchup that we're going to be seeing throughout the series.
No, you didn't steal thunder at all. I was just about to say the big brain strikes again with another prediction correct on the dive map. So Dorado is the map that we will go into here in just a couple of moments. But again, Houston and USF, the run-back match for the 2 or 3 seed of the group. USF winning, or actually Houston winning their first match 3-0, but South Florida starting off on the right foot. And again, we'll give you any updates as we can for the rest of the decider matches here, because all of them are in progress in the meantime. And if you want the lineup here for Group A, it is Blinn Esports taking on the James Madison Dukes. You're taking Group B, which is right now, you've already seen this, UCF and UTA. We saw that game first part of the stream here for the CECC South side. UCF Knights and Texas Arlington are playing each other right now in that decider match in Group C. And in Group D, again, you've got Clemson Esports taking on Florida for that 2-3 position. So for right now, all the games in the decider matches, and none of them are very convincing to go a quick 3-0. So we might not have any updates. So as long as we keep advancing on with the games, we'll tell you who's in the lead. But yeah, none of those are for sure to go sweeps. And if we do get to map 4, there has been only one map or one game where New Queen Street was played throughout the whole thing, but there was only one map that it did not complete. The rest of them were pretty much in shambles when completing the maps. So that was the deciding factor overall. No game 5s thus far that we have seen. In fact, I don't think in any of the brackets, any of the group stages, we have seen a game 5. But the deciders are the best place to do it for right now, up until we get into the knockout stages. So let's see what happens here. Again, last 2 games that have gone the way of a team that has gone to 4 games in the decider match. It has gone the way on Escort back to the losing team of Control. So right now, Houston sitting pretty if you like superstition, but South Florida looking not too shabby at all.
I think we do see a few subs coming out of Houston as well. We have Sharing End on the Diva and Vo, I want to say is how you pronounce that. I apologize if that's wrong, on the Zenyatta. So a couple of pretty significant swaps here, especially on the tank side, that's kind of leading the team right now. Potentially a Zenyatta specialist coming in for Houston as well. We will see how they decide to do this. South Florida, though, might be trying something sneaky with the Symmetra teleporter. They have a Roadhog as well from Bebop. If they decide to roll with that, that would be the first of those we've seen so far. No, I think that was just an early... Yeah, they're going to swap up, I think. Yeah, that was an early... They were trying to get a hook off with the May wall. Didn't end up working out super well for them, but this is still interesting. This is actually the first Echo we've seen today coming up from Kirito.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the first time we see a different character besides what we've seen so far, especially with Echo. We haven't really seen Echo at all in this entire stream. Since we started 8 hours ago, we have not seen an Echo.
Oh my gosh, it's been 8 hours already?
Yeah, it's been a lot of Overwatch action, and we still got one more day to go after this. Kirito already a third of the way to the ultimate, but right now for USF, they are just running the competition here against Houston, and right now they're staggering out the supports. Yodo goes down. The Zenyatta probably does go down at the same time, and so right now USF with clear skies, and in one fight probably takes a point here.
It's really tough, especially when he goes so aggressive with that Echo. Kirito is going to have basically free reign of the airs if you're able to stay out of the sight lines of Nograd here. Diego's not going to be able to do much about that flying DPS, and yeah, they're just going to go straight through to the end of point A, so almost no resistance from University of Houston so far.
Well, they do finally get a pick from Vo on to Kirito, but that's not going to really work when you just gave up that place right there in front of point number 1. And now it's just a stagger fight. It's just backing up, and your spawn point now goes all the way back into the final point, Dorado spawn point. So as of right now, USF looking good to just run this down here on the second point, especially when you can stagger so many people and good bio-nades coming out from Toast.
Yeah. So now University of South Florida continue to march forward, and they haven't even had to use any ultimates yet. Saki's going to use the first one of the match for them. It's going to be the Pulse Bomb that ends up going wide, doesn't get anything right there, but their 4 other ultimates are either up or going to be coming up in this next fight. University of Houston, you really got to get a lot out of this overclock, because that's the only offensive ultimate you've really got to work with.
Well, Nano Boosted Echo is going to go in. Good sleep dart in the back line But now Kirito's just going to go off with the sticky bombs, gets 2 picks inside of the hallway. And this is a lot of free space for them, but it's warranted because right now South Florida has all the answers. Houston just has every question possible.
Oh man, this has been a really tough defense for Houston so far. This cart has basically moved uncontested ever since the gates opened. You really hate to see it if you're a Houston fan here, but with this last recontest here, they have the overclock and the transcendence.
Overclock has to hit a couple of shots. Yodel able to hit the whip shot onto Kirito, and now Transcendence is used on either side, but it is Kinto's Transcendence that is used last there, and it helps this team out, get some heals in the side room. For right now, they're stuck here in the vault room, and in fact, they're being pushed all the way back, so until Kirito can come back.
Who do you duplicate here if you're the Echo? It is going to be the D.Va.
Multiple bombs, maybe? I mean, you're going to have Kirito building up a bomb pretty quickly here, and now Kirito's going to be out of mech so quickly. Great job there, and now Kirito back in mech. Still about 4 seconds left to go until they have that mech, and isn't going to get a self-destruct in the meantime. That payload 31/100th of a meter away from being complete into that second point. They turn off the DPSs. Kirito and Diego, one on each side going down. And now they're just hold on to a contest here, and they're just stuck up inside this upstairs room with this D.Va trying to charge in, making a difference. But is it going to? It does, because Saki lands the pulse bomb, and now Saki's got free reign to just run around here rampantly. And with the spawn rooms in favor of the University of South Florida, or rather, it's in the middle for both sides. With Kirito back, that's a lot of damage there, and this is looking like a good win for USF, and indeed it is.
Yeah, they managed to take point B there. Really nice play from Kinto, really nice play from Saki. Able to keep that fight alive, even when Kirito didn't quite get what they were looking for out of that duplicate. I think what a lot of people forget about Echo is that before you always duplicated tanks because you just had the most health. Now the max amount of health you can get from duplicate is 300. So even though you were in that D.Va mech, you saw Kirito got put out of it very quickly. Maybe you know, rethink it before you just mindlessly click on that tank with the ultimate.
See if they figure that out. Maybe another duplication coming here, maybe from somebody else. But 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for South Florida to run it down here for a good time back. And in fact, when you can take care of the slow turn like that pretty easily, it's looking pretty good for USF to keep this going. However, Bebop out of mech. A lot of that's defense matrix down. That's a good amount of dive damage down, and now they're using the Transcendence to keep this team alive. Now the overclock being used by Nograd as well. This is a lot of ultimates, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get traded out anyways because the pulse bomb from Saki lands yet again. But it's still the supports now for Houston that get 4 picks total, and it staves away USF for right now.
I feel like this is like the first real breath that Houston can take throughout this series. There's going to be a significant amount of time here while South Florida is getting all of their members back where you can really take stock of what you have. You have the D.Va Bomb, you have the Rally, a nice zoning ultimate, and a nice sustain ultimate going up against, right now, just the Transcendence from Kinto. Do they know that Kirito is about to have that duplicate as well?
I'll see where they use it and when they use it. Yodel's going to use the Rally right away to keep this team up. And now another duplication into the D.Va, but this time staying alive, not getting melted oh so quickly. Diego Wool does win the mirror battle on the Tracer, throws out the bomb right away, and that's not going to land anything. Another bomb, this time landing out from Sheringan, and this time it's going to go all in the hands of UH. This time around in a good revenge kill, but now USF trying to fight back at the D.Va v D.Va battle in here, and it lands up being all for naught. Even if it's a trade battle, it is Houston that's going to hold on.
Houston continues to drain time off this clock, and I stagger onto Bebop as well. As we now go under a minute 30 to play, there's probably 2 fights left here for South Florida to try and push into this. They do have the Nano from Toast. They also have the D.Va Bomb. So they have a significant ult advantage here over Houston, who really only working with the Pulse Bomb. And as long as you don't get a pick off with that, I mean, you're in a pretty solid spot for South Florida with both the 2 really good damage ultimates and also a zoning ultimate from Bebop to work with.
Oh, minute left to go. Saki winning the Tracer v Tracer battle, but Nograd sends him right back to spawn. A good secondary fire kill right on a Tracer. Dude, that's a hard target to hit, especially if they're just blinking around like that. Self-destruct is out. That finds Bo somehow, some way inside of that hallway. And now less than a minute left to go. Payload inside of the home stretch. Kinto goes down in the hands of the Pulse Bomb here, so another trade out. And if you're USF, I mean, you keep going at this point because you lose your Zenyatta, you lose a lot of your damage from that Orb of Discord. Yeah, USF decides to keep going. The train continues on. And Saki with another pulse bomb is going to throw it. Just goes short, not going to find anything, but still kills being found by the side of Houston, or USF. However, now it's Houston's turn with the double kill on the overclock. Can you find a third? And might be able to, but it's still just continuing on and on and on. But now the rally comes out, and this might just be the dagger here.
Yeah, it really should be. Houston has the spawn advantage by a wide margin here, and you really don't have much to work with as far as ultimates, resources, or team members if you're South Florida right now. That is, in fact, yeah, they get forced off the point. There is no overtime, nothing like that. South Florida gets stopped just shy of the end of the map. That being said, you're really not in the worst situation possible if you're South Florida, right? You made it almost to the end. Houston is basically going to have to be asked to complete the map in order to take the win and tie up the series here. So South Florida is going to have plenty of opportunities. They have the entirety, basically the entirety of this Dorado map to work with to try and go up 2-0 and force Houston into a reverse sweep situation.
Yeah, Houston's basically going to have to put out all the stops that they can here. 2.78.28 meters does not complete the map, but like you were saying, tall task for Houston to get out, especially when you consider how it started for Houston as well. I mean, for USF. USF had a great attacking point and legitimately didn't really have all that much of a fight to get through on the first point, and the second point was pretty easy to get through as well. Maybe one or two stops there, but for USF, looking pretty good, except for that last point when they just got full health. But hey, Dorado was hard to get through on that final push when it's just stagger after stagger on a trade fight.
It is so difficult to get through, and I think if we get to that point, South Florida might end up taking advantage of that themselves. Because like we said, it got right up to the end, which means South Florida is going to be in a really good position if we get to that point, again, to take advantage of those very close respawns.
We take a look at the teams here for South Florida, sticking on to the Echo, and now Diego Wo on to the Genji. We saw that Genji earlier being pulled out, but then switched to Tracer. No grad, feeling pretty confident in the aim will stick alongside of the Sojourn here. 3:45 on the clock. Not the same fight that we saw back with USF's attack. They didn't go just up to the top, but for USF it still works out in their favor, although they do trade out an Ana in the meantime, so that's big healing gone, and the only healing you have left now for USF is Zenyatta. So University of Houston, knowing this, will take complete advantage of it. Kirito does go down in the hands of the railgun, and now University of South Florida are going to have to back.
Yeah, Nograd is starting to heat up as well. Dude was having a little bit of trouble in the first map hitting shots. Not so much the case anymore. Starting to get it on now. Starting to hit some of these railgun shots. And Kirito has to be careful up in the sky like this. Can't just be open into those sight lines because that Sojourn will pick you off.
Oh, misses the secondary railgun shot there, but the Tracer now in the back line from Saki. Maybe to try and poke here and there, obviously. Trying to make sure that this team is kept in check so far. A great kill onto the Diva mech, which means there is no defense matrix. So now USF is just going to push this like there is no tomorrow. Kills starting to pile up here. Diego Wo now goes down, and this is a good fight win here for USF.
And the fact that they even get one fight win on Point A is huge for South Florida. They were able to push through the entirety of Point A with basically no resistance at all. So already they've secured themselves a better time through Point A than University of Houston is. And they have the ultimates as well to hold on to this. They have both support ults up already. Pulse Bomb from Saki's coming up in a second. As long as you can get through this overclock coming up from Nograd, you're in a solid position to keep holding on to this.
Halfway gone with the time bank. We'll see if they want to invest a lot of ults here. There is the overclock right away, and this Echo causing so much trouble, but he's traded out in the meantime. Transcendence is used by Kinto to keep it alive. However,
yes!
Bebop squishing the baby Diva of sharing end right as they get back into mechs, and University of Houston will have to back off. And how many? That's got to be like an average of like one squish kill per game that we've had so far.
I know. I'm really surprised how many of these remech kills we've been getting, but I'm here for it. I think it's like one of the funniest things in the game.
Oh, absolutely.
I love it whenever I see it. And South Florida, they continue holding on. 90 seconds left on the clock. Now, there are a couple members of South Florida who died in that fight. They have to hurry to get back in time. but I think with how much time Houston's taking to get set up, we will have a full 5v5 fight. South Florida still sitting on 2 ults. They have the Diva Bomb and the Duplicate coming up, going into both support ults for Houston.
Self-destruct is out there, and that's big for them, and they also get a remake kill. Bebop again, getting another remake kill. This is big.
Let's go, Bebop!
And 3-on-2 situation. Ladies and gentlemen, remember when this used to be the April Fool's joke, and then they made it into the real thing? Yeah, apparently more players taking advantage of this now. I can't wait for April Fool's next year.
It's so much fun. I love it so much. But Houston, now 45 seconds left. This is their last really good chance at a fight here. Rally, Transcendence, Dragon Blade. They got to get it done.
They are bringing out all the stops. The Rally, the Transcendence, the Blade. Diego Woe getting 3. And this is going to be a good push here for Houston. Diego Woe on the heels of that Blade keeps University of Houston alive in the time bank.
I mean, you have to at that point, right? At that point, it's you either have to use all of your ults to make sure you get point A, or you are very much in danger of getting full held. You got to get that 2-minute, 30-second time advantage here. And that's exactly what Houston does to keep themselves around, but Nograd seems to have picked off more than he can chew there. And Kirito's going to pick off that Tracer player, so there's no more pressure in the backline right now. It means that South Florida can play up a lot more.
Oh, they're playing upper for right now for Houston, but now Bebop goes also low, and now a good bio name having to be bubbled immediately. Diego Woe's going to have to back down for right now, but yeah, no ultimates coming up for Houston, maybe except for a Pulse Bomb. USF has util to use, especially on that Diva, or excuse me, on that Pulse Bomb, as well as that Nano Boost onto Kirito potentially here. Diego Woe's going to dive right in. Pulse Bomb is going to land, but lands a little bit wide. Doesn't matter though. USF bought enough time to get some kills, and Kirito with 2 pickoffs already, and that's both of the supports going down, and this is going to be another win for USF to hold on.
It really does feel like the strategy for dealing with Kirito right now for Houston, ever since Nograd swapped onto the Tracer, has been to just ignore him, right? You got the Tracer who can put some pressure onto Echo, but won't be able to take her down by herself, and then Diego's on the Genji, really focusing on the ground. You're trying to play fast if you're Houston, trying to get the picks before Kirito can. Just not working out super well right now, especially when Nograd is kind of losing the Tracer 1v1 to Saki. You're kind of losing on both ends.
So a minute 10 or minute 15 left to go on the clock here. Sharing in, that's really bad if you lose a mech that early on. That's just going to allow this team from USF to run rampant and run right up at this Diva, which is exactly what happens here. The University of Houston, they want to keep this going without their Diva, but in the end, it's not really looking all too good, especially when your Brigida's going to go down as well. And now it's just a good fight win here as the University of Houston is going to have the back.
And once again, 45 seconds left on the clock. This is the last real chance for University of Houston. They have to win a fight. They might have to win 2 fights in order to get that time extension. But they do have some ultimates coming up. You got Nograd and Diego Woe coming up to their DPS ultimates, but you're not going to have a Nano Blade to pair with it, while South Florida is coming up on all 5 ultimates. They might be able to close this out here.
Yeah, they're just trying to close the door on them right here. Nograd actually dies to their own Pulse Bomb, maybe gets stunned out of it or slept on it, but either way, no more DPSs here for the University of Houston, because now they invest the Dragon Blade and it's not going to happen anything anyways. So 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and somebody's got to find a way to get out. Self-destruct is out. That's not going to find anything. They will be able to touch the point in time, but the self-destruct right on the point from Bebop gets the kill on Diego Woe. Pulse Bomb is used to take down the support, and a team kill will end this map. It is University of South Florida looking for the sweep and on match point.
And look at that, Clutch Key, the streak has ended. University of South Florida looking for the revenge game, and they're able to keep the winning streak past control. It is 2-0 for University of South Florida as we head into push. A potential, not quite, I know we say reverse sweep for when you're down 2-0 and then you end up winning 3 in a row to win the series, but the fact that you're in a situation where you could have a 3-0 earlier in the day and then come back and 3-0 the same team, I feel like that's grounds to call it a reverse sweep as well.
Oh yeah, I think it's a reverse, reverse sweep in general, like just to get it 3-2, and then obviously you would have to come all the way back. But either way, it would be a reverse sweep here, a tall task. One's much of a taller task than the other. Houston down 0-2 to USF right now, and USF looking to make the run back game very much in their favor. And so for right now, I mean, Houston just cannot find any answers. I mean, USF is just finding ways to get early picks on, especially when against the Diva, when you have that mech gone super early on. It's just USF taking right advantage of it and just snapping right into the fight, and that's just causing this team from Houston just to go haywire. And the only time you had a fight win there, especially on Dorado for the attacking side of Houston, was when you used all your ultimates in the last fight. I mean, this is a fight for a game for Houston right now, where what are the answers that they need to find here?
It's really tough right now because this is a team that, again, 3-0'd USF earlier today. Obviously, they have the capabilities to take it to this team, but I don't know. Maybe after we're kind of in a different situation now because USF is going into this with the momentum, right? They got the win over UCF Academy, while Houston, on the other hand, is coming off of a loss against Kennesaw. So you got one team that's coming in on a win, one team's coming in on a loss, and the momentum has definitely been in USF's favor. I think this is a team that is really trusting in their dive compositions. I think they really feel that is where they are strongest. They've basically been playing it the entire series, even when it's been going against them. I think it's what we're going to continue to see out of this Houston team. We just got to see another gear out of these guys, out of these DPS players. These DPS players, I feel like, are getting pretty outclassed by the USF DPS players right now. We got to see them winning these 1v1s. We got to see these support players come up huge with their ultimates. We got to see Houston find another gear, or else the series is going to be over in 3 maps.
Yeah, so push coming up next, and we've seen New Queen Street basically every single time we have gone to map 3. In fact, of all the matches that we streamed here, 5 of them, all 5 of them have gone to New Queen Street, and 4 of them have been map completions. There has only been 1 that has not been completed, and that was back against UCF taking on UT Arlington. That is the only map that is not finished on New Queen Street. Other than that, 4 or 5 have gone there. So maybe we see a different map again. Coliseum and Paraíso are available. They are available in the comment queue, which means they are available here as well. They're inside of the map pool. We have checked that there are those 2 maps other than New Queen Street, but apparently New Queen Street tends to be a favorite for the teams, and we'll find out those in just a little while. And actually, we're going to go right in, and ladies and gentlemen, it is something else other than New Queen Street. Coliseum is the map pick.
Yeah, I think this is Coliseum coming up. I know. I'm like confused. I'm like, what map is this? I don't know what this isn't New Queen Street. What's happening?
Yeah, our producer usually tells us in our head what map it's going to be. I got scared that it wasn't. Oh, well, I thought he was just. I thought it was intentional.
And look at this lineup here for Houston. This is huge changes. We have Voron now coming in. That's someone we haven't seen at all yet. Greetings comes back in on tank. I think Dynala. I mean, like, this is a lot of changes coming up from University of Houston. I don't know if this is like just kind of like let everyone get a map kind of situation, or if this is really a team that's really trying to throw whatever they can on the wall to see what fits. What I am certain about is this is the first time we're seeing Arisa today coming out from Greetings. That's going to be a really interesting. If you can hit some of those javelins in this area and try and knock people back into the wall, that could be some huge damage.
Yeah, and Arisa's been a popular pick among some of the players that at least I've seen personally, because Arisa, the rework kit is great, but also Diva getting a little bit stronger. We've seen that being a meta pick here, but Arisa really not picked in the higher elo situations. But for right now, 9 minutes and a half left to go on the clock here. Already the first movement coming out from the University of Houston, or rather from the University of South Florida, I should say, moving it towards that wall. However, still manageable here in the middle. And really just a trade fight here. Everybody just building up ultimates. It's such a dry run right now, but the highest ultimate percentage coming out from the supports. Yodel and Toast both above 60% to their ultimates here to a nano boost. But the big one is the tank differential. It's a 30% differential on tank ult right now for Bebop, and USF playing a lot more aggressively, which is going to push them in. And now it's all USF to win this fight, although one on each side going down, and Kirito in a lot of trouble. And even though they've got 8.79 meters, this is looking a lot better for Houston. It may not be what sticks on the wall, and maybe what wins the fight here, just a trade-off right now.
Oh,
but
nano.
There's the nano boost. Yep, there's the nano boost in. On to Bebop, who is bound for right now, but that's going to stave away Houston for right now, and it looks like South Florida in command.
Yeah, he's just a little bit too late from Toast, unfortunately, and now Greetings is going to get nanoed in response, and this is going to be Houston taking control of the bot, probably taking the lead in the map as well. Very long, staggered out fight that really only got ended when those Anas got their ults up, but we're seeing some more ults here. Bebop has the grab up already, which is crazy, seeing how much damage that Zarya has been doing to start off. Greetings, Dino Lobster, Nograd, all very close ults of their own.
Graviton Surge is being used right away. Not gonna find anything in the process, but it does find Dino Lobster on the back line. And Orin deflects Warren deflects a secondary fire shot and in turn hits Toast with it. And now Nograd investing the overclock, meaning that this fight is pretty much gonna be all but over here. So Houston just taking the lead, and they're gonna take more.
You love to see it from Houston, not giving up at all. Even though they're down 2-0 in the series, they are not giving up. They want to get to a map 4, maybe even a map 5 if we get to that point, and they are looking pretty decent on ult still as well. There were a couple used in that fight, but you still have the blade from Vorin. You still have the beat from Dino Lobster to work with here as you're up 40 meters plus, trying to push up on those forward spawns.
45 meters and rolling now, up to 47 before it hits the checkpoint, just a couple of meters outside of it. And now Nograd again winning the Sojourn Mirror battle, but in a lot of trouble, is able to slide out somehow, some way, through all the chaos that there is, and Nograd stays alive. Warren has the Dragon Blade available. We use the Sound Barrier at the same time as it's a slash and dash in. It is. The Lucio will go down of Kinto. Bebop goes down as well, and Houston looking a lot better thanks to Warren's blade there, and they will get checkpoint number 1.
That is so huge from Houston to get this early lead and try and get it as wide as possible. Take the hole, dig it as deeply as you can for University of South Florida to try and dig themselves out of here. You get those forward spawns, which means you're going to be able to very easily contest in the middle, even if they get this kills with the overclock coming in. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Dino Lobster goes down. Without that Lucio speed boost, you should be able to aggress onto this if you're South Florida. That being said, Yodel taking down Toast is huge. Not as much healing coming out. It's really going down the trades.
Yeah, and it's really, the trade fights have been going the way of Houston. I mean, finally, USF does get themselves a fight win, although the robot moves back just a little bit in favor of USF.
Those forward spawns, man.
Houston for a little while. Houston, yeah, that's forward spawns for you, and they haven't made it back to the middle. I mean, if you're Houston, that's such a good hold for you because now everybody's regrouped, and now the robot back to where it was down the middle, and you got everybody back. I mean, this is so huge for them. They're not going to push right in, though. Staving off for a little while. Graviton Surge is huge, though. They've got 3 inside of that, and that is Dino Lobster, Nograd, and Greetings inside of it, and that is just an entire team wipe, a complete switch flip there as USF will now gain some meters.
It was fairly expensive from South Florida. You have to use the Nano and the Grav in that one, but Saki, with the Nano boosted up shotguns, managed to turn the tides here for South Florida. They will start to get some point progress of their own here, but now they're just working with the Death Blossom, and it is immediately slept up. The bubble was just a little bit too late from Bebop.
Wow, the timing couldn't have been any worse there for Saki. You had a shot at getting 3 there, but instead gets slept on it, but it's traded out for right now with the Nano boosted Warren in the back line. Here to see if they can stay alive, but it will not happen. The Disruptor shot there to cancel it out. And right now, though, it's still a trade fight, and Houston will take this any day.
They absolutely take it, especially because South Florida haven't gotten the front spawns yet, so they're going to have to go all the way from the back of the map, and that means we're going to cross midfield once again for the side of University of Houston. They can play defense right now. They have the meter advantage. They just can't get too greedy with it. Make sure you keep yourself in the lead. Make sure you continue to keep yourself in a good position to take us to a map 4.
Well, let's see if they hold on. 4 minutes, or 6 minutes gone, 4 minutes left to go. Terra Surge available for Greetings. We'll see if they want to use it, but right now backing off. Warren has the Death Blossom to use. There's the Terra Surge available, and the bubble is up just in time, and Greetings does go down in the middle of it, but it's worth it if you can get Kinto gone, and Kinto investing the Sound Barrier in the meantime, and it's still a trade fight going on. But once again, a lot of these trade fights have been going towards the side of Houston, and that's exactly what is happening right now. Warren's just going to go around this wall, and it is still in favor of the University of Houston. That's going to move this robot right back up to the wall.
these fights in middle have been so long, so delayed from between South Florida and Houston. They've been going for full minutes at a time, and if you're Houston, you absolutely love that. You love to just take as much time off the clock as possible. All of a sudden, there's 3 minutes left here. South Florida are running out of opportunities to even the score.
Here comes the overclock here from Nograd. We've seen him hit a couple of shots here. All of the shots so far landing on top of the Zarya. And now the headshot onto the Zarya means that Zarya no more and cannot bubble any of the teammates, which means it could be a fast play here from the University of Houston side. Saki's in the back line, does get nano boosted. Disruptor shot is there to take down Nograd. And this is such a good fight now for USF. However, back to it being a trade fight, Moran is going to push up, has the Death Blossom available, decides not to use it for right now. In fact, will back off for a little while. And so, still meterage being gained here by Houston, and you love the way this looks.
You absolutely love the way this looks. You almost get up to 100 meters for Houston, and South Florida, they do take control of the bot, but like, they have to move so far in 2 minutes 30 seconds to try and get themselves in this. They have the grab from Bebop, but really nothing else right now.
Oh, and a good sleep dart onto Vorin by the side by Yodel there. Or excuse me, by Toast there to take care of business, making sure that Death Blossom gets absolutely no value whatsoever. The Nano Boost is there onto Greetings, who's going to push right in. Terror Surge available. It's going to get at least one. It does. Toast is gone. Toast is toast. But the Death Blossom in the back turns it all around. Saki's got 3 in the meanwhile for USF, and USF looking to crawl their way back into this one.
They will cross midfield, which means you take away that spawn advantage for Houston. But now you kind of have to back off a little bit while you wait for your own respawns here. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock and around 40 meters left to take. You really can't make many mistakes at this point if you're Florida. You need to be almost perfect.
Well, see if perfection continues here. They're 1 for 1 on the fight since that Death Blossom. We'll see if they can keep it going. The Nano Boost is on to the Zarya, and who's going to be able to get Greetings, which is a big pick for them. That's a huge tank kill, and now they're just going to be able to push off. So perfection, not too shabby of a start. But Kirito, or rather, I should say, Saki goes down in the hands of Nograd before it's taken out by the secondary railgun shots. So, I mean, if you're Houston, you still have time to regroup here.
You do have time to regroup. Did they get the forward spawn, South Florida? I don't think they've got.
No, they don't. They don't have it.
No,
they don't, and that's big because Greetings going down with it, meaning Toast doesn't have anything. They have to invest the Transcendence here to maybe win this fight and maybe get this forward progression spawn, but they are so close to it. It is not there, though. But now this could be the chance to get it as they finally get 4 picks. They finally get it, and now they will get forward progression, but they got to play perfect. Still 30 meters left to go.
Kirito is huge in that fight, gets 2 or 3 kills with the railgun in order to keep themselves in this one, and Bebop is back, but has lost all of that energy. It's gonna come down to this fight now, Clutch Keith. 10 seconds left on the clock, less than 20 meters separating the 2 teams. If Bebop can get a good grab here, that could be game. But that's really all that South Florida is working with right now. You gotta have the follow-up as well as the grab.
Overclock is in, Graviton Surge gets at least 3 in. Nograd shuts that down right away, though, and it's just now a trade fight, but Warren is there and straight it out for a DPS. Terror Surge is big. No sound barrier available. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Terror Surge. Nisana in so much trouble, and Houston looking on the brink to stay alive here in this game. Only 2 people left to go with the Lucio and the Reaper. Lucio last one on point. The overtime clock will start to bleed out, and Houston stays alive. We are headed to map number 4.
Beautiful last fight there from Houston. You knew that Bebop was the main threat with that grab available. You do such a good job at target focusing that Zarya down, is forced to use the grab in desperation, can't get as much value in it as you wanted, and Greetings with a beautiful Terra Surge to kill one, get a bunch of damage onto a few others to secure themselves the fight and the map win. We're not quite done yet, Clutch Key. We're going to a hybrid map.
And that is, again, the third. I think that might be a third decider, or not a decider map, I should say, but yet again another decider where we are going to map number 4, and you can go back to the decider match between St. Rose, College of St. Rose, and Pace, where that one went all the way to 4 maps. The only other ones that went to 4 was UCF versus UTA here in the South region, which we saw that was the first round matchup that we saw on the South side. But now we get to see it in the decider, where it's all so important to try to get that win for their teams. And right now, I mean, this is close. I mean, that was closer than expected for, at the very least, the way it was looking for Houston after breaking the curse of the second map. And so now it'll be a side swap here for this side, because Houston does not get pick anymore. It is USF's pick for their map. And the map pick here gets interesting because you're going on to hybrid now. And the only other hybrid map that we've seen, I mean, we've seen Kings Row, we've seen Midtown thus far in the 2 decider map, or the 2 game 4s that we've seen. But the way these teams have been playing, it could be any map that we know of.
Yeah, I mean, I really have no idea where USF is going to want to go with this. I wish I could give you a big brain prediction. I'm going to say they're going to choose Eichenwald, because that's one we haven't seen yet. Now I want to see a new map. So,
well, we've seen
Eichenwald it is.
We've seen Colosseo, so that's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yes.
We saw Colosseo
and
for the first
time. The big thing, though, is that USF is the map pick here. They will have their own comfort map hybrid pick, and Houston, if they want to take this to a map 5, they have to beat USF at their own map pick. They were able to do the same when Houston picked Dorado, so we got to see the other side. They have to equalize.
Well, we'll see where USF wants to play, and we are going back to Kings Row. In our head is being told that it is Kings Row, in fact, so it'll be the second time today that we do see Kings Row, and we'll get into game in just a little while. But first, wanted to give you guys an update. We do have one decider match that did go final, and between Florida and Clemson, it is Florida that takes the sweep 3-0 in that matchup. So Florida will become the number 2 seed of Group A. Clemson drops down to the 3rd seed, and CIU with the number 1. Texas A&M falling to the number 4 seed. So in that order right there, I mean, CIU with the number 1, Florida with the number 2, Clemson with the 3, and Texas A&M with the 4. So I mean, what a way! I mean, who would have predicted that? In
the fact that
case?
the fact that Florida, sorry I cut you off, but the fact that Florida was able to take out Texas A&M and Clemson shows that they're still a solid team. Like, they are still a pretty dang good squad. They are going to have a top 8 seed in the bracket. I think we just woefully underestimated CIU and what that team could accomplish.
Oh, yeah. CIU is going to be a threat here coming up in a little while as we go into Kings Row. Just a couple of moments from now, teams are lining up and setting up. But for right now, I mean, CIU is going to be a threat, a dark horse. And in the meantime, again, we'll give you any and all updates here. It's a lot of these teams still in their decider match, just trying to decide who's going to be the 2 seed of their group, who's going to be the 3 seed of their group. And meaning, in the meantime, we're going to head right into Kings Row here to see if UCF can get that number 2 seed, or if Houston can keep this alive into game number 5. South Florida playing in desperation mode at the end, but able to win out the fight. This time around, though, they are defensively, or they are attacking first, so Houston's got a tall task to try.
We do indeed have a tall task to try here. South Florida, they want to start off on the defense. They want to try and basically choke the life out of Houston, right? If they can get an early full hold on the point A, or keep things early on the point B, I mean, Houston's morale will go down super, super fast, knowing that they have very limited opportunities to take us to a map 5 here. So I think that's kind of the understanding behind switching around to the defense this time around. And it really is the same composition that we saw out of Colosseo from these teams. We got the Zarya coming out from South Florida, while it is going to be Orisa yet again from Greetings on Houston. I think they think they might have found something that works here.
Well, hey, I mean, if the Lucio doesn't have a sound barrier, that Terror Surge can do so much, and especially if a Zarya goes down as well, no bubbles to protect anybody. Even if you have 3 people in there, hey, look, Greetings is hitting a lot of shots as well, and the Javelin's working even better there. You've got to kill on toast very early on, and with the spawn rooms in favor of this team from Houston, hey, look, you take advantage of it. You still play for this point. First tick already taken. Disruptor shot's going to save them away for just a little while, maybe even giving them a free second tick, which they do, and with 3:20 on the clock, Is South Florida already backing off? I mean, this is a completely different team from what we see. And yes, Houston, one fight win, 5:45 on the clock.
I mean, when Toast goes down so early, how much can you do if you're South Florida? You lose your main source of healing. You can only sustain on the point for so long. Toast just got picked off by Greetings and a couple other members of the University of Houston. After that was done, the first point hold was pretty much Toast. You know, no pun intended. And Yodel is almost doubling Toast when it comes to the Nano Boost charge.
I mean, 5 minutes 45, plenty of time. You were saying that USF was looking to choke the life out of Houston, but Houston instead decides to go the other way and trying to get as much time as they possibly can on the clock. But here we go, a good Bionade there onto Saki and to Bebop, which is cleansed almost immediately. But now South Florida playing on the defensive side as Greetings is taking down a lot of the tank play gone. And so now it's just a runaway game for Houston, trying to run away with your life. And somehow, some way, this Genji stays alive for Houston. But either way, it's a good defensive hold there for South Florida.
Yeah, and holding on this on the second half of point B is actually really strong because the spawn point for Houston is going to be so far away. It's going to take them a significant amount of time to set up for every fight.
Nano boosted on to Nograd along with the overclock. This is going to be a lot of damage if you can hit those shots as well as the disruptor there. That takes care of Kirito in the back line, but that's only one pick on the combination of the over nano, or the overclocked nano, I should say. But Bebop taking care of Greetings in the same moment as well. So again, Greetings going down early on in the fight. I shouldn't say early on, but in the case they go down first for Houston is such a big loss for them and another backup.
Yep, yet another backup, and that's going to be, again, another about 20 seconds off the clock before we get another fight. But when we do get back into it, South Florida, they have the tools right now. They have the grab, they have the Transcendence, they have the overclock from Kirito. It is a really solid defensive situation that South Florida has found themselves in.
Kirito Javelin for a little while, causing that damage to go down for just a couple of moments. Is poked up against the wall there, but really no follow-up damage on top of the wall. Waiting for that overclock to just run out, and in fact it does, but still maybe getting another shot off if it's still intact. Corruption Shot will separate out the team for a little while, separate them out for the payload. Terror Surge is available for Greetings, but Kinto does have the Transcendence available to stop that. And Bebop does have a Graviton Surge as well, so pretty much the support ults are going to make a difference here. When you take this next fight intact, they're going to go all the way around though. And now it looks like they almost switch sides, and there's the Transcendence to block out everything, but a good Bionade coming out from Yodel's going to help this one out, in fact, and Tones goes down. Dino Lobster's going to invest into the sound barrier, and Saki doesn't really get a far enough teleport to make any difference, but does take down Dino Lobster in the back line. There's the Death Blossom, and Saki makes a big difference there with the Death Blossom, and Nano Boosted Arisa is going to make a big charge onto Saki. And the question is he going to make the payload in time? No Javelin hit. 3 meters. It's so
he got there. He got grab wants to use it.
Got there, but I mean, it's a runaway situation, and yeah, Greetings is going to back off.
It's only the Orisa. But you're going to be able to get back pretty quickly. The Lucio's going to speed everyone back here for Houston, and you do have the Blade from Boren coming up once he comes back from spawn, so it's not quite over yet. But South Florida do manage to hold for now. It's the Grab from Bebop, the Nano Boost from Toast, the Blade from Boren are the ults up right now, as I think this point B capture from Houston still is hanging in the balance.
And no Grad also, like you said, overclock, Dragon Blade as well, but doesn't help when your Lucio goes down right away. Using the Nano Boost onto Bebop, there's the Dragon Blade, but Boren, it's slapped. Boren's got nothing to do in this fight whatsoever. And it's just an unfortunate sequences of events there for Houston. Only left with an overclock to play coming up in this next fight, 90 seconds remaining.
And then South Florida, they are able to win that fight, only having to use, I believe, the Nano Boost in that one from Toast, which means you still hang on to the grab from Bebop. You don't have to worry about a Blade coming up. You have the duplicate from Kirito coming up in just a moment. You're still in a very strong position playing against... you've got the overclock from Nograd, so you can get some picks off with that, and the Terra Surge from Greetings coming up in just a moment. So it's actually still a pretty decent head-to-head when it comes to the ult banks.
Well, 60 seconds left, and again, they're switching positions here. Houston's going to go in the down low. Meanwhile, South Florida going on top, going to drop down right up on them. And Bebop does have a potential to get a Graviton Search. However, no Grad sliding away with an overclock kill, and now Saki and Bebop taking care of business. Terra Surge is out, not going to find a single thing except for maybe a little bit of touch damage here. And Greetings is just going to say goodbye to his life here with 35 seconds on the clock. South Florida holds again.
What a beautiful grab from Bebop as well. Held on to it until Houston fully committed onto the cart to make sure that you could get literally the entire team stuck in that grab, or as many people as you could. And University of Houston, 20 seconds left on the clock now. No ultimates, 0. Yodel is almost kind of close to the nano boost. That is all you're working with right now. And on the other side, you have the beat from Kinto, so that is going to be huge to use aggressively, trying to end this quickly.
Well, it's a dry run here for Houston. Unfortunately, the dry run might be the last run here. Kirito's got
Yodel
the
down!
kill, and Yodel dies. Yodel almost has the nano boost, but that's not going to matter at all because Yodel's not going to be able to come back in time. And with everybody else falling, this attack is over. 5 minutes and 45 seconds were on their clock to start, and South Florida wasting it all away here on 1 point. And all they need to complete the decider match, the run-back match, is 1 point. And just a couple of meters right before that second point.
It's crazy how quickly 4 minutes goes away, right? When you're in that situation and you're at the end of point B in King's Row and it takes a full 30 seconds to get back from spawn and go for another fight, you fight 2-3 times, all of a sudden you only have a minute left on the clock and you're starting to panic. You're going, oh crap, where did our time go? That is exactly what happened to Houston right there. So unfortunate after you started off so strong on point A. Now your backs are against the wall. 1 point and 111 meters, quadruple ones, if you will, stand between University of South Florida and securing a top 2 slot out of this group. What do they have up their sleeves?
What do they have up their sleeves? I mean, this is last-second desperation mode here, but if it was anything to go by on the last map of Coliseo, I mean, something had to switch up. They're sticking on the Orisa, though, which... I hate to say it, I don't know if it was like successful here as it was on Coliseo. I think Coliseo, you got a lot more value out of that Orisa. This time around, that Terra Search isn't looking great.
Yeah, not looking too great at all. It is a kind of a tough situation here for University of Houston, but if they want to get themselves back into this one, they have to find the resolve right here in order to get themselves back into this. We still see the echo coming out from Kirito, so you're still going to be seeing that no grad versus Kirito. There really isn't much of a comp swap except for Boren, who's going to be on that Mei, trying to separate the Zarya, and it works beautifully first time around. Bebop had no shot.
Yeah, that's a perfect setup there. Bebop, no chance of getting out across that wall, just separating out and splitting the team. And it's kind of what, if you're Houston, you're hoping to do. You're hoping to waste away as much time as possible, especially when you couldn't get to the second point. You couldn't find a way to get into that third point potential. But 3 minutes and 23 seconds, Bebop is back online. And now they're just trying to hold on for dear life. 3 minutes and 13 seconds. I mean, they're just going right around. I mean, the positioning here for Houston, just making sure that they can get around and find the picks that they want here. Voren's hitting a lot of shots with these icicles. And for right now, that's going to mean that Saki just has to back off and kind of respect that a little bit. And with a minute gone on the clock, it's not looking too shabby here for Houston.
No, not at all. No grab getting that pick on the toast basically means South Florida is forced to kind of play this neutral game. They really can't commit into a fight if they don't have the Ana healing. So they're going to be going back into this one. Now here come the ultimates, though. Kirito's about to get that duplicate online. Those ultimates might be what South Florida needs to really break into point A here. But they do have to wait once again for that amplification matrix to go away.
Yeah, they respect the window. They get out of it right away, but the amplification matrix does go down, which allows Kirito to go right in, duplicating the Orisa. Almost has a Terra Search available. And for Houston, they wouldn't have a sound barrier available if this does go out. So they're just going to force them all the way back. The Terra Search not there just in time, but Greetings is going to fall anyways, and this is going to be a free fight win, and this is going to be 4.5 minutes on the clock here for South Florida to win this match.
Beautifully done from Kirito. Didn't even have to use a Terra Surge, just being the Orisa, putting so much pressure onto the front line of the University of Houston. They could not do anything but give space and give space and give space until they had to give up the first point. And now, just like you said, 4.5 minutes and 4 ultimates coming up for University of South Florida in just a moment. Will they use all of them at once, or will they be able to ration them? Because they do still need to win, I would say, at least two fights to be able to win this map right here. University of Houston coming up to 4 ults of their own.
Yeah, but they're giving up a lot of space here. They're not going to make this turn unless they really want to. And look where they are. Greetings has no idea where they are. In fact, Greetings is just going to go right in. Transcendence is going to be blocked out. He's actually body blocking that Transcendence from getting away. But Kinto is able to get back to the team. Bebop has the Graviton Surge available. Will get nano boosted as everything is being thrown out. The Blizzard also being thrown out. Or rather, not the Blizzard being thrown out. It's the Overclock that's being thrown out. And now the Terra Surge being used by Greetings as he gets 3. And it is a hold for the University of Houston.
Nice hold there, but it was pretty expensive. It was 3 ults used for Houston, 2 for South Florida. So overall, with the Death Blossom available for Florida, I'd have to give them the advantage over just the Blizzard. Lauren is going to have to be huge with this one. He's got to catch all of South Florida in this Blizzard to make it equal to those 2 ults together.
Yeah, but with the bubbles also intact, here it is. Death Blossom, and everybody in the middle of it. The only person that can save themselves from it is basically Foreign, who had to hide away in the ice block. But it's not gonna matter here, as they will get the fight win, and it's one fight desperation territory for University of Houston.
Nicely done from South Florida. Knew that the Blizzard was coming up from Boren, so you had to be aggressive with that. You had to make sure that you got your ult combo out before the Blizzard locked you all down. That's exactly what happened. South Florida now closing in on the golden box of victory, less than 20 meters away, and Kirito has a duplicate available. There's nothing. Houston has no ultimates. They have nothing. They just have to try and weather the storm.
And the storm is coming. Here comes South Florida. The Bulls want to run rampant. Houston took the bull by the horns in map 3, but the Bulls start to run rampant in map number 4, and this game is going to be all but over. Kirito gets 3, Kirito looking for 4, Kirito looking for the sweep, and South Florida gets the 2nd seed of Group B.
What a fantastic map for South Florida. Even after taking that map loss on push, they did not lose their resolve. They knew the overall goal. They needed just one more map win. They took it to Kings Row, where they were the most comfortable, and they made it work in an Orisa comp that seemed to give them a couple of troubles. University of South Florida complete the 3-1. They complete the revenge game against Houston. They have secured a top 2 spot in the group. That is huge for them going into the bracket stage.
Yeah, and all the brackets now basically being set up here for them, but it is the University of South Florida that's going to get themselves a top 8 seed, rather, I should say, anywhere between 5 and 8 inside of the regional, inside of the top 16 bracket when we get down to it. But what a game overall from South Florida, again, winning this game 3-1 over the University of Houston in the run-back game, basically getting revenge from that first round loss 3-0 against them earlier on in the day. So basically everything is now set up for the 16-team bracket, and we'll reveal the bracket coming up in a little while, but we will get to some final scores here. And Blinn Esports and James Madison, the Dukes, pulling out game 5, in fact, going all the way the distance there, but in the end it is Blinn Esports that is able to take down the Dukes 3-2. So in the order for Group A, it is Texas of Dallas that gets the number 1 seed. Blinn Esports gets the 2, James Madison with the 3, and West Georgia with the 4 in Group A, I should say. Group B, we just saw that end. Kennesaw State gets the 1, South Florida gets the 2, Houston with the 3, and it is UCF Academy getting the 4 in Group B. For Group C, that game also still trying to finish up as the run-back game between Central Florida and UT Arlington. No score there, but it is Converse University that we have confirmed getting the number 1 seed after beating UCF 3-1 in their matchup. And in Group D right now, that one was updated. As we told you earlier on, that was the first match that had gone final, but Florida able to sweep Clemson. So in the order for Group D, it is the CIU Rams with the number 1 slot, Florida with the number 2, Clemson with the number 3, and the team from Texas A&M at the 4. So the only bracket left that is still standing that we have not figured out just quite yet is the Group C. So once we get Group C done, that is all 16 teams that are going to go in, and the bracket seeding will commence after that, and we'll get to that when we have all the captains and all the tournament organizers get all together. But any surprises to you real quick before we head into a break, any surprises to you in terms of any of the groups or the brackets that are coming out with seedings?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked at length about CIU, who have come out hugely underestimated, I think, by the seeding committee, including myself, that came out and really surprised us, going #1 in their seed, really putting themselves out there as a team that can try and challenge some of those top 3. Other than that, though, I feel like most of the groups have kind of gone as planned. It's kind of been, we did see that minor upset in the first round with Houston getting the 3 over USF to start the day, but once South Florida kind of got into it, they were able to take the 3-1 victory. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4 in that case. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 in Group A, and we have Group C still in doubt, but if UCF is able to get the win over University of Texas Arlington, it's also 1, 2, 3, 4 on the seeding there. So wow. I think that there is, other than Group D has been our crazy group. Other than that, as of right now, there haven't been that many surprises. We'll see how it goes when we get into bracket, and it really is win or go home for these squads.
Yep, so top 16 looking for the top 8 finish for the regional. So CECC South still not finished just yet. We will have one more game for you, and this is within the top 16 bracket. We'll bring that to you after this break. The teams will get set up for the 16-team bracket when we get it all set together. Stick around. You don't want to miss these matches. It's the knockout rounds coming up next. It's the CECC South qualifiers. We'll be right back. See something else other than Soldier and Genji, maybe just a little bit of a change.
Nah, I get it.
No time as the point unlocks here, and a great railgun secondary shot from Nograd onto Saki right away. This is going to be a Houston take right away. It's gone. That one kill didn't really matter. It's all USF, and they're going to flip this right back into them. Only 13% in onto Dino Lobster and Greenies. Greenies going to have to use this self-destruct super early on, thanks to that self-destruct and the pulse bomb. And the bomb gets 3 simultaneous kills, 2 on the DPS, 1 on the support, and this fight is just all but over, ladies and gentlemen. Houston's got one last chance here, isn't going to be able to get back mech in just a couple of moments here, but the Dragon Blade not used just yet. Great deflect on the Disruptor shot there, and that's going to be a free blade here for Diego Wold to hack away, and this is the Genji getting the 3K along with the now. The timer on this and beat way over 45 seconds already. Overtime clock will start to bleed, and finally we see a winner in USF. But is it going to? It does, because Saki lands the pulse bomb, and now Saki's got free reign to just run around here rampantly. And with the spawn rooms in favor of the University of South Florida, or rather it's in the middle for both sides, with Wakita back, that's a lot of damage there, and this is looking like a good win for USF, and indeed it is.
Yeah, they managed to take point B there. Really nice play from Quinto. Really nice play from Saki.
Right away, and that's not going to land anything. Another bomb this time landing out from Sheringan, and this time it's going to go all in the hands of UH. This time around in a good revenge kill, but now USF trying to fight back at the Diva v Diva battle in here. And Saki with another pulse bomb is going to throw it, just goes short, not going to find anything, but still kills being found by the side of Houston, or USF. However, now it's Houston's turn with the double kill on the overclock. Can you find a third? And might be able to, but it's still...
You really don't have much to work with as far as ultimate resources or team members if you're South Florida right now. That is, in fact, yeah, they get...
We'll see if they want to invest a lot of ults here. There is the overclock right away, and this Echo causing so much trouble, but he's traded out in the meantime. Transcendence is used by Kinto to keep it alive. However, V-Bomb squishing the baby Diva.
Chance at a fight here. Rally, Transcendence, Dragon Blade. They got to get it done.
They are bringing out all the stops. The Rally, the Transcendence, the Blade. Diego Woe getting 3. And this is going to be a good push here for Houston. We'll be able to touch the point in time, but the self-destruct right on the point from V-Bomb gets the kill on Diego Woe. Pulse Bomb is used to take down the support, and a team kill will end this map. It is University of South Florida looking for the sweep, and on match point. Wayne not gonna find anything in the process, but it does find Dino Lobster on the back line. and Boren deflects Boren deflects a secondary fire shot, and in turn hits Toast with it, and now Nograd investing the overclock, meaning that this fight is pretty much some way through all the chaos that there is, and Nograd stays alive. Boren has the Dragon Blade available. We use the sound barrier at the same time as it's the slash and dash in. It is. The Lucio will go down of Kinto. Bebop goes down as well, and Houston looking a lot better thanks to Boren's play there. It was down the middle, and you got everybody back. I mean, this is so huge for them. They're not going to push right in, though. Staving off for a little while. Graviton Surge is huge, though. They've got 3 inside of that, and that is Dino Lobster, Nograd, and Greetings inside of it, and that is...
They will start to get some point progress of their own here, but now they're just working with the Death Blossom, and it is immediately slept.
Post there to take care of business, making sure that Death Blossom gets absolutely no value whatsoever. The Nano Boost is there on to Greetings, who's going to push right in. Terror Surge available. It's going to get at least one. It does. Toast is gone. Toast is toast. With the Death Blossom in the back. Turns it all around. Saki's got 3, and Houston looking on the brink to stay alive here in this game. Only 2 people left to go with the Lucio and the Reaper. Lucio last one on point. The overtime clock will start to bleed out, and Houston stays alive. We are headed to map number 4. Coming out from Yodel's going to help this one out, in fact, and Toast goes down. Dino Lobster's going to invest into the sound barrier, and Saki doesn't really get a far enough teleport to make any difference, but does take down Dino Lobster in the back line. There's the Death Blossom, and now Saki makes a big difference there. Lucio goes down right away, using the Nano Boost onto Bebop. There's the Dragon Blade, but Boren, it's slapped. Boren's got nothing to do in this fight whatsoever, and it's just an unfortunate sequences of events there for Houston. Only a potential to get a Graviton Search. However, Nograd sliding away with an overclock kill, and now Saki and Bebop taking care of business. Terror Surge is out, not gonna find a single thing except for maybe a little bit of touch damage here, and Greetings is just gonna say goodbye to his life here with 35 seconds on the... Yodel dies! Yodel almost has the Nano Boost, but that's not gonna matter at all because Yodel's not gonna be able to come back in time, and with everybody else falling, this attack is over. 5 minutes and 45 seconds were on their clock to start, and South Florida wasting it all away here. And for Houston, they wouldn't have a sound barrier available if this does go out, so they're just going to force them all the way back. The Terror Surge not there just in time, but Greetings is going to fall anyways, and this is going to be a free fight win, and this is going to be 4.5 minutes on the clock here for South Florida getting away. But Kinto is able to get back to the team. Bebop has the Graviton Surge available, will get Nano boosted as everything is being thrown out. The Blizzard also being thrown out, or rather, not the Blizzard being thrown out, it's the Overclock that's being thrown out. And now the Terror Surge being used by Greetings
to make it equal to those 2 ults together.
But with the bubbles also intact, here it is. Death Blossom, and everybody in the middle of it. The only person that can save themselves from it is basically Boren, who had to hide away in the ice block, but it's not gonna matter. In map 3, but the Bulls start to run rampant in map number 4, and this game is gonna be all but over. Kirito gets 3, Kirito looking for 4, Kirito looking for the sweep, and South Florida gets the 2nd seed of Group B.
That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really...
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from collegiate esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you gotta mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foil is going to be...
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio god, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you gotta expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astro main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
There's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control. And a beautifully played round by FSE. Capped off by a nice old...
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one! Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
I'm just gonna be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce gonna be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
It worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Which so far the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. And unfortunately, he was not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to get 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Frosty to move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. I'm just saying. And I'm signing off.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place.
Third
That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place. That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Yeah, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well,
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hive spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Those they needed that victory, they needed to know that their reverse if it's going to take place. Passes with the best.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go fleet ledge, eating an uphill, and Telly not gonna be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with his...
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now to flick over him. Chance, oh, it's top of the box for MC Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered post flank here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and just save the weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again! Team just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure a map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're going to have to bait out this Immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the back of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fan Shui here, Not Leopard. What? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families! Stop it! They beat all 3 defenders!
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Pro, after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
A bit frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity. And once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes. Fisher Row. Got on the zip line.
Oh!
Wicked gets 2.
Another 4K for Wicked, who is playing out of their mind. The 500 IQ play. You knew that it was a weird angle to have that Viper spit. You knew that they were going to check everywhere inside. And
Alright, number 1, let me break this down for you. Series 3, last man standing. The anchor in Atata as he somehow manages to bring Illinois Wesleyan back from being in a 1v3 for this series.
Big lead here for Wayne State, but we'll see. You know, Atata's not out of the count just yet, and they might be looking, I mean, they're definitely looking to take away with the 3 stock, but they can't play too risky. Okay, we see the NPA flash there. They're going to make it back to ledge. We also saw a pretty Hail Mary forward smash there at low percent at that. The risk reward on that is a little skewed. Ooh, look at this jab reset into the forward smash. What a beautiful combo.
They just feel confident in their team, and there's nothing more that I love with that. But the mess is already trying to make a statement saying that you should have brought the person who could take the stocks first.
That is amazing right there. We saw the PK fire, multi-hits goes for the downer. There's an off-stage air dodge. Suddenly, this is looking very bad for Younglink and potentially Wayne State as a whole.
Side, don't let them grab you. You still got to be careful. Ness is a threat no matter where they are on the stage.
Nice rising fair to kind of even that out. Good blade beam to catch the PK fire. Maybe the PK fire is in reaction. There's a climb hazard. This is Ness's time. That forward tilt takes it. And IWU, Illinois Wesleyan Titans, takes it over Wayne State College 2-1 across the set. The final game going 2 stocks to Atata over Chef Louis 0 stocks. Oh my goodness, what a heart wrencher.
Well, there you have it. What a crazy week it was, and honestly, I know it's only going to get even crazier as we move on. Now, the competition is fierce not only just in Division A, but even some of these open division matches are going the distance and coming down to the wire. Now, as always, if you want to stay up to date on everything, give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you guys want to check out the matches live, we broadcast Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Once again, a special shout out to our partners at Esports U for providing additional coverage of our matches on their network. But I mean, that's it. That's all I've got for you guys this week. We're only 2 more weeks out after this, and I mean, I'm really curious to see how the playoff shakes out this year. But don't go anywhere, guys. Come back right here every week, every time. Same day, same time. You guys know how it runs. And don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys next time.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and uh, I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now. Whenever I play a game without my team there, that toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and 2 teams in 2019. And now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students to date in 2021. Like, that progress is there. And even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again and your time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep
No
doing what
problem.
you're doing.
Thank you
Thank
for the opportunity.
Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Brenda, who is not only a Twitch streamer, but a cancer survivor brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Brenda, of course, if you're comfortable, can you please kind of walk us through what cancer you had and kind of how you battled that over time?
Yes, of course. So I was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, AML. It's a very rare cancer. Thankfully, treatment for it is pretty good. So 97% chance of it never coming back. I've been cancer-free for 4 years now. Because of this, I am not able to donate blood, which is something I always wanted to do. So I found different ways to help out, and doing charity streams, charity events has helped out a lot.
Great, and what a perfect segue. I was going to ask, I feel like there's a very unique bond between cancer and video games. That's not something people would often kind of put hand in hand, but somehow you've gone above and beyond to create this connection between the two. And even off the interview, we talked about those charity streams that you've done. So can you walk us through kind of how you use your Twitch channel and your streams to bring awareness and raise money for these foundations?
Yeah, so I used the site Tosify, From there, you can choose any foundation, any society to donate money through. You make a campaign, and I like to share it. I like to raise awareness and funds, if possible, for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. They have helped my family. They have helped many people in the past, and in the future they will be. So that's just how I work around it.
Yeah, so how do you kind of encourage your viewers to donate money? Is it just kind of setting it up and, hey, it's for a good cause, or do you have incentives or kind of fun little activities that encourage people to spend that money?
Yeah, so I do a lot of incentives. I work at a pottery shop, so I do ceramics kind of thing.
Sure.
I'll pay you something. They can choose what kind of games they want me to play, things for me to sing, all kinds of things.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit off the interview about kind of being trapped inside, right, and having video games as that outlet and utilization of kind of feeling a little bit less stuck. And were there any games you found yourself kind of really attracted to, or games you found yourself just playing more and more often as time went on?
At first, it was a lot of Gary's Mod, Prop Hunt. That was the thing back in the day, And then I also play a lot of multiplayer games, League of Legends, party games, all kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if somebody kind of looked at your situation from an outside perspective and they thought, oh, how could somebody ever utilize video games to address something as serious as cancer, how do you feel you've been able to successfully utilize this unique platform?
It's amazing, you get through Twitch especially and other streaming apps, you get access to meet people all over the world.
Yeah.
People globally. So you get to raise awareness globally. You get to teach people about blood cancers, about what they can do to help people. So it's just an amazing way to spread the cause.
Absolutely. Well, Brenda, just one more quick question. Well, less of a question, but more of an opportunity for you to kind of let us know where can we find you when you're raising all of this money and doing great things on stream?
Of course. You guys can find me over at twitch.tv/balloonsbunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
that's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so...
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get your lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more. I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank of the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future? Right? Is this now the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice, it's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. Um, I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because uh, it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier two ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier two ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So uh, while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree, and it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, like after like your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier two within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. We're in week number 7, and trust me when I tell you, things have only been heating up. These teams are fighting for a chance to make it into the playoffs, and because of that, I mean, there's so much crazy action to get into, and, don't take my word for it. Let's check out the plays. Starting us off, it's a play that'll have you asking yourself, how did he do that? As Melee juggles and ping-pongs blighted right off the stage.
Because the projectiles are so ever-present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melee's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melee's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on Blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo setup.
At number 7, Red Ninja is just cleaning up the West as he gets this nice 3K to cap off the series.
Had a lot of fun with it too.
How does that win?
I don't know.
How does that, in any world, how does that possibly win?
Here's what I can say, right? You have Big J5 running around in the back line on Roadhog, just trying to cause havoc, right? You have a Symmetra teleporting all over the place.
Up next, there might just be a 4th member on the squad of RPI as the corner comes in clutch to take them to game number 5.
It's about as good as you're going to see for a team play off the corner wall, and RPI takes a 3-goal lead.
And with that, we have the fastest goal in this matchup so far. We started off with the quickest goal, the least amount of time.
Okay, spoiler-free intro this time. Someone gets a 4K clutch in this round. You just have to guess who.
I feel like the first time we've seen A-side, now it's going to be Wukian with an immediate elimination onto Relay, making it a 5-4, but Optor might be able to, will find the elimination onto Louis, tying things back up. Not for long. Wukian with that operator takes out Safari, a real powerhouse player, has to kiss this round goodbye. UK, they're 3 rounds away, winning their 3rd round and almost tying us back up. What a shot from Wukian there. It is going to be the Blade Storm taken offline by that point Blade. Even without that Blade Storm, they may be able to win this one. Brown Baller with the 3. Can he find the 4? Jag? No, it's the right click that puts him in. Wukian with a 4K of his own. Win Kentucky's.
In our top half, it's Sonics in his attempt to 9-stock NJCU that gives us this next play and this beautiful edge guard.
Things will go swimmingly for themselves as of right now. See Hydra playing at a massive disadvantage, already at 109, but 92 on Sonics. This was where we saw them actually take that stock against them. It was just a small little up B. One hit is all it takes.
No, Rabbit! Rabbit! Oh my! Sonics is too clean with it!
For number 3, Shrusi's got some things to say as he just pops off for Kings.
So much to bear, and well, too much to bear. Shrusi, why take on 1 defenders when you can take on 2, maybe even all of them?
Why get a hat trick when you can get 5 goals instead? 30 seconds to go.
literally every goal of this game has been from Strussi, and you would go to think, you know, oh, obviously he's got a million shots. That's why he's just been putting on the pressure. Not really. He's 5 for 7. He's really accurate with what he's doing here, not wasting his time because shots like this, they don't come every day. But for Strussi, it's another walk in the park. Give him the time in the air, and he will do things like this.
Somebody call it. Somebody call it. This is unfair.
And in second place this week, it's the perfectly timed EMP into self-destruct combo that completely wipes out Wichita State in the opening map against Johnson and Wynn.
Self-destruct is there. Gentalian and Rogue combining for a massive fight win right there. 95%.
And in our number 1 spot, it's a tour de force that some would say is almost excessive from Nagwin as he shuts the door onto Delaware.
On the right side of the kill feed. Nagwen playing C-Long, doing a great job at it. Oh my goodness, even better! Trying to turn 2 into 3, not able to line it up yet, but there it is. That tour de force is a tour de force to be reckoned with. Nagwen taking out 4 to win the 7th round for UK.
All right, and that is it. Now, I mean, what did I tell you guys? Things are only getting crazier and crazier, and with this wrapping up, that means there's only 1 more of these videos left to make. That means there's only 4 more weeks of playoffs left on the table that's going to be starting up in just a little bit. And, I mean, what a crazy season it's been, and what a crazy season it's shaping up to be. Special thank you again to our partners at Esports U for providing us that extra broadcast coverage. But if you guys want to stay up to date, I mean, you already know where to go. But hey, if you haven't, if you don't know yet, you want to give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. And you want to make sure you tune into the action live at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. We are live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Trust me, you guys want to be there. We've only got so much action left in the season. And then, hey, before you know it, we'll be back again right around the corner for fall semester. But once again, I've been K-Tad. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's 1 for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day 1. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. All right, I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy! So, context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get your lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Brenda, who is not only a Twitch streamer, but a cancer survivor brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Brenda, of course, if you're comfortable, can you please kind of walk us through what cancer you had and kind of how you battled that over time?
Yes, of course. So I was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, AML. It's a very rare cancer. Thankfully, treatment for it is pretty good. So 97% chance of it never coming back. I've been cancer-free for 4 years now. Because of this, I am not able to donate blood, which is something I always wanted to do. So I found different ways to help out, and doing charity streams, charity events has helped out a lot.
Great, and what a perfect segue. I was going to ask, I feel like there's a very unique bond between cancer and video games. That's not something people would often kind of put hand in hand, but somehow you've gone above and beyond to create this connection between the two. And even off the interview, we talked about those charity streams that you've done. So can you walk us through kind of how you use your Twitch channel and your streams to bring awareness and raise money for these foundations?
Yeah, so I use the site Tosify. From there, you can choose any foundation, any society to donate money through. You make a campaign, and I like to share it. I like to raise awareness and funds, if possible, for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. They have helped my family. They have helped many people in the past, and in the future, they will be. So that's just how I work around it.
Yeah, so how do you kind of encourage your viewers to donate money? Is it just kind of setting it up and, hey, it's for a good cause, or do you have incentives or kind of fun little activities that encourage people to spend that money?
Yeah, so I do a lot of incentives. I work at a pottery shop, so I do ceramics kind of thing.
Sure.
I'll pay you something. They can choose what kind of games they want me to play, things for me to sing, all kinds of things.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit off the interview about kind of being trapped inside, right, and having video games as that outlet and utilization of kind of feeling a little bit less stuck. And were there any games you found yourself kind of really attracted to, or games you found yourself just playing more and more often as time went on?
At first, it was a lot of Gary's Mod, Prop Hunt. That was the thing back in the day, And then I also play a lot of multiplayer games, League of Legends, party games, all kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if somebody kind of looked at your situation from an outside perspective and they thought, oh, how could somebody ever utilize video games to address something as serious as cancer, how do you feel you've been able to successfully utilize this unique platform?
It's amazing, you get through Twitch especially and the other streaming apps, you get access to meet people all over the world.
Yeah.
People globally. So you get to raise awareness globally. You get to teach people about blood cancers, about what they can do. to help people. So it's just an amazing way to spread the cause.
Absolutely. Well, Brenda, just one more quick question. Well, less of a question, but more of an opportunity for you to kind of let us know where can we find you when you're raising all of this money and doing great things on stream?
Of course, you guys can find me over at twitch.tv/balloonsbunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do,
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street. And New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So you know, the value proposition for us starts with, you know, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, you know, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, you know, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Yeah.
Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, you know, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want,
is it
but
like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so you know, collectibles, you know, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. You know, when you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, you know, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately, and so if those companies are foregone, you know, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game, it was a lot of fun, and so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games. And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
You know, the graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at you know, it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really, it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the esport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment itself. So what is kind of, for somebody, you know, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFTs,
One more game to go here for the day. We started at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're all the way down to prime time at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 10 hours have gone by of all Overwatch 2 coverage here, but well worth it as we get into the CECC South qualifiers. We are into the round of 16, the Sweet 16 matchup that we bring for you here, though, is going to be South Florida taking on University of Texas at Arlington. So the Bulls will take on the Mavericks here in the round of 16. Clutch Key and Dividing here one last time for you today. And, of course, tomorrow we bring it all back, same time, same place, all for you with some Overwatch 2 action. But for the South qualifiers into the Sweet 16 action. And right now, two teams we have seen before on stream, and we remember these teams very fondly. But for this matchup, they're seeded as 8 versus 9.
Oh, I think it is. Yep. I was off in VMix, so I might have been muted there. My bad. I think we're all good now. Like I was saying, this is going to be, in theory, a very close matchup. We've got USF, who came in second place in their group. UTA came in third place in their group, but it was not an easy second and third place for both these squads. USF lost to Houston in the first round of matchups, and they ended up getting having a 3-1 against Houston in the rematch in the game right before this one to get to that second seed. And UTA had two very hard-fought matches against University of Central Florida to get to this point. Both these teams could very easily be swapped places if their games had gone just a little bit differently, which means that just because USF is put a little bit higher on the ranking sheet doesn't mean you should lock this one in for that team.
Yeah, and we've seen these two teams, but we'll go ahead and reintroduce them for the lineups here, and we'll start off with our first team, and this is going to be the University of South Florida, the team that that beat Houston 3-1 to get to this position. But again, you see their lineup here: Saki, Commander Huey, Bebop, Dirk the Turk, and Kinzo all in here for the lineup. And again, this team was looking very strong. One on Ilios, lost on Dorado, or rather, one on Dorado would lose Coliseo to Houston in a last chance mode for them, but Kings Row would go to them ultimately 2-1. In the end, South Florida here as the second seeded team from that group, but USF looking mighty strong coming into this game.
They are looking mighty strong, coming off of a very hard-fought victory over Houston. I think they looked very good on their dive compositions. Obviously, they lost to Houston to start the day, but now they're coming off of 2 match wins in a row, so they're very hot going into what has to be the most important series of the day.
All right, and that's it for the Bulls. Now for the Mavericks, on the other hand, here's your starting 5. Arlington starting off on the wrong end, losing to the UCF Knights 3-1, but making a little bit of comeback since then. But for the University of Texas at Arlington, Super Juice, Rain, Tomato Lord, Julian, and Shushi line up your squad for the first 5 here. And again, first match would lose to Central Florida 3-1 on the hands of a win on Oasis. So if you're looking in terms of record on Control, South Florida and Arlington both having a win on their starting Control map, so this should get interesting to see who gets first foot. But in the progress, UCF Knights defeating UTA 3-1 in their first matchup, and then UTA would lose, or UTA would then come back defeating Old Dominion 3-0 before finally losing in the run back match against UTA 3-1 yet again. So 2 3-1s going in favor of UCF over UTA, but in the end, UTA still playing for a spot in the top 8 regional and will play to survive until day 2 tomorrow, in which case for the CECC South qualifiers, day 2 gets a little more interesting. But in single elimination mode, all things can get thrown out the window. We know this before. When it comes to playoffs, anything can happen.
Absolutely anything can happen, and it's really fun to look at the trends and say, oh, they won the Control maps last time, so they're expecting to be good at Control this time. But a new wrench is being thrown into the plan because we are going to be starting off on Lijiang Tower for this first bracket round. It's a map that we really haven't seen yet today. We haven't seen how these teams try to approach Lijiang Tower in this new 5v5 Overwatch 2 environment, right? So I think there is a lot to be said for how these teams are, how comfortable are these teams on Lijiang. I think pretty comfortable personally. You should have seen Team Captain announcement we're going to be starting off Lijiang. Everyone went nuts. Everyone wanted Lijiang. We're getting Lijiang. And it looks like we're starting off on Night Market here. So it's actually the most open of the three when it comes to the kinds of comps you run. You can run up close. You can run you can run pokey comps. And it's looking like we're getting a little bit of both, with the Genji Sombra strat coming out from Arlington, while South Florida is going to be running back with the Echo that we saw them play so much in the last round.
Yeah, and that Echo as well as the Tracer coming out with a little bit more efficiency. We saw Saki on the depth on the Reaper as well that earlier on. But for right now to get started here, UTA off to a quick start in fashion, but it's traded right back as Bebop and Saki able to get the picks that they want to start off on the trade fight. But for right now, it is the University of South Florida starting off on the back end because of those two quick picks. Bebop trying to get up to the point, having a good test it for a little while as it is Saki and Bebop, but if it's a tank versus and DPS versus two support, it ain't looking likely that you're going to win this fight. And for right now, it is the University of South Florida that strikes first blood on the point.
Yeah, really nicely done from South Florida. I thought for sure that once Kirito went down, they were pretty much done for because you didn't have that Echo in position, but they did a fantastic job of bending, not breaking, in order to make sure that they had enough time to get that Echo back into the fight and took advantage of Arlington when they pushed in a little bit too far. Now we see a switch over from Julian. We're going to see Echo coming out from that side as well. So two Echoes on the field, a little bit of a dogfight coming out here.
Yeah, for right now, though, 20% enrolling as you're talking about a dogfight. They're going to switch off, but Julian double kill on side of the focus team. It works out perfectly for right now, but again, traded out. So this is a trade fight, and if you're USF, you're going to take a trade fight just because you already have a hold on to the point for right now. But with Tomato Lord getting the mech out, that's going to be a self-destruct forced out to get a remech, and capturing the point isn't going to go all too likely for this team of UTA. Tomato Lord can only watch this as his death approaches. So right now, South Florida halfway home.
Yeah, nice hold from South Florida. It does take a couple of ults out of them, though, which means UTA, in this next fight, they will have Primal Rage. More importantly, I think, though, they will have the EMP. Rain looking to get positioned perfectly for that as well as possible with this dive.
And an EMP comes out, catching a few people inside, mainly Kirito and Kinto in it. But is that going to find anything in terms of picks? It will not for UTA. So now it's up to USF to bring it all on back. Bring the ingredients together to win this one fight, and they will absolutely do so. 3/4 of the way home, one fight remaining for them.
The EMP from Rain was pretty decent, but there just wasn't enough follow-up from the rest of UTA, and no other ultimates either. So now 80% and counting. South Florida have had the chance to get the Brigitte and the Echo ultimates online. So, and Saki's pretty close to the Pulse Bomb as well. Even though there's 4 ultimates from UTA, a 100-0 is not out of the picture.
Here comes the Tracer duplicate from Julian. And see if anybody can really touch the point. Somebody's got to contest here. Somebody's got to touch, which they finally do. UTA does get somebody on. Julian taken out of the duplicate right away, though. Yeah, and this is not looking good for the side of UTA. As you've already lost your Ana, but both of the Anas are traded out in the process. But really, nobody can kill this Echo of Kirito. And so far, so good as they do bring up the self-destruct. That's going to go outside of the shield. And UTA looking pretty good for a turnaround fight here. Saki is the only one left to go on this point, and all you have is this Sombra and this Winston. They do get rid of the Winston, but in turn, UTA survives.
It is just enough. Both sides put everything that they had into that fight. Arlington to stay alive, South Florida to shut the door. But Texas of Arlington will keep it alive for at least one more fight. Rain is the closest of anyone to their ultimate right now. That EMP could be so impactful.
Oh, 20%. Rain trying to get that EMP as quickly as possible, getting detected right away, trying to get that EMP quickly, already to the EMP now. But Bebop and Kirito, it may be too little too late. With Bebop and Kirito getting picked onto Tomato Lord, that's big. The EMP is out, gets 2 people. Bebop out of mech now. But is it going to be enough time? It will not be, as South Florida able to cap on Night Market 100-32.
What a perfect play from South Florida there. Not only do you start off with the win on the Echo Comp, UTA immediately swaps to match you. And if you're University of South Florida, you are so happy about that, right? You are basically forcing the other team to play your game. And South Florida, they've been playing Echo all day. The same cannot be said for UTA. I think they're much more comfortable on these Echo compositions. They know how to play around their Echo. They know how to protect their Echo a little bit more than UTA does right now. So we see them swap off of the Echo now. Julian's going to go on to the Sojourn to maybe try and snipe the Echo out of the air this time.
So South Florida sticking onto what they know, and like you were saying, to switch off to the Reaper and to the Sojourn.
Back.
Sojourn was pretty problematic in their match when they faced off against the side of UCF. So now it's UTA in command. They already get their first picks, and right away, so quickly. We saw that from USF earlier, when they got the first 2 picks, they were able to take control of the point. This time, it's UTA that gets the first end.
Nicely done there from UTA. Julian almost got knocked off there by Kinto, but is able to get back up, I assume with a slide jump or something like that. And very quick early fight win for UTA, setting the tone for this round.
That would have been a perfect time to use the disruption shot, but not going to find anything in the meantime, though. Julian does use the secondary shot to take down the Lucio, and this UTA team looking a little more confident than it was in the very first round. In fact, a quick win fight for them.
Very quick. UTA playing this super fast. That's how you have to play against this Echo. That Echo is going to do tons of damage, but you have to give Kirito time to get into position, to get those primaries, to get those sticky bombs, and force the abilities out of UTA. By playing so quickly that you don't give Kirito the time to get into position, you are putting yourself in a fantastic, basically a 5v4 for UTA.
Well, disruption shot will split up the team, and the Echo is the only one left to go on this point. That focus beam's going to get absolutely 0, but Saki does trade that out for Shushi on the Lucio. Unfortunately, that's no sound barrier to that Lucio, so really maybe just a little bit of a small pick there. And what a shot turnaround from Super Juice to take down the Tracer with the help of the application Matrix, and that's going to be another forced fight back. It's 60% and rolling for the Mavericks now.
And they're looking so strong. Still, it feels like these games have gone so fast. We barely even had any ultimates. Julian's getting I think the first ultimate of the round up right now with that overclock. And UTA, no, I'm sorry. I think Super Juice did use the Amp Matrix.
The Amp Matrix, yeah.
Yeah, that did happen. So I was wrong on that one, but still, all the other ultimates for UTA are coming up right now.
Here's the overclock. Julian, can you find any shots with it? Gets on a super low. And now the duplication into the Zarya. Can they get that build up to the Graviton Surge? That Graviton Surge is built up. It's taken out of it, but the Pulse Bomb there to counter it. And there is a big one for Saki, a 2-killer. And this will keep South Florida in this round.
It'll keep them in the round, but this should be 99% for UTA, especially, yeah, with the Lucio is going to come in and stagger. They get the 99%, which means UTA 1 fight win. And with the new things, oh my gosh, I think Kinto's B got canceled. That is brutal.
Yeah, Kinto's B's got canceled there before he could even get there. So it's UTA that wants a clean sweep here. They don't want a speck of dust on this point. And to make a statement, Rain is the only one left to go on this point. The application Matrix is used, and now Saki's going to have to recall him back off. Graviton Surge is there, gets 3 inside. Down barrier is invested out from Shushi. We keep the fight going here, and the only person left to go is this Zarya on point. Meanwhile, Sojourn and Lucio back on, but the overtime clock bleeds, and UTA with the rejoin brings it all the way back. It's a clean 100-0 as we head on over to Control Center.
And it's crazy because UTA never gave up the point, right? And the longer that overtime went on, the quicker the wick burns down. It had been over a minute of overtime at that point. The second that USF stepped off the point, overtime went away, the map was over. So we move on to Control Center, the most closed in, the narrowest corridors of the 3, which is why, at least for now, Bebop is going with the Reinhardt. This is a composition we haven't seen very much out of any team today. It really does harken back to the old Rush days of Overwatch 1 with the Mei Wall and the Symmetra turrets trying to really take over this White Room.
But will it help is the question. I mean, you can see how fast South Florida wants to get into this choke point. However, what they don't realize is behind their backs, here comes UT Arlington's Rain. That's going to try to rain down any damage. The main's going to be there to cancel out anything. It has to use Raid form to back off for right now. And this Reinhardt's going to cause a lot of problems trying to get through that shield, especially when you don't have a shield of your own or not even a Winston again trying to get through it. But 1 second until the point unlocks. It's in control of South Florida for right now, but they're going to push right in. Disruptor shot takes care of Bebop. Such a huge kill there because that's your big shield gone. And now all Arlington has to do is run right in and just get the kills, get the ult percentage, and the Mavericks start off on the right foot again.
That was a fantastic play from Rain, because the entirety of South Florida's plan works fantastically if they try and face you head on, go into the Rhine shield. Because Rain went around the back, it completely messed up all of South Florida's momentum, and Julian puts in the damage, 88, almost 90% to the overclock already.
And has the overclock ready to go at this point, but might not even need it as Saki and Toast both taken down. They are stuck outside of the doors, and this composition from UTA doing all the work here, even trying to touch the spawn doors at this point, quarter of the way home, and they are looking good.
They're looking fantastic. Didn't even have to use anything other than the amplification matrix. Super Juice is building those up basically at every fight anyways. South Florida still a decent ways away from getting any ultimates of their own. Saki and Kinto pretty close. But you gotta put in a little bit more damage before you can really start to turn the tides.
Overclock is there, Immortality Field having to be invested to keep them up, and Kirito is able to take down that Immortality Field, but that's not to say that UTA can't get kills of their own. In fact, they get 4 so far, and this is just a runaway objective now for Saki, who can't get away. Still doesn't have a Death Blossom at this point in the round, and 60%. UTA keeps rolling.
They are rolling, and again, it's just the overclock used from UTA. You have the grab, you have the Death Blossom, you have the beat. You are in such a fantastic position.
Great Graviton Surge, 3 people inside of it. Immortality Field keeps them up for now, but it's going to be all for naught as Rain jumps right in with the Death Blossom, and this team from UTA looking mighty perfect here on Control Center. Could be another 100-0, we will see.
It could be. South Florida has the tools, though. They're going to have 4 ultimates available, everything but the overclock in this fight. The question is, will they be able to get themselves in a situation where they can effectively use these ultimates?
Well, Sound Barrier is out. Immortality. Oh, he gets knocked away, so the Immortality Field might not even be used. However, Bebop caught in front of that because it was so far up that the Immortality Field couldn't be thrown there. And Julian gets the kill, or rather, I should say, Rain gets the kill on the Saki before Saki can even teleport in. So now Bebop, the only one with an ultimate left. This could be clean for the team of Arlington. The Mavericks have bled away the clock, and 2 maps in a row, losing on Night Market, but on Garden and on the Control Center. UTA goes perfect and are up 1-0.
That was such a masterclass of the brawl for UTA. Even though they weren't playing the Reinhardt, it sure did feel like it with how much forward pressure UTA were putting onto South Florida. They were forced to rush. They had all the ultimates, so they couldn't get themselves in a position to use them optimally. We saw Saki was able to use the Death Blossom, but got booped away, had very little effect. And at the end of it all, it is UTA, the lower seed, who are up early.
Yeah, so again, after giving up all the 100% on Night Mark and only getting 32 of their own, it feels like switching up that composition on Garden and Control Center really did them in. Switching on over to the Reaper composition, switching on over to the Soldier, and made a huge difference for them. And in fact, don't fix what's not broken there for on Control Center as well. Even with the switch-up composition on the May, the Symmetra, and the Reinhardt on the side of USF, UTA not looking too shabby there with 2 perfect maps in a row. Talk about a complete flip in that situation. But now we head on over to our next map, and this is a map that neither of these teams, well, I should say one of these teams doesn't really like going to, because escort-wise, for Arlington, you lost on Dorado 3-1 against UCF. That's the record that we have. But for the escort map, at least if you're USF, this is looking better for you because you did defeat Houston 2-1 on Dorado en route to your 8th seed here. So right now, if you're looking at escort for the side of USF and their map pick, what are you thinking?
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see him bring it back to Dorado. I think Dorado, as in general, really does play well to the strengths of the USF comp. It lets them play Echo throughout most of the map, which seems to be that seems to be kind of their own personal brand on the Overwatch 2 5v5 meta. Dorado is very open on points A and B. It gives you a really good opportunity. That being said, it is UTA who gets the pick today. And they seem to be a lot better when you're playing up close. Which, when you're putting it in that words, I mean, you could potentially still go Dorado. Maybe Route 66. I don't know. A lot of escort maps. You definitely don't want to go Circuit, at least based on what I've seen so far from this team. You definitely don't want to be caught in a long-range situation against this USF squad. You want to have a map where you can close the distance on the defense very quickly. I feel like that has to be either Dorado or Route 66, but we'll see what the decision is.
Yeah, so South Florida again picking their map right now. UTA up
It is
1-0.
Yeah. South Florida.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, everyone. I thought UTA was picking. It is USF picking, and so just scratch the second half. Scratch the second half of everything I said. USF likes Dorado. It goes very well with their play style. That is what they're gonna pick.
Yeah, so Dorado coming up in the next map, and we've only seen Dorado once here. Or actually, we've seen a Dorado a couple of times, throughout our day. In fact, Circuit Royale was the most picked map through our 6 matches we've had before this. They got picked 3 times, but Dorado was picked twice, and both of these teams actually playing Dorado at one point or another. UCF taking on UT Arlington. That was our first match of the day. UCF defeating them on this map 3-1. So Texas Arlington looking for some revenge, and if you're USF, like you were saying, this was their map, beating Houston 2-1 on their end as well. But this is going to be a Dorado map where it gets a little bit tricky because UTA looking a lot different than they did at the beginning of the day. It took them a couple of hours to bring it all back all together. It took them a couple games, but here they are in Dorado up 1-0 for a change here in this game. So we will see if the Mavericks can pull this off or if the Bulls can tie up the series 1 apiece, and Arlington could be in match point, to say the least. And again, all the other matches going on right now, if you're interested in some of the battles that we have in the bracket here, plenty of action to go through with all 8 games here in the Sweet 16, especially when you take a look at where the higher seed ranked, and CIU sitting pretty comfortably where they are in their bracket right now. And I mean, they're just the dark horse of this whole thing, really setting up beautifully for when we get into the lower bracket.
It's going to be a really interesting day tomorrow when we get into the semifinals, the finals. We see the real juggernauts of this region go head-to-head. So excited for that one, so don't miss that stream when it comes on tomorrow. We're going to be starting with the finals for the East region and then move on to the South, just like we did today. But it is going to be the best of the best. So excited for that. But first, we gotta finish up this game. We got to finish up day 1. And we're going back onto Dorado. It is going to be UTA on the attack first. USF, no surprises here. This is the composition that they love to play so much. This is their bread and butter. Try and pocket Kirito as much as possible. Use the Discord Orb to maximize your damage. And have Saki in the back being a nuisance.
So it's going to be interesting to see what USF
Wrecking
pulls out
Ball
here.
From Tomato
and
War.
now a Wrecking Ball starting.
I wasn't expecting them to come out on this, so I didn't talk about it. But this is the first Wrecking Ball we've seen today. It's going to be very easy for Tomato Orb to get up to the high ground and try and take advantage of these exposed supports. This is the weakness of the South Florida comp, right? Ana and Zen can only do so much to defend themselves when a tank dies on top of them. Wrecking Ball is very good at that.
Yeah, and the Wrecking Ball, the first time we will see this today, that is not in a desperation situation for either of these teams. So right now, working out well in their favor, already halfway through and all. Rain will get up to 60% during that fight as well. Bebop does get up to 58%, but for all for not for the rest of the team, actually, in terms of ultimate, everybody else underneath 30%. And so right now, I mean, this composition looking good for the Mavericks. I mean, they're just pushing up pretty much with ease right now. And are they even going to are they even going to have a fight here? Because look how far UTA is going to push up this team from South Florida. I mean, they do get kills, but Kirito's in the back line, though. Both of the supports now down. So Kirito could just walk right in. Unfortunately for them, neither side are going to have supports for this fight. I mean, this is just insane the way they're playing. Both are playing super fast. And now Bebop getting the kill onto Julian should signify an end here with that Wrecking Ball going away. And it's a defensive hold for the Bulls.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have supports on either side, I feel like South Florida has to have the advantage because Texas Arlington, they are playing the close-range DPS, right? I've said it over and over again. You got Tracer, Genji, neither of which are going to be able to have that one-shot potential onto Kirito. You're really hoping that you're able to take out the other 4 members and make sure that that Echo is all alone. That's kind of your win condition if you're UTA.
Oh, they're going to charge right in and see if they can get rid of Kirito. You can see Tomato Lord trying all their best to get rid of this. Unfortunately, just getting pocketed with heals over and over again. Kirito down to half, but a Bionade saving that right away. Self-destruction stop for Bebop. Is this going to find anything? It will. Julian goes down. The Wrecking Ball is slept. We'll have to back off for right now, but in return, Sos does die into the landmines that is from Tomato Lord and finds a second one. Again, both supports going down from the hands of Tomato Lord. And this is now a fight that UTA will like, and UTA will get an additional 2.5. So great landmines coming out from Tomato Lord there.
fantastic landmines. It's really fun to see this Wrecking Ball played in this assassin playstyle. You're really kind of playing like a big tracer if you're Tomato Lord right now. You're just trying to get into the back, try and get onto Toast or Kinto and try and take them out. Kinto is going to swap over onto the Brigitte now, so you're not able to stun people anymore like you were before, but you are able to do a lot of defense. Oh my goodness, Julian.
Oh my god,
I'm sorry
Julian,
I took that away from you.
3 kills. Oh my goodness, 3 kills on the Nano Blade. Kirito's gonna try their best, but all for naught at this point. But wow, I mean, what a way to shut down a fight immediately, and UTA gets more free distance out of this.
I mean, it was so quick. I wasn't even expecting them to go for the Nano Blade that early. And UTA are really putting USF on the back foot here. It's just the rallies from both sides, though.
The rallies will come out simultaneously on either end. Shushi's one last uses last, or I should say second in that situation, with 3 minutes left to go, trying to get rid of every single possibility. There's the pulse bomb that's going to run back. It does hit the Diva. That's not going to do all too much, especially with that high amount of health. Kirito trades out Julian and Toast. Right now with 2:48 on the clock, I mean, this Echo is just causing so much panic on this team. And finally, Kirito does go down. If you're lucky enough, by the hands of Rain. Rain will save this team for UTA. And now the landmines are coming out with this Brigitte trapped, or excuse me, that Diva is trapped in there. And now it's going to be just a runaway situation for the USF team, and UTA will put another 90 in the bank.
I mean, that was a very fast point B capture for UTA. 4 minutes on the clock to try and finish this up. You have plenty of opportunities to build up ultimates, even though you don't have any at the moment. Tomato Lord's now going to move over onto the Winston. I like the switch for point C because there isn't quite as much maneuverability for Wrecking Ball, but you still want to be able to get up to the high ground easily.
Big EMP gets 4 people, but to what avail will it follow up on Bebop? Able to find that follow-up kill onto Julian. And now with a lot of damage gone, Julian's not back for just a couple of moments here, so it's going to be up to the healing if they want to continue this fight on. But if Shushi and Super Juice are in any trouble, this is going to be a really bad fight. Here comes the duplicate out from Kirito, and this is going to, I believe, land up on the Winston.
Yeah.
And right now it's just a scuffle fight for the trade. No, Rain can't get the Baby Diva out of mech. So now Kirito with the Primal Rage is out and about. Gonna go ahead and kill Super Juice, and right now with that Onagon, that's a big chunk of your healing down. I would expect them to regroup here.
And here come all the support ults, right? You see, Kinto's the only one who doesn't have a support ult of the 4 support players on the field. He's about to get it online, but the big difference right now is Julian, who has a Dragon Blade available. Nano Blade will be on board for UTA. That's probably the win condition.
Well, there's the Nano Blade that's going to come out, but it's Bionator right away. It doesn't matter. Julian does get the slash and dash kill onto Toast right away and does get another pickup. That's both of the supports going down, and Julian somehow staying alive. Bebop making the mistake of chasing after him, and now is stuck inside of this room. They could stall him if they wanted to, really, but not going to happen anyways as they keep him up with 2 minutes and 15 seconds payload and home stretch.
And once again, we have the dueling rallies from Sushi and Kinto. Sushi's going to use it early. Kinto doesn't quite have it up yet, which means they're going to be all up and full of this Ogre Shield before they even recontest.
The 4.64 meters separating a full point here, and a double kill with a pulse bomb from Rain. This could do it here for UTA, looking very solid since that loss on Night Market. 2 meters left to go, and the Sombra is the last person on point. They will complete the map. Uno, dos, adios. UTA able to complete the map with plenty of time in the bank.
What a strong showing from this UTA squad on USF's map pick. A map that UTA has struggled on, USF has succeeded on earlier in the day. So this is really upending every trend that that you've meticulously been keeping track of, Clutch Key. Every note you've taken is being upended right now with UTA. It is just up to South Florida to try and answer on their attack.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well. If you go back throughout the entire games, this would be just the 3rd time a map was completed on Escort. You go back to UCF, UT Arlington, their match, and UCF was the one to complete the map 3-1 on Dorado. UTA got stopped on Streets phase in the first one, and the other one's coming from the east side. So one on Circuit Royale, and pretty much, and that was the 3rd one that we just saw right now completing the map. Otherwise, it has been a non-completion day for Escort maps, but UTA getting the 3rd completion of the day on stream for us. What a push from them overall, and now they're going to try to do the exact opposite. to stop USF from completing the map on their own. Here's a change for you. Rain's not on the Tracer. Rain's going to be on the Ash.
Rain is on the Ash, and you see Tomato Lord back on the Wrecking Ball, so you're going to keep on trying. You don't need a Tracer anymore. Like I mentioned, Tomato Lord is your Tracer, getting on top of Toast and Kinto, and then Rain's going to be hanging out in the back, trying to get some hot shots off on some of these squishier players. We saw this from USF before with this Symmetra teleporter play, but the team has split up. I don't see how this works, especially when you have a tank like Tomato Lord who can traverse the map so quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to say what a name throw there by Super Juice to start. They knew they were going to go up there and just throws it perfectly where everybody was going to land, and that's Zenyatta going down super early on. But now in terms of this team from USF, they're having a little bit of trouble pushing up, and like you said, that's all Tomato Lord's doing. Tomato Lord may be bioed, but he can get out so fast, so quickly. And this Ash just providing so much damage, especially with that Dynamite just staving off this team from USF. And right now, it seems like USF have no answers.
So far they don't, and they have not gotten close to any ultimates yet. You see how suffocating Tomato Lord is being for South Florida. You don't want to let him get out of spawn, because the second that Kirito has room, that's what happens. You take out Super Juice, you take out the main source of healing for UTA. Now this is a fantastic opportunity for USF to get some progress.
Yeah, I'm protecting the Ana at all costs, because if that Ana trade goes down, that's pretty much it for a push there. But Kirito able to take down Julian in the backline, meaning that Ana is still alive here for the USF team. They're just going to have to slowly back off for right now. Making a shot on this Tracer is just oh so hard. Now everybody's back. The question is, can they push up here, because they're having a little bit of trouble doing so. And they're fighting them right to the very end, right to the grit of their teeth here. Trying to throw the pulse bomb, good stick onto the Ana. And that's going to be a great fight win here for USF. That's going to add some more time on the bank.
Yeah, they're going to surely be able, as soon as they deal with the Tornado Lord here, they should be able to... Oh. Wait! There's no way!
Just a minute.
No way! No way Tomato Lord just got a 3K like that and is stalling for so long. UTA is right back in this fight, Clutch Key.
Yeah, I thought this fight was going to be over, but somehow, someway, Tomato Lord is the stall lord right now. I mean, this is so impressive. Using the ultimate, now getting the slam down, already halfway to another one. The wild card that is the Wrecking Ball is just so impressive. The Ana does go down in the hands of the self-destruct, which means, yet again, it's another fight in favor of USF, but is this going to result in anything this time around? Now it's a Wrecking Ball duplication for the Echo of Kirito. Can they get the landmines up in time here, trying to get all of it, and only having that 300 health, like you were saying, max, is such a big nerf to that duplication. And now the Dragon Blade is out for Julian. It's going to dash away here right at Saki, trying to take down the Echo. Can't find the height to do it, and now in so much trouble. And it looks like finally USF might have an opportunity to win this fight out.
My goodness, even though USF will take point A eventually, the fact that extra fight from Tomato Lord, I mean, it took an extra minute off the clock. That was amazing Wrecking Ball play. Very nearly could have been a full hold in that case if that Nano Blade got a little more value. Did not quite end up happening, and instead we will get to see point B for South Florida, but with only 3 minutes on the clock, there's a decent amount of time pressure if they don't take point B smoothly.
Well, the Wrecking Ball is going to be right on them, and this is the rest of the team on both of the Brigida and the Ana as well. How are you both staying alive is the question. Well, the Ana will go down, the landmines in just to secure the kills here and making sure that nobody can get in there. Meanwhile, Kirito in the back line with the focus beam taking down Shushi, but too little too late. It's going to be a fight win here for UTA.
Oh my goodness. This is a masterclass of Wrecking Ball we're getting right now from Tomato Lord. But hey, Saki says we're not going to let this go that easily. A nicely placed pulse bomb in that side corridor takes down 2.
A huge pulse bomb. That's a double kill for them already, and that's a good start for you, but you still have, guess who? Tomato Lord to worry about here. Doesn't have an ultimate just quite yet, so still working around that. About 40% on the way there, but in the meantime, while Tomato Lord is taking care of business to try to stall, Kirito's up in front of the team, trying to get the picks and the kills that they want.
And it's looking like they might just be able to take point B fairly quickly here. There's going to be one more opportunity for UTA to get back into this one, but they really don't have any ultimates coming up. Super Juice is the only one who's still only 15% away, and you have a Diva Bomb to zone them away and a lot of offensive power coming out of the duplicate.
The question is, are they even going to touch her? Which they do. They do find a way to touch, and I believe and that's right now just staving off. And do they? No, they haven't given it up just yet. 0.84, and the self-destruct is out. Not going to find anything. Point is contested. So there comes the tactical visor out, but it's really not going to find anything. Doesn't matter anyways. Kirito's going to unduplicate and sticky bomb the Ana. Both of the sports now down, and this nano boost ain't even going to matter for UTA, as USF is going to add another 90 to the bank.
So just about as much time going into point B as they did to point C, and they're going to be able to take advantage of these split spawns from UTA. So good start here from USF on this point C. If you can do this perfectly, you can go in with a pretty comparable time bank to UTA, but with the 3 ultimates, almost 4, that the Mavericks have up right now, everything except for the nano boost we saw them use, I'm not sure how likely that's going to be. UTA have a massive advantage in this fight if they can set up this tac visor, set up this blade.
Well, that focus beam is going to cause a lot of issues. Can't deflect that all you want. And now the rally's just going to come right inside of the middle of the rooms. In fact, both of the rallies used simultaneously. It's a fight in the side room. Only one person on the payload to play for and advance it. And right now, a lot of ultimates being used. Drain's going to throw out the tactical visor to take care of Kirito. Big for UTA to make sure that this time bank don't go anywhere but down, and making sure that they go below 146, which they absolutely will. USF backing off.
Yep, they will confirm a stronger time bank in extra rounds if we end up making it there. Oh, South Florida doesn't want to go away, though. You use the nano boost onto Bebop to try and get as much damage as possible done, and UTA is having a little bit of trouble, but you've left Julian in the back and is doing a ton of damage to your backline right now. UTA gets the win, and I think Toast might want that nano boost back if you're gonna stay on this Ana. You are. Yeah, South Florida now with 80 seconds left on the clock, only the duplicate ready, while you have a nano boost on the other side and the mines. UTA is in such a good position, Clutch Key.
Yeah, it's really good, looking good for UTA. Plenty of ultimates to use. I mean, that nano boost, like you were saying, they might want that one back. That would have helped at all, in any and all cases. Somehow, this soldier stays alive. Kirito did not expect that, and Kirito might go down very early on in this fight here, which they do. 50 seconds left to go, and for right now, this is all UTA. Not only, I mean, having to use the landmines per se, but I mean, they're gonna have a nano blade coming up with nothing to defend against it.
Yeah, the nano blade is the elephant in the room for UTA. South Florida could not force it out, and now, well, as long as Julian's able to get away, he is. UTA is going to be able to use it to potentially put the finisher on this series. Unless you just get a sleep off from Super Juice, like, there's no way to stop this. And the sleep
Nanoblade is out. Yep, Nanoblade is out. Julian will splash dash away, gets 3K on side of that nano boost. It's big for them, gets the 4th. It is all the kills for Julian. How about a 5K, a team wipe, and that will do it. University of Texas at Arlington, one match away from headed to the Elite 8.
What a good play overall from UTA, going into a map that has looked so strong for South Florida today and taking it to them. And it's crazy to think that I really think it was the Wrecking Ball pick from Tomato Lord that changed the tide of the game. You take advantage of the more vulnerable and frail support line of USF by just throwing the Wrecking Ball in the back. I mean, if an Ana misses the sleep, the Ana's dead. If the Zenyatta doesn't hit every headshot with the Discord Orb, the Zenyatta is dead. It is so effective at taking out that specific support line, and even when they swapped onto a Brigida, the damage was already done. UTA had the momentum, and they were able to push forward to a 2-0 lead in the series. This is first to 3, Clutch Key. They're one away from making it to the top 8 and officially punching their ticket to the regional final.
Yeah, the Regional 8 coming up coming up tomorrow. Trying to see whether or not USF can even make it there in the first place. Again, only top 8 teams advance on, and right now, as it stands in the single elimination rounds, it's not looking all too pretty for the Bulls. Down 2-0, haven't been in this situation before. I mean, it was all USF in their matchup, especially after you take a look at what they had to start off in their matchup against Houston. I mean, they won Ilios, they won Dorado. They've never been in an 0-2 situation here in this, at least on our stream end. But now for their second match of the stream, they're down 0-2. Coming up is a push map. They saw for this team, however, USF, I'm assuming they're not going to pick Coliseo, because Coliseo, they did lose to Houston there on just by a couple of meters, in fact. And for the side of UCF, UT Arlington, you had a win for UCF on New Queen Street. So either way, neither of these teams really liking push map. But as I say that, our producer in our head saying, hey, we're headed to Rome. We're headed to Coliseo. That's going to be our third map and potentially a sweep potential for UTA on the board. By the way, we're going to go into the map right now as we speak, as these teams are just rolling and ready to go. So meanwhile, give you some updates from the bracket, on the playoff bracket itself. UTD, the first team to advance on, they defeat Texas A&M White 3-0. So Texas A&M out of the bracket. CIU, the team we were talking about earlier as well, one of the top seeds, they move on in a 3-0 sweep over West Georgia. Kennesaw State able to take care of business over Old Dominion 3-0. Florida defeating JMU. A little bit worried about Florida, but they are back on their feet 3-0 over James Madison, and Converse University able to take care of business on UCF 3-0 as well. So 5 sweeps in the book so far, which means there are 3 matches left, including this one, that are going to extend on just a little bit further. But for right now, UTA looking at a potential sweep.
And both teams going with the, both teams, well, I'm looking for, they got the same support line. You got the Ana Lucio from both sides, so that is the same, but nothing else is. You've got Zarya, Sojourn, Reaper from USF, UTA going Winston, Genji, Sombra. So 2 fairly different philosophies on how to get your win conditions.
Well, let's see if they can get their win cons very early on. I mean, Push is such a momentum game, and a first fight win would do you so much good. And some are falling all so low, but Saki on the Soldier now getting that first railgun pick onto Tomato Lord. That's a huge chunk of that shield gone, and that's a tank gone as well. I mean, that's one of the more important ones, especially when you're only 1 tank in this game. And now Kirito's free to run rampant inside of this back line, and it'll be USF starting off with a good pace.
That's what you get with Sojourn, that one-shot potential. You don't really have that on the UTA side of things. You're really just trying to go for that old-school kind of dive. But when Saki gets a headshot with the railgun, there isn't a ton that any of these characters can do. If Saki continues to hit shots on this character, there is, I mean, it could be a pretty quick map. But UTA is actually going to be swapping off on their own. They're going to be matching the DPS lineup. It's going to be Reaper, Sojourn once again. So Julian's going to try and take Saki on head on.
Yeah, it's a mirror matchup, but you lose some ult percentage in the meantime. Saki's falling also low, and Shushi right there in his face to take care of business. Both of the DPSs are down, and UTA is going to advance right on back and might get a couple of meters close to 39.88.
Yeah, nicely done from UTA, a very quick pivot. I think the right pivot after that map. They did a very good job of peeling for each other, making sure that Julian's able to stay alive. And already, it's been 1 fight to 2, but Julian has almost tied up Saki on ult percentage.
So 69% are rolling for Bebop. Here, Coast is going to have that nano boost available to them. So actually, both of them are going to have a nano boost. The nano boost is going to go on to Tomato Lord. Toast will invest the ultimate, but where does it go? I don't know where it went. Toast used it, but it might have gone to somebody that was about to die anyways. And by then, that animation would have been canceled, so it's a team kill, and UTA is going to take the lead.
That is so brutal. Toast was just a little bit too slow with the nano boost. And now UTA with the lead. They're going to keep on pushing on it. And South Florida, I mean, both teams should have every ultimate other than... Oh my gosh.
G2 in the back line with the quad. It turns the fight right around.
They push so fast. I keep saying the word push. I keep saying the word push, and it's a push map. I swear I don't mean it. But, oh my gosh. Ginito just gets into the back. No one was expecting it, least of all us. And as quickly as it seemed like UTA had all the momentum, it has flipped right back around.
Where the heck did the Reaper come from? I couldn't even tell you that. Death Floss in the back this time. Saki's got 2 on the overclock. Saki's got 3. Oh my goodness. The DPS ults back-to-back for USF is going to give them the lead. This is an unbelievable game right now in Coliseo. Don't avert your eyes, folks. It's a battle till the very end.
And USF has taken the lead once again, but they only have the grab to work with. It is a big ultimate coming up from Bebop. The UTA is going to have the beat to counter it as well as the overclock.
But is that beat going to survive it? It won't. They have the beat to invest, but they trade off a Lucio and a Reaper on either side. 66% or 66 meters, and yes, they do indeed get the checkpoint, which means forward spawn unless they bring it all back. They're trying to stall out for their teammates, but it's going to be all for naught. This Lucio just waiting for death, just stalling around, but it will be the robot flipping it back, and UTA back in control, but still 14 meters off the lead.
Julian didn't even have to use the overclock there. That is so massive because both teams are coming up on their nano boost once again. The difference is going to be UTA coming up on their overclock. All that South Florida has is that nano boost.
So 14 meters left to go. The bond moving right up to the wall here. They're going to try to contest it. There is a sleep onto B-Bomb, but Toast is going to nano boost that right away. Trying to see if they can get any fix going, but that nano boost is going to go all for naught here. Toast and Kirito both go down, and this team from UTA wants that lead back. 8 meters left to go and counting, and it's going to be the Mavericks that take the lead.
Not only are they going to take the lead, they are going to unlock forward spawns off of this, so a solid position to try and push even further. Julian still hasn't had to use the overclock, and now Tomato Lord's going to be coming up on the grab. We haven't seen it yet, but those railgun shots can do some collateral damage. If they're all bunched up in the grab, who knows what could happen.
Kirito takes down Rain, which is big for their team. That's a lot of damage down halfway through the game, and this is as close as you're going to find a Colosseo game right now. Graviton surges out, which catches both of the DPSs, and in fact catches Rain in there, but Kirito is going to be able to get 2 picks of their own. It's a trade fight, and if you're in a trade fight, you like USF's chances that they bring the robot back.
Oh my gosh, this has been such a crazy tug of war right now. The bot running back and forth, definitely getting its steps in right now.
Yeah.
And USF is in such a strong situation. Look at all those check marks. They have everything except the nano boost, and after this fight, they'll have the nano boost.
Oh, here we go. Kirito has the Death Blossom again. Got a 4K last time with it. Sound Barrier is used to bring this team from USF in. Death Blossom used by UTA. It's not going to find anything. Its counterpart will, though. Kirito finds 2 on the pickoffs with the Death Blossom here, and it's such a straight-up battle, but in the end, it'll be USF taking back control, and they're going to bring it all the way back around one more time.
There is going to be room for one more fight here for UTA to try and turn this around before USF takes the lead again. And they were forced to use most of their ultimates in that last fight in order to keep the bot moving. It is going to be a nano boost versus a nano boost and a beat. UTA advantage.
Well, UTA's got the advantage. We'll see if they decide to use their ult here. Here comes the nano boost on both ends. That'll be both of the Zarya's getting nano boosted here, but Bebop is slept. Bebop advantage here now for UTA as Bebop goes out, and Saki and Kirito both are out of it as well. So now the advantage for the robot in favor of UTA. The Mavericks have this back in their hands, and UTA will get the team wiped. And it's back the robot going the other way.
But they were a little too late, Clutch Key. Look, South Florida have taken the lead back. This is like the 5th lead change of this push map. It has gone back and forth more than any push map we've seen all day. But UTA want to get it back. They will have the grab. They will have the overclock. They have the beat already. They're in a good spot again.
The Graviton Surge is in there, and UTA getting a fight win that they want here, trying to push up to the lead, and that robot will get oh so close to the wall. They won't have time to contest it, and in fact, with 2 minutes and 45, they should indeed take the lead here, as long as they keep them out of spawn, and there's the lead. UTA takes it right back.
Oh my god. Oh. I really need to keep track of how many lead changes there have been in this map, because it has been crazy. Here's the overclock from Julian, trying to force everyone back into their spawn. Everyone hiding behind that little truck to try and keep away, but Kirito cannot stay away for long. That is an early pickoff for UTA, but it is traded back. No Reaper on either side.
Yeah, no Reaper on either side, but the Lucio is gone. The only way you can make this any better is if the Lucio gets traded out on the side of USF. You take that, though, if you're USF. Take down Julian, and now you nano boost on to Bebop here. 40 meters, or just under 40 meters of a difference now, as a big push by UTA that's going to be huge for them in the long run here, especially with only 2 minutes on the clock. Kirito does find 2 picks, but the robot back in control of USF.
Great awareness of the objective by the supports of UTA. They knew they were probably losing that fight, so they made sure they got as much point push on that card as possible. The point lead in the meters has been within 10 meters for most of this map. So the fact that UTA now has about a 35-meter lead, that is absolutely massive, as now they can go for another push here in the middle.
Kirito is slept. Kirito can build it up in time, so here we go with the overclock. Needs to be big here, and there's the Death Blossom out from Rain. That gets one. Saki cancels that right away. Overclock is still available here for Saki, and Sound Barrier saves Saki at the very last second. The Sound Barrier is invested now, but Saki's still in a whole lot of trouble as Tomato Lord follows up with that pick. And this is going to be UTA in the final minute, taking control of the plot.
This is now getting rough for USF. Kirito's coming up to the Death Blossom. Toast is kind of close to the Nano Boost. That's it. That's all you're looking at. And Kirito is down before the Death Blossom comes out. With 45 seconds left on the clock, USF has to be perfect. They have to win this fight. They have to win at least 2 more fights to bring the bot back over to their side. They are in such a bad position.
They might not even get another fight here. Disruptor shot as well as everything else. Kirito does get a Death Blossom kill before anything else, but 30 seconds left to go. It's a trade fight back and forth that is in favor of USF for right now because they have the spawn room advantage. Unfortunately, though, they have to start going into desperation mode with 20 seconds left. Rain is going to be able to get out for right now. Cannot find a way out, so now 15 seconds. Like you were saying, USF's got to be perfect the rest of the way.
And what do they have as far as the ult banks? They have absolutely nothing. The closest is Saki, 50%, and Bebop is down. Where did Bebop go? That Doomfist gets caught out, and this might be the last gasp for South Florida.
South Florida in desperation mode, holding on for dear life. Unfortunately, life is not something that they will have when UTA comes knocking at the door. The Mavericks are looking to win this one out. Bebop back in time for right now, and just stalling out all the way through. The overtime clock will start to bleed out, and the Mavericks are able to pull out the sweep in one of the closest Coliseo games we will see, the closest push game of the day. It goes to the UT Arlington team. The Mavericks complete the sweep and advance on to the Elite Eight.
And coming in as the lower seed, a team that has gotten kind of pushed around by the top 2 seeds in their group, prove their worth by beating a number 2 seed in another group. And I want to say, secure their spot in the regional final a few weeks from now. What a game from UTA. They come up huge right when they need it to secure themselves a top 8 spot. But man, what an exciting Coliseo map that was. That was a ton of fun.
Yeah, and unbelievable. I mean, we have to count how many times there was a lead change over and over, despite the fact. And the one thing in the end, when it came to showtime and prime time for the side of UTA, with about 2 minutes left to go, they won like 2 straight fights, and that's probably the dagger, especially in a close push game like that. You win back-to-back fights, you're probably going to end up winning the game altogether. So, I mean, what a day overall for us. I mean, that is it for our sides. I mean, and you can see, I'm going to show this to you folks because these are all the notes that I have, but literally all these pages that you see in front of you right now, multiple
Holy
pages.
crap. You can make a book out of that.
I will tell you, we could make a book out of this. I'm counting it right now. We went through 8 matches altogether, if you include even the one game that we had between NGIT Wigglers and Harrisburg. If not, you go through 7 full matches that we had. And overall, I mean, what a day of Overwatch that we had. And guess what? We're not done yet. Tomorrow as well, we've got more action to go through all the brackets of the East, to go through the South as well. But right now, as it stands, I mean, what a day overall. And we're going to, I mean, and what a day for us. But we're not done just yet. We're going to end on a high note here. We're going to get a University of Texas Arlington interview in just a couple of moments. We'll take a short break, set that all up. We'll be right back. Off of the back end because of those 2 quick picks. Bebop trying to get onto the point, having a good test it for a little while, as it is Saki and Bebop, but if it's a tank versus and DPS versus 2 support, it ain't looking likely that you're going to win this fight. And for right now, it is the University of South Florida that strikes first blood on the point. In terms of picks, it will not for UTA, so now it's up to use USF to bring it all on back, bring the ingredients together to win this one fight, and they will absolutely do so. 3/4 of the way home, 1 fight remaining for them.
The EMP from Rain was pretty deep.
On this point, and all you have is the Somber and this Winston. They do get rid of the Winston, but in turn, UTA survives.
It is just
split up the team, and the Echo is the only one left to go on this point. That Focus Beam's going to get absolutely zero, but Saki does trade that out for Shushi on the Lucio. Unfortunately, that's no sound barrier to that Lucio, so really maybe just a little bit of a small pick there, and what a shot turnaround
coming up right now.
Here's the overclock. Julian, can you find any shots with it? Gets on a super low, and now the duplication into the Zarya. Can they get that build up to the Graviton Surge? That Graviton Surge is built up. It's taken out of it, but the Pulse Bomb there to counter it, and there is up to the overtime clock. Bleeds, and UTA with the rejoin brings it all the way back. It's a clean 100-0 as we head on. Rain gets the kill on the Saki before Saki can even teleport in. So now Bebop, the only one with an ultimate left. This could be clean for the team of Arlington. The Mavericks have bled away the clock, and 2 maps in a row, losing on Night Market, but on Garden and on the Control Center. UTA goes perfect.
Plenty more like you were before, but you are able to do a lot of defense. Oh my goodness, Julian.
Oh my God,
I'm sorry
Julian,
I took that away from you.
Kills. Oh my goodness, 3 kills on the Nano Blade. Kirito's gonna try their best, but all for naught at this point. But wow, I mean, what here for UTA, looking very solid since that loss on Night Market. 2 meters left to go, and the Somber is the last person on point. They will complete the map. Uno, dos, adios. UTA able to complete the map with plenty of time in the bank. Question is, can they push up here, because they're having a little bit of trouble doing so, and they're fighting them right to the very end, right to the grit of their teeth here. Trying to throw the Pulse Bomb, could stick onto the Ana, and that's going to be a great fight win here for USF. That's going to add some more time in the bank.
Yeah, they're here. They should be able to. Wait! There's no way.
Just a minute.
No way. No way Tomato Lord just got it.
Tomato Lord to worry about here. Doesn't have an ultimate just quite yet, so still working around that. About 40% on the way there, but in the meantime, while Tomato Lord is taking care of business to try to stall, Kirito's up in front of the team, trying to get the picks and the kills that they want.
And to try and get as much damage as possible done, and UTA is having a little bit of trouble, but you've left Julian in the back and is doing a ton of damage to your back line right now. UTA gets the win, and I think Toast might just get a sleep off from Super Juice. Like, there's no way to stop this. And the sleep
Nanoblade is out. Yep, Nanoblade is out. Julian will splash dash away, gets 3K on side of that Nano Boost. It's big for them, gets the 4th. It is all the kills. That Nano Boost available to them. So actually, both of them are gonna have a Nano Boost. The Nano Boost is going to go on to Tomato Lord. Toast will invest the ultimate, but where does it go? I don't know where it went. Toast used it, but it might have gone to somebody that was about to die anyways. And by then,
pushing on it. And South Florida, I mean, both teams should have every ultimate other than, oh my gosh. It has flipped right back around.
Where the heck did the Reaper come from? I couldn't even tell you that. Death Floss in the back this time. Saki's got 2 on the overclock. Saki's got 3. Oh my goodness. The DPS salt's back to... Welcome back, everybody, in here to our booth. And inside of the booth now, we've got a little bit of an interview to close us out from University of Texas at Arlington, the winners of this last match. Julian joins us now in our interview booth. And Julian, thanks for joining us. And what a game for you guys. What a turnaround as it was through that first match and against USF. It wasn't looking great on Night Market, losing 132, but then all of a sudden, just the switch up of everything, and then everything just started going your guys' way. What was the mentality after Night Market, and what was the comms like to switch off and maybe get something else going?
After Night Market, for us specifically, we just figured out one specific strategy. We just started focusing specifically on that strategy. If you guys noticed, we started playing a lot of Soldier and Reaper at beginning and end. And that really just kind of carried us, to just allowed us to run down the Zarya, and then after that, it was just kind of easy picking off both the DPS and supports after that.
Yeah, I want to try and get back to mostly the Dorado map, because something that we saw about USF in the maps we watched them in earlier is that they really love to play that Echo. They love to use that space on open maps like Dorado to try and use the Echo, get in position to get a ton of poke damage down. Worked really well for them in the past Dorado maps. Didn't work super well against you guys. So How did you guys try and play against that pocket echo pick? Why do you think you had success there?
I would like to say beforehand, like the match beforehand, we had gone versus a Echo One trick on that specific map, so we kind of already learned how to deal with that specifically, and it just kind of transferred over to the next map, the next match, and yeah, really, it was just teamwork. We don't really focus on the Echo unless she comes down to us or her supports, and then we peel, of course. But other than that, just kind of focusing on on our own gameplay and stuff.
And then overall, as we start moving forward, the fact that you guys were third in your group, were kind of placed outside of that top 8 when the bracket began, being able to get a 3-0 sweep against a number 2 seed in another group, how validating is that now to, after what was a fairly rough group stage, be able to hit that top 8 anyways?
Personally, I would say it's very satisfying knowing that myself, and my teammates can, win games and not just like have to suffer after loss. Not taking it else pretty hard, but knowing that we can still, win and fight for our spots is very like that's the word, satisfying, and also just brings the whole team together as a whole, so we can start focusing on our game plans specifically and focus on our just winning basically.
And thank you for your time as well. We'll get you going here in just a little while. But last question here for you. You say the word satisfying. I mean, it had to be a little bit more than satisfying after winning that close of a game on Colosseo to end out such a close match overall, be going back and forth until the very end. When you final 2 minutes there, you guys finally, or you guys pulled it out in the end to sweep USF, moving momentum forward for you guys now on Colosseo and moving forward throughout the rest of the way. What's going to be the mentality for you guys just going in like you said, like Dividing said, top 8 for you guys, but I mean championship potential here as well for you guys after the rough group stage and ultimately, I mean, winning such an exciting match. I mean, that's got to feel really good for you guys moving forward.
Yeah, it's just very exciting, winning, and we already know our next opponent's UTD, which we've gone against in Overwatch 1 multiple times, and we've gone against them in multiple tournaments as well. Unfortunately,
must be a familiar foe to you guys. I mean,
yeah,
got to be pretty familiar
definitely
coming up.
Fortunately, we have not been able to pull out a victory versus them, so I'm hoping in Overwatch 2, with the changes, all the tanks and new heroes and new maps, that we are able to pull out this victory. And if we do, then I'm very confident in winning this whole tournament after we beat these next people.
Hey, if there's anything to go by throughout this whole entire day, it's that anything can happen with the new game, especially in Overwatch 2. Julian, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in your next games.
Thank you.
All right, that is Julian here, and that's pretty much the reaction there for that's pretty much the reaction you expect. I mean, that was such an exciting game for them, for UTA in general, and Colosseo right at the end. Like I said, momentum for them, especially when you can win a back and forth fight like that.
It means so much for this UTA team, I'm sure, to be able to hit that top 8, qualify for the regional, and give themselves a shot against one of the best teams in the country right now in UTD. So really excited to see how that works out. But I think that might be it. We have been alive for 11 hours, Clutch Key.
Running on 11 hours.
How are you feeling right now? You got up at 3 a.m. for this. It's now what, 2 p.m. for you?
Yeah, no, it's actually 3 p.m. So it's running on 12 hours since I've been awake. So it's been very interesting, and to the props to the guys back in the studio as well. They're the phenomenal work. Almost, I believe, if I remember if I remember their station correctly, woke up 4 hours beforehand as well. So they're running on 16 hours right now back in studio. So big props to all of them back inside of about 15 minutes away from me at the very least. But good job nonetheless to the guys in studio as well. I want to thank everybody as well for watching throughout the whole time. 11 hours of action here at CECC, both the East and the South. But don't forget, tomorrow as well, plenty of action to come through as we go through both of the brackets in the East and the South. So you don't want to miss any of that, including both of the championship brackets as we lead up to the Rutgers LAN, as we lead up to the South LAN as well. And it all culminates in the road to the CECC. Dividing, my friend, thank you very much. And I'll see you tomorrow bright and early.
See you then. Have a good night,
right.
everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for the finals.
See you tomorrow for the finals. Until then, take care, everyone.